Check.
Last week and said, hey, a bunch of senators want to come on and make this a big deal, talk to you guys, talk to all your listeners, and
Sounded like content to us.
to us, so here we are.
Shots fired.
And
Here
Russ
we
Vogt
go.
sucks.
Yeah, Russ Vogt
Vogt
does
very
suck.
bad.
He's a real asshole.
Yeah, he's the one who was in a Project 2025 video saying that every federal worker should be traumatized, should feel
Miserable and
traumatized
scared,
every day they come to work, so they all quit. And I guess it's working because 30,000 of them have apparently taken the fake buyout that Elon.
I have
offer
friends
them.
who are like debating whether to take the buyout, and it's like, do I take this thing? Am I gonna get fired the next day if I don't take it and regret having not taken it? Then you read the fine print. The fine print says like, we can not pay you, and there's nothing you can do.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like getting a free T-shirt that is really signed up for a credit card. Yeah, I think there's also the CIA buyout, which is just
What's
putting
going on
all
there?
the names of the most recent CIA officers in an unclassified email. So the
I can't
Russians
And those
believe
people,
that.
those
The
people like
Chinese
getting
have
a lot
it.
of attention, right?
Oh my God.
Just to be serious for 1 second, it is genuinely shocking that the CIA staff would put in an unclassified email the names of hundreds, maybe thousands of CIA employees. Apparently, it was like last name, first initial, or something like that. But the Chinese
Well,
will figure this out. The
No one's
Russians-
clever enough to get to the other side of that that code.
I mean, they just blew the cover of so many people. It's
There's
crazy.
such a there's a like it sucks to live through it, but to just see the way in which like the incompetence, the clownishness, and the cruelty kind of go hand in hand, because it's like, are they cutting off HIV drugs on purpose? Are they doing it by accident? Are they doing it on purpose but just don't care and don't realize the consequences? And you just see this all over the place. Like, are they putting that in email because they don't know better, or do they know better and want these people to be pushed out? We just don't know.
Yeah.
There's probably some combination and different motivations for everybody, but it's disgusting.
Yeah, like, is Elon Musk and his team of Doge nerds, are they taking control of the whole federal government and all the spending, or did they just find on a public website that some government employees were subscribing to Politico?
Right.
Which
really
is
matters.
on Politico
Right.
today.
Yeah.
Today is a
Right.
big Politico day.
Pro is not the, and it's just, again, it's like, hey
Oh
guys.
my God, this
you wanna
shit.
cut
Even Sarah CIA
HHS's
was on this
Political
shit.
Pro subscription. You can have at
Look,
it.
if I found out a bunch of Crooked employees were spending $7,000 a year on Politico Pro, I'd look at that line item in the budget for sure. But I think
Hear that,
that's just-
everybody?
But
A lot of sweat on brows.
John's got a visor, and he's not afraid to use it.
But I don't know if I would then say that this is the evidence of a shadow government in the making, and that Politico and New York Times are doing the bidding of the shadow government all over the world, thanks to USAID.
And the irony of Benny Johnson getting the most worked up about this is a little rich when he was quite recently caught taking money from the Russians. Remember that Tenet Media
They're good
story?
now. We like the
Hundreds of thousands of dollars from Russians to make YouTubes.
Tommy, what do you think about the new
Love
Trump
it.
properties in that
Gaza.
they're going to build in Gaza?
Yeah, it's
That was a wild one yesterday.
pretty-
You just finished Pod Save the World recording. We all start watching this press conference. We're like half watching it, doing our stuff, and all of a sudden he's like, "And we will control Gaza."
The U.S.
Why
It was
is my
unbelievable.
mic so fucking open?
I mean, yeah, the ethnic cleansing part, that was bad. But then a U.S. military occupation of the Gaza Strip, what could go wrong? You know, it's nothing, no U.S. military occupation in the Middle East has ever had a problem, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
I guess they're going to fund that with the money they save from the Politico Pro prescription. Prescriptions.
Got a lot of pros to work out of the system.
Just sort of classic Democrats. They don't want us to invade Greenland. They don't want us to invade Panama. They don't want us to occupy Gaza. Okay, we get it. You hate Trump. Where are you for invading? Where are you
Canada,
for
51st
occupying?
state.
Okay, where's our positive vision?
Yeah, we're looking at 4 extra states, at least.
Yeah, could we just take
Panama.
all of Panama? We're going to send our prisoners to El Salvador. That's the other thing that we learned
Oh yeah,
this week.
American prisoners, perhaps.
American citizens, yeah.
Americans. Trump said he'd love to, if it's legal. It's not.
It just simply
he
can't
would
be.
love to deport American citizens who are in jail, like the worst criminals, which I guess he gets to decide who the worst criminals are.
It's an interesting sort of twist on the gulag,
Mhm.
right? It's sort of like,
Transnational
yeah,
gulag.
it's just sort of like, oh, I never, you're not stuck in the country, you're stuck outside of the country. It's an interesting way to throw people away.
Well, it's also at the risk of explaining too much nerdy shit when you guys don't
Please
care.
do. No.
Nayib
We got
Bukele.
2 hours.
Well, hey, let's see what he has to say.
Hey guys, we have Senator Warren
Oh.
in the chair. You guys ready to go?
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, that Tommy's thing will be a cliffhanger for after.
Elizabeth Warren, how are you doing?
I'm in the fight. That's how I'm doing. I've been on the
I like
floor.
it.
Ironically, Elizabeth Warren is probably one of the few people actually doing something about this.
Hour, and I am fired up on this. I am just.
She's not funny cringe like Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is still my cringe goat. But she has this, I don't know,
it. We got to call
Aura.
this stuff out. And I just spent time talking about, he does those pictures with the executive orders. You've seen the shot.
Yeah.
Where he mugs
Now I
the
can close
camera
it.
and you see the big
There we
Donald
go.
Trump signature that's done in large crayon. He's so proud of those executive
test.
orders, at least some of them.
Test.
And then there are these
Ooh, it's
executive
much
orders
better.
that get done in the middle of the
Just
night.
had to reset my
And so I
sound
spent
on
some
the
time talking about that.
mic settings.
Because that is part of the plan. Look here at the shiny object. Are we going to rename the Gulf of Mexico? Are we going to make Canada the 51st state? And then right under, right, we're going to stop payments. That one at least made it into the daylight. But let's shut down more and more access to abortion all across the country. Let's do these things that just slide.
Yeah.
What are,
Well,
what are
I
your
mean-
favorite
I think this is more of the narrative about how, like, they're quiet, what are they doing, blah, 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 blah. Okay, first of all, Trump has been in there, like, 2 weeks. They have to wait and see what he's actually going to do, before they can respond. And sure, it would be nice to see them put up barriers ahead of time, but that's just not how the government works. They regulate things in post. It's one of the reasons why they're dysfunctional, but that's just the operation of government. That said as well, how often were you listening to these politicians before? If you're watching us, you were probably listening to them a lot, but the average person, they're not like any quieter than they've ever been. It's just that Trump is so loud and annoying. So, like, I looked at, like, Vosh and stuff, and they're so upset about it. It's like, they just want them to be Trump. They want all the politicians to be Trump and make headlines and be in the news and be sensational, just like how Trump is. Like, just because you're freaked out and panicked and things like that doesn't mean they need to get up there and do a song and dance to make you feel better, you know? Like, I just hope they're doing their jobs. I don't fucking really care at this point. We'll see what fucking happens.
secret EOs? What are some of the ones we don't know about? What are some of the best secret EOs?
Okay, so he did an EO. We've had a law for a long time. It's called a FACE law. And it's a federal law that's designed to protect women who are trying to walk from a parking lot to, say, a Planned Parenthood office. And what had started happening is that anti-abortion protesters would swarm in. Can you think about what this is like? And make it really impossible for them to get there. And they would be there all day long. And so
All day
federal
long.
law was passed a long time back. Say, no, you can't do that. You've got to have some space. And there's been some back and forth with the courts. And basically, how much you got to back up and let people be able to just walk through. Because maybe they're going for an abortion, maybe they're going for a mammogram, maybe going for other kinds of testing. And Donald Trump signs an executive order in the middle of the night, no fanfare, that just says, move back in on those women.
Senator Warren, that's terrible. Hey, I just want to be clear. I fucking hate that. Two
Just to be
questions for
clear,
you.
I
So
did not
first,
write that song.
There's been this sort of question as to like, so Democrats are making a big fuss about what these guys are doing illegally at USAID, but that's in some ways a trap because foreign aid isn't popular. And I want to ask this in two ways. The first question, just what is the way to talk about it? I mean, that's sort of an indictment, right? Like maybe it is a trap, but it's a shame that trying to defend the Constitution and say, hey, this is illegal, is a trap. So my first question is just, what is the best way to talk about some of these illegal ways they're kind of usurping congressional power, even when it does revolve around something that may not be as popular, like aid to foreign countries?
So I think part of it is you've got to make the aid real. So one of the consequences of what they did is that the training for the anti-terrorists just came to a stop. And all the guns that had been seized from some of these groups are just left unguarded. You think that makes America any safer? But the point I would make pretty quickly is if they can do that, then guess what's next on the agenda? Because this is a place you really have to make the slippery slope argument. If they can shut down USAID and get away with it, then next up is your kid's elementary school or the funding that the kids with special needs are getting so that they can go to elementary school.
Yeah,
And if
like
they can
being
do
gay.
that, then what's next on the agenda and what's next on the agenda and what's next on the agenda? I don't know. Is it a bridge project in Massachusetts that's already underway? Is it your grandpa's Social Security check because he went on X and dissed Elon Musk because your grandpa's an old cranky guy? It's really putting it in the context of there are important things they did here. But anybody who thinks they stop here has completely missed the point. This is the front end of the wedge. And you gotta stop them and say they have to obey the law, not just some of the time, but all of the time.
And then second question, so Starbucks has a new policy where they make the baristas write a message on every cup. My cup says, don't forget to smile.
Ugh.
Is there anything that you could do to stop that? Is there anything the
please.
CFPB could do if it had a real leader again?
Oh yeah, speaking of that, what's going on with the? Do you know what's going to become of the?
Well, she has to answer my Starbucks question first. I'm kidding.
I know,
I'm kidding.
trying to get a real-
Okay. We're getting the Starbucks one. We'll work on that one. But so the CFPB, Scott Bessent, the new Secretary of the Treasury, has done two things so far as Secretary of Treasury. First one is that he opened the door and said to Elon Musk and a handful of whoever knows, come on in and just mess around in the $6 trillion financial payments system. What could possibly go wrong? Do what you want to do. Maybe you're in there changing payments. I don't know. Maybe you're in there changing the records. I don't know. Maybe you're in there building back doors so you can just come back later when you want to. Maybe you're in there just taking pictures, read only, of all of the
Pictures.
personal financial information of everybody in the United States. Maybe that's all you're doing. And while you're at it, maybe you're leaving the door open so that Iran gets in behind you, or North Korea, or just some black hat guy.
Oh, they
who's
will.
figured out that's how he's going to become a billionaire. So that was Scott Bessent's job number one. Job number two
Did
is
you
now
get
to
any
be.
answers? Did you get any answers from him
Oh,
on?
I
know you
did.
asked him why he did
did.
that. Did you get a response?
I did. So we got an answer back today, and the answer said, "Don't worry, it's everything's under control here." I felt totally not reassured by the answer. In fact, even within the answer itself, it says the only people who are doing this, it's a Treasury employee. Then you read two paragraphs later, it says, well, it's this guy who just came in, but he has a lot of experience, and he's a special employee, and I love special people, but not this time. And you know, I want to say this, it's like you just sit here, and I know we all talk about this. You don't want to be the one who's paranoid, you don't, right?
Yeah.
But I'm really serious when I say this gives Elon Musk the power to turn on and turn off, like playing the piano, you know, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, wherever you want to go. It is impoundment, that word we've been talking about, where they say we're just not going to give any money to USAID, but it's now at a much more granular level. And isn't that sexier? Because it really can mean not for Democrats, or not for people who popped off to Elon Musk, or not for people who live over here or complained of there. Talk about a way to try to terrorize a population. It's a stunner. And Scott Bessent, who's never been in government, far as I know, has no skills in this area, is told to let Elon Musk in and says, hi guys, just lets him right in. And one more part about this, when I talk about this, it's all the payments. I don't know what kind of information Elon Musk is collecting. I mean, does anybody know what he's copying and collecting? How much risk it builds into the system? But all of this, guys, we're just a little over a month out from running out of money. And when you get down to the last little bits before you run out of money, you're in what are called extraordinary measures. And that's where the thingamabob gets moved over to the ziggy-wob, so you can accelerate
God.
payment over here and do the thing over
There's
there.
that classic Warren
So
cringe.
that we have a smooth flow of funds. And that means when you cash your check that is written on a government account, it really does clear. That's what we do to make that happen. And it gets really dicey in the last weeks while Congress is over here diddling around about trying to get the debt limit raised or more funding in or whatever it is. They just got rid of the guy who knows how to do that, because he's a long-time career civil servant, good guy, served under Democrats, under a Republican. He is like totally apolitical, makes a real point of that. Everybody's kept him on before now, and he's worked his way through Treasury. He's like the guy who knows how the inner workings of this work, and he just there to serve the country. And when Scott Bessent says, let Musk and his little buddies in, this guy said no, and he got shown the door. So now the guy who knows how to keep everything running is no longer there. You've got a car zooming around the racetrack, and it's starting to get a little smoky and throwing out a few sparks, and the mechanic who knows how to keep it running under difficult circumstances, he's just been ushered out of the stadium. So
it's just a de facto line item veto. I mean, this feels like something that we know is unconstitutional.
I'm going to take your point though and make it much finer. Line item veto was what they were doing last week, in effect, by saying not that agency, not that program, no more money under the Inflation Reduction Act. That is a line item. This one is so much more granular than that, and therefore creates so much more power. Because it's not, for example, that you'd have to say no more infrastructure for anybody. You could just say no more infrastructure for states that didn't vote for me. No more infrastructure for people out of line.
Can I ask you a question? Speaking of just not being, not having people in there that know how to follow the rules or implement anything, if somebody in your life, if a loved one of yours had gotten this proposal that they could take the buyout and leave their job in the government, and they're saying, I'm afraid that if I take this, they'll never pay me and I'll have no recourse, and I don't want to work for these people. I also want to stay and fight, but at the same time, I'm worried that if I don't take it, they're going to fire me Monday, and I'll have regretted it for the rest of my life because I don't have the money to support my family. If somebody you loved was thinking about whether or not to take this buyout proposal, what would you tell them?
So look, I want to be really clear. I can't give advice to people, and I don't want to give advice to people. But understand, if you decide to stay and fight and they fire you anyway, don't beat yourself up over this. Because the idea that there is a guarantee that they really are going to follow through with that money and they really are going to let people stay for all of that time, boy, that is just not there. Here's the part that scares me, and it's not even part of your question. I worry a lot about people who raise their hands and say, okay, I'll leave, that they just painted a target on their own backs. So maybe they get the money, maybe they don't. But now Elon Musk, who's in charge, remember, of all the payments and everybody's social security number and where everybody lives, says, oh, that guy is not on our team. And that gal is not, and that one over there. So I just think this is an extraordinarily hard time for federal employees. And I get that this one is tough, but I got to say, I've had the same answer for everybody on everything. So it's not just the federal employees right now. It's please stay and fight.
Well, we are glad that you are staying and fighting, and we'll let you get back to the
Yeah,
floor.
where would she go?
Thank you, as always, Senator Warren, for coming.
Yeah,
on
I'm just
Texas
gonna leave my government job where I'm a
I
fucking
like the part where she took Tommy's point and made it
congressperson.
better. Where she
made
said,
it
"I'm gonna make it
fine.
finer." It's she's like,
One of
way
the
you
best
made it was
jobs you
blunt
can
and bad.
fucking
I'm gonna make
have.
it pointier, and that was cool.
Idiots.
This fucking dumbass thinks it's a line item veto. Kinda.
Kind of, bud. It was.
So Tommy, you were in the middle of a point.
Was I?
Yeah.
About Gaza.
Oh, about El Salvador.
And, you know,
El
we can
Salvador.
ask- and we can ask, and we're gonna have Chris Murphy next.
Well, here's
Okay.
what you need to know
He's
about
just sitting,
Nayib.
he's getting ready. So.
Nayib Bukele is the president of El Salvador. He is popular because El Salvador had a terrible gang and violence problem, and he literally indiscriminately rounded up everybody, threw them in jail, and now they're surprisingly it's less of a violence problem. But what he's done is created this mass incarceration state where you've suspended constitutional protections from people, so you can be thrown in jail for years without being charged. You can get charged in these mass arrests, mass trials is sort of the next phase. And now he's coming to the U.S. basically saying, I'll take your prisoners if you help me fund this prison state that I've set up for my little autocracy.
What a deal! So
Yeah,
Rubio said, "Absolutely, you got
Rubio's
it."
like, what an offer.
Let's find out what
What do you
our
got,
next
Austin?
guest has to think about says about this. We have Senator Chris Murphy.
Why don't we kick it off with that?
Is
I
he here?
I think the news here is that Elizabeth Warren just avoided the whole Starbucks question.
Yeah.
I mean,
What-
I have to tell you something.
you let her get away with that.
I didn't forget to smile. You know, that's the thing. I didn't forget.
Senator Murphy, you're a foreign policy wonk. What did you make of
That's
Nayib
such a, I
Bukele,
hate that word.
president
Wonk
of
is
El
such a weird
Salvador,
word.
offering to take U.S. citizens from U.S. jails and incarcerate them down in El Salvador for a small fee to prop up this transnational gulag that he has created to fund his autocracy. Meanwhile, the IMF is coming in and asking him to, cut in certain places. So they're firing teachers and healthcare workers and expanding the military. Does it seem like someone we should get into bed deeper with?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's consistent with the entire theory of operation for Trump's foreign policy is that we are going to piss off and pick fights with democracies. We're going to get deeper in bed with dictatorships and autocracies to normalize dictatorships and autocracies, because that is where we're headed domestically. And so if you convince Americans that there's less to fear from despots in this hemisphere or in Beijing or in Moscow, then all of a sudden maybe you'll feel a little bit less afraid about the creeping autocracy, oligarchy, kleptocracy, whatever ninth grade social studies term you want to use, that we apply to what's about to happen to our government if we don't stand up and fight like hell.
Senator, why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on the floor right now? I know you guys are protesting the nomination of Russ Vought for OMB. I know he probably has the votes, but what are you all hoping to achieve right now?
So Russ Vought is, essentially the architect of Project 2025. He sort of has the master plan in his pocket to convert a democracy to something very different. All of the things that you're seeing right now, whether it be the seizure of federal funding, the attack on immigrants, the shutdown of USAID, a lot of it comes out of Russ Vought's brain. Now, he's not a well-known name, and I think he likes it that way. So we thought it was really important to stay up all night tonight, to be on the Senate floor through the evening to tell the story of how this is not all accidental. This is a plan to essentially let the billionaire class seize control of government so that ultimately they can steal from us. That's what's happening. Musk is taking control of the payment system of the Department of Treasury based upon Russ Vought's plan, so that they can cut our Social Security benefits, they can withhold our refunds in order to save money so that they can afford a giant tax cut for billionaires and corporations. So yeah, we're not going to stop his nomination, but what you see out there is the public waking up to the theft that is occurring. and they're starting to show up in really big numbers. And so we wanted to make sure that we are raising the alarm here, and we are using every hour that we have available to us tonight to tell the story of what's happening at USAID, at Treasury, at the Department of Labor, at the Department of Education, the wholesale shutdown of government functions that matter to regular people so that they can steal your money in order to fund big giveaways to billionaires and millionaires. In order to do an overnight, though, you need to actually stay overnight. And so I got the 2 to 5 a.m. slots. So
Nice.
I'm hanging out with you guys, and then I'm
You top bunk?
going home and packing a slumber party bag and coming back and staying up all night.
And we went to the same college, but you went a few years before me. But I assume that means you know where to get cocaine.
We were maybe part of different crowds.
At Don Jr. Senator, there is a lot of talk that these cuts to USAID and other domestic spending are an attempt to kind of cobble together some cash that the Republicans will pretend pays for the tax cuts down the road. But my understanding is that an extension of the 2017 Trump tax cut would cost something like $5 trillion over a decade. How on earth could you find enough cuts at USAID or any other domestic spending program to actually fund this? I mean, are Republicans, who do they think they're fooling here?
Yeah, listen, I think they are creating an illusion of cuts to a program that, let's be honest, is not the top priority for Americans. And so they spend all of their public relations time talking about their cuts to USAID so that people don't pay attention to the fact that really they are cobbling together, as we speak, $2 trillion of cuts to Social Security, to Medicare, Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act. I also think there might be a simpler explanation for why Musk started with USAID. Remember, Musk makes half his cars in China. Many of his business interests have open issues with the Chinese government. The way that he remains a billionaire is for China to treat him well. What does China hate? USAID. USAID is a thorn in the side of China all around the world. It prevents them from commanding the kind of uncontested influence that they want. So, yeah, I think they're trying to create an illusion that they're saving money so that they can have a credible argument that they've paid for their tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires. But there also might just be a really basic corruption here that Trump is doing a wink, wink, nod, nod favor to the Chinese, and he hopes or has arranged for his companies to be treated favorably after USAID is shuttered.
Senator, we got one question from one of our subscribers. Obviously, the big point of leverage that you guys have is the government funding fight. This will come up in March. They also are going to need to raise the debt limit. Have there been conversations among Democrats about using that leverage to make sure that all of the illegal shit they're doing now, or at least suspect stuff that they're doing now, stops? And do you guys think you can get all the Democrats on board with not giving them the votes to keep the government going if they don't stop the shit we've seen in the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously talking about that right now as we speak. We've got to use all the leverage we have available to us. That's why we're, essentially not giving consent to any of these nominees. That's why we're not going to proceed to legislation in a normal way unless they get serious about stopping this corruption. But yeah, we have these two big pieces of leverage, both the budget and the continuing resolution, which expires, but then also the debt ceiling. They need to raise the debt ceiling in order to pass the tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. And hell no, Democrats should not give a single vote to raise the debt ceiling if the purpose of that is simply to give money away to Elon Musk and his friends. So, we're having discussions right now about how we exercise that leverage, but I am going to argue, especially on the question of the debt ceiling, that we do not entertain any offers from them if they are just using that money to shift dollars from regular, ordinary Americans to the billionaires.
All right, that sounds good. Senator Murphy, we'll let you go. I know you got to get home and get your sleeping bag and your Red Bull.
Yeah, Red Bull, sure.
Yeah, Red Bull. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Good to see you.
Red Bull.
Gives you wings. Gives you wings.
What else, guys? What do you think?
We're still. I think this is going well.
I like this. I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time.
We're doing it. Do you want?
What do you want, Austin?
Want to take some more
Remind
questions?
viewers who are just joining us what we're doing here. Why are we live?
We're live because, as Chris Murphy just said, if you're just tuning in, the Senate Democrats have decided to protest the nomination of Russ Vought for OMB director. The Republicans tried to advance the nomination on the floor, but you get a bunch of time before you hit cloture, which is how you proceed to the final vote. And Democrats have decided to use every minute of that time to talk about what a disaster Russ Vought would be for the country. Project 2025 author, sort of right-wing Christian nationalist kook in general. He's sort of outlined a lot of plans to just shutter all the agencies, which I guess he didn't even have to get confirmed yet. Elon Musk is doing his job for him, but yeah, that's what they're all doing. So we're going to talk to some of them. We already talked to Senator Warren, talked to Senator Murphy. Who knows who might come next?
Yeah, we have and least of all us.
AOC.
It's going to be a surprise. We do have a question.
Okay.
If Trump does not obey Congress or the courts, what can be done? What's the recourse?
Well,
So let's see, in 1776,
Die.
it's an autocracy.
Yeah, well, you kind of hit the two big places where you kind of hope you'd face some headwinds.
And then history tends to show that the guys with the guns do well in those situations. So
So here's what I do think, though. I think that we should not get comfortable in advance or assume in advance that courts won't try to stop him or that Congress won't. Look, obviously, I have very, very low expectations.
Like I said.
For this Congress, I'm also deeply nervous about what happens when we crash through.
It's
certain
okay to be
barriers,
nervous,
the
but,
barrier
like,
of what happens when there's a court order.
Vosh
Trump
is
feels obliged
so
to
reactionary
disregard
and
just go
angry.
through with what he was going to do
Such a
anyway,
triggered
or
lib.
What happens when, say, there's a debt ceiling fight and Democrats and Republicans can't come to an agreement? House Republicans walk away because it doesn't do enough to cut spending, and all of a sudden Trump is facing a debt crisis and decides to abuse his office to spend money that he shouldn't be allowed to spend legally. Like, there's a lot of places where you can see how Trump could.
mint the coin.
Right. Well, something that a lot of Democrats had wanted, which was to have a president be able to ignore Congress. So that's interesting how that keeps coming back to bite us. But like, we should not presume. Like, courts have already stepped in to say that what Trump is doing by shutting down various spending without congressional permission is illegal. The Trump administration itself backed off by withdrawing certain orders of the DOJ, that put out a statement saying really they weren't actually blocked by the courts. It gets a little bit complicated, but like, all in all, let's not be surprised by expecting Trump to have more power than he already does. He already has plenty. We shouldn't give him more without a fight.
And your surprise senator is ready to join you guys.
who we got?
Let's find out who it is.
Oh,
Shots. There he is. This was
You
your
guys actually
idea. You
laugh.
happy with yourself?
You guys actually don't know who it is until the screen pops up? Like,
No. We were sent a rundown, but
have a rundown, but it was-
we had some other things
I
to
don't
do.
fucking read in advance of this stuff. What are you talking about?
How are
Anyway,
you?
Hey, I'm Brian Schatz from Hawaii. Nice to meet you all.
Great to see you.
How's it going on the floor right now?
It's going great. My goal, obviously the bigger goal is to make sure that everybody understands what's at stake in terms of this guy, Russ Vought.
So they just got a
and
camera
his,
set up and they're all
illegal
just taking
actions.
turns.
And they're illegal, but they're also just deeply harmful. I just
Smart.
read that a bunch of healthcare facilities are still not operational from the federal funding freeze in the state of Virginia.
If
Washington
Republicans
State
did
still has
something
Head
like this,
Start,
you can imagine how cringe it would be.
frozen. Most of our stuff is flowing in Hawaii, but not all of it.
Like, obviously
so it's
Warren
really
and shit is
damaging
cringe,
people,
but
you know?
just imagine
And it's also illegal.
the
and so
slop
the reason we want to talk about Russ Vought
where they
is
would
that
just talk
this
about
dude
nonsense
has a
instead of
very
the actual
specific view
issues.
of the Office of Management and Budget, which is like, he thinks he's going to be the king's hand, man. Like, if you look at what he wrote in Project 2025, it's that the OMB director should be vested with the full authority of the president in all matters. And it's like it's kind of a weird thing to say, but then it's like, well, if I could write a document that was basically like, there should be a really all-powerful position, and how about if it were me? And so that's what this guy is. He's going to be extremely powerful and really do damage, not just to programs, right? Not just to agencies, but to people across the country.
We're like OMG, right? Is there a group dinner order? Who puts it in? Do you debate it on like a group text? Like, how does this work for tonight?
I made the call because I paid for it.
Nice.
So it's pizza and you're welcome to have it. Otherwise, make other arrangements. And tomorrow morning is bagels.
Okay.
Wow.
Cool.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Carb heavy, but
That's
you
great.
Do you.
I like that. This is what we're getting.
And
It's
Hawaii-grown coffee. Yeah, Hawaii-grown coffee.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Can I ask, like, have you guys been having what are the conversations with some of your Republican colleagues been like these last couple of weeks, especially this week? Are you getting a lot of, this is kind of bad, but I don't really want to speak up, or maybe it's not that bad, or are you guys even talking? Like, I know you guys got a couple Republican votes on opposing Pete Hegseth, but otherwise they've all fallen in line. Thought maybe we'd get Bill Cassidy or on RFK Jr. or Young on Tulsi, but didn't get any of that. So
Well, McConnell's fallen in line and then fallen in a few other places.
okay, so what are some of the conversations you're having?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was just, no. He did not dignify that correctly. Sorry. We're live. John, your question.
Look, I have had lots of conversations with Republicans like every day, and there is a sort of obviously a range. Like I don't talk to the people who clearly don't give a shit. I'm not like sitting down with Tuberville and going like, hey.
I was
you know,
gonna say, yeah, he can speak English barely, so.
But I am talking to a lot of Republicans, and they're super, super nervous and I think slightly embarrassed as to what's happening. I think it's plainly obvious that whatever private reservations they're willing to express to me or even to the administration, they're not in the sort of mental and political state where they think they really that they're at the edge. And so I thought maybe, like you said, I thought maybe some of these cabinet nominees were in danger. And I think it's a good reminder for us that, you know, Republicans are not going to save us. Maybe, you know, 2 months from now, some of this stuff gets even more nutty. And there may be a few of them that stand up for democracy itself and the rule of law. But I just don't think that's a viable strategy. I mean, the way I'm looking at this is we have to try to see if we can get Republicans to help us. And we have to help to cultivate, not personally, but help to cultivate, interact with, and participate in a mass citizen movement on behalf of the United States of America. And you and many others, Indivisible, and lots of organizations and lots of individuals are doing their job there, because no fight against autocracy can succeed without people power. So one of the things that I think is really super encouraging over the last week is people showing up in person places, right? Not just online complaining, not just like theater criticism of like what Democrats should or shouldn't be doing, and some of it's valid and some of it's nonsense. That's not the point. The point is, if we want to actually grow our power, we have to show up physically, peacefully, passionately, all across the country, in Washington, D.C. for sure, but all across the country. And then we have some leverage in the legislative context, but not a ton of it. And I think part of what we have to do is A, use every piece of leverage that we have, B, be honest about the limitations, right? They're going to get their cabinet, and we can gum up the works a bit, but like, I mean, someone was like tweeting at me, or Blue Sky posting, I don't know what we're supposed to
Skeeting.
call that.
They were skeeting at you.
Skeeting at you, yeah.
I'm not doing skeeting. Anyway, someone was like, demand a quorum call. And like, we did demand a quorum call today, and it was an 11-minute delay. Like, that's not, I'm not saying we shouldn't do whatever we can to gum up the works, but you know, this idea that there's some magic procedural obstruction button that we can press, it doesn't exist anymore. The filibuster does not exist for the cabinet. And so our options are limited. We are using every option we have, but we have to understand this period of time is probably going to be, you know, especially painful, because they don't need Democrats for anything right now. But there will come a time later this calendar year, later this fiscal year, where they have to pass bipartisan legislation, and that's where we're not without our leverage. And I know you're all good journalists, and you're going to ask, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to demand? And I'm just not going to broadcast.
Journalists.
We weren't.
That-
we actually didn't think about that.
That wasn't my question. As a theater critic who just penned 1,000 words on
Yeah.
Chuck Schumer, I'd like.
You're looking at Statler and Waldorf here.
What I wanted to ask you about is honestly like expectations management, because as you know, we Democrats like to yell at each other even when we have little to no power, and unfortunately that's the situation we're in. Republicans control everything. They have decent sized majorities, so they're going to get things passed, especially the cabinet, as you said. But so help the audience understand kind of what you can do, what they can expect, what fights we should be picking and focused on, right? Because it is very annoying when you see Democrats just yelling at each other when Trump is controlling everything.
Yeah, I mean, like, for instance, what we're doing today is significant, right? We're taking the whole the floor, we're holding the floor, we're going 30 hours, we're going overnight, because Russ vote is particularly
Easy.
dangerous, right? I've also
I'll do 30
decided to
hours.
place a blanket hold on all State Department nominees. But again, those are, you know, elements of resisting the train that's coming, but like, it's not going to stop them from achieving the confirmation of all their cabinet. And so there are other points of leverage later on in the year, and we plan to exercise them. But I just think people across the country need to think not just in terms of what the 47 of us should be doing. And by the way, I think we should be doing more. And we have been doing more. I think this week we kind of found, or last week too, we've started to find our footing with the federal funding freeze. We've been winning in court. More and more people are showing up. And we're also kind of finding our, you know, fighting form and uniting. I mean, that's the other part of this, is that to the extent that some members of the Democratic Senate caucus like wanted to give the benefit of the doubt to a president who wants their new cabinet. And I understand, you know, a lot of people object to that. But like, look, in order to get to 51 United States senators on the Democratic side, we're going to have a bunch of people who vote in ways that progressive, you know, Pod Save America listeners are going to find super irritating, right? If Joe Manchin were still here, if Bob Casey were still here, if Kirsten Sinema were still here, Chuck Schumer might be the leader. And
invoke
you could be
that
angry
demon.
at them, but they still vote for Chuck Schumer for leader. And so we have to have a big enough tent to allow people to do their own politics. But I think what's happened is everybody's politics and everybody's conscience is starting to align and just say, you know what, I can't anymore. There's no reason to give these people the benefit of the doubt. Even if they say reasonable things, they all bend the knee when it comes to the pressure from the president of the United States. And so, like, for me personally, I voted for, you know, Sean Duffy and some others that I thought were, you know, at least nonpartisan.
guy.
He's
Yeah.
a big road rules guy. He's a road rules
sorry,
guy.
road rules guy.
That's where he got his
I-
experience to be transportation secretary.
Right.
It's
But I-
literally
I
a job
met him.
about road rules.
When I met him, I was like, yeah, I've always admired your work ever since I was 19. It's a real world marathon. Anyway, but he's a, you know, personable guy, and he basically promised me that he was going to do transportation in a nonpartisan way, and so I voted for him. But I'm now in a different stance. I do not plan on voting for any of the remaining cabinet nominees, and I think I'm not speaking for every single senator, but I think the movement is towards, I'm not sure any of these people deserve the benefit of the doubt.
All right. Well, we won't chase you out of the Senate like Lovett did to Joe Manchin. So thank you so much, as always, for
I love Joe Manchin. I miss that guy.
for joining. And you know, get back to the floor.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Take care.
Joe Manchin's like the lame uncle that still brings
All right.
an item to the family potluck, you know?
We have our
Yeah.
next mystery
He
guest.
sucks. You don't want him there, but
Do you guys want to guess? Should I give you a hint?
Sorry, I'm trying to yes and Tommy.
I
You're
know,
talking.
the next mystery guest has a hard out in 3 minutes.
Oh wow!
Okay?
All right, let's hear. Let's
So-
hear from our very busy mystery guest.
She ran for president.
Oh.
Ran for-
she's
oh,
not
no,
there
well, then we'll
yet.
do a.
Vamp
Okay,
again.
who you want to guess?
I know.
can do
Sounds
like
like-
20 questions.
I mean, Amy Klobuchar, I assume.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Amy Klobuchar.
The
I thought that
Klobuchar.
I had more. I didn't have as much time. I
Well,
would have started. I would have started a
If
little
you lived in a
more
less
mysteriously.
misogynist country, that would have been a less good hint.
I mean, we already had one presidential candidate on, who's a woman.
That's right.
Wow, could have been Gillibrand.
All right, guys.
Who's the
We got
misogynist
senator.
now?
Well, I'm just saying.
We have the senator. We're ready to go.
There we go.
There she is,
Finally,
Senator Klobuchar.
Klobuchar.
Senator
I heard
Klobuchar,
that.
how are you?
Good, I
How's it
heard
going?
you guys.
Oh,
You mean
good.
like all
Good. That's important.
candidates are alike? I was listening.
Oh no.
How are you?
How's the floor fight going?
Oh, good,
She's all
good.
right.
I have the midnight time.
She's not very cringe.
Oh,
midnight.
nice.
bad.
That's
Good
not
time.
bad.
She's
That's
No,
not
just
bad.
no,
like
it's good. It's good.
normal, you
I
know?
was remembering you, John, when you came to Minnesota. Do you remember that?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
What do you
I
do?
Well, we got a little drunk on stage. It was good. We had a good time.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
I thought I was drinking water and it had something else in it.
Senator Klobuchar, you said to the New York Times, I think you're talking to Michelle
How
Cottle
do you-
earlier this week, you know, we have to Americans want us
Wait.
to find common ground with the other side when we can. They want us
There's
to
like
stand our
tasteless
ground,
It might have been
when
his
we
seltzer
have to,
water.
like, when they're
That's.
breaking the
I'm
law.
thinking just bottled
It's
water.
gotta be
It was probably
really
hard
to
seltzer.
balance that at this point because you've got a bunch of sort of illegal behavior going on with Elon Musk. You got your Republican colleagues, none of whom seem to care all that much. How do you work with Republican colleagues in this climate where Donald Trump, Elon Musk are just sort of breaking laws and trying to seize power?
It is very difficult because you keep wanting them to stand up and you're thinking, what's wrong with you? And then every so often, a few of them vote against, as happened with Pete Hegseth, where Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and of all people, Mitch McConnell, voted against him. And so you just keep pushing them. And I think some of this is just holding them accountable by making clear what's going on here. And that is my first purpose. I think we've got to make it really clear that the Congress doesn't bend to every whim of the executive branch. That's not how this was set up. And we have got to every single day remind the people of this country that Donald Trump is in office for another day and prices have not gone down. Prices haven't gone down. In fact, chaos has gone up and corruption's gone up and egg prices have gone up. And part of the strength of getting these Republicans to move with us is just not backing down when it comes to taking on this abused constitutional power grab that's going on right now.
I've heard you talk a little bit on TV about your limo ride with the Bidens and the Trumps on Inauguration Day.
It's good.
Can you give us just like one more tidbit, one more fun? I know you guys talked football.
Who are the Ox?
But there you are. So to make clear, I'm the only person, Jeopardy question, in history of America that's driven alone. It wasn't, my husband was with Melania and Jill. I was in a different car. I was in the car with just Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
And is that a kind of three-seating across in the back situation where I assume you sit between them?
I know you're imagining something that you shouldn't, but it was...
No, I don't. What, you keep... I feel like you're using a lot of innuendo on this live stream that I just don't feel like is warranted.
Well, that's what I like it because it's live stream, so I can say anything I want to. But it's you, and you can't cut it out. No, those two are across from me, and I will say for many of you ties to the West Coast there, my number one goal, which I brought up by myself to President Trump, and then in that car was to talk about the LA fires. And just because it was something that they'd been messing around with and still are. But I think that the fact that the Olympics are coming, there's these major world events coming to Los Angeles, and they're going to need help, and they can't mess around with that. So that actually was the one thing that I brought up, and we discussed his upcoming trip. We talked about, some football. And we talked about a number of other things, and they'll never invite me back to that car ride. That'll never happen again if I reveal it. But there was a cordial discussion that sadly was not reflected in how Trump treated Biden and Kamala Harris in that speech. And that's because I think he gets out in public and he says what he wants. And my point there was that we have three branches of government. That's why he was getting sworn in the Capitol and not in a gilded presidential palace like in some countries. And the power in that room, including the oligarchs and all of the electeds that were in there, doesn't come from that room. It comes from outside of that room. And that is whose energy is getting hardest right now, like we've never seen it before, to the point where they broke the telephone system in the Senate, which I personally enjoyed.
So are you starting the small talk? Is Biden starting the small talk? Is Trump I'm just who's filling the space? What are you worried about? One of them is so old. The other, you're not going to have this opportunity again. He's term limited. This car ride's an impossibility in the future. Tell us what the fuck happened.
Actually, that part of it was my moment alone. But in the White House, we were there for an hour. Ahead of time. Donald Trump did get me a Diet Coke. That happened at 8 in the morning. And then we were also at the lunch, and I was able to talk about a few issues. So that was good, because I sat between him and J.D. Vance. That also happened. But I think all of that aside, do not think for a minute that I don't understand what we're up against here. And we had a job that day. Every member of Congress, Bernie was sitting in the front row, not wearing his mittens. And we had to bring it inside, respect the wishes of the president. But given that it was 6 below in Minnesota that same day,
Minnesotans you love loving the cold.
But that was that day. We had a job to do. But ever since then, it's been one thing after another with the pardons of the violent criminals from January 6th. Some of these nominees, and I personally questioned Kash Patel, just shocked by some of the things he said, what some of the things I think he's going to do. And that's what we're facing right now. But I just think for your listeners and the people that follow your incredible listenership, I think people need to know that we are in this. And I hope you see that tonight. We are in this all through this night, but we're in this day after day after day. And we're in this with litigation. I led a meeting this morning with the Attorney General of New York, Tish James, and a number of people that are working on the litigation, including from Democracy Forward. We're in it, and that's the courts, and you can already see some of these things that have been at least temporarily stopped. We're in it when we took this on publicly, including getting that order by the unnamed bureaucrat that Mr. Vogt that we're opposing today was basically running it behind the scenes with his plan that Stephen Miller has admitted this is Vogt's plan to freeze these funds, but we got that temporarily reversed. And now we also have to move on to oversight. Every single question we ask, every single thing we do in these hearings matters. It actually creates a record to take on this litigation and what you're going to see in the future for what they're going to do. So we are not naive, but we are completely energized to move forward and take this on. And when we are energized and do our best, I think then you see American people understand we're there for them and we're not just being boring at a hearing and telling old stories.
We would never think that. Well,
like about car rides.
Yeah.
I'm not bored. I'm excited.
In my day, the one time.
Look, and I don't know what you said to Donald Trump about the fires, but
thank you.
He did just dump out a few reservoirs 3 hours north of here. As it's starting to rain here and the fires are contained, so mission accomplished.
I mean, he did say it was your idea. He said that was. He said Amy Klobuchar told me to open up the Central Valley spigot.
It's the Klobuchar plan.
Yeah.
Well, you know, my daughter's out there now. She really likes it, so she's. It's
a great place.
We got to visit her. It's a great place. But I think he cares a lot about these big world events coming there, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to
Good.
be present
We'll take it.
during these things, and it matters. And if that's how you rise from the ashes, there you go.
There
But
you
he's
go.
got to care about the rest of the country and everything else we got to deal with right now.
True.
All right, Senator
Not
Klobuchar, thank you for joining us as always, and good luck with the fight.
Okay, thank you. See you
Thanks,
later.
Senator. That was fun.
That was fun.
Got a little something out of her. We learned that there were 2 cars. I didn't know that before.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Nothing
Yeah,
on,
I
Now we
didn't
got to
know-
find out what he was saying to Melania. And the other
nothing on
thing-
the
yeah,
aux, though.
I
Yeah.
think we got to talk to. Oh no, I thought. So was Doug in the other car?
I don't know where Doug was.
Dr. Biden probably won't talk to us.
No, I think we're having a tough time booking Dr. Jill Biden.
Yeah, it sounds like she's not thrilled about how
Yeah, I don't.
things went.
Yeah, I don't. I imagine that's a grudge that'll hold.
All right. How long till our next guest?
Well, guys, we've got 2,000 more people since we last told everyone why
Wow.
we're here. So why are we
Wow.
here?
We are here because the Senate Democrats are currently holding the floor to slow down the nomination of Russ Vogt for OMB, Project 2025 author, as Brian Schatz called him. He thinks he's going to be the hand of the king.
I like that.
We have a
Henry
question
King.
from the audience about what holding the floor means.
Love it.
These are just talking and talking for like 30 hours.
Here's what happens. Usually, you can confirm cabinet nominees without a filibuster, as Senator Schatz told us. So Russ Vogt does have the votes to be confirmed. But usually, when you know someone has the votes, you say, okay, we're gonna invoke cloture, which means that then everyone gets like some set of hours, 24 hours or whatever, to speak, to give speeches. And no one actually takes that because if they know that the vote's going to go through, they just say, all right, unanimous consent, let's move on to the vote. The Democrats are saying no unanimous consent. If you want to nominate this asshole and you're doing all this other illegal shit, we are going to use every minute of time to slow things down.
The core thing you need to understand with this is that in the Senate, there's a ton of rules that slow everything down. And for a very long time, there was a kind of bipartisan consensus that you didn't abuse those rules because otherwise nothing would happen. And so both sides would just say, all right, we unanimously agree we're not going to hold up this time. But any senator has the ability to slow down the Senate at any time. And so these Democrats are saying we're going to slow down the Senate and we're going to use all this time to draw attention to this, and that there are other ways, like Senator Schatz putting a hold on some of those cabinet officials and other nominations, not cabinet officials, but the other State Department nominations. He doesn't have the ability to stop that, but that's another way you have to call a vote to stop. All these things lead to votes. Votes take time. There are all kinds of rules. Now, Republicans can also obliterate those rules if they want. And both Democrats and Republicans, when they have been in power, have been slowly making those rules less powerful. But right now, Democrats have the ability to slow a lot of stuff down.
All right, you guys ready to go to Senator Mark Warner?
Okay.
All right.
Hey
Senator
guys,
Warner, how are you?
that was a great Senate Rules 101.
Ooh.
I was here
Wow.
2 years before I knew that stuff.
We still got it. We still got it. Well, we worked in the Senate when you first came to the Senate, or roughly around that time.
That's right.
So
I
now
wouldn't know
there's been a lot of controversy about the fact that you made a warm tuna sandwich in the microwave. And what was horrifying to me is not just that you did it, and shame on you, but that it was then used as an example of how Democrats could succeed on social media. So I feel like that's 2 strikes against you, and one more, this whole stream's getting shut down.
20 million on the grossest tuna melt sandwich ever. It may mean that I have to now go in my next campaign to every Wawa across Virginia and see if I can mirror that kind of diet. But, whatever it takes.
Who was the senator that was trying to tell you how to make it the right way? Was it Kamala Harris?
It was Kamala Harris. And I said, it was a little fancy because she had like a very fancy bread and she literally drained the tuna before you just put it on sloppy. She didn't use as much mayonnaise as I did. And I was
I'm
like,
sorry,
what
did
are
you use
doing?
an invented term called "put it on sloppy"? Yuck.
Guys,
Tommy,
you're
do you have a
talking
real
to a
question?
senator. Where's your Senate outfits on?
Yeah. Senator Warner, I have a question for you. You've led the Senate Intelligence Committee for many years. I saw a story in the New York Times today that a bunch of these Trump clowns who were installed over at the CIA sent an email with the name and initial of everyone who had been hired at the CIA over the past 2 years, I believe, on the unclassified server. And I was just wondering what your reaction was to that from a counterintelligence perspective, knowing how much access the Russians, the Chinese, I don't know, the Israelis, the French, like name whatever foreign intelligence services have had to our unclassified comms for many years now.
My reaction was, holy crap. I mean, it takes, just to get into the CIA, takes normally a year to get through the security classification. You then got to go to the farm, you got to get trained up. These were folks that were relatively new. And they say, well, it's just the first name and the last initial. Well, you can go back and do data searches to figure out who those folks are. It was just sloppy. The one thing you learn that I'm not sure the Trump crowd understands is there's a reason why we have classified secrets. There's a reason why I believe Edward Snowden's a traitor. The fact that the potentially new director of national intelligence can't say that, I think is disqualifying. And my fear, again, one of the things I've been trying to get to the bottom of is these couple of the Doge boys who were over at Treasury, not looking at the programs, but literally looking at the $1.3 billion or 1.3 billion checks being sent out.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go to a program, have at it. That's a fair fight. But why do you need this information? And God forbid we send out something that says U.S. government gives $10 million to company XYZ. There are certain things that we try to hide that are in a classified area. I think there is this kind of reckless disregard of protecting our national secrets, and that's not going to make our country any safer.
There's been a lot of talk about, politically, maybe most Americans aren't so worried about, federal workers and bureaucrats losing their jobs. You're senator from Virginia. Are you hearing from folks back home that are just outraged right now and really worried about losing their jobs?
But the notion that, you like in some kind of 1960s movies where there's like rows of desks of federal workers, all in white shirts and striped ties, that just isn't what the federal workforce. Federal workforce literally hasn't grown in size for like 60 years. And the federal workers are the folks who are actually the air traffic controllers. The federal workers are the folks that are the park rangers at our national parks. They're the folks that inspect our food. You want salmonella. You want to drive up the price of eggs more. I thought Trump was going to lower the price of eggs. You get rid of the folks who do the bird flu inspection. And it's just kind of crazy. And then what they're also doing is with these buyouts, where I got to tell you, they got no money for those buyouts. The whole federal government's got to be refunded on March 14th, I believe is the date. And does anybody really believe that Donald Trump, who's never met a contract in his life, is going to pay these federal workers 8 months of severance pay for doing nothing? And today, you'll go back to the intelligence stuff. The CIA offered everybody in the CIA this buyout. One, I think it's illegal. Two, I don't think there's money. But do you really want not your analyst, but your best spy to take that? Or go to the NSA, which does our cyber work. These guys could make 10x in the private sector. But if they say, heck, I'm going to cash it in and get out, you can't replace that person with just another Doge boy coder. I just feel like there is a frivolous attitude towards the work that our federal workers do. And we all want to stand up for our men and women in the military. And amen to that. But what about the men and women who are on intelligence committee? What about the men and women who do that inspection? What about the fact that we're already 3,000 air traffic controllers down? And we had a great tragedy in Washington last week, and Tim Kaine and I have been saying for years, don't put any more airplanes at National Airport. It's already the most crowded runway in America. But that's what our federal workers do. And if even you then say, okay, well, I still don't really care that much, what about the federal freeze? Well, that's just not federal workers. I got Head Start programs in Virginia where they supposedly took off the freeze, but they haven't got any money yet. I got community health centers that are shutting down and pushing people out, and there's about 480,000 Virginians get their health care through that. So this is chaos on steroids. I think we all expected that he was going to do a lot. I expected a flood. I didn't expect to get a tsunami. But they are trying to do so many things at once to try to take the American people's attention off. I think people are starting to fight back. We had probably 800 people today concerned about USAID. I think there are protests all over the country. People need to step up and stand up. And what I say to so many of I was a business guy for a long time. I think the business community is trying to keep their head low and think this is going to pass them by. Or local elected officials. I'll keep my head down. Well, as you freeze all these programs, at least at this point, they're not discriminating between blue areas and red areas. Or if you're a business, you're all going to get whacked by these tariffs. So I do hope through whatever means we can get out this word that people realize there's so much on the line real time. Tonight, the battle is over. Russ Vought, who was the author of Project 2025, the guy who, the project that Trump said he never read, didn't know anything about, yet every one of those parts of that plan is being put into process right now.
Senator, you mentioned earlier, your concern about the Doge guys kind of rooting around at the Treasury Department looking at kind of line item payments. Is the point you're trying to make that there are components of, say, the military budget or the intelligence community budget that are classified that you think that they could be gaining access to without authorization? Or can you sort of explain there the risk that you're mentioning?
Yeah. First of all, we don't know for sure because this is a operation that has been purely a fiscal payout. You want to complain about a program, go up to the program. This is just the paymaster. Mm-hmm. And it's been kind of classic, independent, non-political people for decades on it. Trump didn't go after it the first time, Obama didn't, Bush didn't, Biden didn't. Suddenly you've got, the Doge boys coming in. We don't know if they've got clearances. We don't know if this information, which is not supposed to be released, I'm not saying it has yet. But, it doesn't have to be malfeasance if you just put out this information and the bad guys are looking at, well, why, we kind of thought this company, why is this company getting this much money? Yes, those programs, those things can be exposed. And again, that's a relatively small part. But at the same time, why would these guys need to know how much each one of you guys got in a tax return last year? Mm-hmm. What's that kind of personalized information? And what we found about one of them, he's a coder, 25-year-old coder, might be a great coder, but is this the person that's going to help determine what's true or not true or what should be released? And again, I'm trying to get all the facts first. If they'd come up and said, this is what we want to do, we could have discussed it, argued about it, but to kind of launch in, and this is what's happened with the whole DOGE effort. I thought at first, gosh, maybe there's a way to find more efficiency. When I was governor, we got named best managed state. Count me in for efficiency. Count me out for chaos, or count me out for putting our national security at risk, because I think, unfortunately, we're seeing that starting to happen.
Senator Warner, thank you
Yeah.
as always for joining us.
CIA
and
list being leaked.
good luck with the floor fight. I hope you make enough good tuna melts to get you through the night. Is that?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. His takes
Next
are
time I
as hot as
come on,
his tuna sandwiches.
do I get to wear the non-tie outfit the next time?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're in LA.
Anytime.
We're not in the Senate with you. You have to wear the suit. We don't have to wear a suit. We left government. We started a podcast. I put a suit on my dead body.
Look again. You know, Amy Klobuchar cannot get enough of you guys.
Yeah, she likes
Oh,
that.
hey,
There
there's
she
her
is.
purse.
Oh, she forgot her purse.
It's a nice bag.
She forgot her purse. Senator Warner, thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
All right, we got a question from our listeners, our wonderful subscribers. How is it determined that Russ Vogt was the worst nomination that deserved this treatment versus all the other awful people that they've let through?
Author of Project
From what I
2025.
I think it is because the messaging around Russ Vogt, Project 2025, and the budget cuts that Vogt has planned for when he becomes OMB director, unilaterally perhaps, Head Start, Medicaid, like every program and benefit that Americans count on that would really piss people off far more than even some of the crazy stuff that all of us who pay close attention to politics have noticed over the last couple of weeks. If Russ Vogt gets what he wants, then programs are going to start getting cut that really impact Americans who don't even pay that close attention to politics. That's my guess.
Yeah, I also, I'm trying to be, I feel like we spend some time on Pod Save America saying, why aren't the Democrats trying more stuff? Why aren't they doing more stuff? Why aren't they getting out there? And then we spend some of our time judging when they do and not liking it.
They're out here.
They're out here. And I just think, is this a fight that could have been started on earlier nominees? Sure. But I do think everybody has been, as Warner said, have been, I don't think unfairly either, caught off guard by the sheer volume and speed and lawlessness of what they've done. I think everybody expected it to be bad. But this is shockingly bad. I don't think anybody would have predicted the day Donald Trump was elected president that within weeks Elon Musk would be in the federal payment system. No one was talking about that. That obviously wasn't a big part of his campaign website.
For season 2.
And so I do think this is a kind of, everybody is trying to figure out how to fight where they have power and where they don't. This is a great moment. Let's make a moment out of it. Does that mean it was wrong not to make a moment earlier? Were there other nominees that were just as bad? Of course. There are other nominees that will do more damage, of course. But this is the time we have to make this latest fight. I'm glad they're doing it.
I thought Shots appropriately set expectations, right? Which is this is about showing a fight. This is about sort of organizing people around the country. But let's be honest about the limitations of their power, right? And which is why we were asking them about the funding fight, the debt ceiling. They do have some leverage. But, if Republicans in Congress hang together, or if Donald Trump decides that he's above Congress, doesn't need Congress, is going to take the power of the purse from Congress, then, we have to fight other ways than just expecting the senators and members of Congress to do anything.
It's bleak, people.
Yeah,
What can I tell you? We don't have any power. We don't control the courts. We don't control Congress. We don't have the White House. So as much as we all love yelling at Democrats, they listen to us. They respond on Twitter sometimes. It's a huge fucking waste of the time a lot of the time. So, these guys are trying something. We want to help promote that and keep organizing.
Yeah, I do think it's we have a question.
Someone for us?
I was going to say, are you guys ready to go to Senator Andy Kim?
Absolutely.
Yes. Senator Kim, how are you?
I'm
Good
doing
to see
okay.
you.
Hey, you shoot down those drones yet?
Damn it.
Yeah,
Get those
every
drones?
one of- they're not a problem anymore. I took care
Isn't
of
that
it.
amazing?
Look at that.
We were under assault by alien/Chinese drones, and now they're gone and we're safe.
Yes.
They were
Ever since
Iranian
I
too, I
moved
think.
to
And
the US
Iranian. Yeah, I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, I told them, we got to be a little careful in New Jersey because we are the state that believed that the War of the Worlds broadcast by Orson Welles was true. So we don't have a great track record sometimes, but, this time we're going to get it right.
Nice.
That was the first fake news.
So, Senator, you worked at USAID at one point. When people ask you, all right, what's this agency, foreign assistance, do people really, why are we spending all this money on foreign aid? What does USAID really do? How much does this really matter? What do you tell them?
Yeah, well, look, I tell them, about my experience. Yeah, you're over 20 years ago. I stepped through the doors at the Reagan building to work at USAID, my very first day working for the government. And I try to tell the American people, USAID is not charity. This is another tool in our toolbox to be able to engage. Now, for instance, think about Secretary of State Rubio. He just took his very first foreign trip this past weekend, went to Panama, and tried to deliver a message saying, we don't want Panama to be able to take this foreign aid and resource from China. We don't want them to have that kind of influence over Panama. And then he comes right back and then, works to gut USAID, which is our best tool to try to counter the Belt and Road Initiative from China.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
This is a tool that's always been this.
That's such a
trio
good point.
Of defense, diplomacy, and development. And I worked at USAID, the Pentagon, and the State Department. I've seen this in action. And look, this has always been a bipartisan approach too. I mean, there's a reason why USAID is at the Reagan building, is because Reagan himself talked about the importance of development and humanitarian assistance as part of a tool. And he even said, that those that are trying to spout that this is, not good for America or this is money taken away from Americans, he said that was just blatantly false.
Senator, how do you wrap your head around the disconnect between this administration being full of China hawks who talk about the U.S.-China competition in existential terms, who rant and rave about the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative and how they're making inroads in all these places, and then come home and gut USAID? Do they understand how stupid and self-defeating this is? Is it just politics? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, there's just absolutely no coherence to this. I mean, I was in the rotunda when Trump got sworn in and listened to his speech. I mean, an inauguration speech that it was so noticeable how little of it was about foreign policy. What you could tell is that Trump's main concern isn't about our national security. It's about his security. And it's about his own projection of power. It's, the thing that comes to mind the most is during the campaign, he kept using this phrase, the enemy from within. And that really just lingers with me. That's what he's worried about. Whereas we should be worried about our competition abroad, our competitors, our adversaries. The only time he talked about China at all in the inaugural address was about the Panama Canal. The only thing that people are talking about foreign policy-wise on Capitol Hill right now is Panama and Greenland. Like, what happened? We have such real challenge right now in the world. This is the most chaotic and dangerous global moment, certainly in my lifetime. And we are taking our eye off the ball. We're being distracted because of Trump, and our national security is at risk because of that.
So we're in the middle of this. You're in the middle of this floor fight to try to draw attention to Russ Vought. We have Elon Musk parading around the government in ways that are and shutting down payments and things in ways that are pretty illegal. How do you tell that story in a way that connects with people? Because I do think one of the feelings people have is that people don't care, that they don't, that talking about foreign aid is a trap, that people don't care about process. I've seen certain pundits be like, "Oh, Democrats can't be the defenders of institutions. You're defending an institution." So how do you talk about this in a way that you think helps us make our case?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this because I'm getting ready to be able to speak on the floor. I don't get to speak till after midnight now. Being one of the new people, I was told that that's the tradition, that the newbies have to go in the middle of the night. I'm not sure that's actually a tradition, but I'll jump on it. But
they're razzing you.
You've been had.
Shots is razzing you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to have a conversation with him. But look, what the people that I talk to back home, in terms of what they're paying attention to, what they want is stability. What they want is to be able to live their lives and not have to worry about this all right now. They want something that resembles governance. And yes, look, they were upset about the status quo. So was I. There's a lot of brokenness in our country right now, and I get it. We cannot be the party that looks like we're trying to defend the status quo. Trump presented himself as a disruptor. And I think we need to show that this is not at all what he was talking about. This is not at all what people thought that they would get. You know, they wanted somebody that was going to try to lower prices. Look what's happening right now. When we see the tariffs, when we see him getting, focusing on all the divisive partisan issues, that was a lie. Everything he said before about wanting to focus in on the families. He's promising a golden age, but it's clearly a golden age for his billionaire buddies, his donors, for all these people that were sitting up on the platform in the rotunda for his inauguration, not for anybody else. And so I think that that's what's connecting right now. So yes, I talk about my work at USAID, and I understand that the vast majority of Americans don't understand fully what USAID does. But I will say that they do understand the word service. And despite everything that Trump's trying to do to try to demonize public servants, to try to demonize, our government and people that are working within it, ultimately the American people understand, whether it's our military or our civilians, that, serving this country used to be something we considered an honorable thing. And I think that sense of service is certainly what I've been appealing to. And I do think that it's cut.
Service.
So we got to keep at it, but show people that we're focused on what it is that they're concerned about, which is lowering these costs, helping them be able to live their life without having to worry about constantly the dread that something horrible is going to happen next.
And Mark Warner hasn't tried to make you any kind of tuna sandwich or anything, because I know you're kind of relatively new. You're getting hazed here. If he hands you a tuna sandwich, you don't have to eat it.
He was just walking up to me just now, and I just kind of pretended I was on the phone.
That's smart. That's smart. That's the right way to handle that guy.
They're too soggy.
Yeah, I was
They're
just
too soggy.
Mark, I'm sorry. Yeah.
How you liking the Senate compared to the House?
Yeah, I have to say, well, here's what I'll say, and this is what I told, I told my sister the other day when I was talking about this work, is I said, I know there's a lot of craziness happening right now in our country, but what I try to take some solace in is that I know that there is no job in America right now where I can have a bigger impact on trying to shape the kind of America that my 7-year-old and my 9-year-old are going to grow up in. So, I'm going to give this everything I got. I have more tools in my toolbox than I did in the House of Representatives. I represent 9 million people now instead of 780,000 people, and I have a vote in the room to be able to try to shape it. Now, not always able to get the majority, but at least I have a vote. 1 of 100. So I'm going to do with that as best as I can. But it's going to be tough, and we won't win every single battle. But, look, I will be a U.S. Senator far longer after Trump is no longer president. And I will do my best to get through these next 4 years and steer America. But I will be here far after that to try to rebuild and make sure we go in a better direction.
All right, let's cut the shit. You're about to be on a desert island. You can either choose one senator at random or one House member at random. You're going to be stuck on the island with one random senator or one random House member. What are you choosing?
Do I really have to choose anyone? Can I just be by myself?
No, you will have to be with one of these two people.
You got better odds in the Senate, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that I would probably choose someone in the House.
Wow, interesting. You could get Mace, though. That's crazy. I mean, that would be terrible.
Yeah,
that whole thing's a bathroom.
Regret my answer. I deeply regret my answer now.
Yeah,
that whole thing's a bathroom.
Question for you.
Asked in the live chat, is this live?
Is this live? Yeah.
Yeah, this is live.
This is live.
That was
It'd be real weird if it's just for you.
We do have another question.
Okay.
And that is, I'm scrolling to it now, but it's what should regular folks do right now? I think there are a lot of people wondering what action to take.
Good question.
Yeah, we're getting this a lot. What should regular folks do? People are like, how can I help? What can I do right now?
Yeah. No, look, I mean, a couple of things here. I would say, first and foremost, the fact that they're paying attention, the fact that they're asking the question is a good thing. It means that they're keeping up with this. I had this line that I've been saying a lot lately where I say that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And, I really feel like that is key right now. We cannot give into that helplessness. On top of that, look, I mean, there's
that's a kind of interesting thing to say.
Just security.
Because I see exactly what he means. If you don't care, you don't vote.
Organizations that are leading that litigation, of people
you just
want
give
to support
up
those
and
organizations
move on.
that are getting involved in what's going to be very long and difficult and probably expensive litigation. And look, I think about this because in 2017, when we were going through this in the first Trump administration, I was, regular citizen Andy Kim, never thought about going into politics. But I stepped up because, I wanted to run in the 2018 midterms because I knew that taking back the House of Representatives was absolutely necessary for us to be able to move forward. We're in that same place too. So us here in the Senate and the House, we're going to try to do our best to navigate and mitigate some of the problems that are out there, but we have to be able to start to mobilize towards 2026. And, there are already some candidates stepping out there. Already people, like in New Jersey, we're doing a terrible job in voter registration right now. Republicans are out registering us right now in New Jersey, elsewhere around the country. Let's get out there and start mobilizing. I get it. People are tired. There's a lot going on, but we have to power
tired.
through.
Senator, thank you for joining us, and good luck with that midnight shift.
Thanks so much. Take care, everybody.
It's interesting to think about what the opposite of democracy is. Because I guess on one axis it would be about the amount of order there is. So then in one sense the opposite of democracy would be kind of chaos or anarchy. But then on another
like
axis,
whatever we're in.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. Autocracy and fascism would be on the other axis. Apathy would be on the kind of participation level. There'd be sort of a multi-dimensional space with a few ways in which you can be the opposite of democracy, which is interesting to think about.
Do you need a
I have to go to the
whiteboard?
bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go.
Wow. Love it.
Hey.
Love it is going to the
First to
bathroom.
pee.
All right. You guys
Don't
have
poo.
questions?
Vote.
Hey, for
Someone lock
everyone,
the door.
for everyone in the chat, if you have questions about John Lovett while he's
Yeah,
gone,
fire away.
that you don't want him to hear the answers to,
This is
now's your
live.
time. Now's your time. Let's see. I'm just gonna go to some of the questions.
Give
Tommy.
us some chat questions.
I
think they know by now. There are a lot of we're holding the floor because Russ vote sucks.
I got. Someone said, "Sorry, did anyone ask why some Democrats are voting for these extremely unqualified cabinet picks?"
Yeah, I mean, this is going to piss people off. I think a lot of Democrats and Republicans generally approach an administration with the feeling that the president gets to pick their team, and with sometimes limited exceptions, will vote for people who are qualified. I don't like Marco Rubio. I don't like his politics. I don't think he's the brightest bulb on the tree, but he got a 99-0 vote, and I think he's someone who's qualified to be Secretary of State, and I can understand why they would vote for him.
I would say, with the exception of Fetterman, because he's just a wild card now. That we
Likes
have a
to
wild
troll,
card. If any of these nominees could have gone down because of a Democratic vote, then I think those Democrats would have hung together and voted down the nominees. I think it's I would vote against all of them, but
yeah, I'd vote against.
And many Democrats are voting. Chris Murphy, I think, is voting against all of them.
Yeah, I can understand voting against all of them. I can also see, for the sake of bipartisanship, for the sake of trying to show some independent thought, voting for people who you think, I don't agree with that person. I don't like what they stand for, but are they qualified for the job? Are they capable of doing the job? Sure, I can see that now.
I got to get a couple questions into you
Fire away.
before Lovett comes back. Is John privately really sensitive about how bad he did at Survivor? And follow-up, how does John Lovett feel about the fact that I had no doubt he'd lose Survivor?
Oh, wow. Is he privately sensitive? It's hard to
He's
tell.
really not. I don't think he is.
Well, he covers it up with comedy. You know what I mean?
He does cover it up with comedy.
So there's that. I don't know. We'll ask him when he gets back.
I think he's, honestly, for Lovett,
I think he's doing fine.
I think he... I think he's been, he's handled it with good humor.
Relatedly, did you all have a betting pool on how far he'd make it? Somebody asked.
We didn't have a betting pool. I think both John and I assumed by his demeanor that he didn't win, but that he did well enough to justify why he seemed kind of cocky. Now, in hindsight, it was all a ruse.
It was a ruse.
It was all an act.
He lied really well.
He lied really well.
Or just kept it hidden.
Yeah.
There. Shh. There's some questions.
You think I'm stupid enough to think you guys won't be? I'm not sensitive about Survivor when we're not talking.
Were you screaming in the bathroom?
No, I actually
Yeah.
forgot my phone.
What a not
I
sensitive
forgot
move.
my fucking
What a
phone.
not sensitive
I forgot
move.
my
Poo
phone.
vote.
But you know what? I
Don't
do.
poo
But
vote.
Saul was out there. I was like, "What the fuck are they saying, Saul?" And I think he felt conflicted because he doesn't want to be a narc.
Wow,
he doesn't want to be a narc.
You just doged Saul?
Yeah, I did. Saul's been. Hey, Saul, buckle up. You've been fucking doged.
Ahem, ahem.
I'm
So,
sorry.
guys, we've got Senator Jeff Merkley with us.
Oh, good.
All right, Senator Merkley.
Oh.
Hey, greetings, everybody.
How are you,
Hi,
Senator?
Senator
Hi.
Merkley. How's it going?
I'm fine. I must say I'm very jealous. So I'd love to go on Survivor. So
Yeah, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, because you go on Survivor, you're the first voted out, and then you got to put in your calendar 6 months from now, everyone's going to make fun of you. That part of it was tough. But I'm not sensitive about it. Hey, if anyone's telling you, Senator Jeff Merkley, that I'm sensitive about being the first voted out on Survivor, you tell him I'm not. I'm clearly not. Nothing about this reads sensitive.
we will. We will and
Hey,
all your
hey.
mod- Great.
How do we stop Russ Vote?
Well, that is the issue here, right? Because he is the most dangerous nominee. Folks have been focused on the Defense Secretary nominee or Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, but the really most dangerous person is Russell Vought,
Right.
the chief engineer of the Trump train, who doesn't believe in following the law, doesn't believe in following the Constitution, because after
Yep.
all, his opinion of the Constitution might be different than the Supreme Court, so he doesn't need to follow it. The president doesn't need to follow it. And once that foundation of law, foundation of Constitution is gone, how do we function as? How do we not be an authoritarian state at that point?
You've been in the Senate a while now. I say a while. It's since 2009. I guess that's when we went into the White House. So it's been a long time. How alarmed are you overall? Like, how have these first 3 weeks matched up with your expectations of what they would be?
It's all much scarier than I anticipated. Even despite Project 2025, we didn't really believe that there would be 100 executive orders just unfolding, or that just hours after taking the oath, the president would say, "Hey, the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship doesn't matter," or 1 week in from the inauguration day, the president would shut down payments to a huge swath of programs, basically a massive impoundment. We thought we had this battle with Nixon. Nixon certainly lost that battle. The Supreme Court reinforced it. They reinforced it again in 1996 when the line item veto was vetoed by the Supreme Court. And it's like, are you really, like, how can you possibly function as a legislature if the law is only a suggestion, which is Russell Vought's position?
Senator, last night, President Trump announced the U.S. policy towards Gaza, which is ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip and then, I guess, permanent U.S. military occupation of Gaza. What was your reaction to hearing him announce that at this bilateral press conference with Bibi Netanyahu?
Well, my first reaction is I'm sure it was a big shock to Bibi to hear that proposal. The second is it's a crime against humanity to force 2 million people out of their home. And the third is, if we want to interrupt this cycle of hate and violence, there has to be a concrete pathway to a Palestinian state, and that's what the president should be championing: is an end to the cycle of hate and violence, not what is essentially a humanitarian crime of the first order.
I mean, if you were to actually go through with this plan, wouldn't it require some sort of congressional authorization for the deployment of troops or funds to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of 2 million people and, I guess, housing for them somewhere else? I mean, presumably there would be a role between today and this going through where Congress could block some of this, right?
Well, I would hope so. And the president as commander-in-chief can often order troops around the world, and there's different levels of conflict that, in general, under the War Powers Act, the president can engage in for a certain amount of time before Congress has the ability to say, no, this has to stop. You need to have a declaration of war. You need to have a war authorization by Congress. But the president could do a lot during that period of time. I just don't believe that it is a serious proposal. It is not the future that Israel wants is for the United States to own Gaza. I don't think they would want to be associated. Well, maybe, Netanyahu possibly, and some of his far-right cabinet with moving everybody out of Gaza, but that would set them up in kind of the first tier of international criminals to participate in such a thing.
What is an area that you think Trump and Elon are coming after that is not getting enough attention? What are sort of future fights that you're concerned about?
Well, we're assuming that the battle over AID is the first effort to test the boundaries of what they can get away with. I mean, the law says a reorganization has to come through Congress, and they've broken that. The law says you can't impound funds. They've broken that. I just came from a meeting with the World Food Program. The World Food Program is very concerned about their ability to make sure the payments come through in a way that allows them to continue doing their work in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Sudan, and Syria. It looks somewhat promising right now, but there's still a lot being held up, particularly with in-kind goods. So the AID is like a test case where the law is being broken. How fast can the courts move to remedy that, and will the president even respond to what the courts find, or just say they're going to keep doing what they are doing until they can appeal it all the way to the Supreme Court? Who knows? But then what comes next? Is it the Department of Education? Is it the Environmental Protection Agency? So while the courts are still arguing over AID, maybe one of those gets hit very soon. I wouldn't be shocked if within days suddenly we see a massive reorganization of the Environmental Protection Agency designed to end the ability to, say, test toxic chemicals. That is a major responsibility of theirs. Realize Russell Vought has directed particular ire against the Environmental Protection Agency. When he was talking about those who work for the government should be treated as villains or come to recognize that they're villains, he went on in the next sentence to talk about EPA. So that may be the next target.
Senator Jeff Merkley, I don't want to be negative. I think you do great on Survivor, and I think you should do it. And thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you. Can we just have a Senate break long enough for me to coordinate that possibility?
Yeah, it's only 26 days now. You do it in August. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Especially
Good luck
if you
out
get
there.
out as early as him.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. Make lots of friends out there.
Thank you, and take care. May we save our nation.
Thanks. All right. So again, the number's at the bottom of the screen if you want to call and don't know. It's not a telethon.
It's not a telethon.
It's not a telethon.
Doge.
I hear we have our next guest. Again.
Do we have a next guest?
Is to Vamp. You guys are.
Oh, we're the
next
guests.
guest.
Are there any other audience questions? I'd like to hear another question from the audience. Honestly, guys, great questions.
Can I read you guys a tweet while you're
Sure.
vamping? Senator Marco Rubio tweets, Secretary Marco Rubio tweets, I will not attend the G20 summit in Johannesburg. South Africa is doing very bad things, expropriating private property, using G20 to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability. In other words, DEI and climate change. My job is to advance America's national interests, not waste taxpayer money or coddle anti-Americanism. So America's top diplomat is cancel culturing the G20 instead of making the case.
One of the countries is doing, yeah.
I'm imagining was his MAGA handler.
Oh yeah, you read about that?
Yeah. Apparently Rubio has like a MAGA handler in the State Department that just sort of watches him the whole time and makes sure he puts out statements that clearly don't sound like him.
Bathroom breaks in 15, Marco.
Hey,
sit down.
Freedom is back, baby. Freedom is back.
What is the South Africa thing all about?
There's a question of whether the government is trying to take land away from white farmers. Basically, ever since the fall of apartheid, almost none of the land that was owned by a lot of white people at the time has gotten to anyone else. So that's
I saw
the
that Elon
question.
was very upset.
Elon's very mad about this as a South African.
All right. Why does it feel like the Dems are so far behind, even though they've been publicly shouting about what would happen for months?
Well, we lost the election.
Yeah,
it's kind of binary.
So I think I've been thinking about that feeling. I don't know that I totally agree with how that was phrased, but I understand the feeling. And I joked about how we make fun of Democrats when they're not speaking out, then we sort of do theater criticism on how they are speaking out. And the truth is, right now, if Democrats do everything right, which is fight Trump at every turn in the short term, while thinking very smartly and having the right conversations how to rebuild in the long term, what that will look like for a while is losing. That's what it's going to look like. And for me, the question I have is, why does it feel like why does defending the Constitution feel like a trap? Why does it feel kind of like, don't people understand like these classification rules are serious and they mean a lot? Hey, some of these institutions are not perfect, but they do good things. And I think what I'm thinking about more is not just how do we fight Trump in the short term, and not just how do we make a case for these issues, which we need to be doing. It's how do we build a democratic movement where the leaders of that movement have credibility, and so that when they say to the country why certain issues are important, enough people hear it and enough people believe them. Because I think we have a really big credibility problem, and we have to do two things at once, which is rebuild our credibility and build a large movement while also fighting Trump at the same time. And it's just really hard.
Hey guys, we have the senator from the great, beautiful, wonderful state of Michigan in the chair, Alyssa Slotkin.
Slide that camera. There she is. Almost up and a little further back.
Hello, Senator. It's great to call you Senator. That's like some, rare good news.
I was so bummed. I was in Ohio while you
Interesting.
were campaigning.
That's
for Slotkin.
We had
That's a remote camera.
All the candidates I campaigned for didn't do so well.
He's a Buckeye.
Go ahead, John.
I'm sorry that you were in Ohio. Period. I just
Wow.
whatever you.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, and listen, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Senator, the last time we saw you, we were what did we do? We were at a nice house. You did a GOTV rally and a garage, and then we went out to a farm. And you did another rally there. You were just running all around Michigan at that point. You just got your bus wrapped, I believe.
Yeah, we had our RV, Pork Chop 3, that was with us at the time. I was trying to lure you guys into the RV. And then we did your show in Ann Arbor that night.
Yes,
It was awesome.
great.
That was fun.
Yeah, and then the election happened, which was less fun, but good.
Yeah, I was trying to go for a good memory.
Senator, I was watching you question Pete Hegseth during the hearings. I thought you did an excellent job, and I don't know if it's because you're new to the Senate, have been. It seemed like you were asking questions with the purpose of getting answers, which doesn't always happen in these hearings. What's your your strategy? What was your thought behind in these hearings, how you approach the questioning?
I mean, I think for me, I don't love a lot of things in a lot of these nominees' background. I don't like the salacious details that I've heard. No one feels great about those. But I've tried, as a Democrat that now just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, to focus on the issues that are both strategic and irreversible, right? The things that, like, if we change them, the country is just a different place. And so my questions were not about his past. They were about how he's going to respond when and if the President of the United States asks him to do something that contravenes the Constitution. And I think I've made that a theme across all of the nominees that I've been talking to. They pledge an oath to the Constitution, not to a king or to a president, any one person. So I've tried to just be more strategic. Trump is flooding the zone right now, and we're in it. We're in the thick of it. So I've just tried to bring some analytic rigor to what I'm going to get engaged on, and strategic and irreversible is like what I'm trying to do.
And when some of your other colleagues give a 7-minute speech and then leave 30 seconds for the nominee to answer, what do you think their strategy is? No, answer me.
Plead the fifth.
I'm asking the questions.
I heard a lot of feedback from that questioning and others. Because remember, I mean, Michigan is definitely, again, it just elected Donald Trump. It's a purple place. So people
Purple
know
place.
that I'm not going to agree with
Remember
Donald
that
Trump,
game?
certainly on everything.
Who had purple place?
But they do expect me to be reasonable and civil and practical. And so giving a soliloquy and then not giving time for an answer is not what Michigan voters expect of me. And so, but these days, people want to go viral. They want to have their moment.
Senator, you worked at the CIA for a while in the Department of Defense, so you have an intel background, especially with respect to extremism in Iraq. I'm curious what you make of the announcement last night from President Trump that the policy of the U.S. is now to ethnically cleanse and then occupy the Gaza Strip. How do you think various extremist groups in the region will react to that news, and how might they use it to recruit new members, et cetera?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, first of all, what he's proposing is illegal and offensive and impractical. And given how many Arab Americans, Palestinian Americans we have in Michigan, you can imagine it was a bad response, and it should be. I think the second part of what he said to me was even more amazing, which is that U.S. troops should occupy Gaza and help rebuild and police it and do all that stuff. This is the man who, kind of made a big stink about these long wars that we were in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I don't know a single American who's looking to get embroiled in another conflict zone in the Middle East. And so, as someone who served 3 tours in Iraq and watched us for many years have failing strategies that were devastating and resulted in so many Americans killed, not to mention Iraqis. I thought that part was amazing to me. And I don't know if he said it and he's serious. I don't know if he said it on a whim. I hear through the grapevine he wants to win the Nobel Peace Prize for solving the Middle East. Go for it. God bless you if you can do it, but that is not ethnically cleansing, and moving people out of the Gaza Strip is not the way you start that.
I know that a lot of Democrats' offices have been just sort of flooded with calls from constituents who want Democrats to fight harder. And obviously, it's tough because you guys all have limited power right now since you're in the minority. But at the same time, as you've said, like what Trump is doing and Elon Musk is doing is pretty extreme and potentially illegal. So how do you balance that, and what are you saying to folks?
Yeah, I'm working actually on a document right now because we need to be able to answer this question for people who want to be engaged. They want to be in the pushback, the fight, but they don't know the best way to do it. I personally would say, protesting other Democrats isn't going to get you very far in actually dealing with the problems. So I've started to think about it in 4 categories. Obviously, there's legislation and appropriation. That's the kind of thing we're doing tonight, overnight, just delaying, complicating things, pushing back on their nominees, putting holds on nominees, really kind of kicking it up, which is very active discussion right now, right, on sort of how to put sand in the gears, all culminating in the leverage we are going to have around the March 14th deadline to form a new budget, right? They're going to need Democrats to pass that. So to me, we're building towards that. Then there's the legal options. And I want to emphasize, there's a lot of work that's now kicking off in earnest from different legal organizations. And if people want to get engaged, what we were hearing today is the importance of telling real life stories of people who are impacted by these, in many cases, illegal decisions, and contributing to the cases that are being put together, particularly by Democratic attorney generals. So how do we make sure people have visibility on those lawsuits, can donate to organizations if they want to help pay for those things, contribute personal stories? So, many of us are meeting with our attorneys general to figure out how to collaborate and tell those stories. Number 3 is communication. I mean, to me, this is where certainly your listeners can almost immediately have the best response, which is, for instance, Michiganders are not down with Elon Musk having their personal private information, right? Their tax information, their Medicare information. They may not mind what he's doing to look at the government, but inside the knickers of every American citizen, no likey. So why don't we just have a meet if, campaign that exposes that Trump is being led around by his nose by Elon Musk, right? Let's just ratio on the internet a bit on that to push back, because the only thing that's going to get Donald Trump to change is when the public turns against something that he's doing. We've seen that. And then lastly is midterm elections. You want to know how you can change the situation in Washington? We need one of the 2 houses in Congress at least. So find those congressional campaigns. We know which seats they are, and get invested in flipping those seats in a very ruthless and prioritized way. So those are the 4 ways. And then what we're doing is just building them out and kind of making a toolkit for how citizens can get engaged.
Senator, we asked your colleague, Andy, there are aliens over New Jersey, Kim, this question, and I want to know what your thoughts are, which is, you were also in the House. You're trapped on a desert island. You're going to have to be stuck on that island with either a random House member or a random member of the Senate. You can't choose neither. Are you choosing a random House member, or are you choosing a random member of the Senate?
Whoa, what a question. I mean, I think Senate.
Wow. Interesting.
But man, said it. I think said it.
Interesting.
You're
I think that's
rolling the
correct.
dice.
I think you're going for older, but he chose younger and crazier because he chose House.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's look. We can have a deep dive on that, but I think the I enjoy the seriousness of the Senate, excuse me, but I miss the faster pace of the House. And this moment, I think, calls for movement. I've been called recently this week by one of my senator colleagues deliciously impatient.
Weird.
And
Sounds
I'm
like something
fine.
an older man would say.
It does sound like that.
Hate that.
Does sound like that.
Love it, no like it.
Oh, well, we're glad you're there.
Yeah, we're
you're
glad you're
in the
there.
Senate. Thank you so much for joining us. And what's your shift tonight? Are you going to be there too late?
I have a 6 a.m. shift.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oof.
Well, actually, you can go to bed, maybe? Can you go to bed and then come back?
I chose it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
okay.
perfect.
Good call.
That's
Can
good
I
call. Early
jump in
rise.
with a quick question from
Sure.
the audience?
Oh,
Senator?
sure. Oh, so we have one question from the audience if you have time.
Is there a point in people calling their senators if they know they agree? I worry about overwhelming them if it's useless.
Look, I think it's always good to be engaged. It does. We had our phone lines kind of crash because of that engagement. I think what I'd ask is, what we're finding is people who are calling their Democratic representatives and not their Republican representatives. And that to me is confusing. Like, they own the House and the Senate right now, and they are the ones who are not standing up as Trump moves and to do things again that contravene the Constitution. So I have no problem with engagement, but like, are you going to the people who control the keys to the castle? Don't let them off the hook. And I think it matters that they hear from people. And I think for me, look, I'll be honest, when we get a campaign, like an email that's like a cut and paste, and we get 400 of those, okay. But when we get an actual constituent who took the time to call, write their own thing, that has a different impact on me.
Makes a lot of
Good
sense.
advice.
Senator Slotkin, thank you so much.
Thanks for joining. All right, guys.
I do think that's like an important point too, which just like, yes, Trump is terrible. He will abuse his power. Don't dare him into doing it or assume certain things aren't worth doing because you know he's going to ignore it, right? Like, and with Republicans, yeah, they're craven weasels and they're going to probably go along with Trump, but have like force them to explain it and don't assume they will, or at least call them as if they're persuadable. Like, treat these people as if they're persuadable, or at least continue to be shocked by every time they do something shocking, even though we've gotten so used to it. That's my feeling on it.
She said knickers?
She did. She did.
Those are pants. I
Can't say that.
These underwear, no?
Are they? The New York
It's underwear.
Knickerbockers?
Yeah, it's underwear.
I was impressed with the range
sure about that.
because she did
it
say
is.
knickers and then talked about doing a ratio on Twitter.
Yeah, that's a Biden AOC Ranger.
Dictionary.com knickers, loose-fitting trousers gathered
Yeah,
at
she
the
was
New York
fine.
calf.
She was a pretty relatable congressperson. This is great because I get
Well,
to
they don't
learn
count.
more about who's actually in government.
I thought knickers are underwear.
I've got a question. What should I ask my swing district Republican congressman?
Oh, that's a good one.
Does he like skydiving?
Wow.
Oh, we're live. We can't cut this.
I think focus on the Elon piece of this. Why is he okay with an unelected billionaire rampaging through U.S. government records and making decisions on behalf of the president?
Yeah, and you know why that's a good idea is because I saw last night, I think, Jared Golden, who's a Democrat from the who represents Maine's 2nd District, which Trump won. It's a pretty conservative district. He's maybe one of the most moderate House Democrats in the whole House. And he was like, you know what? My phone's been ringing off the hook, and people haven't talked about Trump. They've been talking about Elon, and they are angry because they did not elect Elon to go there and do that. So
push
people
on an open door, people.
Yeah, push on the. That's exactly. Any other? What else you guys got? Any other
Are
questions?
you guys ready for Senator Sheldon Whitehouse?
Oh, he's here. All right.
That's
Let's do
lots
it.
of Rhode Island questions. Hello,
Senator Whitehouse. How are you?
Oh, we can't hear him.
Uh-oh. We got to mute it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there
There
he
he
is. There he
is.
is. There he is. There he is.
Somebody
I see
flipped
that
the
for a
magic
second.
switch.
What's going on the floor right now? How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty well. There's a lot of interest, despite the fact that this creepy character vote is going into a position that not a whole lot of people are familiar with. I don't know that a whole lot of Americans know who Shalanda Young was, who was the OMB director for President Biden. But Vogt is going into that very same position, and he's very, very dangerous. And I think we have the chance to make a really good point about how, while Elon Musk is the erratic, eccentric, corrupt billionaire who is messing around in the government, Vogt is the stooge of the erratic, corrupt, right-wing billionaires who have been sort of funding the whole MAGA operation.
Yeah, he seems like the freak to Elon Musk's geek. You know.
Oh,
That's
look
what
at
I-
that. Look at that. I like that.
Yeah.
Good show, too.
It's pretty wild.
If someone, we got this question actually from one of our subscribers, which is like, why Vogt? Why did you guys pick Vogt? And why is he so scary? And what do I have to worry about with Russ Vogt at OMB?
They picked Vogt because he will do exactly what the creepy right-wing billionaires who've been funding him for years and years and years tell him to do. And he's willing to do really ridiculous things. He's the guy who stopped the funding for Ukraine that led to Trump's impeachment, and that was determined to be a violation of the
Be right
Impeachment
back.
Act. He is unrepentant. He says that he's not going to follow the courts on this. He's going to follow his legal counsel, who's an interesting character in his own right. He's a creepy guy named Mark Paoletta, who was one of the figures in the painting. If you remember the painting with Harlan
Yes.
Crowe, the billionaire, and Clarence Thomas, the kept justice, and Leonard Leo, the court fixer, the other person sitting up above Leonard Leo in the picture is none other than this Mark Paoletta. So he's part of the same billionaire cabal that was funding the billionaire gifts program for the justices. And now there he is, the number 2 to Vogt. So this is true billionaire capture of the real nerve center of the American government.
So you were Attorney General of Rhode Island, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I know stuff. So can you talk a little bit about what you hope states can do and what Democratic attorneys general have the actual power to do? Like how much can federalism help us?
I think separation of powers really helps us a lot, and federalism helps get access to the judicial branch of government. If the judicial branch of government is willing to stand up and do its duty, it can
For a
make up
second,
the
I
fact
thought
that
he
the
said, how
executive
can
branch has been taken
confederalism,
over by Musk
confederalism
and MAGA, and that
help
the
us?
legislative branch of government has
And
just
I was
taken
like,
a powder
ooh.
because no Republican has a spine when it comes to Trump. So that leaves the judiciary. And the attorney generals have really good cases in a lot of these matters. It's a question of timing. How much can they destroy the agency before we can get an enforceable order? But we've already won on undoing the freeze. I think they're going to make a ton of progress on the Impoundment Act when that becomes relevant. I think these firing notices and the resignation proposals are actually fraud in the inducement because, as a matter of law, they can't perform on their side of the contract. They don't have the money or the authorization. So it's a rich target environment for attorneys general.
Senator, I believe you went to law school with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., correct?
Did, yes.
Weirder now or then? What was the vibe? Were we finding dead bear carcasses and like hiding them places then? Or is this a new thing, new hobby?
Much more of a challenge now. There was no like anti-vax stuff. He was very idealistic. He was very smart.
He was very charismatic and engaging. He was a very good surrogate for Teddy Kennedy when Teddy was running for president in that primary and was all over the country doing things like that. He was somebody who I thought was destined for really great things, and I had a lot of admiration for him. So it's difficult for me to vote no, which I did, against him for secretary because he continues to subscribe to these conspiracy theories.
Did you stay in touch over the years? I mean, were you able to kind of track the changes over time and have an explanation for it? Because I do think
it's one of those situations where, you know, we stayed somewhat close, but we have friends who stayed very close, and they're just as surprised and disappointed and in some respects even horrified as many of them.
Did you have any conversations with him around the hearings, his confirmation hearings, that left you feeling like, okay, you know, I'm going to vote no, he's not going to be a good nominee, but maybe he won't be quite as extreme as some of the statements he's made in recent years?
Yeah, I mean, in the hearing, I specifically invited him to step back from some of the more extreme anti-vax stuff and to promise that he would not denigrate vaccines that were proven to be safe, and that he would not denigrate mandatory vaccination when mandatory vaccination was the way to protect the public. And of course, he didn't answer that at all. So there you go. There's also some Rhode Island stuff.
There you
where
go.
we're getting kind of hosed by CMS, but that's very specific to Rhode Island, so I won't belabor that here on your show.
Speaking of Rhode Island, you know, Connecticut has their pizza, Massachusetts has their clam chowder.
Pizza,
do you think Rhode
P-I-Z-Z-A,
Island-style
give me
calamari
pizza.
Is enough of a brand. I feel like there's not a, I don't know what's the big food and where and how can you help?
First of all, you need to come to Rhode Island and try a good Rhode Island style calamari because it will change your world.
Oh wow.
And Massachusetts and that kind of gloppy chowder stuff that they do.
Gloppy, around the gloppy.
It's glop. There's a real Rhode Island chowder that is clear, peppery, full of clams and potatoes.
I've had a Rhode Island style
Real
chowder.
That's not a Massachusetts thing. That's a Rhode Island thing.
I've had the Rhode Island style. It's not bad.
Sir,
it's
you
not
need
bad.
to hide the
Not
flavor of
bad.
the clams. They are
Listen to
disgusting.
you.
Have
It's
you been
better.
to Have you been to Scales and Shells in Newport?
Yep.
Great spot.
Nice.
Check it out.
They have a good clam pizza if you want to really experiment.
Clam pizza.
That's
kid
a
you not.
Connecticut special. Now you're coming for Chris Murphy's territory. That's a New Haven special. Get your own food.
What I would say to those New Haven folks, we started it with the clams. Go hogs.
What's your shift tonight, Senator Whitehouse?
I'm on 9:15 to 9:45, I think.
Wow, that's
Oh, that is
seniority
a-
for you.
that's I was going to say,
Look,
you've
you
been
put
there
your
for a while.
stick Andy Kim at 2 in the morning. you're rolling in after coffee. Pretty nice. Must be nice to be Sheldon Whitehouse.
No Red Bull for you, just some calamari into bed.
At 2 in the morning, don't you worry.
All right, Senator. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Good to be with you. Thanks so much.
Take care.
Got some good food tips. Should have asked about Taylor Swift's place in Newport. Does she still have that thing?
I think so.
Is that an old?
I did. I'm
kind of hungry for calamari right now.
I didn't get to it, but I also in the back of my mind have just a memory that Providence gay bars are just out of control.
You're thinking of Provincetown?
No, I'm not. Thank you for asking, but I'm not.
Most Providence bars are just kind of.
But there's a gay.
fronts.
Well, I know, but I don't think that doesn't. I don't know, but I don't think the gay bars are immune.
I have no idea.
We would go. We would take the bus from Worcester to Providence once in a while, from Holy Cross, and go out.
Got
in
some
Providence
wholesome
once in a while.
fun. Got some good wholesome
fun from
bingo.
mostly
Caroling.
Foxwoods.
Oh, I've been to Foxwoods. Fox was great. Is
That's
that
in Connecticut.
That's in
but-
Connecticut.
All right.
Oh,
So the YouTube
shit.
audience agrees with Levitt on knickers. First off, most important point.
I googled it.
Let's just all stop saying that word. Let's all just put a pause on that fucking word.
Yeah.
It's just,
Can't be saying
every
that
single time,
nowadays.
It's like a jolt.
What's the next one?
We have a question from the audience about how Democrats can keep up sort of their public presence and pressure in this moment.
More of this. That's a good start. You know, trying to
agree.
create some churn. Look, we suffer in the Senate from
Suffer.
having an older caucus. And I think we need more of our younger, more
Caucus.
digitally native members of Congress and senators to be out more, making more stuff on TikTok and social platforms.
TikTok
in the hopes that it'll be
is
interesting
for
and new
fun.
and different and weird and go viral. Pick some fights. Like, doesn't have to be stupid stuff. Go on Fox News.
Yeah.
I don't know. Think about ways to just reach new people. It can't just be MSNBC.
And look, like we can't expect even if they were out there all the time and had the perfect message and were amazing, like they can't do it alone. And I do think that, you heard, I forget who said it, but like maybe it was Shots, that people are showing up, 700-800 people. And I think all of us need to like get out there.
Yeah.
And make a lot of noise. And I do, and the biggest challenge is breaking through to people who are like, fuck it, I did the election and I voted and now I don't want to pay attention and I hear there's some crazy things going on, but yeah. And you just got to be vocal and tell people in your life what's going on. But you're right, like we're gonna have to look, you can fight them in court. We have leverage around the funding fight and the debt ceiling, and then we have to start looking at elections.
I do think it's also like, this is a small thing, but like, we wouldn't have a bunch of senators willing to like go live with us and deal with our serious and unserious questions to try to draw attention. I mean, it's like a small thing, but like I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that coming to us and saying, like, hey, let's do something. Let's try
I
something.
would bring Lovett energy to
let's take some
politician
swings.
interviews.
And, like it's so, Shot said it too, but like the answer is going to be a big movement of people. That is ultimately how not just we win elections, but build the attention. I mean, in the first Trump administration, it was a lesser version of this. It wasn't as extreme a version of this. But Trump had the microphone, and there were very few times where we were able to wrest it from him. But one of the ways we were big protests. They did. I remember in the early days of the Trump administration, the March for Our Lives, the Women's March. People like joke about the pussy hats now, but like it was one of the few times when you were able to draw attention away from Trump and control the microphone. And so much of what we're trying to do now is compete for that microphone, and it's very, very hard. And we're not going to always be successful because we don't have a lot of levers, but we got to try.
And if you're not part of the Vote Save America community yet, you should join. We still have the Anxiety Relief Fund, which helps candidates and causes every month. We try to pick the places where your donations are going to have the biggest impact. And the VSA team, they're thinking about what to do and what the next steps are, and they will have plenty for you to do. So check out VSA. And look, that's. I think that's our stream for tonight.
Yeah, let me
we'll be
close.
back here at 2 a.m.
Yeah. Got to close my Jeff
3 a.m.
Merkley Wikipedia, close my Sheldon Whitehouse Wikipedia.
Unbelievable.
Good conversations.
Anyway, tune in again. We'll do this again
This
if
is
you guys
great.
want. This was fun.
This is fun.
Streaming
Thanks for
tomorrow.
all your questions too,
Yeah, they were
everyone.
Oh, I'm clicking all the wrong things right now.
Or the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Protests
Hi,
took
Amy.
place in states across the United States Wednesday as President Trump, Elon Musk, and their associates intensified their attempts to dismantle a fast-growing number of government agencies. Thousands rallied on Capitol Hill to demand Congress protect federal agencies. This is Francisco Bencosme, former China policy lead at USAID.
Let's be clear, they're dismantling USAID. They shut down the doors. They brought down banners. They put thousands of people on leave. This is not a reform. This is an attack. And USAID is just the beginning. It's USAID now, it's the Department of Education next, and it's an attack on an entire democratic government system.
Wired reports employees of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration have received orders to pause all international engagements amidst concerns the scientific agency could also soon face mass firings and have its mission throttled, including its work on developing wind energy. Meanwhile, workers of color at the Health and Human Services Department fear they could be directly targeted after their names and photos were published on a website called DEI Watch List, created by the American Accountability Foundation. The list of workers claims their so-called offenses include working on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and using pronouns in their bios. Democratic Congress members Judy Chu and Gwen Moore confronted House Speaker Mike Johnson Wednesday, showing up at his office during his meeting with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to demand answers on Elon Musk's team gaining access to the Treasury Department's payment system. The lawmakers say Johnson hid Scott Bessent from them. In the Senate, Hawaii Democrat Brian Schatz led an overnight filibuster against the confirmation of Project 2025 architect Russell Vought to head the Office of Management and Budget.
All of us, Democrats, Republicans, independents, the media, which is so damn casual about what is happening, we have to understand that when you're in the middle of the fight, you're not sure if this is a historic moment. When you read about it, in the past,
okay, I like this guy a lot more. I'm starting to like him a lot more.
In a faraway place with a hard-to-pronounce name, you can identify what's happening, creeping fascism.
A coalition of labor groups filed a lawsuit Wednesday to prevent DOGE, Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, from attempting to take over the Labor Department and gaining access to its data. The agency holds sensitive data, likely including worker complaints against Musk and his companies. The plaintiffs include the AFL-CIO, that's the American Federation of Government Employees as well, Service Employees International Union, and the Economic Policy Institute. Labor Department workers rallied in D.C. Wednesday against an expected incursion by Elon Musk, joined by Democratic lawmakers. This is Michigan Congress member Rashida Tlaib.
We don't get the benefits and the support and the protections, but for the fact that workers organized and they pushed back and they fought. And when we don't get it, we shut it down. Yeah! Shut it down! Shut it down!
In more labor news, a former board member of the National Labor Relations Board, Gwen Wilcox, filed a lawsuit calling her firing by President Trump last month unprecedented and illegal, asking a federal court to reinstate her. NLRB members are Senate approved to fixed terms and can only be removed for, quote, neglect of duty or malfeasance, unquote. The CIA sent the White House an unclassified email with the first names and last name initials of workers hired
literally
in the
the
past
plot
2
to
years
Splinter Cell
in response
Blacklist.
to an order by the Trump administration as it moves to drastically whittle down the federal workforce. Former CIA officials called the move a counterintelligence disaster, warning that the employees could easily be identified. Meanwhile, acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove, Trump's lawyer in his New York criminal election interference case, accused FBI leadership of insubordination after it refused to identify a core team of agents involved in the January 6 Capitol insurrection investigations. The Justice Department seeking data on over 5,000 FBI employees involved in those investigations. President Trump Wednesday signed an executive order to bar transgender students from school sports. The so-called Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports order directs federal agencies to withhold funding for schools that do not comply. This came as at least 15 attorneys general from Democratic-led states issued a joint statement vowing to protect gender-affirming care, calling Trump's order to rescind federal funding for the life-saving treatments, quote, wrong on the science and the law, unquote. Meanwhile, a federal judge in Washington, D.C. Tuesday temporarily blocked Trump's order that sought to move transgender women in federal prisons to men's wards and end their gender-affirming care. The 3 transgender prisoners who filed the lawsuit successfully argued the anti-trans order violates the 8th Amendment's prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. A federal judge in Maryland has ordered a nationwide indefinite hold on President Trump's executive order blocking birthright citizenship. U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman, a Biden nominee, ruled Wednesday that civil rights groups suing to stop Trump's order were very likely to succeed in their argument that it, quote, conflicts with the plain language of the 14th Amendment, unquote. In Texas, an agreement between state officials and the Trump administration will allow soldiers in the Texas National Guard to make immigration arrests at the border and help ICE detain and deport undocumented people. This comes as the Trump administration continues its campaign of mass deportations with more than 8,000 immigration arrests since January 20th. In Colorado, heavily armed ICE agents carried out large-scale immigration raids at apartment complexes across Denver and Aurora Wednesday. The Denver Post reports masked agents knocked on doors, demanding residents show IDs, asking them to report any undocumented neighbors. Those arrested had their hands zip-tied and were loaded onto waiting buses. Amidst the raids, thousands of protesters gathered in front of the Colorado State Capitol to denounce ICE temporarily shutting down major roadways in Denver. Similar large-scale protests erupted in Philadelphia, in Nashville, Tennessee, in Lansing, Michigan, St. Paul, Minnesota, and across the country. There were also student-led walkouts in solidarity with immigrants at high schools in Los Angeles and San Antonio, Texas. The United States has begun deportation flights to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, after President Trump ordered the military to prepare to receive up to 30,000 people there. On Tuesday, Customs and Border Protection said the first 10 immigration prisoners were flown from Fort Bliss, Texas, to the U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo, where officials say they'll be housed in tents surrounded by fencing and armed guards. Refugees International condemned the plan as gratuitously cruel, illegal, expensive, and burdensome, adding, quote, setting up an American gulag in the Caribbean in response to forced displacement in the Americas is a shameful low in U.S. history, unquote. Guatemala's president has agreed to receive asylum seekers from other countries who are being deported from the United States following a pressure campaign from the Trump administration. President Bernardo Arévalo announced the deal Wednesday after talks with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Guatemala City, saying he'd agreed to receive 40% more deportation flights from the United States. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, ordered his army to prepare a plan for the, quote, voluntary departure, unquote, of residents from Gaza, following Trump's proposal to unlawfully take over the Gaza Strip and ethnically cleanse the Palestinian territory. Katz also falsely claimed countries which spoke out against Israel's war crimes in Gaza, including Spain, Ireland, and Norway, are, quote, legally obligated to allow any Gaza resident to enter their territories, unquote. Palestinians in Gaza have forcefully rejected any efforts to force them into exile. This is displaced Gaza resident Hassan Ashur speaking from Rafah.
We want to tell the Israeli defense minister that we are steadfast in Gaza. Despite the siege and despite everything, we are steadfast. God willing, we will not leave our country.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres responded Wednesday to President Trump's remarks at a session of the UN Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People.
In the search for solutions, we must not make the problem worse. It is vital to stay true to the bedrock of international law. It is essential to avoid any form of ethnic cleansing.
Also on Wednesday, Israel announced it would no
Rose
longer
just said
participate
bedrock
in the UN Human Rights
of international
Council,
law.
one day after Trump announced the U.S. would withdraw from the UN body. Vigils are being held around Sweden as more details emerge about Tuesday's mass shooting in a continuing education school in the city of Örebro, which killed 11 people, including the shooter in the worst mass shooting in Swedish history. The suspect reportedly changed into military gear in the school bathroom before carrying out his attack. The targeted school served a large immigrant population and offered Swedish language classes. This is a nursing student and survivor of the shooting.
Så har vi en smäll There were 2 consecutive bangs, and then they increased in frequency, and then we understood that it was a shooting. I thought that this was my last time, my last day, that I'm getting shot today, but I don't know when.
The Panama Canal Authority has denied the Trump administration's sudden claim that U.S. vessels would be able to cross the waterway, quote, without charge fees, saving the U.S. government millions of dollars a year, unquote. Panama's government said Wednesday no such adjustment had been made. Trump has repeatedly threatened to retake the Panama Canal, claiming it's being operated by China. Argentina's far-right populist president, Javier Milei, says he's withdrawing Argentina from the World Health Organization, following in the footsteps of President Trump.
Big surprise.
Like Trump, Milei cited the UN agency's response to the COVID pandemic, namely its backing off of life-saving lockdowns. Last month, Milei gave a speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, blasting feminism, LGBTQ communities, the fight against climate change, social welfare, and so-called wokeism. Mass demonstrations took place in Argentina following up protesters called Milei's hate speech. Ecuador's President Daniel Noboa has announced a series of major policy changes that also appear to echo Trump just days ahead of general election Sunday. These include a 27% tariff on Mexican imports and a plan to immediately militarize Ecuador's ports of entry, including temporarily sealing the border. Noboa is up against leftist Luis Gonzalez of the Citizen Revolution movement.
Why?
Gonzalez is a protege of former President Rafael Correa, who's vowed to increase social spending and crack down on crime. Both the Argentine President Milei and the Ecuadorian President Noboa attended President Trump's inauguration. And California officials have accused President Trump of wasting billions of gallons of water after he ordered the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to open 2 dams in central California. Over the weekend, Trump declared on social media the water's flowing in California and claimed it was, quote, heading to farmers throughout the state and to Los Angeles. Neither claim is accurate. None of the 2.2 billion gallons just charged into the dry lake bed of Tulare Lake will flow to Los Angeles to help with wildfires, which have already been contained. Meanwhile, the water was released ahead of the dry summer months when it's most needed and before most farmers have been even planted their fields. Southern and Central California and Nevada are experiencing record or near record dryness. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
I can't believe how stupid that motherfucker is, bro.
Assembled here. So thanks. We have the Democratic leadership on the Ways and Means Committee, including the ranking members, who have great knowledge of the particular disciplines in which they oversee. And part of the job, as you're reminded, is that Congress is here to oversee the executive and to check executive authority and certainly to raise some questions about what I think we'd all agree right now is constitutional overreach. And central power has been centralized power in American democracy has always been a fair subject for inquiry. And as we proceed in April to celebrate the beginning at Concord and Lexington of the 250th anniversary of the American Declaration of Independence, let's not forget that part of it was the idea that from the Runnymede, Magna Carta, the Battle of Hastings, right to the Declaration of Independence, it was checking executive authority. And that is our fundamental role, and that members of Congress don't serve under presidents of the United States. We serve with presidents of the United States. I think one of the things that we're also very mindful of today is that the data breach, and that's what it would be treated like with any other press announcement if somehow somebody broke into the most private records that individuals have. But what's more important than health records? What is more important than health records? If an individual goes to a pharmacy, to the CVS or to Walgreens, they are very guarded about the prescription that they might secure. That is their business. We have no idea now where this data might land. And as it relates to even Social Security, remember, part of Social Security is disability. And disability, I don't think people want to share what the disabilities might be or how they're being perhaps medicated for them. And not to miss the point as well, in Medicare Part D, the prescription drug benefit, this is about the providers and who has access to this information. So I think that we are all united in this issue, that privacy remains next to liberty in our constitutional
treating it
society.
as a-
And to hear
well,
more
I
about
mean,
that, Terry
it
Sewell,
is a data
who
breach.
is entirely knowledgeable. I've been to Alabama with her, spent 3 days. We toured her hospitals. We toured her healthcare providers. She's very sensitive to this information as well. Congresswoman Sewell.
Good afternoon. I'm Congresswoman Terry Sewell of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, and I serve as ranking member of the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Oversight. I want to thank Ranking Member Neal for convening us today. This is an urgent matter, one that demands immediate attention. Let me be clear. Elon Musk has absolutely no business handling the personal information of American taxpayers, period. For an unelected billionaire to have full access to Americans' personal tax and Social Security information is not only egregious violation of privacy, but it is illegal under Section 6103 of the Internal Revenue Code.
So arrest him.
As we all saw this morning, we uncovered a set of alarming emails shining a light on Elon Musk's true intentions. He sought to use his access to the Treasury payment system in order to cut off payments to USAID. This raises extremely serious concerns. If Elon Musk can shut off payments to an entire federal agency, we can only imagine what he will be doing with Americans' personal taxpayer information. The American people deserve to know exactly what information has been accessed, how many times it has been accessed, and for what purpose it is being used. As a ranking member of the Subcommittee on Oversight, I am demanding that the IRS provide those answers to us immediately. I led a letter signed by every Ways and Means Democrat to the Acting Commission of the IRS requesting specific details about Elon Musk's access to America's information. Let me be very clear. President Trump is not king. Congress is a co-equal branch of government, and we will not hesitate to exercise our oversight authority to hold this administration accountable. On behalf of the American people, we expect a prompt and thorough response to our questions. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who has reached out to my office to express their concerns. Our phones have been ringing off the hook with constituents who are horrified and frightened that their personal information has been handed over to an unelected billionaire with no accountability to the American people. I want you to know that I see you, we hear you, we all know that we will do everything in our power to fight back against this reckless abuse of power. Rest assured, we will not stand by and let Donald Trump and Elon Musk violate your privacy and dismantle the programs you rely on in order to enrich themselves and their billionaire friends. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to yield the podium to the Tax Subcommittee ranking member, none other than the gentleman Mike Thompson from California.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Thompson from California's 4th Congressional
heard
District
that.
and the ranking member of the Tax Subcommittee. I'd like to thank Chairman Neal and all of my colleagues on the committee for the great work that we're doing to protect our constituents and the American people. You couldn't find a better group of experts in this policy area than those that I share this stage with today, nor could you find better advocates for their constituents and for our democracy, and I'm proud to stand with them. Constitutional overreach or violation of the law, take your pick. What I know for sure is that my constituents are upset. I've heard from thousands of constituents, emails, phone calls, personal conversations. People are fed up with the chaos that's coming out of this administration, and rightfully so.
They're concerned that their private information, both their private financial information and their private health care information, has been breached. That's wrong. And now we hear today that the next step is they're going into the Veterans Administration.
Jesus
Veterans
Christ,
who
bro.
fought for, put their life on the line for our democracy and our country, their privacy is being breached or about to be breached as well. That's wrong. I stand with my colleagues in saying that we'll do everything we can to stop this chaos, stop this nonsense, stop this attack, and protect our constituents, the American people, and our democracy. Now it's my honor to introduce the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee from Texas, Mr. Lloyd Doggett.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, our future Mr. Chairman. I am Lloyd Doggett from Austin, Texas. May or may not have Elon Musk as a constituent down there somewhere around our area, but while never elected to anything, he has elected to invade the privacy of every American by accessing confidential information such as bank numbers, social security numbers, and tax information that is so sensitive that improper disclosure of it can lead to 5 years in federal prison. This information has never before been shared with outsiders. Safeguards on its abusive use by Musk and his merry band of minions has not been there because President Trump first authorized him to basically do whatever he wanted to, and second, he removed the Inspector General at the Treasury Department, as he did at about 16 or 17 other agencies that provided a watchdog to ensure that their proper procedures were followed. The former top career official at the Treasury Department, someone who had been the guardian of the safety of the American people for 35 years, said no when Mr. Musk came, and he was pushed aside and access was given to these records over his objection.
Write that down.
Now, arithmetic is the big factor here in this Congress.
Right, what
because there are
now?
more Republicans than there are Democrats, although only by one, perhaps, during much of the period in question. We're here to declare that while we recognize those limitations, we will use every tool we can find, every tool available to protect the privacy of the American people and to ensure that Elon Musk and Donald Trump don't disrupt payments on which individuals and American businesses are depending. With that in mind, one of the rarely used tools in this Congress is
It's
to
so
file
funny
a formal
that
resolution of inquiry.
Elon, who gets
In
all
addition
these
to the
fucking
requests that have
government
been described that
subsidies,
we've
are
already
just going to
sent
do this
as
angle
members of
about
the
how the
Ways and Means
government's
Committee,
funding things.
to the Treasury
Like,
Secretary,
you
the Internal
literally
Revenue
only
Service,
exist
we
because
will
of
be
government
filing a
subsidies.
resolution of inquiry to demand that the administration answer key questions regarding the safety of Americans' private data. When alarm rose over Musk's access to this information, the Trump administration immediate response was that Musk minions only had access to read whatever they found over there at the Treasury Department, not to change anything. But subsequent developments raised great questions about that. Musk himself has boasted that he has blocked payments to Lutheran Social Services, and as my colleague mentioned, that he was using this information to cut off payments to the Agency for International Development, a very vital part of our national security that is under assault by the Trump administration. We don't know when and on whom the Musk-Trump axe will next fall, but we are trying to do something about it. Now, one of my constituents in Austin has already experienced a problem with this payment
This
system
shit's so
under the Trump
insane.
administration. When she attempted to submit a request for payment on a federal grant, she only received the message, quote, error unrecognizable. And she verified that the same thing had happened to another Texan in a nearby city. You know, I think error unrecognizable is an apt description for the unprecedented assault on the private data of American citizens and a tool for disbursing federal dollars. Instead of protecting Americans
that
by
was
acting
Pence for a
immediately
second.
on our petition for
That's
inquiry,
funny.
I'm sure that the Speaker, a Trump minion, an enabler
The
in
Lord
chief,
of the
will no
Flies.
doubt refer it to the full Ways and Means Committee, which is pretty busy right now because they're working overtime to ensure that Musk and his fellow billionaires get more tax breaks. But if we do not get prompt action in the Ways and Means Committee, we're authorized under the rules of the House to bring this directly to the full House. And perhaps at that time, divided by a single vote, Americans can determine whether their member views the importance of protecting privacy and assuring uninterrupted payment of Social Security payments, veterans benefits, tax refunds, and the vital funds on which our families, our American businesses, and our communities depend. That's what we'll be about. And to add to it, I call on my colleague, the ranking member on the Trade Subcommittee, Linda Sanchez of California.
So good afternoon. I too am proud to stand with these outstanding members of the Ways and Means Committee to push back on this unprecedented overreach of power. I'm Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, and I'm the ranking member on the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee. Chaos is the only way to describe what is happening. It's as simple as that. Chaos is all that we have seen out of the Trump administration so far. We're seeing chaos on the trade front with tariffs. President Trump threatens them, and then he gets scared and he retreats. He leaves fragments in place and then delays others on a whim. And chaos is what we're seeing at Treasury with Elon Musk and Doge as well. Why in the hell were a bunch of kids who are not even legally old enough to rent a car given access to Americans' private information? The law is clear. Congress enacted Section 6103 to protect Americans' private tax information. But not a single one of our Republican colleagues seem to care that that law is being violated. And they don't care that the private tax information of millions of Americans is in the hands of Elon Musk and his teenage cronies. Democrats are demanding answers. We want oversight, hearings, and investigations into this invasion of privacy. But we can't do it alone. The math isn't on our side. We need a few Republicans who still believe in law and order and separation of powers and co-equal branches of government. We need them to stand up and to stand with us, to stand up for the people that they serve. President Trump might be fine surrendering complete control to de facto President Musk, but Congress shouldn't be okay with an unelected billionaire calling the shots. Until Republicans are willing to stand up to Presidents Trump and Musk, there's just going to be more chaos. And the American public deserves better. With that, I'm proud to introduce outstanding member and colleague of mine from the great state of Nevada, Stephen Horsford.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to join with my colleagues and want to thank the chairman, Richie Neal, for providing leadership as well as
Do you
Leader
think
Hakeem
this will
Jeffries.
lead to anything meaningful?
I am Stephen Horsford. I represent Nevada's 4th Congressional District.
Okay.
And as a member of the Ways and Means Committee, I want my constituents to know.
I don't want to use the word meaningful. Did my chinchilla just escape? No. I don't want to use the word meaningful. Okay? Now, regardless of what they do, everything that's already been done is a serious problem. So, and that was what I always say is like my issue with government is that they're always reactionary, right? Like the roadblocks exist, but then they still have to go through the process when somebody passes those blocks, right? So that's the thing is that they're using the inefficiency of democracy to do authoritarian shit. So things are going to happen, but the idea that it will get better or worse, like once this is all patched up, it's just going to be another fucking ball of worms. Right? Like this is just what it's going to be like for now on. So hopefully the Democratic Party evolves. If they do, then midterms are in 2 years.
That I'm working hard to defend them every single day. Now look, the American people elected Donald Trump. to run our government for 4 years.
Whoa, BB.
Not to gut it
That was
for
some kung
generations
fu
to come.
moves.
We only have one president at a time, and nobody
Yeah, day 18.
voted for Elon Musk. Nobody
Like,
voted for his hackers.
the idea that it's going to get better or worse, forget that idea. It's going to stay this pace, in my opinion. Every day it's going to be a new thing, but as these new things come up, the old things are going to be closed. It's just, you could look at that as it's constantly going to be going up and escalating. But it's more of a momentum thing. As the fucking objects in motions and so on, right? So if all of these faucets were turned on at the same time and the problems weren't patched as we go, that would be actually devastating. I think the institutions in America will strongly be tested. Some will not survive. But it's ultimately the institutionalized structure of governments that are going to hold things together. Like, the world is going to keep turning, things are going to go on. But, you know, the question is, think about this. Is this going to be more devastating to the world than the COVID pandemic? I don't think so. So it's already probably better than back then, you know? AI targeted messaging isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about actual fucking government shit and function. We're not talking about propaganda. Their bubble is being manipulated. I don't give a fuck about Anna Kasparian and Bill Maher, though. They're fucking irrelevant.
The largest illegal data breach in U.S.
It could be
history
worse for the U.S.
took place
specifically.
on
And as I've said, what's very interesting, like with my contacts overseas and stuff, conversations that just weren't being had are now being had. Conversations like counterterrorism operations and stuff like that. Like some neo-hawkish stuff. That's why I don't think the U.S. forces are going to pull out of Syria, let's just say. Especially with the rumors that even Iran is ready to engage with the U.S.
This administration's watch, at this administration's direction. And we still don't know who's in charge or what they're up to. The American people trust our civil service to meet their needs, not the billionaire class. Instead, one man, Elon Musk, can now decide if hardworking Americans receive their tax refunds, when they receive their tax refunds, even who among us will receive one. Democrat or Republican, independent or unaffiliated.
What are you doing,
Nobody in
BB?
this country agreed to give an unelected oligarch their home address, social security number, bank
Honestly,
routing information.
I
or
really
account.
won't be surprised. God, why am I echoing? I won't be surprised when it comes down to like Trump falling out so bad with Elon that like major shit happens to Elon, like major consequences. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it will happen. I just won't be shocked if major consequences, legal consequences, come from Trump himself towards Musk. And I love that it's these broccoli-headed kids, you know, who are doing the bidding for him as an agency. They're the ones who are probably going to fucking pay the price. These dumbass vape kids.
individual child support obligations, medical information, and more. He just took it illegally, and Trump let him do it. And what's going unaddressed by this co-presidency
I don't. So
is
here's
really
the thing
too
about Trump.
important to
As far as the actual foreign policy stuff, I don't think he actually cares. Like, he cares about news and being in headlines. So as far as like Rubio and the Hawks, I think they're basically going to have complete access to do whatever the fuck they want. Trump is a delegator. All he does is he's going to delegate all the tasks and act like he's doing all the work and make headlines. So I think we really need to look at where people are. The cabinet positions are going to be super fucking important.
ignore. The Trump taxes, also known as his tariffs, are raising prices on anything coming from some of our closest trading partners and eroding those trading relationships at the same time. Eggs in Nevada are now $9 a carton.
Oh my God, price of
The
eggs
price for a
mentioned.
pound of beef could hit $25. And gas, which was going down, could rise back up to $4 a gallon or more. And it won't stop there. Toys for children, food on our tables, the technology we rely on, it's all going up. Every
Also,
Nevadan and
as far
every
as the
American
Middle
is
East,
right
whatever deal starts going forward with Saudi Arabia and Israel, we can expect the solution to whatever America is doing in Syria be wrapped up in that deal, but not actually be like visible unless you actually look through it. You know what I'm saying?
to be alarmed and to feel anxious. This is not functional government. This is not what you voted for. It's government dismemberment. It's chaos. And so as part of my work in making sure that my constituents' voice are heard, I've launched a special website where my constituents can go and share information about the executive orders that have been implemented and how they're affecting their lives. I want to hear from you. I will listen to your concerns, and I'll work hard to defend your efforts. We are
He
here
is ready to abandon
meet
the Kurds,
actual
but
needs of
Rubio
our
won't.
constituents, and to hold President Trump, his puppet master Musk, and their Doge bros accountable for their illegal
It's
violations
basically going to be
of our
whatever
laws
Israel
and
wants in the
United
Middle
States
East is what's
Constitution.
going to happen.
And with that, I'll
with
turn it
Rubio.
over to a member of the Ways and Means Committee, co-chair of the Problem Solvers, Congressman Tom Suozzi from New York.
Thank you, Steve. Good job, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Leader Neal. This really is an amazing assemblage of talent on the Ways and Means Committee. We're very fortunate to have such a great committee. So why do we go through these hearings to confirm cabinet officials, check all their backgrounds to make sure that they're going to do their jobs the right way? Why do we go through background checks? Why do people get security clearance? Why isn't Elon Musk a full-time employee of the U.S. government? What about the guys that are working for him? Have they gone through any sort of process like that whatsoever? Privacy is one of the most important principles in our country. I'm trained as a lawyer and a CPA. You don't have to be a lawyer and a CPA to understand how sensitive people's tax information is. You don't have to be a lawyer or a CPA to understand that people don't like the idea of having access to their private information. In fact, it's not only a violation of trust, it's a violation of federal law. So we're concerned about what they're doing. We don't know what they're doing. Who really knows what information they have and what they're doing?
If America does abandon the Kurds, you can expect them, because as I've said, when it comes to a deal with the Syrian government, it has to be, whatever deal they're offered has to be more than what they already have. Why would they join a government that would potentially roll back what they've accomplished and what they have? And also their main concern is oil revenue and how much they get a cut of. Don't forget that. It's about money. But if the Americans do pull out, the Kurds will be extremely flexible on that deal, and it could lead to them pretty much joining the government, just like they did when they pulled out last time, but except this time it won't be Assad.
Doing with it. We could ask the Inspector General. Oh no, the Inspector General was
And
fired.
we can get into all this stuff on Sunday too. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff to talk about, or there will be when we get there, and we'll see a lot more development of this stuff.
Who's watching what they're doing with this enormous vault of your private information? Not just the people out there, even the people in this room. They're looking at your information. And what are they doing with it? So we do need, as Congresswoman Sanchez said, need some of our Republican colleagues to help us. But I know that the Republicans agree with us. In fact, the chairman of our committee, I'm sure, Jason Smith, agrees with us. How do I know that? Because these are some of the things that he said.
No, the oil revenue isn't that high, but the main thing keeping them from making a deal is this determination of how oil revenue will be split. And if you look at the KRG, you need to fucking stop. Stop being bad. If you look at the KRG, right? And we've covered Kirkuk and how important that was, you know, like our first episodes are around Kirkuk, and then we also did a special because of how important Kirkuk actually is. It's such a slept-on thing when it comes to the Middle East, because the Kurdish economy in Iraq has deeply suffered. Why? Because Kirkuk has the oil fields, and now those oil fields are controlled by an essential Iran proxy. And, you know, like, if you go look at those episodes that we have, they talk about how, like, their families stopped getting wages from their jobs. Like, they have back wages that they're owed, but there's no money to pay them. So I think that they have looked at what's developed in the KRG, observed their problems while analyzing their own problems, and I would not discount how critical it is to the deal that they have control over oil percentages and oil production. And HTS does not give a fuck about America. So, if it comes to a deal being made with HTS because America pulled out, then that's one of the things that we would probably see actually improve, because like you said, like, keeping the region poor, well, this is why in advisory calls that I've been having with you know, people who are involved in European governments and other things, that they shouldn't discount the Chinese. And I've pointed at Kenya. Kenya is like a global power now, and they're really starting to propel themselves as a global power, and that eastern region of Africa is gonna be insane. Like, it's gonna become some type of like unionized system that will be like OPEC level maybe, or something like that. And if the Americans pull out and the Russians probably won't be that welcomed back in, it leads, and if Europe wants to do this stingy shit as well, like China must be just seeing fucking dollar signs all over the place, or UN signs or whatever it is, right? Because Africa with the USA aid, the fucking situation in the Congo, and then with the Middle East as well, with like all this stuff going on. If the US pulls out of Syria and they get the development, it's going to be real good for them. So I've been advising people that if they care about the region and they want to develop the region, that they should maybe start considering and floating ideas around of China coming in to help with the development of the state.
Over the past year. In February 15th of 2024, he said, taxpayer information is confidential, and any...
Maybe if you have good internet, we can have a like really in-depth conversation about this Sunday.
Leaders should be prosecuted to the... I'm sorry, any leakers should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. He also said in March, given this committee's essential role, Ways and Means Committee, in originating and crafting legislation on tax policy, legislative text is absolutely necessary to allow us to evaluate it and consider the true impact of these dangerous policy proposals will have on our constituents. This is words right from Chairman Smith. He should be saying the same thing right this minute. He said, he likes the IG's office because he said, the American people deserve to know the facts about this breach of trust. The Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, the IRS and Treasury, must explain to the American people what happened and what is being done to make sure that it's never done again with their private information. He said at a later date, it's up to us, members of the Chief Tax Rating Committee, that's us, in Congress, to protect the public trust and to secure private taxpayer administration. Finally, on September 17th of 2024, in a floor debate, he said, when Americans file their tax returns, they expect their personal data and tax information are confidential. So they agree with us. At least Chairman Smith agrees with us.
On the China point for development in Syria, again, I say look at Kenya, right? Has that development with Kenya made good relations there? No, Kenya is like one of our best allies in Africa. They're way more in the US's, not pocketbook, but pocket, not economically, and Kenya's information technology is insanely good. It is like, as far as like IT and like as far like networking, actually putting infrastructure in for IT networks and cell networks and all that stuff, Kenya is the best in the world. Like, just like how Taiwan may have the fanciest chips, but China can produce a lot of chips. Kenya is the China of IT and networking and all that stuff. So they've allowed to then build their economy off this like ability to provide internet access to African states. So they were able to use the development coming in from China to diversify away from China. And at this point, China doesn't offer them anything they need. The US still gives them the status of the global stage and the diplomacy and all that shit. So though they're partners on all these Euro development programs, all these US development programs, and what are we fucking dumping money in there for? For them to expand that state asset of internet access. Like, so when we look at the short term, I don't see any downsides to China getting involved in Syria. When we look at the long term, that's when you could question some things. But I think as if we've looked at how China has done in the last decade on holding control over these states from an imperialist perspective, I'm not too worried about the Belt and Road, especially because it has influenced Western response that has also led to boosted infrastructure in these countries. And if these countries can do like Kenya and spin off into their own development sector like that, it's going to be great for the world. So, and this could all potentially kind of be a result of the U.S. pulling out of Syria. Short term, it will be catastrophic, but long term, it may lead to different development happening in Syria that would lead them to be more independent and not like agents of a state, like how Kenya is. Like Kenya benefits greatly from the US now, and they're not like indentured to them. They're not a colonial project like how France deals with Africa.
Let's hope that he continues to exercise the same consistency and support us in our efforts to stop the abuse of this power with our private information, with your private information, and to make sure that the people's privacy is
Okay,
protected.
hang on, Paul.
With that, I want to bring up...
Unrelated, the best ever was you staying up all night playing it for like 10 hours straight. So I download it and now I'm hooked. I know. But remember, you can stop anytime you want. What I was trying to do the 10 hours was basically unlock the last deck. And like now that it's unlocked, my motivation for it has gone way down, because that's kind of what I'll do. Is like I'll get really involved in a new game and unlock everything, and then my engagement will go down, and I'll go back to like my classic games. Like Helldivers, for example. I played that like nonstop. And now there's more shit to unlock that I could go back and grind for.
My good friend and very talented member of Congress, Jimmy Gomez from California.
Have you ever played, by the way, speaking of roguelikes, my favorite roguelike is FTL. Have you ever played that? It's awesome. It's one of my favorite games of all time.
Thank you, Tom. First, I'm a dad, first and foremost. I come from a working class background.
I'm a dad.
And during this time, the most important thing
Daddy.
for families is the cost of living. When people are struggling with skyrocketing rents, with increases in grocery prices, when child care
Daddy
is out of
wasn't
control when
there
it comes to its cost, what are Donald Trump and the Republicans
to take
doing?
me to the
They
fair.
gave Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, and his 22-year-old
To change
tech
my
bros
underwear.
access to Americans' most sensitive and personal information. Think about this. They have access not only to your Social Security information,
FTL, not yet. It's really old.
records, but they
I
have
got so
access
hooked, I was playing it instead of
routing
paying attention in class in college, and it definitely cost me some credits. But I was fucking hooked on it. It's your spaceship management, and I have an entire playthrough of Disco Elysium. So it's spaceship management, and so like as you unlock ships, they have different kind of builds. The classic ship is just like laser and missile, and like and then it also, everything takes energy, so you have to like balance the money you spend on your weapons, but also your ship upgrades, because you'll need the power for those weapons as well. So you kind of like diversify your weapons, like how old Mech Warrior games were, where you'll be like, missiles have ammo and you only have to buy ammo, but that comes out of your budget. And if you go laser, you'll need a shitload of power. But not only does it have different systems, there's an entire oxygen and fire mechanic. So you can build completely around boarding, and there's ships that specialize in it, like the Mantis ship. It literally makes it so you board the enemy ship and you kill the enemy ship, and you get way more money if you take it by boarding instead of destroying the ship. And what's interesting is to deal with borders and fires, you can vent your airlocks and like click what doors are open to exclude the system so your guys won't suffocate. And you can vent all the oxygen to put out fires on your ship, or you can vent all the oxygen to kill borders. So you can just invest in your doors to have level 3 blast doors, so you can just open your doors and the enemy can't get to where your guys are because they're locked out and they just suffocate and die trying to break open a door. But there's a lot of different like builds you can do and stuff like that. It's and like it's very fun. And what's funny is I spent all that time playing it in college, never beat it. But when I came back to it later in life, I was kicking ass. I could beat it pretty much almost as long as I knew the run was going to go well. I could beat it every time. It's like it's kind of like Star Trek Bridge Commander if you ever played that. But it's very fun.
Your taxes using electronic filing, you pay taxes.
It's just also you can pause the time as well, so you can actually strategize what's going on. So like what I would do is I would like target their shield systems and then their weapon systems a lot of times, and basically switch the targeting back and forth to try and keep those systems destroyed, and then just like destroy them slowly with like a little laser.
Taxes or got paid a refund, that they have complete control over your accounts. That means that they can go in whenever they want and swipe it, right? We've heard that from Americans before.
Swiper, no swiping.
Comes in and takes that money. Now you give that control to Elon Musk. That's what people should be afraid of. And they also have control over this powerful payment system. So one of the things that we want to know is, what are they doing with it? They literally pretty much gave, they can decide if they don't like you on political affiliation to take your money. If you're a nonprofit or an organization and you have a DEI program and they gave you a grant, you know what? You already spent that grant, too bad. We're going to take whatever you have in your account for as a refund to the government. They can do that so that and hurt hardworking Americans. This is one of the most extreme issues I've ever seen. They've mentioned this 6103F provision, $5,000 fine or 5 years in prison. That's for one return, but all the returns, that is what we're talking about. We have to put this in perspective for the American people. Like, this is one of the most.
They deserve to have their story known to the world. So that's why I wanted to share their story.
Thank you for doing so, Andy.
CNN's Caitlin Collins brought to tears by a grieving husband and father live on air.
Everyone dies, right? And
this is me. I literally, I don't cry or get upset about like anything like that. But when I hear someone's like traumatic story during an interview and they start crying, it's over. I can't hold it together.
And I want people to have a memory of them so that they live on.
I think everyone will be really touched to hear from you, so thank you.
Andy Byers' wife Justina and their daughter Brielle were both on the American Airlines flight that collided with a Black Hawk helicopter outside D.C., killing everyone on board.
Did you see that? We were supposed to pick them up, me and my son, like we did from these trips all the time, and we're texting with them right before they were supposed to land, and the tracker said landed, and the text went from blue to green. Called someone that was able to confirm that their plane was in a crash, and I told my son. He came in the front seat with me, and we had a really long cry he let out. There's no, it It really hurt.
Fuck me,
That's how we
bro.
found out.
Justina and Brielle were among many returning from a figure skating
Okay.
camp in Wichita, Kansas.
Fuck you. I don't want to watch the fucking entertainment time thing. I want to watch this original interview. I thought this was CNN itself. When I clicked it. Ugh. Come on, CNN. It's crazy that it's this always happens. I can find other agencies talking about the highlights with her. But where's the CNN video? You know? Where's the original video? You can never fucking find it. They're so dog shit about fucking actually uploading things that matter. Oh my god, they fucking got in a flight simulator to simulate what happened in the crash. Ugh. CNN's so gross. Well, guess we're watching this because CNN sucks at uploading.
Adding to the tragedy, Andy's 12-year-old daughter had overcome cancer at just 4 months old.
All I ever wanted when I was like a little kid, I remember just wanting a family to love, you know, and we were living our dream, and she was like the dream girl that you could ask for. We did soak it all in. But you just never think like something like this could happen to you and that it could be taken away from you.
What does the ISP say about your solar panels, putting power back into the grid? What do they say if it's part of the network about your batteries and your electric car? What if they say it's a hot afternoon, turn your air conditioners off, and all you people who have Teslas or build your owns that are electric, we need the power, so go and plug them back into the system?
That's right.
Has anyone thought, what does the ISP say about who owns that generation capacity when we get a bit further down this road?
That's exactly right. So let me try to explain it, because this is one of the, I think, just inexplicable, absolutely fatal flaws. And by the way, John, this is something that's already been called out.
Do you think anybody's aware that this is coming?
No, they're not aware.
Because it is coming.
That's why. It's why we have
if
to
we
talk
go
about it,
to
right?
a renewables-dependent system,
you'll lose control.
You'll lose control. You'll have to.
That's exactly right.
Some authority is going to have to say, we don't need your power. We do need your power.
Yeah.
Plug your Tesla in.
Yep. Plug it out.
Because we need its power back.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Yes.
You know, no, you can't drive to work tomorrow because we need the power out of Is that too extreme? Is that what's coming?
I don't think it's too extreme because the modelling that we have at the moment, and this has been called out in the government's own review as being problematic, right, is it assumes that first consumers buy all this stuff, right, and that is not included as a cost.
Not included as a cost.
Not included as a cost in the integrated system plan.
Not
right?
included as a
consumers are
cost.
gonna buy a few $100 billion worth of kit, right, batteries and solar panels, and then the assumption is that I think over 90% of it is what they call coordinated. Coordinated is key for someone else being totally in control of how it gets used, right? So the discharge of your batteries will be up to someone else. You will be coordinated, right? Or orchestrated, right? There is some other conductor out there. And that is necessary, absolutely necessary for the integrated system plan to be able to pretend that it produces reliable power. But how are we going to get everyone coordinated, and what will you have to pay them to be able to kind of coerce them to do that sort of stuff? The ISP says, we'll solve it later. Interesting problem, we're working on it, right? But it is basically not going to work, because when you try to induce someone to change their behaviour, that's a cost. That's their living standards going down. If you say you can't drive to work today, or you can't go and pick up your kids at the right time because it's we need your car to supply. Power. That's right. That is a cost. That is living standard slippings. And the integrated system plan has made no attempt to quantify those costs. Right?
But it clearly recognises that coordination
is required.
Necessary.
Absolutely. Absolutely, right? So, and here's the other funny thing, John, is that there's one scenario which has a little bit less of this coordination and less of these home batteries. And that scenario, actually, they've included a collapse in industry, all right? So, and it's been typically, it's been said very recently, it's been made out that this is something because the coalition has said that we think that scenario is more realistic, because probably there's less electrification, less investment in these consumer energy resources. But we've actually discovered in the fine print that AEMO put in a collapse in industry, and I think it is there as another fudge factor, because without all these batteries, you can't run industry, right? So they have used consumer batteries as basically a salve to paper over the fact that we do not have reliable electricity, and they've assumed that industry will leave at that point to make that appear possible. So it's an absolute nonsense.
But you don't believe dinosaurs are real.
I was just walking with Savannah, my manager, looked up to her and I was like, dinosaurs? That seems pretty fake and gay. It's funny because people will literally say they don't believe in God, but then tell them like dinosaurs aren't real and they fall apart. Like I'm like, okay, so they're just roaming the planet.
But you think the incentive structure there is to move away from God?
Well, they want you to believe that God isn't real, that like the theory of evolution, like you're an ape.
All right, guys, we need people to think God's fake. So what do we got? Got it? Fake gay dinosaurs. Sounds gay. They are gay. And fake. Like Hollywood. Hence, fake gay dinosaurs. I already love it. I prepared some mock-ups. Alright, here we have the fake gay T-Rex. The T stands for transgender, and the Rex stands for God is fake and this shit is real. Believe it or die, bitch. Now, we have to make up some characteristics and traits so people don't know we're faking this. How would they know? This is legit as fuck. So first of all, it's a carnivore, which means it loves eating big, thick, veiny meat. What? Then the sound it makes is rawr, bestie, and its mating call is Hot to Go by Chapel Roan. This is good. Next, we have the fake-ass, gay-ass, fucking bitch-ass Brachiosaurus, which is fake, gay, and vegan, so it's very annoying. And here we have the fake gay Jewsaurus. It loves long walks through Mossad headquarters, its pronouns are and Tua, and its mating call is wet-ass pussy while playing dreidel. Any questions? This is exactly what we need. Now, I've run some preliminary tests with rats where I showed them pictures of God and the fake gay dinosaurs. And the rats always ran to the fake gay dinosaurs, just as the math predicted. But I think we need to run some additional tests that are more real world. I agree. Hey God? Yeah? We need to run some tests to see whether the rats will run to you or the fake gay dinosaurs. Alright, but if they start worshiping another fake-ass, gay-ass, fucking false-ass idol, I'm going Old Testament on their asses. I understand. All right, everyone ready? And begin. All right, come here, rats.
Come here, rats.
Over here. Come
Right,
on. Come to God.
besties.
Come to God. Let's go. Hey, rats. Hey, rats. Good.
Who wants brunch? Hey, can
Come to
anyone
God.
join this party? The more the merrier. How'd you like to suck on this dino dick? Don't mind if I do. Did some... Okay, that's enough of that video.
A war on beauty.
Uh-huh.
Why is nothing cool anymore? Why is all
Oh, it was
fashion,
just getting
art,
good.
movies, music, all so boring despite being more outrageous than ever? It's actually because of the death of cultural hegemony. There's no longer any boundaries or taboos in our society, and you need boundaries in order to break boundaries, in order to be a boundary breaker. Instead, now, the fringes of our society have taken over, and the most bizarre things are normalized, and we have to respect everyone's weird behaviors as their truth. Radical inclusivity and individualism has destroyed counterculture because the vibrancy and health of countercultural movements is in direct proportion to the rigidity of the dominant culture. You need a culture in order to be countercultural. And this counterculture in modern times is where the great art and music comes from. Think of Romanticism to Pink Floyd to
Cringe.
Alexander McQueen. But now, fringe and radical expressions or movements have not only been normalized, but have actually been fully integrated into the mainstream. Feminism, transgenderism, mental illness, and basically anything seen as different. And because of this, the fringe youth are just asocial and generally sickly rather than being boundary breakers or even cool, which is what the youth in society is supposed to be. The once peace-loving progressives have now become the biggest champions for interventionism, war, and present-day colonialism. Feminism has become patriarchal, and DEI has become racist. You'll see a once great fashion magazine applauding a man in a ball gown, while in the next article you'll see them tearing down a feminine trad wife. In the past 10 years, ironically, conservatism is what has become the subculture. It is the one social taboo that could get your life completely canceled. In fact, it feels a lot more risky and bold to be religious, nationalist, pro-American, and heterosexual than it does to be a they-them. But before we get too far down that road, let's compare our situation to Japan, a country that has one of the most vibrant and interesting countercultural movements anywhere. Japan, especially Tokyo, has incredible subcultural movements, especially in fashion, because unlike the US, there is still a dominant mainstream culture based on hierarchy and on valuing the collective over the individual. In Japan, there's a laid out expectation for everybody's life, which is to go to school and then to go work in a company to have a career. And this has created the stereotype of the Japanese salaryman who embodies the corporate work culture there. Honor, discipline, and hard work and achievement are the dominant values of Japanese society. It's a much harder culture, more strict. You can't just stay immature and never grow up. You have to become a productive member of society, and if you shirk that responsibility, that's what it's taboo. This has led
You
to a
know my
phenomenon in
favorite
Japan called karoshi, which means death or disability caused by overwork or stress from your job. There's this mentality that it's bad to take off any days from work at all. And it's just so interesting because compare that to the US, where people are calling in sick from work to go to a Taylor Swift concert, or people are taking just random mental health days to relax. Another example of this strong
Every day for me is a
homogeneity in
mental
Japan
health day.
is the fact that the country is 97.8%
Because I'm
Japanese.
gay.
99.2% of people in Japan have Japanese as their first language. Compare that to the US, where just 78.4% of the population speaks English as their first language, and 21.6% of US households speak languages other than English. And it's predicted that by 2044, the US could become a majority-minority nation, meaning that no one racial or ethnic group will make up any majority. But it's precisely these monocultural conditions in Japan that have created the brilliant alternative youth fashions, specifically kawaii style, which is my favorite. Kawaii basically means cute and girlish, and it has many different expressions. For example, the Lolita style or decora. According to a paper, the Lolita aesthetic is a subculture where women and men are empowered by the Lolita aesthetic to present themselves anachronistically in order to escape the trappings of adult life, and with it, the culture's dominant ideologies. So contrasting the sharp, plain, professional, corporate attire of the dominant culture, the Harajuku girls, which is the neighborhood where all these youths come to express their style, they wear tons of accessories of vibrant or pastel colors, and a lot of the times the clothes
Remember when Gwen
make them
Stefani
look
said she
like
was Japanese?
children. Through fashion, these kawaii girls are rejecting the cultural expectations that you need to grow up and get a job, and just within that one
Get a job.
subculture of kawaii, there's endless subcultures that are exploring different taboos within the society, such as yami kawaii, which explores the taboo of mental illness. But if you took away that dominant collective culture of Japan with the focus on duty and honor and work, I really don't think that you would get this level of style and self-expression. There wouldn't be a need for it. And so shifting back to the US, we really don't have any cultural hegemony anymore. We don't have any norms or a dominant culture. And it's really because of this new emphasis on the individual. There's this anti-assimilation idea in the US that can really be perfectly summed up in this phrase: diversity is our strength.
So, I don't want to criticize anything about this video. I think it's good. But, it's like reading for me, you know? Like, I might as well not even bother because it's not going to stay up here. I'm a very auditory type of person. Like, a lot of times I'll hear something and I'll never forget it. But if I read something, I'll never remember.
That goes
I can't even tell you what this
any
video is about.
specific immigrant group, any specific cultural expression like language or what food you're cooking at home, but actually is applied to the entire American society. We are all, no matter who you are, if you're an immigrant or you're a waspy white
We're all
girl,
gay?
everyone is urged to live out their weirdest individual inclinations, which is then protected and celebrated. This has created an environment where there's no more social stigmas anymore,
Kawaii.
no taboos. The only thing that you can't do anymore is have boundaries in this boundaryless society. For example, being religious or believing in the biological basis of gender are major no-nos. In fact, a new report from the Judiciary House Committee released December 4th, 2023 details detailed the FBI's targeting of radical traditional Catholics as violent extremists and proposed opportunities for the FBI to infiltrate Catholic churches as a form of threat mitigation.
My fucking God,
the
bro.
report goes
Oh my
on
fucking
to say
God,
that
bro.
The FBI singled out Americans who are pro-life, pro-family, and support the biological
I'm now
basis
losing it.
for
I'm now
sex
losing
and
it because of
gender
this video.
distinction as
And I can't figure out,
potential
because I'm
domestic
organizing my
terrorists.
windows, I can't
That
figure out
is
where I
so
put it
insane.
and
This
what
is,
layer
like,
it's
one
in.
of the
There it's
only
in.
things-
Oh my fucking God. RTCs are legit fucking terrorist groups, honey. This is like framing Waco, you know, as a persecution of Christians instead of something that might be government overreach. The question could be government overreach, you know, mishandling Waco. You know, we can talk about that all the time. It's mainly behind white supremacist fucking Turner Diaries fucking conspiracies if we want to dive into it. I think when doesn't the government mishandle stuff? And Waco was a crisis of epic proportions, so of course it was mishandled. But like to act like we should have allowed that shit to continue as a terrorist group. Like, get out of here. You know? I mean, it's like, to me, it's the move bombing by the police is so much worse than Waco. How come we don't talk about that one? Maybe because they were black, huh? Just a thought. But yes, going after RTCs is not persecution of religion. Getting agents inside these extreme radical terrorist religious groups, like this is Far Cry 5 shit. You know? Like the RTCs are nuts. Not all of them. But and you can tell by literally the source that she pulled up, if you have knowledge of how the intelligence works and stuff like that, you can tell exactly what the FBI is doing there and what exactly they're targeting there. Is, you know, it's just like how they say that they've been framing this, they're going after patriot groups and they hate the right wing. The FBI is against the right wing. No, they're not. The FBI are fucking, you have no lib FBI agents. You don't become a super cop because you want to be fucking the DEI savior. So, like, now, Order of Nine Angles is cooperating with Al-Qaeda to do terrorist ops inside America. They're a recognized terrorist group. And we're going to say that, like, they're a patriot group? No, they're fucking not. You know? Just because, like, then you have, like, stuff like Patriot Front, which also is swinging towards the fucking terroristic side of things. You know what else the FBI monitors? The fucking KKK. Are we going to act like that's fucking religious persecution?
That's not allowed anymore, and I immediately thought of the hippie movement as another kind of countercultural movement that was under suspicion by the government. I guess like the traditional Catholics are the new
Moving on.
hippies, which is so funny.
I've already said what I had to say.
It's in the breaking down of any hegemonic culture in the US that all of the fringe underbelly movements have risen up to become the new dominant culture, sponsored by the patriarchal institutions of our society. Big pharma, big tech, corporations, and the government. Well, tradition, art, and beauty have all been shoved into the underground to the point where Latin mass goers
Oh, I
are
just
now
noticed she
labeled
literally
as
has
a
a-
domestic threat. So
She's
we
got a
really
modest cross on, clear Protestant. The little cross, they love them.
do in the end have a new cultural hegemony based on individualism, multiculturalism, and diversity. And so again, I really do think it is so fascinating that the new counterculture is basically being a normal,
the fuck is Carl?
square person.
Carl's Jr.?
And I think you can start to see this in kind of the rise of people like Oliver Anthony and his viral song Rich Men of North Richmond. It's these normal all-American people that are going to be creators of the new artistic movements. I'm not sure that we have ever had a counterculture led by religious, pro-America, blue-collar youth, but I really think that's what's happening here, and I would love to know your thoughts on this. Do you see this happening?
God damn it. Oh my god. I'm fucking failing at just typing simple words because I literally did Rue's brain cells just now. That's Brian. Why am I blanking on how to spell words? She literally hurt my brain. That's Brian. How do you spell brain? Brain? I'm my Okay. Don't troll me. I'm looking it up. Stop typing Brian in the chat. It's 2 words, that's all. Okay. Clip this. Definitely gonna thumbs up this video. Because this one, she really turned it around there at the end.
Oversight Democrats just moved to subpoena Elon Musk. The motion failed 19-20, with Ro Khanna notably abstaining from the vote. Ro Khanna says, I would have voted yes. They called a procedural vote without notice, and I, like 8 others, didn't make it there on time. Musk's attacks on our institutions are unconstitutional. He should be subpoenaed and answer to our committee. They should call the vote again with notice. Elon, don't be a dick. He's like a 4-year-old mentally. Incredible. For those of you who don't know, Ro Khanna reps Silicon Valley. That's the district. So Ro Khanna and Elon Musk have a long history. Like, Ro Khanna is the guy from there. So, I don't know. Do you think, does Elon feel betrayed? No, there's no way Elon feels betrayed. Why would he feel betrayed by this? He knows what he is. Maybe. He's pretty stupid. I don't know. Are they besties? Ro Khanna's cool. We're pro Ro Khanna here. I've talked to him. Elon, we've known each other for a long time. You can't stop payments that Congress has authorized and appropriated. Make recommendations to Congress, but don't stop payments. That's Article 1. Also, let's debate why we need the DOE. Yes! Debate culture. This guy really is from Silicon Valley. Look, I'm pro debate culture if it means debating Elon. Elon is so stupid and anti-charismatic that
What
I
has
think
happened?
that, so, I think anyone basically could dog walk him. Rokan is a smart guy. I think he could double dog walk him. You know? Would you debate Elon if given the chance? Okay, so this is gonna sound like a cowardly response, but I'm pretty sure... Beautiful kitten sneezing. Very cute. I'm pretty sure that if I debated him and I felt like I won, he would have me killed. At least Rokana has like some public, you know what I mean? Like he's at the Capitol building. It's got a little bit of like a buffer there in terms of cameras being around. Ro's been fighting with people in the quote retweets with Chud's been awesome to watch. I mean, I'm glad he's like familiar with the medium, you know? Capella just distracted the hell out of me. She was doing, you know, the like kitten sneeze where they're like sneeze or whatever? You know what I mean? Like they got an itch in their nose or something like that? You know what I'm talking about. Do you think Andrew Yang could secure the tech oligarchs back with the Dems? No, for one, Andrew Yang's not a Dem. He was just, no. He has no pull, and he wouldn't even be aligned with the same interests. We need debate boxing, Vosh, like chess boxing. Unironically, we should have had Musk fight Zuckerberg. I wish that had happened. That would have been such a good...
I cannot stand his voice. No problem.
This money really amounts to less than 1% of what our budget is as a country.
There is a woman who married her brother. She married her brother. She was from Somalia.
Epic.
She married her Somalian brother so he could get here. She hates America. She loves Hamas. She's an awful, awful human being. And she is one of the many people that is freaking out right now that we're looking at the books. We're looking to figure out where your dollars were spent.
Is this,
and
you
we're
think this
finding
is
out
better?
that they were spent on trans comic books in Peru and other nonsensical places.
USAID move, and they don't want to help the Ilhan Omars or their families. They want to help their own families. Can you explain to those people why you think they should be interested in helping families like yours?
Well, I mean,
I've
I
played
think
with this guy
what
before.
What's really important for the American people to understand is that this money really amounts to less than 1% of what our budget is as a country. It is money that goes to the most vulnerable around the world.
This is literally one of the
It is
hardest
already
missions too.
appropriated,
I just wanted to
and
relax.
it can't be reappropriated.
And they give me one of the harder
What we are
missions.
seeing right now is Elon Musk, a billionaire who is
Vosh has been so
attempting to
triggered
take
lately
away resources
that it's
from
been really
the
funny.
poorest people,
He's been a
around the
crybaby
world.
lib.
This is someone who is not a government official. He wasn't elected. He's not appointed. He holds foreign debt and foreign interests. And so we should all look at this with cautious eyes and with curiosity to understand why he is making these decisions and why he's being allowed to make these decisions.
You know who I'm going to look at with cautious eyes, lady? It's you. Because not only did you commit immigration fraud when you married your brother, so you broke some laws there, but you hate this country very obviously. You hate our founding and you believe that racism is there and everything else. We'll get on in a moment to how you're currently trying to break the law. But USAID helps the most vulnerable. That might be true in some cases, but I don't know how vulnerable the author of that trans-Peruvian comic book was. And either way, I would prefer not to fund it. If you, Ilhan, would like to take your personal power and influence and money to fund those things, go ahead. But you guys get it. It's a giant money laundering scheme.
This video is brought to you by Nebula. Today, Javier Milei says Argentina will leave the World Health Organization. The EU considers tariffs on
It was
Silicon
not
Valley
originally
tech
a
firms
Warhammer
and
game.
world
That is a
leaders
myth.
condemn US President Donald Trump's plan to take over Gaza. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing for Thursday, the 6th of February, 2025. Argentina's President Javier Milei has announced that
Nope,
Argentina
that was
will
never
quit the
intended to be
United Nations
Warhammer.
World Health
They
Organization,
think that
or
there's
WHO,
rumor started
following
because
Donald
they
Trump's
share a lot
decision
of
to remove the US from the
similarities.
Explaining
But
the
they
decision,
they
which will likely
both draw on
require
the
approval
same
by
influences
Congress,
like
Milei
Alien and stuff
criticised
like
the
that.
WHO's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, describing it as a, quote, caveman quarantine that involved what he called one of the most outlandish crimes against humanity in history. To be clear, a crime against humanity is defined in international law as specific crimes committed in the context of a large-scale attack targeting civilians, including murder, torture, rape and sexual violence, enslavement, persecution and forced disappearances. There's no evidence to suggest that efforts to tackle the pandemic by the UN Specialist Health Body constitutes such a crime. Milei's decision sparked immediate criticism from Argentina's opposition politicians, who say it could leave the country more exposed to health threats. Pablo Yedlin, a politician and trained doctor from Argentina's largest opposition party, told the newspaper La Nación, Milei is saying, "Let the world take care of itself. I will save myself." I think it's horrible, and even more so being a peripheral country like Argentina. Leaders of health organizations in Argentina have also expressed concerns that it could limit their access to strategic funds used to buy essential medical technologies and supplies. Milei's decision to leave the WHO could also impact Argentina's ability to buy and sell vaccines, receive technical assistance and financial aid in health emergencies, and integrate research programs with countries. It's unclear what Milei proposes in place of WHO membership, as he's not announced an alternative health coordination policy. The decision also follows a series of austerity measures taken by Milei in state healthcare, including 1,400 layoffs at the Ministry of Health last month, including 30% of the Vaccine Directorate staff, and 40% of the HIV, hepatitis and tuberculosis response directorate. In response to President Donald Trump's threat to impose tariffs on the European Union, the bloc is considering robust retaliatory measures aimed primarily at the US's major tech companies. Sources within the European Commission have revealed that the EU plans to deploy its anti-coercion instrument, or ACI, which would allow the EU to target US service industries, as is considered the toughest response available without breaching international law. Dubbed a bazooka by some EU officials, it allows the bloc to select from a wide range of retaliatory measures, such as invoking the protection of intellectual property rights or their commercial exploitation. It also allows the blocking of foreign direct investment or the restriction of market access for banking, insurance and other financial service groups. EU Trade Commissioner Maroš Šefčovič emphasised the preference for negotiations, but warned that a firm reaction from the bloc would be forthcoming if necessary. And whilst there is broad support from member states to deploy the ACI, some countries are concerned, pointing to the current fragile economic climate in Europe. US allies across Europe and the Middle East have condemned Donald Trump's plans for Washington to take over Gaza and permanently resettle its residents. Trump's suggestion came at a White House news conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who nodded along to the president's detailed plan to turn the war-torn territory into the Riviera of the Middle East, and for the US to take ownership of Gaza. Arab states, which have long been against the expulsion of Palestinians, were quick to condemn this proposal. Yesterday, Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry said the country would not establish diplomatic relations with Israel without an independent Palestinian state, adding its position was non-negotiable and not subject to compromise. Both Jordan and Egypt also rejected the proposal, and Oman's foreign ministry added that any attempt at forced resettlement would be a very serious crime. It would condemn the region to a state of perpetual instability. In Europe, where a two-state solution is widely accepted, German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock warned that Trump's plan for Gaza would lead to renewed suffering and new hatred, adding that there must be no solution to the heads of the Palestinians. France's foreign ministry said displacing Gaza's Palestinians would constitute a grave violation of international law, an attack on the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinians and a major threat to the two-state solution. Concerns over destabilization of Europe's close partners like Egypt and Jordan were also raised, and the effects this may have on Europe. In the UK, Prime Minister Keir Starmer reaffirmed the UK's commitment to a two-state solution and said that Palestinians in Gaza must be allowed home and that they must be allowed to rebuild, and we should be with them in that rebuild. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Hamas said that Trump's plan to take over the Strip will pour oil on the fire, and the Palestinian president called on the UN to protect the Palestinian people and their inalienable rights. Last month, January 2025, was the hottest January on record, surprising scientists who expected it to be slightly cooler than January 2024 due to the naturally cooling La Nina weather cycle. Instead, last month was a record breaker, with an average surface air temperature of 13.23 degrees Celsius, which is 0.79 degrees above the 1991 to 2020 January average, according to the Copernicus Climate Change Service, the EU's
Hey,
Earth
Copernicus!
observation agency. As such, it's a continuation of the record temperatures observed throughout the last 2 years. From mid-2023 through to mid-2024, the naturally occurring El Niño weather cycle emerged and helped boost global temperatures. With El Niño dissipating and the cooling La Niña cycle developing, scientists had expected last month to bring cooler temperatures than January 2024. The new data has only added to the concerns over the continued increase in greenhouse gas emissions and subsequent acceleration of global warming and climate change. Emeritus Professor of Geophysical and Climate Hazards Bill McGuire from UCL said the January data was both astonishing and, frankly, terrifying, adding that on the basis of the Valencia floods and apocalyptic Los Angeles wildfires, I don't think there can be any doubt that dangerous, all-pervasive climate breakdown has arrived, yet emissions continue to rise. That's not the end of the story, with 2025 already shaping up to be a rather busy year for news. In fact, there's so much going on, we don't have time to cover it all. Just in America, president to America's wild history of territorial expansion, to question if the US is an oligarch. All of these things could be USA, which is appropriately also the name of the series I'm literally telling you about right now. WTF USA takes a tongue-in-cheek look at the weirdest side of US politics, unpacking what Trump's really up to and why Trump's kind of weird decision could end up being incredibly impactful. WTF USA is released every other Friday only on Nebula, the streaming service we co-own with a bunch of your favourite creators. Those creators also make a ton of other exclusive Nebula content like Real Life Law's Secrets War Room. That's the show where every month the Real Life Law team breaks down all of the ongoing wars and conflicts around the world to keep you up to date and informed on what's happening and why, which in an incredibly complex world could be a very long summary. It's not just the original content either. You can also watch every normal TLDR video on Netflix free, and the bonus the full YouTube. If you're not a member already, click our link in the description to get 40% off, which brings the price down to $36. That's a real deal. All of the original content on the platform, and the fact that signing up using our link directly on the channel and allows you to make more content going forward. So thanks for your support, and please do join us over on Nebula.
Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. We need more minerals.
Tower destroyed. Good work. I will have to ask for more of it.
Evolution completed.
We allowed them to create essentially like weird pseudo-religions that they all believe in and effectively groom generations of young men to follow in their footsteps, and now they're all invading Washington.
And yes, I am doing my best.
Over the past week, Elon Musk has been engaged in a near wholesale takeover of key areas of the U.S. government. Working under the newly minted Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, Musk and a team of young brains have been wreaking havoc on our institutions. Last weekend, they gained access to highly sensitive government databases containing the social security numbers, medical history, and more information on members of the American public. Musk and his crew have also gained access to the U.S. Treasury's payment systems. On Monday, staffers for the U.S. Agency of International International Development, or USAID, were completely shut out of their offices and email accounts. All USAID systems and operations were halted, jeopardizing the safety of staffers around the world. This takeover is being led by Musk, but he's recruited a group of broccoli-haired Zoomers with little to no government experience to help enact his plan. These 19 to 25-year-olds are suddenly playing critical roles in Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. And though these young men are now federal servants, Musk has gone to great lengths to hide their identities. He has falsely claimed that naming them is illegal, and on Monday, he began banning accounts that tweeted about them, calling it doxing. Doxing used to mean publishing somebody's private information, like their social security number or their home address. And to be clear, I still think that's very wrong. But
Just
now,
to be
conservatives
clear.
are trying to claim that it means simply naming public servants. I think that revealing the identities of the Gen Z men who are now playing a crucial role in our federal government is very much in the public interest. These are teenagers, in some cases, who have been given an extreme amount of power and authority over our federal institutions nearly overnight with absolutely no public vetting. They are at the center of a government takeover, working at the behest of a powerful, unelected billionaire. We should know their names. To break down who these men are and what exactly Elon Musk is doing to the United States government, I brought in online culture reporter Ryan Broderick. Ryan has been covering all this and more on his newsletter Garbage Day. Ryan, welcome to Power User.
Garbage Day!
So I want to talk about this group of young men who's carrying out Elon's marching orders through Doge. You wrote recently that this team of former iPad babies and incels have not only compromised the OPM and GSA, reportedly hooking up an illegal server to access federal employment databases, but they're currently blocking staffer access to U.S. aid, and over the weekend they successfully infiltrated the U.S. Treasury's payment system. Why do you think it's important for us to know who these people are?
Simply, they're working for Elon Musk. Elon Musk is trying to carry out a bunch of illegal maneuvers. They're aiding and abetting. He is not someone who cares deeply or thinks deeply about any of this stuff. He is assigning former interns of his to these things. And based on what I've read, is that a lot of the times they're just appearing on Zoom calls, not even explaining who they are or what they're doing.
That's
These
okay.
are not experts in
That's what they're designed for, sir.
They are definitely young adults, I think, that have an enormous amount of power, and ultimately they're unelected and playing a pretty crucial role in government.
Yeah, I mean, the youngest one is 19.
All right, so let's meet some of these young gentlemen. To start off, we have Edward Korosky, who is a 19-year-old former camp counselor who also recently graduated from Northeastern University. He interned at Neuralink, and he's currently working in some capacity both at the OPM and General Services Administration. Ryan, you also reported that this guy had an interesting nickname. Did you find out anything about his background?
Yeah, so his nickname online is Big Balls. From what I've read, he's a volunteer. This one seems to be the most nebulous of all of them. Like, no one's really sure what he's doing, but he's around.
Yeah, he seems kind of nebulous. I think he has an interesting internet presence. He was tweeting under a handle that had a giant, like, Humpty Dumpty egg that also appeared to maybe be marking Reefin. He's also potentially part Canadian. His father is a Canadian businessman who left his Wall Street job to buy the snack company Lesser Evil, which now has $103 million revenue, so he's kind of a rich kid. We don't really know what this guy has done. Wired reported that he was appearing on calls where workers were made to go over code that they had written to justify their jobs, and he was added to another GSA staff call, basically just using his Gmail address. So no one was given any explanation, but this random 19-year-old is just appearing on government calls now. So next we have Akash Boba, a 22-year-old. He interned at Meta and Palantir. He attended UC Berkeley, where he was in a kind of prestigious management, entrepreneurship, and technology program. According to his LinkedIn, which has now been deleted, he was an engineering intern at Bridgewater Associates hedge fund as of last spring. And he was a featured guest on a since-deleted podcast, which was hosted by another Gen Z engineer, and they basically talked about how they landed their dream jobs. I think it's kind of funny because this guy has been sucked up into Indian internet, and already there's a bunch of weird SEO, like Economic Times articles about him, and it's like, meet the young Indian that's like disrupting
the amount of our army, the game just can't handle it. It was never designed to be like, we're gonna push this so hard with both our builds.
Reactionary, corner of society. Like, all of these guys have
like, the game might crash.
Here in their LinkedIn. capacity.
A bunch of his classmates were tweeting positively about him, though. One former classmate said, "Let me tell you something about Akash. During a project at Berkeley, I accidentally deleted our entire code base 2 days before deadline. I panicked. Akash just stared at the screen, shrugged, and rewrote everything from scratch in one night better than before. We submitted it early and got first in class. Many such stories. I trust him with everything there." Both Kova and Korstein are listed in internal government records as experts, and they report directly to Amanda Scales, OPM's new chief of staff. Moving on, we have Gavin Krieger. I might be mispronouncing all of these people's names, by the way. He's a 25-year-old who also attended UC Berkeley. Most recently, according to his LinkedIn, he worked for an AI company called Databricks. He was a software engineer at Twitter before Elon Musk took over. And, of course, he has a Substack. I don't know, Ryan, if you had a chance to review it at all.
Yeah, there's like 2 posts and they look like they were both written by AI. His major outlet online seems to be Twitter, where he was a big fan of sharing posts from Nick Fuentes, the far-right influencer, among other nasty kind of Trumpian people. So if there's any question of like where these guys align politically, there should be.
Yeah, this guy seems sort of overtly to promote pretty far right-wing extremists. I mean, Nick Fuentes is almost as far as he can get. His posts also seem pretty conspiratorial. He wrote The Curious Case of Matt Gaetz, How the Deep State Destroys Its Enemies, as well as another one titled Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense, The Warrior Washington Fears. He, of course, has no previous government experience, and when all of this came out and his name was leaked by Wired, he published another Substack post for, I think it was a $10,000 annual paywall titled Why Doge? And somebody on Reddit, I guess, paid or got around the paywall, and it's just a blank post. So he's trolling people.
I mean, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good. I support that.
Also, you know, in addition to his boosting of Nick Fuentes Groyper content, Travis Brown, investigative journalist on Bluesky, posted that Gavin has also been responding to literal Nazis, like open white supremacist fascist Nazis. So his online footprint is kind of controversial. Next, we have Ethan Chautran, a 23-year-old. He was recently profiled actually by Business Insider back in September, talking about how he was a senior at Harvard studying computer science and the founder of an OpenAI-backed startup called Energize AI. I think it's really funny that this kid already has one of these like BI Hustle articles. I don't know if you saw it, Ryan, but the headline is, "I'm a Harvard senior who balances college and my OpenAI-backed startup through these 3 productivity tips. One is time blocks, one is using an AI note taker, and the third is planned distractions," which I didn't really understand. But it's basically going to the gym in the evening.
Oh, sure, yeah, no, of course.
He's definitely in the like Musk Altman world. He was the runner-up at a hackathon held by xAI, Musk's AI company. He received a $100,000 grant from OpenAI to build his scheduling assistant, Spark. And he's also written books, which I cannot tell if or where these were ever published, but they're available on Amazon. Stock Prediction with Deep Learning was his most recent book, and Stories from 2045, Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work. He also built, I would say he doesn't have any government experience, but he did work on building Ballot Proof, which is a ballot security system that takes input images of the front and back sides of your ballot and uses image analysis to determine which errors prevent a critical vote from being counted.
I can't wait to have to use that in a couple of years to vote before they like disqualify our votes. That's very fun.
Next, we have Gautier Cole Killian. He is a 24-year-old. He's mostly known online as Cole Killian, and he has a working email associated with Doge, where he's also currently listed as a volunteer. According to his now deleted resume, he graduated high school in 2019 and attended McGill at least through 2021. His website indicates that he worked as an engineer at Jump Trading, which specializes in algorithmic and high-frequency financial trades. His former website lists his interests as utilitarianism, effective altruism, rationalism, closed individualism, absurdism, Pyrrhonian skepticism, meta-rationalism, empty individualism.
Yeah, but those are my interests as well. That's what my Tinder account looks like.
Can you explain effective altruism?
Yeah, very simply, it's the idea that you can use an equation to solve for the maximum human happiness. So you can apply to create happiness for the world possible. And a lot of effective altruists are like, yeah, we should just like invest in mosquito nets. But then a lot of them, like Sam Bankman-Fried, are like, no, we should make a stupid cryptocurrency and use that to give everybody money. That's the major sort of tenet of the philosophy.
Moving on, we have Luke Farter. He is a 23-year-old Teal
Luke
fellow and
Farter.
former SpaceX intern. According to his LinkedIn, he dropped out of the University of Nebraska. While he was in school, he was part of this award-winning team that deciphered portions of an ancient Greek scroll and won them actually $700,000, which he received a part of. He also has a working GSA email address. They're all definitely 1 degree of separation away from each other.
Yeah.
The final one, which was revealed kind of after the initial 6, we have Marco Els, a 25-year-old engineer who previously worked for 2 of Musk's companies, and he graduated
Didn't Taylor
from
Wren
Rutgers
say
in
she was against
2021.
doxing
He worked for SpaceX
in the beginning
for a
of this?
little, focused on satellite software, then moved on to working at X, where he's worked on Search AI. And he has now direct access to the Treasury Department systems responsible for nearly all payments made by the U.S. government. He has admin privileges over the code that controls Social Security payments, tax returns, and more. These systems have processed $4.7 trillion of payments in last year alone. And people are really worried that these admin privileges could allow him to bypass really crucial security measures and cause irreversible damage to these systems.
Yes, that is the major question with all of this, which is like, how much should we be freaking out about this? Because I've heard, yes, some of them have admin access and they've hooked up an illegal server, which is a security risk. I've also read arguments saying that a lot of what they're doing is the equivalent of like deleting a spreadsheet column and assuming that the money there goes with it, which is not true. I think also Elon Musk wants us to freak out and assume that he's accomplishing things when we know that he's incapable of accomplishing anything.
And I want to kind of talk about this because once these kids' identities were revealed, there was so much backlash online and people were really quick to attack them. Obviously, Elon Musk was deleting anybody that posted about them. But I guess I'm wondering, like, how harmful is it? Because, I mean, is it not a good thing, just to play devil's advocate, to have a bunch of young, entrepreneurial, smart kids coming in and kind of disrupting the government? And I mean, yeah, they're in their early 20s, but Lina Khan was, I think, only 29 or 30 when she was appointed.
Wow.
And, you know, it's not to say that young people can't achieve great things in the government, right?
Ironically enough, in the beginning years of the Kennedy administration,
Lina Khan
there
mentioned.
was like a push for like young American technocrats to come to DC and like modernize the government. I read this great piece years ago about how a lot of the blueprint for NASA started with the post office, where like in the 1800s they were like building rockets to shoot mail across the country. Like, there's always been moments where like the government is a place where like it excites young Americans and they want to go work there. That's not what this is. The problem with the way this is working is that like the personnel management system, OPM, that they've sort of worked their way into, and the General Services Administration that they've worked their way into, and the Treasury that they've worked their way into, manage trillions of dollars for, you know, hundreds of thousands of government employees and contractors. And if those systems get screwed up, I mean, that means the difference between like my retired parents like getting their Social Security payment. That's why Elon Musk is targeting these services. The question is like, is he going to do anything to them? We don't know yet.
Yeah, I think that a lot of this harm is potentially, you know, hypothetical, but then you have the situation with USAID, which one of these Zoomers actually sent an email to a bunch of USAID employees in DC saying, don't come to work on Monday. A lot of them have lost access to their email already. And I know he said that he wants to shut it down. It's not clear if that's legal. So I guess, isn't he already sort of causing some harm?
The way he's found his way in here is by setting up a temporary organization, Doge, inside of essentially like the Digital Services Department of the government. And he's attacking the digital services of the other departments that he doesn't like. So he's working with OPM via Amanda Scales, who is a former employee of his, and she's running OPM and sort of taking control of the different services and the personnel level. So that's where you're getting, you know, the requirements to take the pronouns out of your bio and the
Get your pronouns out of your bio.
And they're messing with the HR department in that way.
So he's messing with the digital sort of services of all of these government agencies and the HR services of these government agencies?
Right. Like, he wasn't really involved with the CDC fiasco last week, but he wasn't not involved either. And like, let's say the CDC website went down. That doesn't mean the CDC is over.
But he's deleted tons of really essential information off the website, data sets that scientists rely on. Like, you know, people are unable to get grants because of this. So isn't that sort of harm in itself. You're right. He doesn't seem to have the unilateral power, right, to shut down these government agencies completely, but he still seems to be wreaking havoc.
He's absolutely wreaking havoc, and I'm not downplaying that, but I do think it's important, especially because we're in Trump world now. So like, he is not the only player here. He has rivals in the other factions that are taking over the government right now. Project 2025 and him are not aligned. He is working alongside Russ Vought, the co-author of Project 2025, but he is trying to make sure that Doge looks like it's doing things. He has no ability to tell USAID workers not to show up to their office. It would be like if the IT guy in your office was like, no one can come to work anymore. He can send that email and cause that chaos, but he can't actually make you not go to work.
But if that IT guy has disabled your employee badge and your email and has the support of the head of the company, it's kind of hard to say no.
Well, but our government also like has different branches, and I think this is what's been really frustrating me since all of this chaos started, which is that like, we are not in a monarchy. Okay, like I was reading headlines today about like Donald Trump's gonna get rid of the Department of Education. So I was like, okay, is that even possible? And I spent like about an hour looking into it. No, an executive order cannot get rid of the Department of Education. You can just say no. like you can be like, no, USA does exist.
Well, isn't that more of a messaging problem then from
Just
Democrats?
say no,
because
guys.
I think, first of all, I really think it's important not to downplay the level of chaos
Don't
that
go
this man
to
has
go
caused
down on
already in the
Monday.
government. Like,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. He can't unilaterally shut down the CDC, but the harm that he's caused is irreparable and will take years to untangle.
If we're talking about specifics to what he's done to USAID, yeah, he has disabled the security app that USAID workers use. Terrible. He has gunked up how the HR system works. I think it is just very important to be very specific that Elon Musk and his team of Gen Z sociopaths can only impact digital services. And they are turning that around to Trump supporters and trying to make them believe that they have deleted USAID.
But those digital services are also quite essential to operationally sort of functioning governments, and it is, but you're right, sure, they cannot just delete an entire government agency. So Ryan, can you talk about like what they have caused harm to? Because I think you've said, you know, it's important to make this distinction between what Elon Musk and his little crony, Gen Z cronies, have been able to do and what they're unable to do theoretically under the sort of current laws. Is there any effort to stop his influence or to sort of control the reach of Doge?
No. It started today. Maxwell Frost, a Democrat, is holding a rally, I think, as we're recording this. They are at the Treasury Department. Elizabeth Warren is getting out there and calling this a coup. And it is. And one of the biggest risks right now is time. The more that they can worm their way into these systems and the more that they can confuse people, even if what they're saying is totally illegal and they have no jurisdiction to do it, if employees in the government don't know or just following it, then yeah, that's the problem. The major thing here, we saw this with the videos in South Korea during their coup. Like, you have a brief moment to hold the legality of this thing together, and if you don't, you're screwed. And so Democrats are finally beginning to move on this, but it's taken them about a week and a half.
I think you also wrote recently about the different sort of warring factions within the Trump world. Can you talk about the kind of three different groups at play here and how they're at odds with each other?
Yeah, so I pulled this from Ben Collins, former NBC News reporter, current CEO of The Onion. I have to say that whole thing because citing him as The Onion CEO kind of like diminishes it a bit, I think, but I love you, Ben. And he was really smart to point this out, which is that Trump world is a reality show. Even as frightening and as quickly efficient as it's become, it is a reality show full of different factions and palace intrigue. And so right now we have effectively Stephen Miller looking over immigration. He's the one that is absolutely pushing for Guantanamo Bay to become a concentration camp and the ICE raids, and that's been his thing for like 10 years now. The second faction would be Russ Vought, the co-author of Project 2025. I would call these guys like the demagogues, the like true blood and soil white nationalists, and they have been planning the Project 2025 takeover for years, and they're very ideological. And they're across the gamut. Like, if these guys succeed, we're in Handmaid's Tale. And right now, these guys are focusing on the Office of Management and Budget, and they're trying to do that as step one to effectively render Congress useless. They want to sort of pull as much power away from the other branches put it to Trump, and that way when people start complaining that Elon Musk is breaking the law, there's no one that can do anything, right? And then faction 3 would be Elon Musk and Doge, and they, I think, are the honestly the one to worry about the least, because they have no political anything. Like, none of them have been endorsed, none of them have been nominated or voted for, and they're not even working within the government. They are effectively contractors working under a subgroup of a subgroup, and I'm much more frightened by the Project 2025 guys and Stephen Miller because they are already succeeding.
I saw this headline today talking about how one of Musk's allies had told staff that the future of the government is AI first, and how they need to sort of operate the government like a software company. Is it this like monarchy-like network state? Are they trying to run the business like an AI startup? Like, what do they sort of hope to achieve?
Part of me thinks the AI thing is like his weird beef with Sam Altman, and he's just trying to like get one step ahead of OpenAI because he hates them. But I will say it does reflect an urge in Silicon Valley to create an AI-powered network state, and they believe that China already is this, and they believe that they're in an arms race to create a nation-level AI. I also think, quite selfishly, Elon Musk wants to power the whole government via X. He wants to replace the dollar with crypto and have the crypto run through X wallets, and he wants to have XAI working, on whatever. And that is, to me, what his role really is that he is trying to slash and destroy and dismantle as many government digital services as possible and then replace them with his own bad version.
It's kind of funny because I feel like a lot of the government used to run on Twitter, ironically, before Elon took it over. Like, all of the government agencies had accounts. That's kind of how you used to get a bunch of really crucial like government updates and stuff, and it was Elon Musk's takeover and the verification stuff that made a lot of them leave, right?
That's absolutely correct, because he wanted to own it. He didn't want them to use it. He wants to own them. He wants control. And this is what he's been doing forever. Like, he wants to replace NASA with SpaceX, and he wants to replace public transportation with Tesla, and he wants to replace the government email listservs with X.
I just feel like he is so fundamentally annoying. I can't imagine this going on for 4 years. Like, do you see any world where like he ultimately just like, pisses off the wrong Project 2025 person? Trump gets tired of him stealing all the headlines. Like, how long do you think this reign of Musk is going to last, or do you think his like political power will be neutered in any way?
So far, the legal response to all of the Trump administration has been pretty good. Like, you have to sort of reflect on the fact that like America is like a pretty healthy legal institution, and even if our Supreme Court's mega conservative, like, we have these branches, they work pretty well, and like we survived the first Trump administration, and right now like most of the major executive orders that Trump's passing are being blocked, and it makes me fairly optimistic about the longevity of Doge, because they are legit breaking the law. Like, they just are. So, and those laws still exist for now.
Where do you think these Zoomers that are working within Doge go? Do you think that they will ultimately be absorbed into the Trump government? Are most of them just LARPing, getting another line item on their resume, and they'll just go back into like Silicon Valley world?
I think they will just go back. Yeah, what we're sort of seeing in the last month or two is this culture in Silicon Valley that we did nothing to stop. We didn't break up these monopolies. We allowed them to create essentially like weird pseudo religions that they all believe in, and effectively groom generations of young men to follow in their footsteps, and now they're all invading Washington. That's where these kids come from, and
what
that's
am
where
I
these
even
kids
looking
go back.
for?
And
I think when I see it, then I'll remember in my head what I was thinking.
Like, we have to like really overhaul
camera
the government and regulate those companies and like get back on track to like break that culture. But unfortunately, those ghouls are going to be with us for a long time.
What do you think Mark Zuckerberg and the other tech CEOs sort of feel about this? Like, do you see any of them trying to assert any influence over Doge or whatever? I mean, I feel like Musk has been able to so successfully worm his way into power in this administration in a way that the other CEOs have not.
I sort of see Mark Zuckerberg as like not an idiot. I have to imagine that most of the people of like his world are looking at Elon Musk as like a
just trying to optimize it for the window size
of like being a sideshow, because I don't think any reasonable person even at the highest level of Silicon Valley can like look at X and be like, that's good. Like, I don't think Mark Zuckerberg would want Facebook to run like X.
I don't think so. I think X is so bad and crazy that it gives him cover to do things like roll back fact checking or things
love
like that.
Taylor
He's probably
Lorenz, dude.
wanted to
This
do for
this
a
has been
while
such a
and
great
cannot, or, like,
interview.
sell
And then you go back to
verification, right,
Vosh, and he's like
things like that.
screaming
I
about
mean,
the
there was that before, I think
fascists
it was
that are
about
taking
that
over the
Musk
government.
sort of complaining internally about declining user numbers, and I don't think that X is
Marine
a fundamentally
King.
healthy platform.
No, and in fact, like if
not
I were
Marine
someone
King.
like Zuckerberg watching this, I would just be waiting for it to implode and then go send a bunch of people to DC to sell government to buy government contracts or whatever. I have to assume like the Jeff Bezoses, the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world are waiting to scoop up the the wreckage and buy it, or get like some cush contract out of it when Elon Musk embarrasses himself or gets thrown in jail or whatever.
Yeah, or maybe hire some of these 23-year-olds to
Hey,
go work at Meta.
if you want a kid vaping on your Zoom call, it'd be perfect for that.
I'm curious also what you think is going to happen to the tech landscape under Trump. Obviously, Musk is probably going to enrich himself, and we're all going to have to use X for a few more years. But the TikTok ban stuff is coming up. I mean, I feel like there was only that 90-day stay. Like, what do you think is the future of TikTok as a platform under Trump?
I think it's
TikTok is for fun.
It has very American tweaks.
How do you think it'll stay? Do you think he'll like force part of it to sell?
Yeah, I think so. And I think TikTok will do it. TikTok already is like extremely aggressive about like tracking your country. I could see them easily carving off like an American TikTok. And to answer your question more broadly, I just think like tech in America, which is already quite bad compared to the rest of the world, is going to get really stagnant. The apps that people are using in, Asia or Europe or South America are light years ahead of what we use, what we see, and I think it's only just going to get more pronounced under Trump.
What do you think people should keep in mind when they see these endless headlines about Elon Musk or these 19-year-olds, taking power from the government and Trump doing XYZ executive order?
I think there are a lot of people who are not seeing these headlines. But if you're seeing a headline that says like Donald Trump is getting rid of the Department of Education, you should just take a second and be like, okay, is that possible? The only way forward here is to not get sucked into the craziness, is to remind yourself that like we still have laws. We can still kick these people out. We can still arrest them. I have been in countries that have gone through a dictatorship, through coups, and the malaise is the killer. You're talking about an event horizon you reach where you feel like nothing can be changed, and that doesn't go away when you get out of the dictatorship 20 or 30 years later. You just have to keep your head on straight, because like it is hard, man. It is really hard.
I am an eternal optimist, so I'm delusional about everything. So I'm like, it's
I love
probably
you.
gonna be fine.
Right.
But
I am
She's
too,
great.
to a degree, actually.
I think I also don't like the reflexive panic that you see from a lot of like liberal influencers, and I don't think that we're going to get the same level of like
Vosh.
resistance grifter type people that we had during the first Trump presidency. I think
We're starting to see a few
Oh, no.
blossom right now, actually, if you go
Oh,
on
God.
bsky.app and check it out.
That would be a shame if that ecosystem reemerged, because there was so much misinformation and there was so much sort of like panic towards the wrong things. I mean, back then it was all like this focus on Russia and like Russia put Trump in power and I hope that this time around people can sort of get better news sources and not like immediately spiral, while also taking it seriously. We should take it seriously that what these people are doing, but as you said, we do still have somewhat of a functioning government left.
Sure.
So
Yeah, we can still drink the tap water, like in most parts of
not
America.
not everywhere.
Not everywhere, but most of them, the things that like really worry me are the Supreme Court level stuff and the genuinely nominated authorship that are being put into power. Like even in a court, there are still laws for a little bit, and so we've got to say like, okay, what is possible, what's not, and hopefully the media gets a little better at communicating that as well. I feel like that would be
This
nice.
is the good
I
stuff.
also hope
You
some of these Zoomers
talking
are
about the
good
Marines
actors.
or
I don't know. They
the
seem
video?
sort of to authentically want to help, and so I hope that they do. They don't cause too much harm.
Hey, you're a young person who wants to get involved in government, go barricade yourself to the door of the USAID office and help people break through and get in there. Then go get a job in the office when we fix the government.
All right, Ryan. Well, thank you so much for chatting with me today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that's it for the show. You can watch full episodes of Power User on
That was
the
a
YouTube
great
channel
video,
at
Taylor.
Lorenz. That's at Taylor Lorenz on YouTube. And please subscribe to my tech and online culture newsletter, usermag.co. That's usermag.co. If you like the show, give us a rating and review on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen. We'll be back next week with a brand new episode. See you then.
So you know how right now Doge
Among the many other big moves taken by the Trump administration, boosting fossil fuel development has been a priority. In a series of actions, President Trump is following through on his promise not just to ramp up oil and gas production, but to sharply curtail any effort to deal with climate change. William Brangham has been tracking this and joins us now. So, William, we've already seen major action these first 2 weeks on the Trump administration's energy policy. What are the biggest moves so far?
He has been going gangbusters, as my mom used to put it, on many fronts, myriad ways he's been doing this. He's been doing this through federal government agencies like the EPA, through his appointments, his cabinet secretaries at Energy and Interior, and through executive orders. A couple of examples. On day one, he declared an energy emergency, which basically tells every federal agency to do everything they can to ramp up oil and gas production on federal lands. Trump has also pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. This is the global treaty to bring down emissions. He's back out of that again. He's targeted Biden's push for electric vehicles. I mean, the list goes on and on. There's just been a lot of efforts to go on this front.
And we know that with President Trump, personnel is so often policy. Who are the people in his administration who are backing him up on this?
That's right. The argument that his cabinet secretaries and that he has been making all along is that the Biden administration held back domestic energy production. And we should say, oil and gas production in America is at record highs right now, and it became so under the Biden administration. But all of Trump's cabinet picks argue that Biden didn't do enough on that front, and they promised to do differently. So that's Lee Zeldin at the EPA, that is Chris Wright at Energy, and that includes Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, who described during his confirmation hearings how the Trump administration will do things differently.
When energy production is restricted in America, it doesn't reduce demand. It just shifts productions to countries like Russia and Iran, whose autocratic leaders not only don't care at all about the environment, but they use their revenues from energy sales to fund wars against us and our allies. President Trump's energy dominance vision will end those wars abroad, will make life more affordable for every family in America by driving down inflation. And President Trump will achieve those goals while championing clean air, clean water, and protecting our beautiful lands.
So this raises the question then, William, of what does this mean for President Biden's signature achievement on climate, the Inflation Reduction Act?
President Trump, one of his first actions was to issue an executive order that dealt specifically with terminating the Green New Deal. That's how he refers to all of these kinds of efforts. And that ordered all federal agencies to pause any of the money that was appropriated under the Inflation Reduction Act or the Infrastructure Act. They had to clarify later to say it was really only climate-related things, but that is still a large part of that bill. So this order now means that a lot of those projects that were underway all over the country and the jobs connected to them are on hold. That could be things like big battery manufacturing plants to $5 billion loan to clean up school buses and make them electric. We talked to Julie McNamara. She's an analyst at the Union of Concerned Scientists. Here's what she said this means.
We've seen projects have to be stopped. We've seen companies starting to reconsider whether or not they'll move forward here. That is a terrible outcome for our country. And it has these long-lasting ramifications. And so by having this coordinated effort to send this chill that this is not a place that will be welcoming a new investment, it's a deep concern.
So there is some uncertainty as to how effective Trump will be at gutting that act, but this historic effort to ramp up batteries, wind, solar, nuclear, to address climate change, all of those things are in doubt.
And this is all unfolding as we're getting more warnings about the climate. Last month was the world's hottest January on record. Last year was the hottest year on record. Tell us more.
That's right. There's a new study out from climate scientist Jim Hansen. He was one of the first scientists to ring this alarm bell about climate back in the 1980s. He has a new paper out, which is a bit of an outlier, but he has been vindicated very often in the past. His paper says that warming is accelerating faster than we anticipated, that the goal of the Paris Accords to hold warming below 2 degrees Celsius compared to industrial times, that is virtually out of reach, and that some of these more serious climate tipping points might be unavoidable. Whether you dismiss his paper or not, his concern is affirmed by the vast majority of scientists that our use of coal and oil and gas is changing this climate to a dangerous and unpredictable way. We talked earlier with Chris Field at Stanford's Woods Institute. Here's how he describes it.
The evidence for climate change and the human role in causing the warming we've seen in recent decades is really overwhelmingly clear. There are no Democratic or Republican thermometers. Ignoring the problem doesn't make it go away. It just means we have a more serious problem to deal with by the time we finally get serious about addressing it.
Of course, President Trump doesn't think we need to do this. He thinks all of these concerns about climate change are exaggerated and overblown, and he is directing his administration and now the federal government to act accordingly.
William Brangham, our thanks to you as always.
Thanks, Jeff.
The doctor is in.
Last week, I said that you shouldn't put much stock in the title of a video because YouTube is a dirty game, ain't nobody willing to clean it, and sometimes you just have to pick a title that you think will get the most clicks. So, when I saw the video Trans People Are Real and Detransitioning Isn't That Common by Some More News, I was curious with a bit of hesitancy. By the way, this is one of my favourite types of responses where I found the video I'm responding to because it was in my subscription feed because I actively watch and enjoy the other content from this channel. The thing about these types of channels is they gratifyingly don't talk about the trans issue that much, but when they do, they almost always avoid engaging directly with the core anti-trans argument, and if they do try to engage it, they show themselves to be selectively chaotic on that point. Like, I am a huge fan of the YouTuber Big Joel, but it will always be so funny to me that the one time he tried to engage with a core anti-trans argument of they're trying to force us to use their pronouns even though they haven't convinced us of the truth of the beliefs that would be consistent with using those pronouns, the only way he can argue against that is by reducing it down to, they're saying that trans people are trying to brainwash us, but they're not. I'm not kidding, that's actually exactly what he says.
You have to believe that 2 + 2 = 5, because if we all really believe that, then that will be true. And it seems to be the same thing when you call a he, when you call him her, you have really substantively changed who he is.
Yeah, and you know, that's a bit dumb, isn't it? Like, I don't want to overplay my hand here or whatever, but personally, I don't think that trans people are trying to brainwash us.
Yeah, clearly I'm stupid for saying that trans activists can't reasonably expect me to talk in a manner that is consistent with a series of beliefs that they have not sufficiently defended, because I'm basically accusing them of trying to brainwash me. Anyway, the point is, aside from that, I don't think Big Joel has ever addressed any core argument from the anti-trans side of the debate. He tried once, realized the only way he could argue against it was by massively strawmanning it, and presumably since then has realized he's just best off not bothering. So, when I saw this video title, I thought, there's no way that's not just going to be a meaningless empty platitude, a thought-terminating cliche, if you will. Trans people are real is one of those statements which sounds meaningful to some, but upon closer inspection you realize it's basically saying nothing at all. Certainly it doesn't mean anything unless you clarify what exactly trans people are real is supposed to mean. But presumably in the context of this video it must mean something because Cody opens it by making this claim.
Transgender people are real and they exist.
And then at the end of the video, he actually doubles down on this.
Again, if you take just one thing from this video, let it be this. Trans people do exist.
So from this, we should be able to infer that clearly trans people are real must mean something if it's supposed to be the main takeaway from the video. And also, in the 1 hour between these opening and closing statements, there must be some pretty strong evidence provided for this claim. So first things first, I'll respond to the bit where he actually explains what he means by saying trans people are real. Except at no point does he ever actually do that. If trans people are real just means that there are females who claim to be men and males who claim to be women and those people exist, well then, obviously, everyone knows that, especially we who oppose that statement recognize there are those who claim it's true. So presumably we have to take this statement as meaning something at least a little bit more substantial, like that to be trans is not just to make that statement, but for that statement to be true of you. Therefore, saying that trans people are real means that the worldview by which a trans person could exist must be accurate. A bit like a Christian saying that the elect is real, or a Catholic saying that the one true church is real. In making that statement, they are implying that the belief system through which that statement could mean anything must also be true. So if a Catholic says the one true church is real, the way we would establish whether we'd agree the one true church is real is to see whether or not that Catholic makes good arguments for their worldview. The same way, if we're going to agree with Cody, we have to see whether he makes good arguments for his worldview. Also, if Cody is implying here that trans women aren't just those who claim to be women, but those who actually are women, then I'm sure he can understand why people like me would be resistant to using the term trans woman to describe them. Sometimes people wonder, why do I use the phrase trans-identified or so-called trans? And the reason is because there are people like Cody out there who seem to imply that if I were to acknowledge that trans women exist and I use that term to describe them, I would therefore be acknowledging in saying that their identities are accurate. Anyway, I'll first of all address Cody's arguments against the claim that trans people aren't real. Also, since we've established that presumably trans people are real means that the claims they're making about reality are accurate, I'll use that terminology going forward. So, what's the first argument?
Trans people are real.
A wave of shuttles is making its
They just
way to
are.
an active warp
Sorry,
conduit.
snowflakes, but
We're on
let's
the clock here,
investigate
people.
this
Take that
claim
thing
that
out.
it's just a fad.
So, the first claim is that the alternative to trans identity being accurate is that it's a fad, and Cody does try to make an effort to show that it's not a fad, which I'll address in a moment. But it's not really necessary, because I've never heard anyone argue that trans identity isn't accurate because it's a fad. So even if you could show that it wasn't a fad, that wouldn't prove that it's therefore accurate. After all, there are a lot of false claims that aren't fads. Are kids nowadays really into alchemy? Do they all go hang out by the bins behind Tesco and try to turn base metal into gold? I don't think so. So alchemy isn't a fad, therefore it's correct, right? That's how it works. Well, no, actually. Just because it's not a fad doesn't mean it's true. By the way, sometimes correct beliefs can be fads. If you're an atheist, you would presumably acknowledge that the new atheist craze in the early 2000s was a fad, but it doesn't therefore follow that atheism is false. Okay, so since something being a fad is irrelevant to whether or not it's true, let's just move on to the next argument.
The last big argument the anti-trans throng likes to make is that regardless of what detransition rates may be currently, trans kids aren't actually trans. They're being tricked.
Okay, so there he said the last big argument. Now, sometimes I do move around the clips I respond to, but I promise you, I've not just put his last argument at the second place. No, he only addresses two arguments, one of which wasn't even relevant. So hopefully this, the final argument he's going to address, is at least going to be relevant. But no, again, not really. The same thing applies. Just because you've been tricked into something doesn't mean it's false, and just because you haven't been tricked into something, that doesn't mean it's true. So that's the two big anti-trans arguments addressed by Cody. Both of them. But I don't know, aren't there some other arguments he should have addressed? You know, arguments like, a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman is a circular definition. Defining women by social roles is deeply sexist. Human beings descend from a legacy of binary sexual reproduction going back millions of years. You can't fight for women's rights if you don't know what a woman is. You can't prescribe a change to language without making a positive case for that. Many trans-identified males have a very fetishistic view of womanhood. Women have historically been defined by and thus would meaningfully relate to their shared biological experiences. I could go on, but it just seems to me like there are actually lots of reasons why someone might think that it's wrong to say that a biological male can be a woman. It's just like how people who eat meat can't be vegans and people who believe in God can't be atheists. It's just kind of how words work, you know? So there's not really any argument worth addressing, but here on this channel, we work with what we're given, so let's go back to that whole fad thing. At one point, Cody says,
It's a fad, like being gay or black or left-handed. They'll grow out of it.
Okay, so here's a fun exercise. Clearly, the point here is supposed to be that those things aren't actually fads, and therefore, trans identity can't be a fad, because trans identity is not meaningfully distinct from any of those things. Well, let's start with the most obviously distinct one, being black. Now, yes, to some extent race is socially constructed, but even if you get rid of all that social construction of race, there's no way around the fact that sometimes you'll be confronted by someone who just is black, and that's not a fad. But that's kind of the point. We know that it's not a fad because we can empirically see some people are black. You can just look at me and then look at someone with a much darker skin tone and recognize there is objectively, empirically, materially a difference there. What empirical evidence can we look at that would show us someone is trans? If I want to be cool and say that I'm black, you can just clearly see that I'm not black. If I want to be cool and say that I'm trans, what possible reason could you have for saying that I'm clearly not trans? Actually, quite similar to this is the idea of left-handedness. Dexterity is something that exists.
Shut up, Bozo. What a cringe idiot. Oh, just text.
A group of Thai medics battled to save the life of elderly Myanmar refugee Adabi as her daughter looked on tearfully. Previously, the US-funded International Rescue Committee would have treated her and the tens of thousands of other refugees living in camps on the Thai-Myanmar border. But President Donald Trump's freeze on most foreign aid has forced seriously ill patients like Adabi to rely on Thailand's state-run facilities instead. Kawachai Yingtoi Sak is the director of the Ta Song Yang Hospital, where Adabi was revived.
The main care providers at Mae La refugee camp are the medics, who are trained for about a year and a half. They have limited capability. They usually have 2 doctors from IRC at the camp. They are Burmese and can communicate with people. Outside of working hours, there is no access to doctors. The doctors have to go back to Mae Sot. These doctors are more like advising than taking care of patients directly.
He added that her camp had 1 IRC-run hospital and 2 clinics to care for about 29,000 people before support was withdrawn. Another patient from the same camp said they don't have money to buy medicine there and they'll all die without it. The refugee crisis on the border with Thailand has intensified due to escalations in the Myanmar civil war over the last 2 years. The loss of foreign aid has left Thai officials and refugee groups scrambling to fill the gap. Last week, the government vowed to support refugee healthcare following the US's aid suspension. But this district's leader said that's beyond immediate response. State hospitals may not be able to deal with this long-term burden.
I'm so glad I don't live in the States. Just wait till your election. You're next.
Все-таки как можно назвать эти выборы демократичными, когда ваши самые ярые противники и соперники или находятся в тюрьме, или в изгнании?
Стив, ну давай, может сейчас будет продолжение, я отвечу, чтобы не забыть. Кто в тюрьме, кто в изгнании и прочее, а ты вот здесь. Это право выбора, это демократично. Кто-то выбрал тюрьму, кто-то выбрал изгнание, как ты говоришь. Мы же никого не выгоняли из страны. И более того, мы открыли страну. И я уже, наверное, раз 5 заявлял о том, что мы не злопамятные люди, не зловредные. Каждому будет предоставлен шанс. Механизм реализации вот такой. Вперед. И не я решаю. Вот перед тобой Игорь Тур сидит. Он там, образно говорю, он решает. То есть общественная комиссия, где средства массовой информации широко представлены, они же в 2020 году фотографировались на каждом перекрестке и в каждом средстве массовой информации, в том числе и BBC. Мы это все проанализировали, время было, мы знаем роль каждого. Приезжайте, отвечайте. Нарушил закон, скажем откровенно, жестоко. В места не столь отдаленные, о которых ты сказал. Кто-то совсем понимает, что без этого не обойтись. Он там остается. Это же демократично. Это право выбора каждого человека. Ну, скажу откровенно, Стив, если бы ты такую позицию в нарушение законов принял, ты бы здесь не сидел. Скорее всего, ты к нам бы не приехал.
Вы сказали недавно, на днях, да, что мы не должны никому закрывать рот. Вы это сказали, да?
Ни в коем случае я тебе не закрываю рот.
Буквально 2 дня назад.
Абсолютно, да.
Вот, но
мы построим страну и не позволим никому закрывать рот. Так и будет.
Вот. Но ваши серьезные соперники не только не допущены к выборам, но и некоторые из них сидят, да? Более того, более 1200 политзаключенных осталось.
Подожди, уже ж выпустили немало. Это ж 1200, ты говорил, было накануне.
осталось.
Ну, если вычесть больше 200, так сколько получится? Ты что, в школе не учился?
Я просто к тому, что если никому рот закрывать нельзя, может быть, пора открывать вот эти камеры и выпустить этих заключенных. И Марию Колесникову, и Сергея Тихановского. И...
Why are you yelling?
Ну ладно, отвечу тебе на этот вопрос. Ты говоришь про закрытие рта или закрытие в тюрьме кого-то? Ну, если рот, это одно. Но если тюрьма, это тот, кто слишком широко раскрыл, грубо говоря, рот. Тот, кто нарушил закон. Ну, естественно, что в Англии и в Соединенных Штатах Америки нет тюрем. Почему ты не приводишь положительный пример? На время лукашенковского времени в тюрьме сидело более 40 тысяч человек. Сейчас менее 20. Это хороший результат? Ну, хороший, положительно, по крайней мере, нашу диктатуру характеризует. Антидемократический режим. Почему вы об этом не говорите? Ну, а тот, кто нарушил закон, тот будет сидеть. И даже там мы ему рот не закрываем. И Мария Колесникова и другие, о которых ты говоришь, я помню, этот вопрос ты уже второй раз задаешь, как родственник все равно. На БРИКС ты мне, по-моему, задавал про Колесникову, что она умерла, что никого туда не пускают. Скажу откровенно, ты меня подтолкнул к тому, чтобы я поинтересовался. А что там происходит с Марией? Говорят, здоровая. Даже пресс-секретарю говорю, ты же Стива знаешь, он же все равно навяжется с этим вопросом. Посмотри, доложи мне лично, кроме тех, кто там смотрит за ней и где она находится. Что с ней? Кто говорит, нормальная, здоровая. Я говорю, ну покажите ее народу. Показали вроде, да. Кто-то ходил к ней, из-за отца. Не пускают родственников. Я говорю, ну почему вы отца не хотите пустить? По закону отец не имел права с ней встречаться. Она нарушает режим. Он установлен в Америке, в Англии, у тебя или еще где-то. Режим есть. Если ты его нарушаешь, ну, отвечай. Но я говорю, слушайте, у меня к вам просьба, это мое решение. Пустите, пусть отец смотрит. Ну покажите Стиву, что она здорова, что она нормально выглядит и так далее. Видел фотографию? Видел. Так как же мы рот закрываем? Если бы... Слушай, вот этот вопрос ты даже американскому президенту бы и не задал. Даже у себя там. Даже в России, где ты находишься, ты бы этот вопрос не задал. Ты мне свободно задаешь, я тебе свободно отвечаю. Не перебирай, Стив. В любом государстве за нарушение закона надо нести ответственность. Суров закон, но он закон. Это не я придумал. Это придумано народами многих стран. Суров закон, но он закон, его надо соблюдать.
Закон надо соблюдать, но эти люди
если
сидят...
ты не знаешь закона, если ты не знаешь закона, это тебя не освобождает об ответственности по этому закону. Это тоже не я придумал. Это юридическая вся общественность так заявляет. Вот по закону и отвечают. Поэтому, если ты лоббируешь там и за кого-то ратуешь, то у нас это не запрещено. У нас не запрещено. Если ты на поруки кого-то берешь, и тур там в комиссии примет решение, что можно тебе пойти навстречу, мы рассмотрим этот вопрос. Но те, за кого ты ратуешь, они, по-моему, и не хотят особо.
Последний вопрос, если можно.
Да хоть здесь.
Вот, мы общались с другими кандидатами на тех выборах. Один из них публично...
Но они не сидят.
Не сидят. Один из них даже вас публично поддерживает, ваш соперник, лидер Компартии. Вот, а другой пышно вас хвалит. Довольно странно, в общем-то, странная гонка, да, вот с такими соперниками.
Стив, это для тебя новый опыт.
Да, я таких вот не видел, это правда.
Ну, так ну, что ты мне предлагаешь? Мне радоваться или печалиться по этому поводу? Скажи, пожалуйста, если ты хочешь серьезно, я тебе могу объяснить. Самая серьезная ситуация в связи с той политикой, которую мы проводим в последнее время, и я, в том числе, от президента Беларуси что-то зависит. Самая сложная ситуация у лидера Компартии. Потому что коммунисты поддержали его желание выдвинуться. Да, если лидер хочет партии, пожалуйста. Но они ему сказали, но у нас есть свой кандидат. Догадайся из 3 раз, кто это. И, конечно, коммунисты будут поддерживать этого кандидата. Потому что в единственной стране на постсоветском пространстве, к твоему глубокому сожалению, и твоих там, кто с тобой стоит, я понимаю так, в Беларуси мы ни одну партию никогда не гнобили. Даже Белорусский народный фронт. И даже Зенона Поздняка, который, проводит совершенно политику, проводил, и точка зрения у него отличается от моей. Я его даже поздравил с юбилеем недавно. И признаю, что это истинный революционер. Он совершенно иную точку зрения. Если бы та политика, которую они проводили в середине 90-х, мы уже давно воевали с вами. Мы воевали, но мы даже их не давили. Тем более коммунистов. Тем более то, что у наших нынешних коммунистов, мы вообще, это политика справедливости, это наша политика. Чего они против меня будут голосовать?
Можно один краткий последний вопрос?
Ну, конечно, можно.
Известно, что ни США, ни Евросоюз, ни Великобритания не признают вас легитимным президентом.
Это ваше право.
Вот, какие у вас надежды, связанные с новой администрацией США? Надеетесь, что эта ситуация изменится из-за прихода Трампа?
Какая это?
Ну, вот эта легитимность, непризнание.
Непризнание чего?
Но то, что сейчас пока вот США, Европа...
Признание нашей власти, меня вы имеете в виду, не изменится.
Что с приходом Трампа отношение к вам со стороны Запада изменится.
Скажите, пожалуйста, Стив, если бы я вот сейчас сделал заявление, что я не признаю выборы США и не признаю Трампа, что-нибудь в Америке бы изменилось? Или у вас там в Великобритании Стармер, или как его фамилия? Вот я не признаю Стармера, и что? Что в Великобритании произойдет? Ничего. Тоже точно так у нас ничего не произойдет. Признаете вы там в Евросоюзе, не признаете эти выборы. Ну, это дело вкуса. Поверьте, вот клянусь вам, это абсолютно, как вы говорите мне, фиолетово. Вы признаете наши выборы или нет? Мне главное, чтобы белорусы признали эти выборы, и спокойно они завершились, как начались. Вот это для меня главное. А там ваше дело. Признаете? Ну что ж, мы отреагируем, поблагодарим. Не признаете? Ну так вы уже не признали. Вы же уже не признали. Вот если завтра Соединенные Штаты Америки сделают заявление или промолчат хотя бы по поводу наших выборов, слушайте, что вы будете делать? Что вы будете делать? Ну, вам не привыкать. Вы же Трампа этого гнобили с утра до вечера, до выборов. Как только Трамп выборы выиграл, ваша позиция, вы поползли через Атлантический океан. Кто ползком, кто по дну, кто поверху. Некоторые не знают, как подползти сегодня к этому Трампу. Тяжелая у вас судьба у Европы. Ждите. Вам надо беспокоиться этим. С приходом Трампа проблемы не в Беларуси будут, в Европе будут проблемы. Они уже у вас начались. Поэтому, Стив, вам лучше молчать. И не переживать по поводу того, признают кто-то наши выборы или не признают. И что ты хотел у меня? Нет, если ты... Я же тебя приглашал.
Нет, я думаю, что у всех остальных есть вопросы, я не хочу...
Ну, спасибо. Вот, видишь, от великодержавности уже отходят.
Ну, разрешите переключиться надо.
Слушайте, это как называется? Это позиция редакции. И Стив сегодня, наверное, Таня Николаевна, не знаю, как у вас там, он встроен в эту политику, так же? И он будет задавать вопросы, те, которые ему вот так вот рекомендовали задать. Иначе, ну как понять?
Я же вам говорил раньше.
Ну зачем ты мне 5-й раз задаешь один и тот же вопрос? Ну как вот понимать? Ну, у меня память хорошая. Ты мне на БРИКС задавал эти вопросы. Я тебе уже на них отвечал, что и Колесникову, и отца пустим обязательно. Я выполнил обещание. Ты опять мне про Колесникову. Ну ты скажи, если ты хочешь поехать к Колесниковой, организуй его. Ты скажи, если ты этого хочешь. Мы будем думать, как поступить. Вот я принял решение. Съезди, посмотри, ну что тут страшного, что ты после выборов, когда отчитаешься за свою командировку, съезди с ней поговоришь. Задай ей вопрос. Марина, ты чего здесь сидишь? И она тебе должна ответить, да, это не ко мне вопрос. Для того, чтобы этот вопрос приобрел звучание и начал рассматриваться по закону, что у вас, что в Америке, в Брюсселе и так далее, железное правило. Везде, там и у вас, у демократов списали. Ты должен обратиться к человеку, который принимает решение о помиловании. Ты должен обратиться. Если ты не обращаешься, ну, значит, тебе там хорошо. Может быть, по другой причине. Но должен обратиться. Не знаю, убедил я тебя или нет. Если с тобой встречаюсь в полгода минимум один раз, никак не могу убедить. Но я не против, Стив. Ради Бога. Это твоя точка зрения. У нас жестокая демократия в Беларуси. Мы никого не дам и рот никому закрывать не будем. Как только они ввели евро, Европейский Союз, они мгновенно подверглись давлению со стороны Соединенных Штатов Америки. Американцы же живут за счет этого доллара. Вот Стиву бы на это посмотреть повнимательнее. Что касается Орешника, когда появилось в Беларуси ядерное оружие, Стива почему-то прежде всего, ну извините, его прежде всего взволновал. Ну как, в Беларуси ядерное оружие и прочее. И он на меня так наезжал, то я подумал, ну, может быть, какое-нибудь другое бы у нас было оружие. Потом подумал, ну, Искандер мы купили, полонез у нас есть. И тут, бах тебе, Орешник появился. Ну, я к старшему брату, слушай, ну, я говорю, мы подумал, приехал Минск. Я говорю, ну что, поставил. С тех пор Стив как воды в рот набрал. Он меня не упрекает в ядерном оружии, потому что понимает, что у нас война. Гранатин будет Орешник.
It's only week 3 of President Trump's second term, and disheartened Democratic lawmakers are already introducing articles of impeachment against him. Peter Doocy is live at the White House with the latest. Peter.
Emily, impeaching President Trump twice did not stop him from getting easily reelected. In fact, it's possible that it might have helped. But that is the well that Democratic lawmakers are going back to, this time because of the president's stated plan for the U.S. to take over the Gaza Strip.
I rise to announce that the movement to impeach the president has begun. I rise to announce that I will bring articles of impeachment against the president for dastardly deeds proposed and dastardly deeds done. I also rise to say that the impeachment movement is going to be a grass-up movement, not a top-down.
Democratic resistance is taking other forms as well, like describing Doge engineer access to Treasury payment systems with extremely charged language.
Charged language.
We will see you in the courts, in Congress, in the streets. Elon Musk is a Nazi nutball baby. We are at war.
What we're not going to do is stand around when they pull this bull. We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your...
We've got to fight back on the streets tomorrow.
We took notes of all of that and brought it to the White House press briefing room. Got this response.
Some elected Democrats are so steamed about Doge. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we're at war. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now?
Don't let up.
And may I just point out If you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle, from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there would be a lot more outrage in this room today. It's unacceptable. We're going to look at the receipts of this federal government and ensure it's accountable to American taxpayers. That's all that is happening here. And for Democrat officials to incite violence and encourage Americans to take to the streets is incredibly alarming, and they should be held accountable for that.
Some Democrats in D.C. have gone back to the drawing board, realizing after November's election that all the extreme anti-Trump rhetoric was not helping them with voters, but some Democrats here in D.C. have not.
Peter Ducey, thank you. All right, Kennedy, we saw a lot there, but I want to focus on this point, which is that on the meter of freakout, what does this proposed impeachment indicate to you? Because apparently legislating or representing constituents, representing the 74 million Americans that voted for Trump, apparently is off the table with those Democrat lawmakers.
What they're doing is fighting to keep a corrupt bureaucratic state in place, which costs taxpayers a lot of money, and people are finally waking up to realize that the government takes their money and then wastes their money and makes their lives very, very difficult. So this is falling on deaf ears because everyone has heard this chorus over and over and over again, and it's 2025. Hysteria doesn't sell. Action does. Unfortunately, they're not offering action in terms of counter-proposals and ideas and data-driven solutions. What they're offering is violent action. We've already seen a president who was reelected in the face of 2 assassination attempts, and my fear is these people are trying to fan up so much hysteria with their followers who might be unwell that they want to see that come to fruition, and we can't have that in this country. And, you know, with this mandate, with the presidency, the Senate, and the House, people are saying we want a different way, we want a better way. This is not better. It's an old playbook, but unfortunately, it's also a very dangerous one.
And this outrage, David, where is the outrage over what the audit is uncovering? How are we watching Democratic lawmakers be so affronted at the notion of cleaning house, stewarding wisely the tax dollars they earn that we pay? I'm not quite sure where the calls to violence come from, where it originates with such offense over spring cleaning.
Well, first of all, I'll give you an actual number, which Kennedy did not do. I got to say, I think it's a 10 on the freak-out meter. I think it's a 0 on the substance meter, which is what you're getting to. And people voted for Trump because they wanted stuff of substance done. They wanted the streets cleaned up. They wanted the borders closed. They wanted the economy to improve. They wanted specific things. And there's so much nonsense about what's being said. I just have this ex-post by Dan Goldman, who's a big Dem, who came out and said, make no mistake, Elon Musk owns Donald Trump and is calling the shots. Now, you can say a lot of things about Donald Trump, but nobody owns him. Even an assassin's bullet couldn't own the guy.
Oh, my God.
When I was a kid, I grew up in Washington, D.C. I tended to be on the left, but I saw a debate between a conservative, William Buckley, and a radical guy who I liked, a guy named Dick Gregory. And Dick Gregory was just destroyed by William Buckley, by the argument. And at one point, Gregory said, well, you're stupid. And I said to myself, no, wait a minute, you can say a lot of things about Buckley, but he wasn't stupid. That kind of changed my thinking. I'm wondering how many young people look at the hysteria of that Democratic mob and then the substance of what Trump is doing and are thinking sort of the same thing I did.
I'm curious about something, Harris, which is that, you know, we've started to see an immediate reckoning, an immediate accountability that this administration is holding elected officials to. We saw that, for example, in your interview with Holman Borders last hour, where he says, you know, harboring an illegal is a felony. You know, obstructing justice is a felony. Like they're actually putting their money or taking their money away where it counts. And my question specifically is, we've seen Congress people in the past being held to account, being censured for peddling lies and being quite reckless with their rhetoric. Are we going to see, do you think, an accounting and censuring of these lawmakers that are calling for violence?
Well, so what happens is when you see, and I put the freak out actually in proportion with potential cover-up.
I'm Faulkner.
Like, what are they so afraid that we're going to find out? And the more we find out, it's not only embarrassing for them, but it makes it, I think, very fair to question, are there relationships around the world with which our leaders have untoward behavior. I mean, are they doing things with our money that we should know about and maybe we wouldn't be okay with? And we only know that if we have enough forensic, enough daylight to show us what's going on. And so directly in answer to your question, accountability will come when we know the truth. I think that the outing of that information will be accountability enough. It will either shame them to the point where they don't have the jobs and politics that they have anymore because nobody will vote for them, or they'll have to answer for things that can't be found that were attached to those dollars that were given.
Yeah, and I venture something, Jerry, which is that the vast majority of them, I think, have no idea either. To David's point about a 0 on the substance scale, I think a lot of those shouting, it's a knee-jerk reaction. Those who actually have the substance are quite a few, I believe.
Well, I think there is a lot of knee-jerk. I think there's also a lot of cover-up. I think a lot of people are trying to protect streams of money that are coming their way or coming to people they know. I mean, look, this is, you know, like, think about it. This is the way I think about it. I'm from Western North Carolina. 3 months ago, that place got slammed by a hurricane. People are still living in tents. These are Americans. We are not taking care of them. We've turned our back. We've walked away. We've said we don't need to do anything.
So
and
I'm
yet,
sitting here.
we're spending millions to
I'm sitting here and I'm like, hey, it's kind of cold. I should check the thermostat. It's dead. Good thing it only takes AAA batteries, which I have somewhere. Haha. Now, last winter, my parents went away for Florida, and the battery in their thermostat died at their house, and they didn't shut off the water when they left for months, so they destroyed their entire basement. It all flooded and shit. Okay.
trans programs in countries all over the world, sexual re-education for people who are not in this country. I mean, it's astonishing to me the way our dollars are being spent. And if you're not angry about that, I mean, I don't know what's going to get you interested.
I mean, I wonder if without this audit, we ever would have known that Bangladesh was getting all the money that it is for DEI. I mean, some of these things are not even ideological. You were talking about the trans surgeons. They don't always match up with the countries that we're giving them the money for.
No, exactly.
They literally all say the same thing to everything. They have no original thought.
We are only 2.5 weeks into the second term of convicted felon Donald Trump, and it is promises made, promises broken. He said he didn't know anything about Project 2025, didn't want anything to do with it. Well,
I've had it, is what this channel's called.
Its authors to be
haven't you just had it?
The Democrats have had it. We are here with Senator Alsobrooks. They pulled an all-nighter at the Senate to form the resistance. Senator, how's it going there at the United States Senate?
Well, you know what? Our resolve is strong. As you mentioned, we held the floor all night. I participated, and we've had it. You know, we really have. I've heard from my constituents. People are really, really enraged by what they have seen, and rightfully so. This is a witch hunt, the likes of which none of us have ever seen before. It is unconscionable. The people that are hurting right now are the American people. These are the people that government promises to make their lives better, and this administration has attacked through this wicked witch hunt civil servants who have worked, many of them through decades for both Republican and Democratic presidents, and it's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. And Russell Vought, as you've mentioned, is the author of Project 2025, himself a person who has avowed really revenge and retribution against civil servants, and none of us can understand, why this would be the target of this administration's initial actions.
We talk about that a lot, and we
I
feel
can't
like
get that bitch
for
to come back
MAGA,
on.
the cruelty is the point. And the point of a lot of what they're doing seems to be to exert power and cruelty. And there is a feeling outside of the Beltway among the American public that we want you guys to be a kryptonite wall. Do what Mitch McConnell did to Obama, where that template where he said, we're going to say no to everything on speed. And so I know that you all are there tonight. We have Elon Musk, who appears to be setting up a shadow government. This is terrifying to everybody. He's the world's richest man. South Africa denied him a Starlink contract. And now we have Secretary of State Marco Rubio that seems to be doing Elon Musk's bidding. What can the Senate do about this rogue actor in the United States government that appears to be setting up a shadow government?
Well, you're right about it does feel like the shadow government and that these rich people have basically overtaken our government.
Not the rich people.
And, there are a number of things that can be done right now. One of them is thankful to this podcast and others because we have to communicate it. Let the American people understand what is happening. There are also several lawsuits that have been filed. I think this is appropriate, and we've seen already some success in the lawsuits that have initially been filed. We are working here to make sure, as you've mentioned, that we are blocking going forward and that we are working to try to defeat and to really fight back against these nominations that are being put forward right now. And we're going to be legislating as well, but we have to, it's an all hands on deck sort of effort. Their actions are not hurting just government workers. That's what they hope to do. They're hurting the American people. And this Elon Musk effort to violate the privacy of many in the civil service. I mean, all of it is it's unprecedented. The cruelty of it is really just so shameful. And these are people without shame. It's ruthless. Donald Trump is a ruthless leader. Let's be clear about that. A person who has no empathy for anyone, absolutely anyone. And he is flanking himself with people who are carrying out this vindictive, angry sort of leadership that is hurting the American people.
What can you do on the Senate side to attempt to rein in the power that this fake agency does?
Haven't you just had it?
And put checks and balances.
I've
and
had enough.
Transparency on what Elon Musk is doing.
Well, I mean, part of, what I can tell you is, part of what has to happen first, I know you asked about the Senate floor, is some of this is just illegal. So I think the legal action is really effective.
That'll
but
stop
it's also
him.
the case that, we're fighting against Russell Vought's nomination. I'm hoping that some of my colleagues on the other end of the aisle will also see how unconscionable his comments are. Russell Vought, the person who would be over the Office of Management and Budget, is a person who said that he intends to exact trauma. He said he hopes that these civil servants feel trauma. So we are working now. We were up, as you mentioned, all night. We had planned to hold the floor to delay some of these actions, and we'll continue doing that. But we have to employ every tool in the toolbox has to come out right now, both legislatively, legally, on the communications front. People have to understand this is a moment. It is a moment, a seminal moment. And if we let our country continue down this course, it will forever change the course of history in our country. I'm convinced it already has in many ways, but we have to continue to do what we can to stop these actions and to say in no uncertain terms that we will not allow Elon Musk to run our government.
Elon Musk.
Considering that we have three branches of government and you guys are one of those branches, moving forward, every single appointee that Donald Trump has recommended to be secretary of some department. Are you in the Senate going to vote no across the board, considering what we've seen thus far, considering that you guys in good faith gave Marco Rubio a unanimous vote, and then he gets on Twitter or X and posts he wants to make Gaza beautiful again. He's doing Elon Musk's bidding with South Africa, this personal revenge tour of these billionaires. You see a former United States senator losing any sort of a spine and acting as a coward representing the United States on a global stage. Moving forward, can you and the rest of the Senate commit to voting no on every single remaining appointee that Trump has recommended?
Oh, absolutely. I will absolutely be voting no on any other nominee that's put forward by this administration now that we see for sure the direction that they're moving. There are some of us, as you mentioned, who, for example, supported Secretary of State Rubio, wanted to give an opportunity to look at the qualifications of the candidates and to ask ourselves, even if they didn't agree, if we didn't agree policy-wise, whether these were people who would do the job. We're out of that now. There is just now no room to support anything in the way of nominees that this administration puts forward. I, for one, will absolutely be voting no on every person who's put forward from here.
I'd love
One
to hear that.
question- Oh, sorry. One question I have, and it always sticks with me. I feel confident there are Republican senators who do not agree with Donald Trump, yet they do not vote against him because they are afraid of the revenge or, primaries. Do you think, given what is going on with Elon Musk with this Russell vote, do you think that there are one or two moderate Republicans that may actually vote against these people?
I think there are Republicans who are concerned about the nominees. I mean, we've seen some already vote. In the Hegseth vote, we saw Mitch McConnell. We also saw Murkowski and Collins, who all three voted against Hegseth. So I think there are some. And going forward, we'll see what happens with Russell vote and some of the others. But it is still my hope that some of my colleagues on the other end of the aisle will vote their conscience and vote against some of these people who the American people don't even support. Nobody wants Elon Musk who, of course, has been set up by Russell Vogt, to have access to their personal information. Russell Vogt is a dangerous person, and he would harm not only these civil servants, but he would be harming by extension the American people.
There are reports out that now the Trump administration wants to replace the entire workforce of the CIA. And the MAGA movement has done a decades-long assault on institutions in the United States, that they are so diminished by a lot of the right-wing media echo chamber that this story, it kind of is a headline in this, pardon my language, just potpourri of shit sandwiches that we're all dealing with these last 2.5 weeks. How dangerous is this to replace an entire workforce of the CIA for our national security?
Oh, absolutely dangerous. I'm a former prosecutor. And so, I have worked not with the CIA, but worked with the FBI, worked with many of the law enforcement agencies to keep our communities safe. And by the way, this administration has done the polar opposite of absolutely everything that they
identity
promised, including making our safety a priority and destabilizing the CIA, replacing experienced agents with these political cronies, replacing seasoned FBI agents with whoever it is he intends to bring in. I mean, it's horrifying. It is unprecedented, but it absolutely will make us less safe. And it is, and this is the kind of thing we have to continue to work against. But it is absolutely not in our best interest for it to happen. And by the way, none of this brings down the cost of goods. None of it brings down the cost of housing, and does not make us safer. It does the exact opposite.
Senator Alsobrooks, I want to commend you for your efforts. I saw where you questioned Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And the overt racism that we're seeing out of the MAGA movement is such a painful thing for all Americans to see, of all skin colors. And I just want to commend you for holding the line, calling him out directly to his face. And thank you for coming on our podcast, because our audience and the American public as a whole need to know that you guys are holding the line, that it is a no across the board, a big giant F no to everything that they want to do. And you're welcome to come on here anytime. Good luck with your filibuster. Keep looking for good trouble, and we support you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. And everybody, hang on. We're going to keep fighting. Thank you so much.
After 2,000 days on Duolingo, can I speak Spanish? Short answer, yes, with some caveats. Let me show you. This is my current streak on Duolingo. That's over 3,000 days, but the first 1,000 days of that were actually learning German, which I've made many videos about on my YouTube channel over the years, including one full video in German and hopefully a second one coming next week in German, of course with English subtitles. But every day for the past 2,000 days, I've spent slowly but surely learning Spanish using only Duolingo. With German, I had gotten to the point where I was using a lot of other resources. I was reading German books, watching TV shows, listening to music, but this time around for Spanish, I have not done that. In fact, for the past 4 to 5 years, I've been learning exclusively on Duolingo, mostly to test out naysayer claims that say you can't do that. Well, sorry guys, I have. Will my Spanish be perfect? Absolutely not. But it will be very interesting to see where exactly my shortfalls are, to see how far Duolingo alone has taken me. I want to show you what my lessons look like at the moment, and I'm really excited to tell you about a 20-minute conversation I had this past week in Spanish, in Berlin of all places, all coming up in this video. So, let's go. My name is Evan Edinger, and this is part 1 of a 2-part series on Duolingo. The second video coming out in a few weeks goes into detail about my current tips and tricks for how to get the most out of the app in 2025. But for now, though, I just want to show you how far I've come. This right here is where I'm currently at in my Duolingo path, near the tail end of section 6. According to Duolingo, I should just about be able to start learning at a B2 level under the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages, or CEFR. Now, if I were fully at a B2 level Spanish, I'd be able to communicate in sentences like this. In 1755, Lisbon was destroyed by an earthquake and a fire, but later it was reconstructed or rebuilt with a modern architectural style. In Spanish, this reads, En 1755, Lisboa fue destruida por un terremoto y un incendio, pero luego fue reconstruida con un estilo arquitectónico moderno. Can I understand this sentence? 100%. Could I communicate this way? Well, I mean, I've got the building blocks. It's all about putting them together. At this level, I can have practical conversations, but I'm still far from native level fluency found in the C levels of the framework. It's a point where you can feel confident speaking, but there's still a lot to learn. As in life. For context, if I were at an A2 level of Spanish, which is a bit more elementary, I'd communicate like this. I was born in New Zealand, but now I live in Osaka. I have lived in Osaka for 5 years. So the sentences and the grammar are less complex, more basic, but still understandable. Since starting the Spanish module on Duolingo, I have personally witnessed my Spanish progress from the early statements in the A1 section to the more advanced ones later in B1. Through constant repetition and practice within the app, I acquired the building blocks for advanced sentences and developed a sense where I can just sort of feel what words I'm meant to use. Not always, but a lot of the time. For example, if English was your first language, it's probably the case where no one had to tell you that an apple is correct and a apple is wrong. Same with an hour or an excuse to subscribe to my YouTube channel. You've just heard it enough times that you can just sort of hear, a apple is wrong. Now, a popular comment made online is that Duolingo is too basic. It only teaches you vocabulary, and one can't really learn a language simply matching words with your finger on your phone. And you know what? I actually would agree with that final point. But that point is assuming that advanced Duolingo lessons are the same as the basic ones. The app starts you off with these very basic challenges to help build confidence and, realistically, as is their MO, build consistency, so you keep coming back to the app with these little wins. But as you progress, so do the complexity of the exercises. So if you're someone in the early stages on the app wondering what it's like later, how advanced do the exercises get, or if you're just interested to see how it all works and or how my Spanish is, well, let me show you a lesson or two where I'm at. I'm gonna try and show you a standard lesson, meaning they're going to be teaching me new words and concepts that I haven't yet been taught in the app, as well as one of the listening only sections that focuses more on listening comprehension. Also, a story for good measure, just to see how those stories have been developing. All right, so we have Talk About Jobs, lesson 2 of 6.
Lo más importante era llegar temprano a la oficina.
For the record, usually I just skip the section where I can hear him talking because I don't feel like I need that. decía, lo más importante era llegar temprano a la oficina. A lot of times as well, it will actually trigger as if I've gotten it right just before I finished. I'm like, excuse me, don't cut me off, thank you.
Los astronautas tienen distintas profesiones.
These exercises right here, I can't see anything. I have to listen and repeat. These are actually quite new as of this year and are really exciting. I like new ways of learning.
Los astronautas tienen distintas profesiones.
Los astronautas tienen distintos profesiones. Los astronautas tienen distintos profesiones. Los astronautas tienen distintas profesiones.
Lo interesante es que todos quieren colaborar.
Lo interesante es que todos quieren colaborar. I do repeat all the exercises out loud just because that's extra practice. Why not? Unless I'm on the tube because I don't want to be a pariah. Lo interesante, the interesting thing is that everyone wants to collaborate. With my YouTube channel, send me an email, guys. Everyone wants to collaborate. Ding dong.
Lo más importante.
So it's obviously más. I'm speeding through.
Se supone que trabaja como detective.
Detective. Oh, see, here we go. It's detective. Supposedly, he works as a detective.
Lo más importante.
Sorry, guys. Lo más importante es preguntar si no sabes algo. The most important thing is to ask if you know something. If you don't know something. Detectives can earn a good salary. So many fun words like this. Los detectives. Close.
Fernanda leyó que para ser astronauta debes estudiar matemáticas o ingeniería.
Spanish is fake.
Ella está buscando universidades para estudiar esas carreras.
So this is saying Fernanda read that in order to be an astronaut, you should study math or engineering. She is looking for universities in order to study those careers. The question is, what does Fernanda want to do? She wants to be an astronaut. There's a lot of these variations. These ones are like the most basic, but there's a good balance. You don't want it to be all difficult and all easy. You kind of want some wins, some losses. You know, you learn from mistakes. Lo interesante es que el detective está buscar don't make sense. Buscando. Está buscando. Not bad. It's so exciting. Viajar. Gratis. Cuando el trabajo lo paga. Ahora, por ejemplo, estoy viajando a Rusia y no he gastado nada. Traveling for free, the work pays for it. Okay. For example, I'm traveling to Russia and I don't have to spend anything. I think that's roughly correct. Yeah, when the job pays for it. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I got the vibe.
Su abuelo fue astronauta y viajó a la luna.
Astronauta. This is a word that I've just learned from this lesson. I really have to focus on how it's pronounced so I can figure out how it's spelled correctly, because it might be astronauta.
Su abuelo fue astronauta y viajó a la luna.
Astronauta. What?
Su abuelo fue astronauta y viajó a la luna.
Astronauta? Thank God.
Para ser astronauta, debes tener mucha experiencia.
In order to be an astronaut, you gotta have, or you should have, a lot of experience. So, to be an astronaut, you have, or must, here we go, you must have a lot of experience. At the end of each lesson, you usually get 2 or 3 hard exercises rather than matching, rather than just choosing a word. You kind of got to write the whole sentence. The most important thing is to be honest and efficient. Now, this is difficult. They've just taught me the sentence structure. Lo importante que es, and then it says to be honest, es ser honesto y eficiente. No! It's the most important thing. I missed the one word there, lo más importante. Oh, and there's also no K. It's one of those mistakes where it's like, take your time. Supposedly. So I don't know this. However, because I'm in one of the first ones where they're just teaching this, I can just tap on se supone. I did not remember that. Supone. Ooh, is it se supone que? See, I got both the hard ones wrong. You gotta learn these things. Oh, it was K. Se supone que. All right. KN. Here we go. Little pling plong plong.
Are you a spy? Yes.
I want to show you what a story looks like, and I want to show you what an audio lesson looks like, but that's going to take me about 15 more minutes of learning. So let me grind through those and then come back to you when it's time for story time.
Grind.
All right, finally done that exercise. Now on to the next story. Now this one's called The Flu Shot. You have options to read it, or it hides some of the words and you have to just listen. I usually do that because why not? Just makes it a little bit more difficult.
La vacuna contra la gripe.
A lot of stories introduce words you don't know, and you have to kind of pick it up through context. The vaccine that is against the flu, to stop the you know what I mean? This is my knowledge. I'm like, okay, clearly it's a flu vaccine. Also, that's English.
Junior, están esperando a la doctora fuera de su oficina.
So Eddie and his son, Junior, are waiting for the doctor outside of his office.
¿Por qué tengo que ponerme la vacuna contra la gripe?
Why do I have to get a vaccine, a flu vaccine? I don't want it.
Lo sé, hijo. Sé que tienes un poco de miedo.
Sé que tienes un poco de miedo.
Pero esta vacuna es necesaria.
But this This vaccine's pretty necessary. All right, now I actually have an option here. So, but
Wow, I
don't
already know what it's
how
saying.
to be brave.
I can't even speak Spanish.
Piensa en el personaje principal de tu videojuego preferido.
Okay.
Ella no le tiene miedo a nada, ¿cierto?
No voy a gritar ni a llorar.
Hola, Junior. ¿Estás listo para la vacuna?
Yo, what up, Junior? Yeah, opens a box and takes out aguja. Now, aguja is a word I've never heard before, so I have to assume it might be needle. I could tap the word, but sometimes I like to wait a bit to see if I can pick it up through context. Oh, and there we go. Which word means needle? Aguja.
Esa aguja es muy grande.
He's like, dang, you right. That needle is big.
Doctora, lo siento.
So, Junior, I have an idea. I'll give it to your dad first, and then it'll show you that it's not dangerous. No es peligroso. I don't know what that means. Joe, in order to get Eddie to take the vaccine first. Then you have some matching here. Vaccine is a word we've learned today. Vacuna. Brave is valiente. Next, it basically asks you what happens in the story, and then you're supposed to explain it. However, true Duolingo OGs, we just type no a lot. And then when you type no 10 times, it says, you're expressing your thoughts in Spanish. You can take your time to write this, but when you realize that it doesn't actually matter, you still get points, I lose incentive. No. No. And that was Duolingo Stories. And it gives you some gems. Now, what do you use gems for? They're actually completely useless. Your boy has 100,000 gems. There's no reason I would need these. Now, I really want to show you this audio section called Carteros Disfrazados, but I can't do that until I go through 3 more, so give me a sec. All right, finally finished all the other lessons in between. We now have the new audio lessons. It's kind of like you're listening to a podcast. There's not many questions.
You're a
to
podcast.
answer, but they're good for listening comprehension.
Hi,
Hola,
gamers.
esto es Ideas con Bea, donde las personas comparten sus grandes proyectos.
All right, what are the big projects people are going to be sharing with her today?
Soy Bea. Y si me gusta tu idea de negocio, podemos trabajar juntos.
All right.
Pero primero, estas son algunas palabras que necesitas saber.
Proyectos.
Proyectos, projects.
Divertida.
Divertida is fun.
Paquetes.
Paquetes, packages, and this one's going to be disfraces or something.
Disfraces.
Yeah. Or something.
Hola, Bea. Tengo una idea divertida. Quiero que los carteros usen disfraces de astronautas, capitanes y otros personajes famosos.
That's a weird idea.
Quiero que los carteros usen disfraces de astronautas, capitanes.
So she wants to give postmen disguises, costumes.
¿Por qué disfraces?
Yeah, why?
Para hacer sonreír a las personas, especialmente cuando reciben sus cartas o paquetes. Especialmente cuando...
The Grammys happened. I don't know who's singing.
Oh my
I don't
god,
think I
this
can
is
name
gonna,
3 current
the
singers. They
Grammy
got
stuff
what's
is
her
so
name,
funny
chick,
because they're
the
so
young
triggered
girl,
by Chappell Roan.
You know, Taylor Dane, Taylor Swift. I like Taylor Dane. You give me a little Taylor Dane. Now we're talking. Connor, put up a picture of Taylor Dane. Yeah, that's a singer. Taylor Swift, whatever. Who else is current?
Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter. That sounds like you're talking about Karen Carpenter. No, I have no idea who that is. And what about the Shirelles? Are they still doing their thing? Anyway, there's this Lady Gaga person, and here she is, and she's still going at it with this trans nonsense.
I just want to say tonight that trans people are not invisible. Trans people deserve love. The queer community deserves to be lifted up. Music is love. Thank you.
Yes! Chop as many genitals off children as possible.
What is wrong
Can
with
believe
you?
They're still doing this bullshit. And you know, put a picture of her back up. No wonder she's into the trans community. She looks like a dude who transitioned to a man who's now back to a woman.
You
Or
hear
so
this?
Maybe it was a man who was a...
Wow, so original. Lady Gaga is a guy.
Or a woman who was a man who's... Something's going on with his face. It's like he's late.
Do Michelle Obama next, Dave.
What he's doing over there. But the fact that Hollywood is still doing
Wow,
this
high-level
you're
ideas.
over 18, you want to wear a dress, chop off your have a party, okay? It's great. But just stop doing it to the kids and leave the queers alone. The homos want nothing to do with you freaks.
Onorevole Meloni, prego.
Sì, dunque Presidente, sappiamo che le posizioni in quest'Aula, soprattutto tra noi e la sinistra, sono molto divaricate, però io come sempre, diciamo, vorrei che si potesse un attimino essere un po' più seri quando si sostengono le proprie posizioni. Perché vedete, sostenere come ha fatto adesso la collega Boldrini che andare al Migration Compact significa combattere il razzismo, collega Boldrini, mi perdoni, ma lei con questa affermazione dà dei razzisti a tutte le nazioni che hanno detto di no al Migration Compact. Domanda, Israele è una nazione razzista?
Yes.
Mi dica lei,
Yes,
perché se lei
Georgia.
ritiene che Israele
Yes.
sia una nazione razzista, io la seguo.
Yes,
io la seguo. E rispondo
Georgia.
anche al collega Scalfarotto,
Israel
perché
is
vede, collega Scalfarotto,
a
io sono un
racist
po'
country.
stufa
Next.
di sentirmi sempre dire, quando cerco di parlare di questioni concrete, che non sapete di che parlate, non leggete, non sapete leggere, poi io sono ritardata, figuriamoci, c'ho il problema a monte. Non
Epic.
sappiamo e non capiamo mai niente, va bene? Però
Epic.
c'è un problema, collega Scalfarotto. Quello
Oh
che
my
diciamo
God.
noi in quest'Aula.
This is like epic speech by Maloney, but just hearing Italian, they sound so funny. Not as funny as Germans speaking English, though. That's probably the funniest.
L'hanno sostenuto i governi di mezzo mondo. Lo hanno sostenuto, e quindi nessuno legge, a parte lei, i governi di mezzo mondo, nessuno ha letto il Migration Compact. Allora io, siccome mi piace, sono una persona che studia, perché avendo il problema di ritardo originario devo almeno studiare, se no sono spacciata. Allora io sono una persona che studia e
What
le
the
dico,
fuck?
gli Stati Uniti si sono ritirati dal Global Compact dichiarando per bocca dell'ambasciatrice americana le nostre
show this
decisioni
to
sulle
Jack.
migrazioni devono essere sempre prese dagli americani e solo dagli americani. L'Austria si è sfilata a fine ottobre dichiarando la migrazione non è e non può essere un diritto fondamentale dell'uomo. Pensi, è la stessa cosa che ho capito io. E io gli austriaci non capiamo niente. L'Australia dice, per bocca del ministro dell'interno australiano, non mi sembra neanche l'Australia un governo così razzista,
It is.
non firmeremo
Australia
alcun
is a
documento
racist
che non è
country.
nel nostro interesse nazionale. E non è nel nostro interesse nazionale delegare la nostra politica di protezione delle frontiere alle Nazioni Unite. La Polonia dice è assai probabile che la Polonia, sull'esempio delle altre, non farà parte del patto globale perché le nostre regole, i nostri principi sovrani che ci mettono la protezione delle frontiere sono una priorità. I governi di mezzo mondo l'hanno capito.
Onorevole Scalfarotto, onorevole Meloni, lei si rivolga a me, onorevole Scalfarotto, lei taccia perché ha fatto già il suo intervento.
L'abbiamo capito noi, l'ha capito mezzo mondo, il punto qual è? Lo capiscono anche loro.
Epic.
Lo capiscono bene. Il Migration
Bene.
Compact è esattamente quello che serve a chi ha utilizzato l'immigrazione irregolare in questi decenni per coronare il grande disegno della speculazione finanziaria di privare i nazioni e i popoli della loro identità. Perché quando non hai più radici sei schiavo e quando sei schiavo fai gli interessi di Soros. E queste persone purtroppo a quello guardano. E quindi noi abbiamo letto bene il Migration Compact e continuiamo a chiedere al governo di avere una posizione chiara. Noi chiediamo che il governo dica pubblicamente di no, non ci basta che il governo non vada a Marrakech. Noi vogliamo il voto in quest'Aula e chiediamo a chi condivide con noi la difesa dell'identità e dei confini di votare contro la sottoscrizione dell'Italia al Migration Compact. Non comprendo la posizione dei miei amici della Lega che anche su questo ordine del giorno voteranno, mi pare di capire, contro o comunque non lo voteranno come già hanno fatto, perché francamente non è molto chiara la posizione da andare in piazza a dire siamo contrari al Global Compact, ma non di non volerlo ribadire con un voto ufficiale all'interno di quest'Aula. Mi dispiace, continueremo la battaglia fino in fondo perché crediamo, e chiudo, Presidente Rosato, crediamo in una immigrazione regolare, governata sulla base degli interessi degli Stati nazionali. Ricordi al collega Scalfarotto quando dice che gli italiani erano un popolo di migranti, che quando noi migravamo nessuno ci manteneva a 37,5 € al giorno.
Trans people are not invisible. Trans people deserve love. The queer community deserves to be lifted up.
Thank you, Lady Gaga. And you raised the question,
Are y'all at the Grammys trying to be terrible? Welcome back to the JP Reacts channel, my beautiful freedom-loving friend. This is where
Are you
we
trying
call
to be
out lies,
terrible?
hypocrisy, and corruption, and highlight
Seems
the
like
amazing
it.
work of other freedom fighters, because truth conquers. But you're never going to conquer anything unless you're strong. Luckily, here to help us get stronger is Ancestral Supplements grass-fed beef liver. If you wake up with poor energy, low mood, or poor mental focus, it doesn't have to be that way. That's why I take Nature's Multivitamin grass-fed beef liver. You can get yours at ancestralsupplements.com/JPReacts, and for 15% off, use the very American discount code JPReacts. Now the Grammys. I love it when Hollywood does their satanic awards shows, whether it's the Oscars, the Grammys. So the Grammys just happened, and I can tell you, I sincerely don't care who won what, and I would bet my bile duct you don't either. But I do care about the train wreck that they create for themselves. Just we're living in a time where we realize everything woke loses, whether it's politicians, business, artists, and the Grammys says, hold my non-binary beer, we're going to be more woke than ever. Some stuff went down, and I'm happy to laugh at it with you. We're going to go through the highlights, but first I just want to say welcome to the new set. It is a pleasure to be in a new set. We're not going to stand on ceremony any longer. Let's get into it. So starting this show, you might be sitting there wondering, well, I really care about who won Best New Artist. They don't care who's the best. They don't care who's a new artist. They care who's the most diverse or mentally hilarious. And the winner of Best New Artist. Now, you'll never believe this. Hollywood gave the award to a trans human being, Chappelle Roan, or Chapel Roan. I don't know how he, him, they, their person, place, or thing declares themselves. As a trans person,
They did the one joke.
They are the best new artist based on the merit of being a trans person. Does it have anything to do with art? You can bet your butt not. Now, the host of the award show, you can't get much woker than Trevor Noah. Can you get less funny than him? No, you can't do that either. So they're diversifying their hosts. We're going to have comedians who don't do comedy.
Oh my God.
They are literally communists from other countries. We're going to have them here. Which, by the way, Grammys, don't think I didn't notice. As Trump's deporting illegals, starting with the dangerous criminals, you purposely have a guy from a foreign country. He makes a joke about it too, which wasn't funny. So we see you, Grammys, you're doing that. Now in this clip of the always riveting Trevor Noah, he begins by talking about trans people. And make no mistake, the Grammys shamelessly position him, as you can see, right by this trans human being, Chappelle Roan, the winner of the Best New Artist. They're just so shameless. Like, we want a shot that makes us look super diverse. Are there any trans people in that? No, they're like, there's 0.0001% of America is trans people. Same with our audience, but there's one. So we're gonna position you, Noah, right in front of him, they, person, place, or thing. Sort of over to Trevor Noah. Hear what he had to say.
People, we're gonna make tonight special. We're trying to have some fun.
I like how he's addressing the audience of trans people. I mean, they have next to no viewership. Of that next to no viewership, 0.0001% are trans, maybe less than that. I don't know. So they're taking airtime. We're doing this segment for trans people because we know our audience. We're gonna ignore 99.999% of our audience and speak to that 0.0001% because that doesn't make sense.
And we're gonna do something different, right? I don't know if you know this. There's been a few changes in Washington, so I'm gonna enjoy tonight because this may be my last time I get to host anything in this country.
It'd be great. See you later, buddy. Now, Lady Gaga got in on the getting while the getting was diverse, and here you can see her looking as satanic as ever, glorious. Picking up from the opening clip I showed, she was on stage. I don't know if she won an award or they're just like, I don't know, she looks hilarious. Put her on stage, let her say some BS, nobody cares. And she, not being a trans person, needed to stand up for the oppressed trans community. See what she said.
Trans people are not invisible.
Wow, that was brave. That was very brave. Trans people are not invisible. That's so helpful to understand. Like, who else is not invisible? She's just like,
this guy's so cringe.
Trans people are not invisible.
She isn't trans though. I know.
just like
You have to remember,
it's kinda like
these
maybe
people are
rearranging the
dumb.
body, but they're not invisible, just so you know. They're literally invisible on the stage right now because there's none on it. Grammys are like, look, and we put one on there, so it's, I don't know. We'll get back to the video in just a second, but first, here's something that'll scare you. Ashish Kumar Jha, former Biden administration COVID-19 response coordinator, recently gave a rather chilling speech at the University of Michigan School of Public Health. He warned of a new age of pandemics fueled by bioweapons development and natural threats. He called for massive investments in vaccines that protect against pathogens that don't even exist yet, and called for a war against so-called misinformation. But the question we need to ask is, who's working on bioweapons and how many labs do they have globally? Yes, Trump got the win. I'm stoked about that. But evil is still lurking, and being prepared is the best defense. The wellness company's Contagion Emergency Kit, engineered by Dr. Peter McCullough and his medical board, includes 5 critical life-saving medications like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Tamiflu, and a nebulizer. Every household can now have access to these hard-to-get medications without the red tape. It's simple. Fill out a digital intake form and your kit arrives in 1 to 2 weeks. My recommendation, do not wait until the deep state puts their next plans into action. Stay ready for the unexpected. Head to twc.health/JPReacts and use code JPReacts to save $48 plus get free shipping. Contagion emergency kits are available only for U.S. residents. It pays to be an American. twc.health/JPReacts. Now back to the video.
Trans people deserve love. The queer community deserves to be lifted up.
Just empty platitudes. Lady Gaga, who on this planet does not deserve love? I mean, the fact that she's pointing out as she talks down to people, the trans community deserves love, and I agree with that. But the fact that she's pointing that out, she's talking down to people, would imply that she believes there's some communities that don't deserve love. Who are they, Lady Gaga? Are they white people, such as yourself? Are they men, such as some of the trans community who identifies as men? Who doesn't deserve love, Lady Gaga? I'm waiting to find out your thoughts. But nonetheless, she said a few other useless things.
Music is love. Thank you.
Music is love. That is deep and insightful. It's actually not love. Technically, the only thing that is love itself. Other things can be an expression of love. Words can be an expression of love. Making love can be an expression of love. A hug can be an expression of love. Music could even be an expression of love. But it is not love, Lady Gaga. You sound like a mindless moron who's just up there virtue signaling to a crowd who will cheer no matter what you say, as long as it's done.
This guy
enough
doesn't
to be
deserve
diverse
love. I
enough
agree. But I am going to look at more conservative cringe on the Grammys for
There's
sure.
a very important point, again, for the sake of change that can be transformative, I hope. When people stop believing in God after pain and suffering, in large measure, and I totally understand it, I just want to make that clear, but in large measure, it is because the God they believed in was essentially the cosmic butler.
Yes, yes. Right.
He is there to give me and protect me, and if I wasn't given and not protected, he doesn't exist.
That's a perfect segue to the next temptation, because what happens is that the devil takes Jesus to the holy city and sets him on the highest point of the temple. If you're the Son of God, throw yourself down from here, for it is written, he will give his angels charge over thee to protect thee, and on their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. But Jesus said to him,
It's
it is
cringe
also
that
written,
they changed
thou shalt
Samil to the devil. Bring back the original.
test the Lord thy God. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous.
They change the listener who takes them seriously, he said. Yes, believing in a sky god will change you.
virtuous. Well, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point.
Then it hit me. I saw it.
This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
The power of love.
I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. I sure hope we're up to the task. Well, it's the mirror opposite of this initial temptation in exactly the way you formulated it, because this is the second temptation people have with regards to the divine. It's like, protect me against the consequences of my life, right? Or violate the cosmic order itself to protect me against the privations and catastrophes of my life. And that could be twofold, right? It could be the arbitrary tragedy of life, why won't God step in? And it could also be the deserved catastrophe of life, which is, well, why won't God rescue me from the pit I threw myself in? It is the same cosmic butler idea, and I think you're correct when people's faith is shaken in the face of privation, is that they had their conceptualization of God wrong to begin with. And that's why those first two temptations make themselves manifest in that way. You don't get good things that way, and you don't protect yourself against bad things that way. And then just a response to the need idea, and tell me what you think about this, because I'm not sure if it's exactly the same thing that you were describing. I think the insistence in the Gospels in particular, although you see it already present in the Old Testament, is that even the way to most radically fulfill the basic needs, so-called basic needs, is to attend without hesitation.
Bret Baier joins us now. He's set to interview the president on Super Bowl Sunday. It's going to air at 3 o'clock, the rest of the interview, because Trump will go long. We'll be on Special Report on Monday. Bret is also featured in a Super Bowl commercial. Bret, welcome back.
Hey, Brian.
A lot going on Super Bowl Sunday. I mean, the backdrop is Kansas City and Philadelphia. I think the real story is Bret Baier.
It's going to be good. We're going to tape that in Mar-a-Lago Saturday afternoon, and he's obviously going to the Super Bowl. I think it's the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl, which will be in and of itself kind of a moment. But yeah, I mean, I'm getting questions ready, and a portion of it, roughly 8 to 10 minutes will air on the pregame show, probably around 3:30 or 3:40, and then the rest, and I'm assuming we'll have another 30, 40.
And how about a moment of uplift? Yeah? All right. A viral online phenomenon claims to have further opened the door to human-canine communication. Pre-recorded buttons that allow dogs to seemingly talk with their humans.
But are all these
dogs can't talk
barking up the wrong tree? William Brangham, along with his pup Macy, doggedly pursue the truth.
You didn't know dogs could talk?
It's been a fascination of ours for generations.
Speak! Hi there.
Getting man's best friend to talk.
I like to play ball. I like Purple Bird in the window.
And for good reason. Tens of millions of us live with and love the dogs in our lives, including me. And we want to know what they're thinking.
We love dogs and we love bonding with them. But I think while we know that they understand us pretty well, many of us still struggle making sense of what they want.
Federico Rossano studies animal communication. He's a cognitive scientist at the University of California, San Diego.
When you see your dog scratching at the door, you might know they want to get out, but you don't know why they want to get out.
But our furry friends have remained frustratingly mum. That is, until this Australian cattle dog named Stella stepped onto a button and into online fame. Stella's dog mom is Christina Hunger. She's a speech pathologist who got the idea for these dog buttons after working with nonverbal children, where she'd often use a tablet to assist them in communicating.
At the same time, I brought a puppy home who was just bursting with communication, which led me to the question, if dogs can understand words we say to them, why can't they say words back? What if they had a different way to talk, similar to kids who use devices?
The idea behind these buttons is that you record onto the button a word or a phrase that you use all the time with your dog. For my dog Macy, that could be go for a walk, or want a treat. And then every time I do that action in the course of a day, I press the button. And with enough repetition, the hope is that someday Macy would push that button to communicate back with me.
We can play.
Hunger spent weeks demonstrating her buttons for Stella with no results. She was about to call it quits when Stella seemed to get it.
She just started looking at the button and looking up at me, or she would actually swat and miss it.
You're so close, Stella.
That's when I knew that there was some potential here, and I kept going with teaching. And then a week later, she said her first word outside.
Let's go outside.
Hunger's blog and her social media videos have drawn millions of viewers, including cognitive scientist Rossano, who was skeptical.
Outside. I was like, well, there's one dog doing it, and that's great. But we know that there's a history of trying to communicate with animals, and that history was a little, let's say, complicated.
That history includes a horse named Clever Hans, who wowed audiences in the early 1900s for seemingly being able to do math. Turns out Hans was just picking up subtle cues from his handler. But the buttons and the people and dogs who use them kept growing in popularity.
I dog, we friend, yeah!
I had no business teaching my dog how to talk. I wasn't a speech language pathologist or a dog trainer or a scientist, but what the heck?
Alexis Devine and her Sheepadoodle Bunny were inspired by Christina Hunger.
Sheepadoodle.
She started posting Bunny's progress online.
No.
That's a cow.
She says after 6 years of steady work, Bunny now knows over 100 words, and she claims uses them in novel ways.
I think one of the most powerful moments was when she had a foxtail embedded in the webbing between her paws. So she went over to her board and she pressed mad ouch.
This is like
and
one
I
of
said,
the
"Where's your
most...
ouch?" And she
where
pressed
my
stranger
tabs are fucking
paw.
up.
So she had used stranger in a way that I had never modeled it. Stranger being something foreign object.
Videos like this went crazy online.
Okay, this lady is the most post-hipster-ass person I've ever seen. She's got the V septum clicker, the Neff hat, and the loose shirt. She is literally the stereotype.
Over 8 million people follow Bunny and Devine on TikTok. She's now written a book, sells her own brand of button boards, and has inspired millions more to try them.
Oh, she profits by selling a product, huh?
Otters and even pot-bellied pigs are now experimenting with the buttons.
You have to say thank you. Why?
This sudden growth in button users gave Rossano an opportunity.
I like Merlin, though. Merlin is my
favorite. A large-scale
favorite.
study of button communication focusing on dogs.
Our plan of having maybe 100 participants turned into more than 10,000 participants from 47 countries and is the largest animal communication studies ever attempted.
Over several months, Rossano and his team collected and analyzed millions of button pushes and hundreds of hours of video of dogs using them. They also conducted controlled behavioral studies. A first finding from their research, published in August, concludes that dogs can comprehend specific words and can offer contextually appropriate responses. But Rossano says that's still a far cry from proving they can use actual human-like language.
I don't see the evidence that the dogs are really understanding language in anything close to the way that you and I are as we talk together here.
Clive Wynne studies dog psychology. He directs the Canine Science Collaboratory at Arizona State University. He says dogs using those buttons is fine, but don't get carried away with what is really going on.
I don't think that inside the mind of a dog, there is a human mind desperate to get out. I think inside a dog's head, there's a dog's mind, and a dog's mind has its own ways of communicating.
Yeah, when my dog wants to communicate that she's hungry, she does two things. She nudges my elbow with her snout, or she stands by her food bowl. And it's crystal clear what she wants, that she's hungry.
So that's a beautiful example, William, of how you have learned your dog's language. Your dog has a way of communicating with you about their desire for food, and you would not gain anything by training your dog to press buttons that would say the exact same thing.
For Christina Hunger, who now sells her own line of button boards, there's simply a way of enriching and deepening our relationship to these animals that have lived alongside us for tens of thousands of years.
Buttons will never replace body language. They're another tool that adds on top of and gives a lot more clarification for both the dog and the human.
Macy, want a treat? Want a treat? For the PBS NewsHour, from the new frontier in human-canine communication, I'm going to push the button. I'm William Brangham.
I'm going to push the button.
How many of those buttons are you going to put in your house for your new dog?
All of them. I feel my dog needs 2 buttons. Treat now. That's it. Treat now. Yogi's covered.
All right, that is the NewsHour.
Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, because this year we are saying yes to economic growth. We have said yes to a trade deal with the UAE to boost exports and lift incomes. We're yes to invest in New Zealand, so more foreign direct investment in New Zealand into infrastructure and energy and manufacturing. We said yes to digital nomads. We actually did something about it. We said yes to more tourism and more hospitality. And most importantly today, we said yes to speed limits going up and getting Kiwis moving faster and freight moving faster. And isn't it great that a backbench MP like Mike Butteritt can get it done when a minister with an absolute majority of transport and the local MP couldn't do so.
Chloe Scarborough.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is talking a heck of a lot about growth, and I got to say he knows a little bit about it. And Mr. Speaker, we will work together in unshakable faith to make precisely that dream a reality. The point of government is to organise us and create the things that all of us can only create when we work together. We have seen that the impossible becomes possible when regular people organise and work together to make history. 200 years ago, there was no concept of the idea of the cost of living in Aotearoa. There was no notion of profit. Mr. Speaker, my message to New Zealanders is politics belongs to those who turn up. And in 2025, Aotearoa is going to turn up.
And now a very different kind of story about the environment. Beavers and the dams they build are not always embraced in certain areas. They can create problems with flooding, crops, and other damage. But there's a growing recognition that they're also building a kind of natural infrastructure that helps with water management, wildfire mitigation, and the climate. Science correspondent Miles O'Brien went to see the beavers at work during their busy season and has the story for our ongoing coverage of the environment called Tipping Points.
This team of scientists is gearing up to get waist deep on a quest to better understand nature's hard-working engineers and climate warriors, beavers. They invited me along, and I was, well, eager to join them.
Oh, eager beaver?
Going deep into the world of beavers here. Leading this happy band of beaver believers is Emily Fairfax. She's an eco-hydrologist, an assistant professor of geography at the University of Minnesota. We met in southern Wyoming.
We're about to go into the beaver wetlands now.
We're in the Medicine Bow National Forest, and we're going into a beaver complex, which is like a huge beaver neighborhood, maintained by one beaver family.
Before we began our trek, we got an advanced peek, thanks to Emily's prowess as a drone pilot.
So right now,
Yeah, she's a
over
pilot.
the corridor that the beavers have dammed, and we're
Beavers?
seeing quite a few beaver ponds.
In 2020, a big wildfire ripped through here. There is still plenty of evidence of that. Dead gray trees starkly define the edges of a lush, linear oasis.
How long does this green swath go?
So right now, I've flown a half a kilometer away along this path, and it's all beaver engineered. We think this is just one family doing this work here. But they take little.
One family?
One family.
And for more than a kilometer?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see them, but they sure are busy. The
Wow,
parents mate
eager
for life.
beavers.
They have a litter once a year, anywhere between 1 and 6 kits.
So in a given family at a given time, you could expect there to be somewhere between 6 and 10 beavers with the parents, the quote-unquote teenage beavers, and then the little kits.
Beavers build dams for protection. The water cover they create against predators for a semi-aquatic rodent.
This is all about just having a protected area to move around.
Yep.
That's all it is.
This is all about safety, protected area. We're in one pond right now, but if you look at this place from above, you'll see there's probably 14, 15 beaver dams in a row. They can go all the way up and down this river corridor and stay in the water 95% of the time, access more food, access more building material, and generally have a bigger area to roam.
Emily and I were knee-deep in a pond that has captured her scientific interest. She and her team got to work.
So what's our temp here?
11.7.
Depth of the sponge? 3, 4,
94
5,
centimeters.
6, 7.
94 centimeters.
And then our flow rate?
0.0.
All the measuring of the sediment, all the things you're doing here. Give us a sense of what you're after.
This is a post-fire site, so there has been a lot of burning here around the beaver wetland. The wetland's intact. One of the things we want to know is how much sediment is this pond catching?
The team often gets below the surface. At this pond in Colorado, snorkeling to see beaver engineering and the sediment it traps. This dampens the causes and effects of wildfires.
The most visually dramatic is clearly the refugio, or this fireproof patch. Like, we have mature pine trees here, we have mature willows, we have beavers, we have the sediment capture, we have all sorts of different things that are continuing to provide benefits.
The streams that flow through here are the headwaters of the Colorado, one of the most overutilized rivers in the world. The natural infrastructure beavers build can really help the river.
So every one of these wetlands is like a speed bump for the water, delaying that water. And especially as we see climate change and things get warmer and we have more rain and less snow, it's really important to keep the water up in the headwaters longer.
Scientists estimate there were between 100 and 400 million beavers in North America before European migration. For a few centuries, beavers were trapped for their pelts and killed as nuisances to near extinction. Beavers can cause unwelcome flooding on property and crops. Videos showing their dams and lodges being gleefully blown to smithereens are all over social media. But land managers are now more likely to see them as an ally, and they're taking some unusual steps to try to bring back more beavers. Scott Miller is the aquatic
You'll note that this is not the first beaver story I've been covering. Okay? This is why you come to us for news coverage, okay? Because I've continually been saying all this stuff about the beavers and how important they are and how they're going to need to come back. And I cover these stories of, didn't they like airdrop beavers out of planes not that long ago? Wasn't that the story we did?
Forces program lead for the Federal Bureau of Land Management. He's at the center of a campaign to restore streams and rivers and the lush vegetation that borders them, so-called riparian zones. To do that, he's thinking like a beaver, building beaver dam analogs.
This is just a hand-built structure trying to mimic what beaver naturally do. We first drive the post into the ground. We put some sod in, and then we're weaving willow and aspen branches between the poles, and then we're putting some more sod in. They can be built in anywhere from a half hour to 2 hours, depending on the size and complexity.
They're building 100 of them here at the Muddy Creek watershed near Rawlins, Wyoming. Lots of little structures instead of a few big, overbuilt ones.
This system is starting to naturally recover. Maybe it would traditionally take a decade, and we're trying to get that same amount of improvement in 3 to 5 years by coming in here and doing this work.
Cattle rancher Tom Chant and his father before him have been working this patch of land along Muddy Creek for more than 20
Fuck
years.
Pandas.
When they first got here, it was trampled by overgrazing sheep. If we were standing here 22 years ago on this day, what would it look like here?
I remember coming down here, and this would be a dust cloud when the cattle come right down this creek.
I'm just testing some stuff real quick.
Dam analogs. So do your fellow ranchers, are they skeptical of this?
Any of them that potentially are on the fence, they must not like grass, right? Like we're shading the creek, cooling the water temperature. Cows are happier when they got a cold drink of water at 90 degrees, right?
Tom Chant has 2 sons, rodeo stars in the making. He hopes they will one day succeed him in running the ranch. He thinks nature's engineers will make the succession a little easier. For
This the White House revealing nearly 200 illegal immigrants, gang members have been arrested since Trump returned to office. And it comes after federal officials round up over 100 violent Venezuelan gang members in Colorado who have terrorized apartment buildings in the city. In his first interview since being appointed, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Michael Banks joins us now. Chief, welcome to the program. Congratulations. As people may or may not know, you used to be the Texas Border Czar. You were a Border Patrol agent before that, and you come on back home to get our border secure. Talk about these latest numbers that you have and how you guys have been able to get it done, Chief.
So look, the U.S. Border Patrol, we know how to get the job done. We know how to secure the border. All we needed was a president that was going to empower us, a strong leader like President Trump, and then a secretary like Secretary Noem that knows exactly what we need to do to secure the border. We're seeing almost a 90% decrease in illegal entries since January the 21st. Not only that, but our criminal prosecutions of those we're apprehending is up almost 52%. You talked about, you led in with the Tren de Agua. Our U.S. Border Patrol BORTAC unit is out there with ICE making those arrests. And so, look, Border Patrol knows how to secure the border. All we needed was an administration that would let us enforce the law, and we're out there, and we are seeing phenomenal gains on the border.
So, Chief, let's talk about that, because I was made aware through some of my sources within the community that were out there on those raids yesterday that there were some leaks from local media that tipped off the local activists on the ground, and it made your jobs difficult. But this is also an officer safety issue. You got all these tactical units going in for a reason in a stack, because you got criminal aliens that are on the street that have weapons, that have grenades, that have all type of things. Talk about the leaks that have been going out from the media.
And so, you know what, it's just irresponsible. The fact is, we're going after known criminals, we are targeting criminals, and leaking and letting them know we're coming is creating more of a danger for not just our officers and agents, but for the very communities that we're trying to enforce and make safe and secure. You know what, it's just irresponsible to be communicating ahead of time what we are going to be doing in a law enforcement operation. We've got to hold the press accountable to not put the public in danger. They're putting my officers in danger, they're putting agents in danger, and it's just unacceptable.
Part of the reason why you have been letting the media know is to be transparent, because there's been a lot of misinformation put out there to the public saying that you're going after U.S. citizens, that you're targeting abuela and families and all that, when right now, based on what the president has said, Department of Justice has said, and Homeland Security, guys are going after criminal aliens, people that are rapists, murderers. I've been told by some of my sources that you guys are considering a media blackout because it's putting your officers' safety at risk right now.
And if that's what it takes to ensure the safety of my Border Patrol agents and the community, that's what we'll do. And I can tell you that it's just nonsense. It's rhetoric that we're targeting. There was a news report that we're going to target school buses and children on school buses.
True.
It's absurd. And if you want to talk about abuelas, my abuela is a naturalized citizen from Mexico. We're surely not targeting abuelas. We're not targeting U.S. citizens. We're not targeting people that are in this country illegally, right? We don't have the authority to go after someone in this country illegally. We're targeting criminals and those that have broken the law by entering the country illegally.
So, Chief, one of the things that you have at your disposal now is an AG in Pam Bondi who is going to follow the law. And she laid out her day one directive, which included eliminating cartels. In a new memo, she revealed that the Mexican cartel targeting Border Patrol agents with drones, explosives. I was just down there at the border with you and the Secretary of Defense. Tell me what you're going to do to keep your officers safe as a result of the cartel being frustrated with y'all's work so far.
And so, as we expect, when we push hard, the criminals are going to push back, and we're
When we
prepared for
push
that. We're
hard,
trained.
we poop our
We've got the
pants.
equipment and the technology to support us. Our officer safety and our agent safety is number one, and so we're not going to tolerate that. But going back to what the new AG said in Pam Bundy is, you know what? We need the support of the DOJ to actually prosecute these individuals. If there's an assault on an agent, there should be no question that that agent's going to be processed, or that criminal is going to be processed to the full extent of the law. Consequence has actions, and the reason why we've seen an almost 90% drop is because people now understand that they're not going to be caught and released. They're going to be caught, they're going to be prosecuted, and they're going to be processed and removed. It goes for the same thing for anyone who's willing to put their hands on one of my agents. The U.S. Attorney's Office has got to prosecute these individuals to ensure they send a clear message. You will not lay a hand on an agent, or you're going to feel the full brunt of the U.S. government.
You guys got an excellent team. You're working together. Y'all have known each other for years. And part of the reason why the cartel upset is because their tunnels are now filled with concrete. A lot of their contraband has been taken away, and their entire criminal enterprise of getting people across the border has been disrupted, and the drugs have as well. Chief, stay safe. Please give my regards to your men and women out there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You got it.
Silence the guns. Stop the escalation. Respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Uphold international human rights law and international humanitarian law. There is no military solution. It's time for all the signatories of the Peace, Security and Cooperation Framework for the DRC and the region to honor their commitments. Thousands of people have been killed, including women and children, and hundreds of thousands have been forced from their homes in the eastern DRC. We also see the continuous threats by other armed groups, either Congolese or foreign. All of this is having an enormous human toll. We have countless reports of human rights abuses, including sexual and gender-based violence, forced recruitment, and the disruption of life-saving aid. The humanitarian situation in and around Goma is perilous. Hundreds of thousands of people are on the move, with many of the previous sites hosting displaced people north of the city now looted, destroyed, or abandoned. It's time for mediation. It's time to end this crisis. It's time to peace. The stakes are too high, and we need the active and constructive role of all players, namely neighboring countries, sub-regional organizations, the African Union, and the United Nations. Let us all act together for peace. Thank you.
Why they hate Churchill. As regular viewers will remember, a faction of the right which operates is increasingly resembling the woke left. There is much debate about me labeling this group the woke right, with plenty of agreement and disagreement from people I like and respect.
Oh my God.
Mainly these arguments stem from what one understands wokeness to mean. If being woke is about being an extreme leftist obsessed with pronouns and open borders, the term woke right is nonsense. But, to me at least, wokeness was never about policy positions. It was about the philosophy and methodology behind the movement. And it is this, the identity politics, the grievance mongering, the cancel culture, that is now being replicated on the fringes of the right. In any case, even those who disagree with the label can't possibly think it's a coincidence that this faction of the right is attempting to destroy the very same historical figures as the woke left. Winston Churchill has been the subject of leftist attacks for decades, for obvious reasons. Since the entire project of the woke left is to undermine the West's belief in itself, they must necessarily target the people we celebrate the most. Whoever we hold up as the best of us must be torn down. But why would some on the right, who are otherwise patriotic and pro-Western, increasingly attempt to denigrate his legacy, as Tucker Carlson did over the weekend in a debate with Piers Morgan?
So I'm very distressed about it. So people want to tell me Churchill's an incredible guy. Really? Well, why didn't he save Western civilization? He didn't even save Poland.
He did.
What did he
did save Western
How?
civilization.
How?
He defeated the Nazis.
But I know he helped defeat the Nazis,
Well, the Nazis
with his friend Stalin.
The Nazis wanted the whole world to be speaking
I'm not
German.
defending the Nazis. I'm just saying, where is Western civilization? What did he preserve? Where is it? I don't know where it is.
Churchill died the year before I was born. Well, the same year, actually.
He died in 63, I
60,
think.
65.
65.
I think about a month before I was born. It was a natural succession. But the
but the question is, like, where's the victory? I don't understand. Like, everyone wants to yell at you for not loving Churchill. Okay,
well, hang on,
show me the victory.
Even though the clip is only 40 seconds long, there is much to unpack. Before we do, however, it is important to recall that last year Carlson hosted a pseudo-historian on his show called Daryl Cooper. In that episode, Carlson famously endorsed Cooper as the best and most honest popular historian in the United States, before nodding along as the historian explained that Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. My point is, Carlson's performance in the clip you just watched is a product of an extensive ideological evolution, a remark made in the heat of the moment. Carlson explains that Churchill was no hero because he didn't save Western civilization. If he had, where is it? As we've discussed previously, much of the animus behind what I call the woke right is understandable frustration at the sense of decline in Western self-confidence, a growing feeling of disunity, and a generalized moral decay that is palpable wherever you go. While the woke left hates the West for its ideals, the woke right hates the West for failing to live up to them. This low-resolution worldview is easy to take apart, as to his credit Piers Morgan immediately does, when he explains that Churchill led the fight against Hitler and the Nazis, whose expressly stated objective was the subjugation of the entire Western world. Furthermore, how can Churchill be held responsible for today's direction of the West when he died in 1965 and was last in office 75 years ago? It is at this point that Carlson engages in what I call sleight of mouth, a linguistic judo trick designed to spring the trap into which he's placed himself. "I'm not defending the Nazis," he exclaims. This is a weird thing to say, since no one at any point suggested he was defending the Nazis. What Morgan pointed out is that in standing up to Hitler, Churchill did in fact save the West from Nazi domination. But defeating Nazism and Japanese imperialism isn't enough for Carlson. "Everyone wants to yell at you for not loving Churchill," Carlson continues. "But where is the victory? Where is your freedom? You can't defend yourself, you can't control who comes into your country, and you can't criticize the government policies or you get arrested. So how are you free? You're a slave." In doing so, Carlson commits at least two logical errors. First, the idea that a man who led Britain into World War II a full 85 years ago should be held responsible for the state of the country today is insanity. FDR, America's president during World War II, is widely regarded as one of America's top 3 presidents, alongside George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. But where is the victory? I can just as easily screech. What about the southern border, which has been wide open for decades? Did Washington fight the War of Independence so that half-naked drug addicts could litter the streets of America's major cities? Did Lincoln win the Civil War just to have mentally ill children mutilated by doctors? This approach is patently absurd. Second, the reason we celebrate Churchill is that the choice we had was either World War II or Hitler being in charge of Europe and possibly the world. The victory is that by 1945, Western Europe was free of the tyranny and ethnic hatred the Nazis had imposed on it. In failing to understand this, Tucker does exactly what the woke left do to our history. They imagine an infinite array of utopian possibilities and then deride our former leaders for failing to deliver said utopia. Churchill didn't have a choice between the land of milk and honey or fighting Hitler. He could either fight Hitler or let him take all of Europe. This is so obvious that an intelligent person like Tucker cannot possibly have missed it by accident. My experience both in public debates and in personal relationships is that whenever someone refuses to see something that is in plain sight, it is because underneath their stated arguments lies a different agenda. As the Navajo proverb goes, it is impossible to wake a man who's pretending to be asleep. So, why does the woke right have to destroy Churchill? To me, the answer is equally obvious. The reason Churchill must be torn down from his pedestal is that he serves as a singular antidote to the so-called anti-war position Carlson's adopted. After supporting and promoting the invasion of Iraq in 2003, Carlson had a come-to-Jesus moment when, filled with shame and regret, he had the eye-opening realization that war is bad. There are two obvious challenges that our sanctification of Churchill poses to this
War is
worldview.
bad.
First, in the mythology of the West, and especially the Anglosphere, whose sons and daughters gave so much to stop Hitler,
Anglosphere.
World War II was not, in fact, bad. It was brutal and horrific, while also being right, just, and necessary. It is the obvious flaw in Carlson's newfound maxim. If war is bad, what about World War II? Second, and equally important, is the fact that in the pre-war years, Churchill was a lone voice warning with great foresight about the dangers of letting Hitler take bits of Europe one sliver at a time. Scorned, mocked, and derided as a warmonger by the Tucker Carlsons of his day, Churchill was eventually proved right.
Oh my god, laggy, trying to adjust resolution.
Hello, friends. So, we've got exciting news for you. And that is the legendary British director Christopher Nolan has a new film in store just for you. Now, if I'm honest, Christopher Nolan is a filmmaker whose films I've enjoyed in the past. I'm a particularly big fan of Memento, which I believe was his second feature.
Cringe. Cringe. Memento sucks. So my joke is that he wrote a shitty movie, and then he got mad and he tore up the script, and then he looked at the script on the ground and he said, hey, this movie's better, I'm going to make that.
He's not someone whose films I've been particularly interested in watching for over 10 years now. Interstellar had some decent emotional moments in it, and Inception was a fun action film. And hell, even though the plot made no sense whatsoever, Dark Knight Rises is still a fun film to watch with some great set pieces in it. But since Interstellar, I've not watched any of his films. Which ones has he done? He's done Dunkirk, didn't watch that. He's done, what was the one where the film's protagonist was called Protagonist? Tenet. Didn't watch that. And I saw Oppenheimer. His style of filmmaking to me has just become very dour and slow-paced and dull and pretentious. He was always a pretentious filmmaker, but he's never been able to reach those same heights as Memento, Dark Knight trilogy, and The Prestige as well, which is a really, really underrated film in his catalogue. But maybe he'll be able to make it up to us with his new film, which has been announced. That is The Odyssey. Now, I've actually read The Odyssey. We've got numerous copies of it in the office. Like, we've got this really, really lovely one that was sent in by a viewer that was translated by, let me check here, Alexander Pope. And I do intend on reading it at some point this year because I know it's part of the classic Western canon. You've got the Iliad, you've got the Odyssey, then more Anglo-Saxon, you've got things like Beowulf, you've got the works of Shakespeare. It all forms part of the higher cultural canon, which realistically we should be educated in. Obviously in school, I learned about Shakespeare, I learned about some of the plays of Christopher Marlowe, but we never went into anything as old or as epic as the Odyssey, which I think was a terrible shame. I feel like I really missed out on something from that. So I can't really judge what the quality of this is going to be from knowing Nolan as a filmmaker and knowing the story, but I do know that this has already been generating a lot of controversy with some of his casting choices, in fact with basically all of his casting choices, and you can see a few of them here already. So for the less questionable ones, people have got Anne Hathaway, Matt Damon, Robert Pattinson. Now Pattinson's put in some excellent performances in films like The Lighthouse, and he was a decent Batman as well recently, so I've no doubt he can put in a decent performance with whatever role he's casting.
A decent Batman.
But mainly people are complaining about things like this. Zendaya, possibly, no, certainly the most overexposed actor in Hollywood today. I don't watch any film with her involved in it because I don't want to, because of how overexposed she's in. It doesn't feel like there goes a day by without her being...
One of our next guests uncovered more details about another of Musk's deputies.
For now, Kara Swisher, tech journalist, has covered Elon Musk extensively for years in the entire tech world. And Katie Drummond, global editorial director at Wired, which has been breaking story after story on these recent high school and college graduates that Musk has brought to Washington. So, Katie, let's talk about one of these people specifically now. Your latest story is it focuses on a 19-year-old software engineer working at Doge, someone whose past associations that you have looked into, such that they are at 19, would call into question passing a background check. Of course, that hasn't happened in these cases, but would normally happen in a case with access like this.
One would hope, yes. So this is a 19-year-old high school graduate who the unfortunate nickname Big Balls online. So that would be one way that we could refer to him. He is now working at Musk's behest inside Doge, and we looked into his background, and so we found, several notable things, Aaron, one of which is that this individual has founded multiple companies, including one with another unfortunate name, Tesla.Sexy LLC, which he established in 2021.
Hilarious.
Around 16 years old. Now, this LLC
What a
controls
funny
dozens
guy.
of web domains, a handful of which are registered to Russia. Now, that in and of itself is not necessarily illegal, but every expert we spoke to said that that is exactly the kind of thing, those kinds of foreign connections that would raise red flags on a background check. Now, he also worked at a network monitoring firm that is known for hiring reformed black hat hackers, essentially criminals. And lastly, we uncovered Telegram messages that we've linked to this individual in which that Telegram user is soliciting a cyber attack for hire. So actually looking for someone to perform a cyber attack at their behest.
And Telegram, of course, is heavily used in Russia. I mean, it's a definitional social media platform there.
Of course.
So, Kara, you hear this, and you have known Elon Musk for years. So now you look at these young men who are now in data and in the private information about maybe hundreds of millions of American citizens as young as 19, the big balls here that Katie's talking about. Most of them are in their early 20s. There's an exception I'm going to get to in a minute. I'm curious, though, Kara, how well does even Musk know these young men, do you think?
I have no idea. I think there is no vetting whatsoever, as you can see, that's taken place. It took Katie and the really great team. Wired has done an astonishing job here. I could make a joke that's probably why he was hired for all this ridiculous nonsense and other nefarious things. But, there's an expression in technology that's not it's a feature, not a bug. This is what they do. They are careless. I don't believe any bit of them when they say they vetted these people. And they're people that will listen to whatever Elon says and do whatever he wants and thinks it's a ball to do this and very funny. And so they're willing to, adults wouldn't be willing to do or cross lines that they wouldn't be. He wants these malleable young men in particular in order to do this. And they think it's fun, and it probably is for them, being able to hang out with Elon Musk and, take down government agencies for them. And the arrogance is massive and the ignorance is even bigger.
It is truly incredible. And I want to ask you about that employee, Katie, because we've learned about that standoff between a career Treasury official and a top Doge person who is a treasurer. Now, this particular top Doge person is not a recent college graduate. This person was a tech executive, so has a long career. But this person, the Doge guy, wanted all U.S. aid payments immediately cut off. Right? That was the goal of the meeting. Career official says that could be illegal, can't do it. Doge says, no, you could face legal risks if you don't do what I tell you to do. How direct are the threats from these Doge workers to federal employees who are currently the ones in charge of these crucial systems?
Right. Well, I think that is a perfect example of exactly what's going on as far as we can tell inside, every federal agency that we are keeping tabs on. And I think points to exactly what Kara was just saying, this sort of this lawlessness, this carelessness with which all of this work is being done. It really feels as though within Doge and sort of among these operatives, right, there appears to be absolutely no consideration for the letter of the law or for policy or best practices within the federal apparatus.
Right.
However, of course, legal recourse is being dangled as a threat and weaponized to federal officials who are just really trying to sort of keep things afloat.
Kara, can I ask you just something staring us in the face? I understand that the chief of staff for Doge is a woman. And I don't know everything about every employee.
She's a wife. Long time. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know a about her. She's the wife of a longtime Lieutenant Steve Davis. I think
Okay.
that's correct.
But all the rest that we hear about, Kara, are men. And I'm not saying 100% because we don't know what we don't know. But I mean, this is an overwhelmingly male, if not exclusively male enterprise.
Yeah, it's a toxic version of the Lost Boys and Peter Pan. That's what's happening here, and they're toxic. They've got all these. They make threats. In this case, they probably made those threats, and it might not even been true. And these people don't know what to do, right? They may, nothing they say is truthful. That's the problem. And often Elon does this. He goes into places like whether it's his town in Texas or what he was trying to do with his with Grok, trying to get this thing going using natural gas and violating laws, or putting a sign in San Francisco, just putting it up without permission, and then said, "Come get me," that kind of thing. This is typical of this. Is you cross lines until someone stops you, and even when someone stops you, you keep going until they really stop you, and then maybe you don't stop. But the damage is done. That's really the point. Is the damage is already done, and so that's the goal here.
I'm also curious, Katie, because people who say, well, he campaigned on federal spending and there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay, that's true. But then the other argument that you can make is, well, if that's what you were about, you wouldn't go for U.S. aid first, which Marco Rubio has infamously said. The whole foreign aid budget is less than 1% of the whole thing, right? If you were going for the big money,
right,
you wouldn't have started where they started. Maybe you'd start with the Defense Department. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you could. And Steve Bannon is actually saying, if you really cared about what you were saying, Steve Bannon, all in on Trump, criticizing Elon, here's what he said.
The $1 trillion is across the Potomac. Get an Uber, send an army of the Visigoths over there before a federal judge tries to shut you down, and let's get into something we have some meaningful cuts.
Musk slammed back, saying Bannon's a great talker, not a great doer. What'd he get done this week? Nothing. Okay, but I'm interested, Katie. I mean, just that's out in the open. It's an open warfare.
Right. I mean, look, I think that Bannon has taken issue with Musk on several occasions. This is not sort of new for him to be launching this kind of attack. I do think it calls back to some of the reporting that we've published this week, though, around this consternation among Trump's inner circle with regards to what Musk and Doge are actually doing. And then I would also say, with regards to Elon's response, again, going back to what Kara was just saying, this is right out of his playbook. I mean, it's very difficult to keep up with what Elon Musk posts on X, but that specific post at Bannon, sort of going after the productivity bit, I mean, that calls back almost exactly to what he had to say to Twitter's former CEO when he took over that company. Right. What have you done recently? Not much.
Here's what, Kara, go ahead.
Can I just, one of the things you're saying is like, there should be cuts, and maybe he has a point. This is what, you're walking right into their trap. They should do it by passing legislation. They should do it legally. They're not interested. What they do is they depend on your civility, and including the media is like, well, they have a good point. Well, sure, but this is not the way to do it, and therefore they've won the battle already, because you're agreeing to it, but they're doing it in ways that have nothing to do with legislation, power of Congress, and other laws. So what's the difference how they do it? Well, it matters how they do it here, and that's why they're running over you, because nobody's stopping them and saying this is just nonsense. And let me just say, the last thing is they distract with other things, whether it's DEI, with plane crashes, everything else. Well, they're doing that. So over here, they're doing the actual thing, which is the actual destruction that you can't take back.
Well, I mean, it is true. Once something happens, sometimes you don't realize what's lost until it's gone. And I know that's maybe a generic euphemism, but has truth in it. Kara, can I ask you, though, because you've known Elon for so long, when I look at his feed, first of all, you can't avoid it, right? The algorithm, it feeds it right at the top. So
you don't know
even
something's lost until you lose it.
But if I go in and I look, the guy is posting all the time. I don't know how any human being, I don't care how a genius you are, can be posting at the hours of the day that he's posting and being all the places he's physically is. People do have to have some sort of sleep. So
nope.
How is Elon
sleep is for the weak,
as far as you understand it?
I don't know. There's been reporting about some
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how he does it. He's manic. He's a manic person, as anybody who knows. He's up all night. I have no idea what he's doing physically to himself.
Suddenly we gotta fucking hate on people who don't need to sleep.
But one of the things he does also,
the dude is fucking mainlining ketamine.
On the floor of things or having
like
couches.
he probably takes a lot of micro naps.
So he just likes to show he's hardcore, he's sleeping on the floor. When, by the way, there's a perfectly good hotel next door. Like, it's not necessary, but they try to have this idea of, even with Steve Bannon, you didn't do it any day, I did. Or I'm so hardcore, you're not. It's like weightlifters. Like, I weigh, it's such ridiculous performativeness on the part of these people. And in fact, they're doing it again for whatever personal reasons they're doing it. It's strange is what it is. And this is not how we conduct business in the government.
Well, and some of these tweets and posts, and I understand the world has changed, so sometimes I hesitate before I say it, but there is just a level of juvenileness to some of this that is hard to square with the huge significance of what's actually happening behind that. But, all right, thank you. I really love talking to you both.
Great job, Katie.
Thank you.
Great job, Yappy.
The first 2 weeks.
Not my watch. Is my watch later list?
The first 2 weeks alone of the Trump administration have brought dramatic proposals and some unprecedented changes in our systems of government. Tonight, we begin.
More than 100 migrants from Guatemala are now back in their home country. They were on board a U.S. military plane that landed in Guatemala City just yesterday. One of the migrants now tells CNN that he had been living in the United States for nearly 19 years. CNN's David Culver has exclusive new reporting from the tarmac when they arrived.
Stepping off a commercial charter and onto Guatemala City's military tarmac, 124 migrants deported for illegally entering the U.S. Now back home.
Why can't you come here legally?
Including the country's vice president, and into a reception hall. Cookies and coffee await. One by one, they're called up to be officially documented.
They got
That's
cookies,
a change
see?
from their status in the U.S.
Did the Nazis give people cookies?
She lived 10 years in the U.S. in Alabama. She did roofing, construction, and car repair while in the U.S.
Here we meet Sara Torpotos. At 43, she says she carries a criminal record related to child endangerment.
She was shopping at Walmart con tu nieto, no?
Sí, con mi nieto.
With her grandson, and she said he didn't have a car seat, and she was pulled over as she was leaving the Walmart by a police officer in Alabama.
She went to jail for 2 months and was detained for 5 more months, she says, by immigration officials in Louisiana before being sent back here.
Gracias a Dios que estoy en Guatemala.
She's actually grateful, thanking God for being back.
Pero tú quieres regresar a los Estados Unidos? Do you want to go back to the U.S.?
No, ya no.
No.
Ya no.
Sara, seemingly uncomfortable though, speaking with us in what she's wearing. She's eager to get to her bag, which in a pile of plastic bags. Stapled shut. And as she heads
Super late. It's because the game's late. And it's taking power. Can't hear myself.
You have a seen conviction. Are you going to try to stay here? Or do you think you'll go back? I have to go back. You'll find a way back? Yes.
While Fidel walks freely here, pulled aside by Guatemalan police as soon as they arrive. After crimes not only in the U.S., but also here in their homeland. They arrive a lot of us. Attorneys.
Yeah.
While the vice president tells me it's about the same number that have been around.
No, es que ya tiene.
and wanting to go into the U.S. in the first place. However, then you meet others like Fidel, who said it doesn't stop him. He's going to try as many times as possible to get back to the U.S., be it legal or illegal. David Culver, CNN, Guatemala City.
All right, we have brand new video just in to CNN. It was released by Homeland Security Secretary, the new Secretary, Kristi Noem, and it shows her presence at an immigration raid in New York City overnight. In her words, a criminal alien charged with kidnapping, assault, and burglary is now...
Okay. I don't know why it's like this today, because it worked fine yesterday, you know? But I was like, eventually it will load, and it'll just stop dropping. But, like, it wasn't stopping, so I was just like, fuck this. Click right out of it.
In custody. Again, she put out this video.
She
With
put
us
out.
now is former acting director of ICE, John Sandwig. Thank you so much for being with us. This video released by the secretary.
Boo!
The numbers that we reported yesterday.
Here's a cop to
that
tell us how
people
bad a cop
involved in
is.
These raids have been told to wear your jersey so people can see. You want this to be very much visible. Why such a public display, John?
You know, it's very interesting. I mean, first of all, obviously the reason why is I think the administration wants to draw a lot of attention to these raids and these operations. But what's interesting, John, is traditionally you don't want to draw attention to these operations until the operation is complete. And there are two very good reasons for that. The first is officer safety, especially when you're targeting individuals who who should have a nexus to public safety. You don't want to do anything to tip them where they might be lying in wait for an officer, especially if somebody's doing harm. So one of the real cardinal rules of these types of operations is you don't do the publicity until it's complete. But the second reason is it reduces the effectiveness of the operation. As word gets out that you're targeting individuals with a nexus to the criminal justice system, those individuals tend to disappear. So during the Obama administration, when we ran these similar operations, what happens is over time, you start missing more and more of your targets because those individuals are no longer in the location that you expect them because they caught wind of the operation. So surprising in a way from an operational perspective that they're putting this much publicity on these operations, but politically, I think it makes a little bit of sense why they want to do that.
So I think in the last year of the Biden administration, there were an average of about 300 apprehensions each day. It was a slow start in this new Trump administration, but they're now at about 1,000 a day, and that's their target. Besides the difference in the numbers, John, what do you see as the biggest differences in approach?
I don't want to join your Discord, bitch.
Well, the biggest difference is clearly the target. This administration has lowered the threshold for when, prior to
Did you
these
see that?
operations, a lot of work goes
I
on
missed it.
behind the scenes.
I fucking launched the game and it opened up their Discord server.
Probation and parole records,
Oh, what the fuck?
cross-referencing that
And I'm like, I
against
don't want to join your
immigration
fucking
cases on
Discord, bro.
This is a tactic that was done throughout ICE's history, the Obama administration and Biden administration.
I got an hour. Go do
but
what you need to do.
Oh, they've already let the chins out. I can let them out again though.
We're going to prioritize. Are we going to arrest? What we
Well,
call
The thing
more
is,
if, like,
Bijou
you
was
wanted-
so
you wanted to
bad
have a break.
earlier.
We're going after the criminal who
Yeah.
may not have any nexus.
Like if
to
you
the
wanted to have a
criminal
break, you
justice
can go have a break.
So the
Or
Trump
play something on the
administration has lowered
Xbox
the
or something.
threshold, including individuals charged with less, serious offenses like traffic offenses or people who have not been convicted. Secondly, they've been very clear that when they go to a house, they find anybody who's undocumented there, everyone will be arrested regardless of whether or not they have any nexus to the criminal justice system.
So talk to me more about what you just called collaterals, because Tom Homan said, quote, I don't think we arrested any families. We've arrested public safety threats and national security threats, bottom line.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes when you go on these operations, You go into, you knock on a door, and you're looking for a certain individual. You may or may not find that individual there, but you often find that someone's living with other undocumented people. So group homes are very common, where you have multiple families living in the same house. Or you might find that person's
The
family
mullet's
is
coming
there.
in.
Traditionally, during
It'll
the
be
Obama
ready soon.
administration, ICE would be direct ICE that unless the individual you encounter has a nexus to public safety, you don't take them into
Hey, a
custody.
Corolla.
You know, this administration's been clear; they are arresting collaterals. John, look, in the coming weeks, we're going to see that.
Did you get Ninja Gaiden?
Arrested in this race, and it'll be very interesting to see what types of crimes people were arrested for, and how many
Let me
individuals were arrested
check.
without a nexus to any.
It should download in like 2 seconds,
just
bro.
knowing how
Well,
it's a literal
the
original Xbox
No,
game.
it's the second
I'm very
one.
confident that we'll see a lot.
Oh,
of
it's
people
Ninja Gaiden
who were
2?
arrested after having
It's
been
the new one.
charged with or maybe convicted of what would commonly be
Black.
considered.
I thought you said it was
Specifically
Ninja
Black.
Gaiden
And a lot of
Black.
individuals
Yeah,
who
it
were
is.
collaterals
But the
were
second
Ninja
one.
Gaiden Black is an
Brand new.
Xbox game.
to the criminal justice
Brand
system.
new.
Did
Brand
they
new
remaster
game.
it?
See that data?
No, it's a brand new sequel.
Yeah, I think. Look,
Why would they
historically,
do
ICE
that and
does
call it
release
Ninja
data
Gaiden
from the
Black?
Trump administration.
I don't know.
John, again,
I
just
bet
very
you it's
less
trash.
If you look at the Trump administration data, you know, in 2019, prior to COVID, they arrested something like 63,000 individuals who were just charged
Yes,
with.
it's
or
a
convicted of
sequel to the
trafficking.
15-year-old game.
And the bottom line, John, is again, there's just not that many of these good targets.
It's
out there.
called
But-
Black
So really,
2?
that raises another question. Which is
Ninja
what's
Gaiden
next?
2.
You heard Tom Holman say
Black.
this is
Black.
going to continue. We want to continue at this tempo through the full
Okay.
year. And I'm going to be.
There's
very
also a new
Hang on.
Sniper Elite
What
game.
Hang on.
Which is
I
cool.
need you to figure, because this literally makes no sense, okay? So let me explain exactly what's going on here, okay? So, Ninja Gaiden for the Xbox, okay, is like one of the perfect games of that gen. You know, it's clunky because it's still in the, it's like Resident Evil, you know, Resident Evil 2. It might have been clunky on the PlayStation, but it's one of the best and most perfect games on the PlayStation, right? The thing is, Ninja Gaiden Black is just a definitive edition of Ninja Gaiden.
Sure.
So it's literally Ninja Gaiden 1 for the Xbox. It's just a definitive edition. Then there's Ninja Gaiden 2, which is a sequel to that.
Then I
And
guess
now
this
there's
is
a
that-
sequel to the definitive edition, but it's
I
not
guess.
the upgraded version of the old Ninja Gaiden 2.
Well, you tell me.
I've never
Right.
played
There,
really
the
Ninja
world
Gaiden
of
2.
Ninja Gaiden 2 remastered.
Huh?
Right
So
there,
it is a
says-
remaster. What about Ninja Gaiden 1? See
Ah.
here, so here's the thing.
That's pretty
The
good
guy
ratings,
who like
though.
made Ninja Gaiden it's kind of like a Kojima story. And I don't mean the series, I mean the Xbox game. Because even there's a Metal Gear for that's an old SNES game too, or SNES game, right?
This actually, hold that thought.
So they
This gives me an
sidelined
idea.
this guy. Guess who sidelined him? Guess what company it was?
Sony probably.
I think it was EA.
Of course it was. This gives me. This reminds me. Some of the Xbox
It was
review.
it's Capcom, I think. They wanted to market to the
really?
West. I
Interesting.
have to check.
Some of the Xbox review comments are fucking hysterical. So maybe we'll find some games and we'll go through some of the Xbox comments, and that can be like a segment that we can do.
Do they have Black though? Just the original Black?
Let me see.
It's just an Unreal 5 remaster.
Ninja Gaiden Black on the Xbox.
Yeah.
Ninja Gaiden Master Collection. No.
There it is.
What?
I knew just by seeing the cover.
Yeah, the original.
No. The Xbox one. That's the good one. It's not.
Yeah,
See,
this one,
they're still
the
charging for
original.
it. That's how good a game it is. They're saying you can have this shitty one that's in the Game Pass, but we all know this is the one you actually want to play.
Yes, it does not seem. Ninja Gaiden 2. Okay, we're getting there. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
should be a bit more specific here. Let's see. Ninja Gaiden Epsilon.
Nope.
2, 3. Ninja Gaiden. No. Doesn't have the first one. Just cheeky cunts.
Black is the first one.
Yeah, this one. I'm talking about these ones, which are on the Game Pass.
So they have 2 through what, 5?
Looks like it, yeah. Oh, 2 through 3? 2 through 4?
This is more annoying the more I learn.
Yeah.
Hey,
Xbox?
do me a favor.
Of before.
Check out if they have a game. Type in the search SHENMUE.
I'm not playing that game.
I just wanted to see because is it free? The second one, not the first one. Fuck the first one.
1 and 2.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but is 2 by itself free?
No. You have to
Okay,
buy them together
I
for
wouldn't think so. This game is fucking comedy gold.
Mm.
It's actually like a pretty fucking cool game, but like it's probably the earliest example of a really like next gen game that was presenting video games as art.
Okay.
So like it's cool in certain ways, but it's also like insane because it has the worst voice acting in it, and all the graphics look very silly. But like the combat is literally like they ported the combat from Virtua Fighter. So like the combat in the game is fun, and it's kind of like a cool old school kung fu story that it's kind of like, you know,
Yeah, okay.
interesting. But like, God, I guarantee you, like,
So these are all Epsilon.
9 out of 10 people who play Shenmue probably were like, this is the worst game I've ever played.
That's funny.
Perfect Dark.
For you by the show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, a nice little surprise for you. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black just got shadow dropped alongside Ninja Gaiden 4's reveal, and it promises to be a more faithful recreation of the original compared to the version we got in the Master Collection, which is good because that Master Collection version wasn't. It was kind of the worst of both worlds. It wasn't faithful to the original version of Ninja Gaiden 2 or the PlayStation 3 Sigma re-release. Instead, it was basically the Sigma 2 version with some of the better features ripped out, and the things that made it worse than the OG version left in. So Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is meant to remedy all of this with the for real this time definitive version of the game, or at least that's how Koei Tecmo is selling it. But unfortunately, it's not. Instead of just being an enhanced version of the original game you'd assume from the name, it's actually a modified and improved version of Sigma 2. It's taking the framework of a game they already released back in 2021 and doing what they can with it to bring it closer in
I knew
spirit
it.
to the Xbox
I
360
knew it.
original, which fans
funny as fuck.
When you said it was Black 2, I was like, I knew this was a garbage remaster that's trying to market off of the success that was the first Ninja Gaiden. They're like, you're not Resident Evil. Just re-release Black. Like actually re-release the game that people want. So the thing is so Black is like the philosophy of the game director is like fuck story, gameplay.
Okay.
Look who tried to escape.
Rat.
So the gameplay
Yeah,
is
look at his
really tight.
Look at his little foot.
And you know, it has the classic, you know, you can level up your sword You know, and if you actually, I'm not sure. It might, because it's similar to Onimusha. I also love Onimusha, but Ninja Gaiden's better.
Took games out there.
But you can like level up your sword and like, kind of like how you do in Resident Evil, right? And
sure.
And it's like pretty fucking brutally hard, but like Doom. Like it's just perfectly designed around its gameplay. And it is a game about gameplay.
Yeah.
The studio didn't like this. So they took something that was perfect. There was probably acquisitions and stuff. And they took 2, which was still good, but it wasn't the first one. You know? And the director is like really, really passionate about the art and the design of games and how games should feel. He has a very different philosophy from other developers. And this clashed with what the studio wanted to do with the second game. So by the third game, he leaves the studio and they give it to a completely like new team that integrates inside the studio, and they make one of the worst games I have ever touched. I swear. It's fine. It's fine. It's just like when you make something so good and like within 2 sequels it's trash. Like
That's
Halo
fair.
had 4 good games.
4? Yeah. Were they all Bungie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course they were. Why?
But yeah, they've been trying to capture the fucking success of the first game again. And like I don't get it. I don't get it, because if they actually took it seriously and made the game like with the design philosophy of the first game, it would do so well, because of like Dark Souls is huge right now. And it, like I said, it's like the Dark Souls of its time.
Okay. Can you hear that?
Yes. You can take over. I already learned what I needed in the first minute of that video.
Great. Get rid of this. So, COD time, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. We can play whatever. I'm really not.
Download Marvel Rivals, bro.
Bleh.
We're in Marvel Rivals category right now, anyway.
Ugh, take us out. Yucky. I don't know. It seems to be breaking, so I'm not sure what the fuck's going on. We'll see.
Yeah, it's been weird today.
Mm.
It's been kind of laggy and weird.
Cyber attack by China.
Probably. Hey, you know what else you should check if they have on Game Pass? Splinter Cell. Chaos Theory.
No, they don't have it. I know they don't have it.
They have Blacklist?
No, they don't have any of the Splinter Cells.
That sucks. Because, like, the
Yeah, it
plot
does.
to Blacklist is literally happening right now.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. So, like, these broccoli-headed kids in Doge literally have access to everyone's tax forms.
I heard about this, yes.
So, and then the CIA literally sent an email, basically as a result of Doge and shit. The CIA sent an email, and it was unencrypted and literally had all their assets' names on it.
Oh my god.
Okay, so let me show you the trailer for Splinter Cell Blacklist.
That is a big fat no.
Yeah, it's too perfect a game. How much is Blacklist? Wow.
$9.
How much is Chaos Theory?
$20.
$20. See, that's how you know it's a good game. But that's not true because Double Agent is $29. Pandora Tomorrow is also very good. You see how there's 2 versions of Double Agent?
Yeah.
They're literally 2 different games. So the company decided that they also wanted a version for post-gen. So they sent it out to another development studio. So it has kind of the same plot, but it's a completely different plot in the game. And they basically just made a version that's basically kind of the same, kind of different. And they got it so they would have something to release on last gen consoles too.
Okay.
Which is fucking fascinating.
You know what? My friend probably has these in physical copy. I could probably.
The issue is that the online doesn't work anymore. It would be great if we could party up and we could like find a way to get them linked. We would probably have to do it on PC though.
Yeah.
But the co-op is fun because it's the Splinter Cell is a game that's kind of designed around checkpoint saving.
Yeah.
So like you're designed where you fail over and over and over again until you kind of like figure out the exact way to take down all the guards. So like sometimes it'll take you like a whole hour to get through just a minute, right? And that's kind of the fun in it. Is that you keep on failing, but you keep on getting frustrated with your teammate while you're failing too. Okay. Let's see if this trailer has the story in it.
Dude.
How do I make it go? Screen share?
The blacklist is real. Rogue intel agencies like
Hillary Clinton is president. Come on.
Another huge setback for the CIA. An American
In Washington today, more rumors of the blacklist.
Gentlemen, the blacklist is real. Rogue intel agencies like Third Echelon are the problem here, not the solution. I want every single operation related to them grounded and gutted now. I'm shutting Third Echelon down, effective immediately.
That's a signal. We're on.
Sam, we're ready. Sam, we've got a problem. I think they're moving up.
That's not a gadget in the game. I don't think this is a story trailer. You can't do this. Now that is more like it, what he just did. Who the fuck is this guy? This is a very early trailer.
Sam, you in one piece?
Yeah, but I need options.
The closest exit point is the roof of the south wing. There is no program, no secret spies, no hidden agendas. Any questions?
Who the hell are you?
CIA? Delta?
Welcome to Fourth Echelon.
It's a shit name.
Well, it's because Third Echelon was disbanded. Okay, let's see if this one actually has the story.
Peggy 18.
They do this. So one of the cool things that they talk about in the game is this thing called the Fourth Freedom, and that's what third echelon agents have, is they have the fourth freedom. It's the right to murder anyone they want.
Okay. That's neat.
But basically, third echelon betrays Sam, and like you find out that they were behind. So to get him into the prison for double agent, they make it so he has nothing left, and they fucking convince him to basically get framed for a crime to go down and be in this prison. So you have to like help them break out of the prison, and you're a double agent inside this terrorist group called John Brown's Army. And then basically the next game, Conviction, which is the best one as far as the story goes. Third echelon basically coups the United States, and they take over the government. So you actually are fighting against other Splinter Cells at some point in the game. And like you get to third echelon and you discover that they kill your daughter, and Sam goes into a rage mode where you become basically Rambo, and you just start automatically killing everything that walks in front of you. And the way they do the cinematics is also really cool, because they do a style that I've never seen before. And Blacklist is just okay in comparison. It's definitely the best of the second trilogy, though.
Hold on a minute.
Who are you? Undies. Also, friendly foreign agents were leaked. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the issue. Fucking Lenin was right, guys. We're destroying ourselves from within.
Wow, that was so important.
I was raised to believe that one man could change the future. Do you believe that? I do. And I think that you could be that man. You could change the world.
Viva Pinata!
By becoming an example.
Goated game.
No.
Download Marvel. It's a hot game. Everybody's doing it.
When your enemy is everywhere.
Guantanamo!
Would you break the rules to maintain order?
Bro, they literally have him in the actual fucking Guantanamo transport deprivation hood. They did their research to know what this hood looks like.
Good.
There's a level where you fucking infiltrate Guantanamo as a prisoner and then escape, and you have no guns to do it, and it's one of the hardest stealth sections in the campaign. Because you're escaping fucking Guantanamo.
Would you break the rules to maintain order? You act in daylight.
That's another thing too, is this game makes it so you're in the daylight most of the time. The other games you're always at night and in shadow.
This is your ally. Would you use silence to bring chaos? Would you inflict terror return for freedom.
This ain't got no story.
This sucks. These trailers suck.
Yeah, I know, right?
Very cool. Dildo skin.
You're a dildo.
Alright. My turn.
You download Marvel?
No?
Why not?
I'm only going to be here for another 3
Anyway,
minutes.
the story is, oh, I think I may have found it. Huh.
This is the Blacklist. You have soldiers in 153 countries. Bring your troops home, or every week we will attack you.
Graham, it's time to go hunting.
You're gambling with a war.
Sadiq already started a war. It's up to us to find a way to end it.
So they fucking basically the Blacklist guys they basically always have a countdown timer to the next attack, and they also with every attack they leak intelligence assets names and dox your intelligence assets, and they all get
Cool.
killed.
Interesting.
And you have to figure out where the next attack is going to be, and they're killing your intelligence assets, and that's the whole plot. Is that the guy is a radical pro-Palestinian who wants the U.S. to bring all their foreign forces home and withdraw their troops from every country, and that's the like goal of the terrorist group.
Based.
And you have to figure out how to keep American imperialism alive.
Excellent. It's exactly what we want to see.
So hopefully there's someone like that running around right now saving the day for Doge.
Keeping American imperialism in power.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. How loud is that?
It's fine. Hey, look, you're gonna get a camo for your favorite gun next.
Am I?
Yeah, there's the fucking LA rifle.
That's just the one I've been using. I think I'm
The one that you
off.
hate.
No, it's fine.
No, the British one.
Oh, this one. Yeah, fuck this gun.
The bullpup.
Armed enemy.
Let's change it to the other side.
Enemy.
Put this in the COD category as well.
I already did.
You got wrecked.
Rex?
Wrecked.
Trannysaurus?
Bye.
Trannysaurus wreck? No, I can use this time to build up my fucking
Mine deleted.
lists.
Good idea. It's another reason I can come and use
Wow, every game's got to have the corner peeking now.
What do you mean?
Rainbow
oh, like
Six
a
just...
tilt? That's only a
Oh.
new edition, actually. I think that's only a very new addition to Call of Duty. Some games like Rainbow Six Siege have it, but that's a Rainbow Six.
Remember when they tried to do wall running because of Titanfall?
Yeah. It's even funnier because EA owns Respawn and killed Titanfall 2 to boost up their shitty fucking Call of Duty games.
Yeah,
Isn't that
and
cool?
nobody has wall running as good as Titanfall.
Yep, Titanfall is literally the best. Still, to this day, one of the best multiplayer
For wall running.
ever. And mechs.
I still like MechWarrior, but you know,
There is no
maybe a game
mech-
from this century.
There's no
is
game.
more
There's no
everyone
there's no
else's
mech
speed.
game that is better than Titanfall when it comes to mechs and their mechanics and how they use and how smooth they are. There isn't
I
one.
like MechWarrior, but they don't make it like that anymore. Now they make it's funny because they also do it with like Clash of Clans. Like they market the nostalgia of RTSs because that was like
Yes.
one of the hotter games in the
Spring
90s,
mine
right?
spotted.
But none of them are fucking RTSs.
Nope.
They just market the idea to your nostalgia so you download it and get addicted to the gameplay,
Yes.
right? And so games like War Robots clearly are marketing to people that have played MechWarrior and know that it's a fucking awesome game. But the thing is it's a game from the 90s.
Yeah. Hit marker fucking king this gun, I swear to God. I can't believe I fucking survived that. Playing dirty today. Filthy. Fucking filthy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How did he get up there? Oh, no. Where the fuck did he come from? Oh.
They're gone.
There's no way.
Your spring mine was disrupted.
Enemy throwing stun.
Dirty fucking camper. Where are we? Friendly foreign agents were leaked on it too, if I recall. Interesting. See, friendly foreign agents I feel like is a bigger deal than
Drop in a spring mine.
Americans, because it's literally endangering foreign citizens who are helping the United States. I think that's very unfair to them.
Damn it, we've lost the lead.
But also they knew what they were getting into. Oh.
Enemy planting mine. Tally, mine. Five down.
Uh-oh. Shit. Ooh. There's a little guy in here. Watch this guy die. Oh, he survived. Good job.
Anyway, I plugged in my headphones.
Are you kitty cat ones?
So I got my spares on.
The ones that hurt your head.
The new ones hurt my head more, but they're broken now, so they don't crush me.
Ah, okay. The kitty cat ones.
Mhm.
You broke them.
No, they kind of broke themselves because they're cheap Chinese headphones. I'll show you. But anyway, mecha games. Have you heard of Steel Battalion?
Have not.
I haven't played it, but I think a lot of mech enjoyers would probably say that's the best one. But we're talking, I mean, real
people with
virgins
mech
here.
sims.
Oi, enemy grenade!
You know, and they're technically not mechs because they have treads, I think.
Oh, well, that doesn't count.
But it is a mech game. Like, it's...
Yeah. Oh my god. How the fuck did they get up there? What the fuck?
They walked.
No, like, must be a ladder on the outside, but I'm not
You're a
sure.
ladder.
MTC's in the red. It's now or never.
Stop. Bye, bitch.
Wasted. Set in mind. Enemy impact.
Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? Ah, got him! Ah, fucking got him! Ah, get wrecked! Oh, I'm gonna die. Holy shit, I didn't die. I got him!
Hang on. Let's go angry. Give him the good news.
Hell of a job, crew. Someone pull us out so we can celebrate.
That was fucking sick. Please, give it to me. Yes! Yes! Ah, yes! I got the jumping off the building too.
So, to show you Steel Battalion, instead of showing you gameplay, I have this video that's just called "This is an Xbox controller," and it's about the controller for the game.
Okay. Wow.
Craziest controller I've seen. It's got over 40 buttons, it's got a tuning knob, even the joystick has a...
Most of the buttons do nothing, they're just part of the startup sequence. They're switches you flip. And you have to do it in exact order and read the manual on how to start up the mech.
joystick. The gear shifter, which moves the whole thing. Switches. Everyone loves switches. And 3 foot pedals. This joystick stays where it is so that you can aim and then stay aimed. This one only goes left and right. That's for steering. I haven't even told you. It's a freaking mech game. You drive what's called a vertical tank. It's a giant mech that walks around.
tank.
This is the only Xbox I've got that will play American games. This game is legit, but it needs a mod chip because I don't have an American Xbox. And it's not reading discs. This is going to be a problem. It's surgery time. Now, I just really want to move on with this video, so I'm not going to do a full repair. I'm going to do a hack job. I think I can just plug this in, and as long as the old drive is plugged in as well with its special connector, it'll all just work, maybe. This thing is actually brand new. Oh, look, it comes with a free DVD RAM disc. Those are something you can Google. Hopefully, this will work. Oh, it's spinning. Oh, that's the same error. Well, after doing some research, I've discovered that this will work if you're into piracy. I want to use original discs, so I have to fix the original drive. I've removed the optical pickup from the DVD drive. I was expecting to find 2 adjustments on here, one for CDs and one for DVD. You go badly. And there's the game. Will it work? It's not looking good. I do have one more back. This
More
Xbox
about
complete.
him trying to fix an Xbox to play
First
the game.
opening
Oh,
of the
like
crystal. Press main weapon button. It's the future.
You must be the new recruit. Over there is the simulator room. You'll spend at least 8 weeks in there before you can hop into the real thing. What the? Oh, God.
Just when you think you're going to get a tutorial to play with this gigantic, massive controller, everything gets hectic, and the guy's just like, I'll do it. And this is the part where it just tells you to read the manual that comes with the controller. My controller was secondhand, and I didn't get the manual. So it's pretty much, here you go. Good luck. These buttons are so cool. They're all illuminated. Wants me to close the hatch.
So like, you literally are watching through a monitor, so it's like that was to do it immersively, right? So it
Amazing.
looks
And
like
it just-
looks like a monitor grain to help
Yeah.
with the graphics look better, but death is permanent, right? So your game completely ends if you die, but you can lose your mech and eject and save your profile, and then you have to use other mechs that you've unlocked.
Interesting.
Ignition. Now what you're seeing is the exact amount of instruction that I had the first time I played this. It's also been a while for me, so I'm trying to remember. How cool is that?
These are all for startup.
Most of them, yeah. See, and like this one is washing extinguisher chaff.
Waste of time.
This is a very Japanese game.
So the right stick is for aiming. The shifter does what you'd think it does. Accelerates down here. Left stick is for steering. The left stick is for the camera looking around. And this is your view throughout the entire game. Pretty much the whole screen is just full of HUD. I'm supposed to be stopping them from destroying the city. Stop. Reverse. Oh, that building's about to go. See now the camera was desynced from where I was actually pointing, which makes it very hard. Lock on? Lock on. Yeah, lock on. Oh, I need to use there's a sidestep button down here. I'm still in reverse, I want to be forward. My camera's dirty, so I need to wash it. Oh, I did it. Mission complete. As cool as these switches are, the only time they're ever used is during the startup sequence. It's like a little mini game, you gotta turn them all on and off, and that's it. So that was all you get as a tutorial, just nothing. It's just, here's the most complicated video game controller ever released. Good luck. Pedals down here are accelerate, brake, and sidestep. They're all pressure sensitive, so you can do a tiny sidestep if you want to, or a big one. Hey, this is cool. Just found a test screen to check all the controller buttons and everything. This would be hard to play DDR on. Love the fade in and out of the button lights. All right, let's move. Oh, did I crash? I crashed. Why can't I get out of the hole? Why can't I get out? What have I done? Am I out? I'm out. Let's see how fast we can go. Is that 73 miles per hour? Nope, don't want to shoot my own guys. Oh, there's bad guys now. Alright, let's slow right down. I don't want to just head straight into the bad guys. Maybe a little bit faster. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. There we go. You're a bad guy.
You're a bad guy. So anyway, you see what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty
Virgins.
honestly, pretty ambitious.
Yeah. Anyway, I won't be able to hear you for a second. I gotta grab my food.
Okay. Swear to God, if I person, someone. Sorry. Haha. Oh my God. Free for all is so tense. And then you have the country fight. Do nothing but camp. Very annoying.
But yeah, it was like, I think like $200.
Jesus Christ.
Because, but this was like when peripherals were so popular to be accessories to sell more stuff for companies that Nintendo made an entire console that was peripherals.
Like Guitar Hero.
Yeah, I think this was before Guitar Hero though. It might have been after though.
Yeah.
But like, it had
Guitar Hero
a
is
lot of
fucking
success in Japan, just not
incredible.
outside of
I
Japan.
bet it did. What do they say? Big in Japan?
It had success in Japan. What you have to keep in mind too is like
these cunts.
like you're selling one unit, and it depends on like the cost that actually goes into each manufactured controller and stuff. But like one unit would be the price of like 3 units of another game.
Potentially, yeah.
But you know, but people are. Like, you know how like they do the driving sims where they'll have like and Ace Combat sims and flying sims where they'll have the rotating chair. You know, they built an entire machine for it. So people have built entire like cabinets that you get inside the cabinet with the controller and everything. It's like built in, so it's like extremely immersive.
Sick. Love that. Uh-oh. Oh, this motherfucker.
What did I want to show Jack, guys? Do you remember?
I always forget that I have the axe.
The what's it?
I have
Ma
an axe.
what?
I have a throwing axe.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Throwing ass. Oh, I also need you to check another thing out, but I have to upload it.
Oh my god. Look, the T-1000, I killed him. That was easy. Hello. Little man, come back. Thank you. Ah! Oh, fucking throw axes at
Fucking
cunts.
jizz. Come.
Ah! Ah!
Alton Towers.
Where is this motherfucker? Where'd he go? There he is. Uh-oh. It was like a bounce shot, corner shot, fucking axe throw there.
Bounce pass.
Woo. Whoops, see you later. Ooh, there it is. Ready? 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 Oh, that was so disappointing. It didn't run out.
You fucking me?
Lose.
Activate
I lose.
It's a bloody beatdown.
Dude, there was a lot at the top there. Well, that's just cheating.
Top.
What we get? Get any closer? What I need?
Huh?
Double kills. I need double kills with the snipper.
Go to Google Drive real quick. I uploaded some treats for you. One's really, really, really good. You're gonna come.
We'll see.
That's a lot of nuts. That's one of them. Is that's a lot of nuts. It's the one that's not. That's a lot of nuts. That I think it's really. I want you to upload it so it surprises you when you hear it for the first time. And I made 2 different versions: a blown out version and a normalized version.
Too long.
Huh?
Too long.
It's not. I promise you, it's perfect.
Hardpoint lockdown. We're winning. Keep it down.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, how did I not die? What just happened?
My dick's too long. They keep coming in my own face.
I got him again. I got him with the axe. What a nerd. What a nerd. You. Oh, boom. Not today.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Whoop. Headshot.
Hardpoint lockdown. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active.
No.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Bye.
Heads up, frag.
I missed.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint lockdown.
I'm gonna change from that to this.
Hardpoint located.
Who's hard?
Everyone.
I'm coming.
Hardpoint
Got
is
too
active.
friendly.
I'm coming.
Hardpoint is secure.
Uh-oh. What the fuck?
Chosen one. I'm coming.
Enemy, 12 o'clock. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Dead.
Hardpoint lockdown.
Bye.
Bye.
Dead.
See you
All
later.
dead. Dead as fuck. They got killed by this garbage British fucking rifle. How do you feel, you fucking nerds?
Bad?
They should feel bad.
I see you.
Ow.
Hardpoint identified.
Gimme.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
That one.
Hardpoint is secure.
Gotcha, bitch.
Payback.
Ah!
Dim a play.
Oh my god.
Eyes on Semtex. One in my sight. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
That has been disgusting.
Knock it off, genius.
That was a dumb.
Ouchie.
Hardpoint located.
Disgusting.
Hardpoint lockdown.
I like double kills.
Hardpoint is active.
Bye.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Hard point.
Tango down.
Lol.
Hardpoint is secure. Enemy throwing stun.
Ah, missed him.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure.
Oh, no way.
Spotted enemy stun. Hostile LDBR drop detected.
I'm going to get blown the fuck up by a robot or a car or some shit. I got knifed. That makes sense.
You deserved it.
Ow.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Hardpoint
locked down.
Bye.
Neutralize hostile trophy system. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the
Ow.
hardpoint.
Get a UAV on grid.
Hardpoint is active.
Oh my god.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Oh my god. I deserve to die.
Yeah.
Hardpoint locked
That was
down.
awful. That was embarrassing.
Hostiles have captured the
I'm
hardpoint.
glad people saw that embarrassing display. There's somebody.
No, nuh-uh, not today. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Spring mine planted. Hardpoint located. Enemy grenade.
Oh my god. It's always sprinting
Hostiles
at the
reclaim
wrong
the lead.
time.
Hardpoint active. Guess who's back, asshole? Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Nice. Love double kills. It's exactly what I need.
Enemy UAV
Ow.
inbound.
Ow.
Hardpoint locked down.
You ready to take it back?
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
I'm glad they had shotgun.
Hardpoint identified.
Oh my god. That was a
Sitrep,
that was a good
LDBR
play.
incoming. Hardpoint is active.
Wow.
Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Sweaty.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Woo.
Target down. Hey, finger off the trigger.
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Ah! Ah!
Point is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
That was bad. That was real bad.
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint locked down.
Ow.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Dropping a spring mine. Kill.
No! Where's my double kill? Fuck.
Double kill. You didn't get it. You're not good enough at the game.
I did not.
die.
No, there was no opportunity for one. I think someone took the kill that I was gonna go for. I think they're behind me.
Mine crap.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. You're being outplayed, Crimson One. Get it up.
Oh my god.
Hard point locked down. Enemy care package above. Hard point identified. Hostiles have the hard point. Tally. Hard point is secure. Hard point is active.
Headshot.
Enemy CUAV inbound. Hard point locked down.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Just fucking end me already. Jesus, that was bad. I'm glad we got that on stream. Good lord, holy shit, roasted me. That was awful. Ah! That spring mine killed 3 of us. That was great.
Hard point located.
Ow.
Hard point active. Hostiles have the hard point. Underwhelming effort today, Chris.
Underwhelming effort, lads.
We lost.
We lost, apparently. It's not me.
Good to see you, fucko.
I did not spend any time on the objective. Whoops. Partly my fault.
Okay, now you can look at those sound bites. Can you just... I don't want to open this because I don't want it to start recommending me videos from this channel.
Okay.
So make sure you don't open this on the company channel. I just want you to look at the thumbnail and how much it makes me want to die.
One second. I'm gonna have to turn the Xbox off to see it. One minute. Because if you don't want me to open it on that YouTube, I need to see the screen that's behind the screen that the Xbox is on.
Huh? What?
Just the way that
Your
it's
favorite
set up.
gun?
Yes, it's awful. Dog shit gun. Dog shit. Alright.
Go to the Google Drive.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. Pure cinema.
Waiting computer to catch up. Getting there. It's getting there. Here it goes. It's finally caught up. Grape.
Hmm?
Yeah, okay. Copy. Ew. What did you want me to look at?
Just the thumbnail of that link I sent, and then I have two sound bites. Well, there's 3. And I want you to listen to them on stream for me so you can... Huh?
I'm just double checking which one it is. Is that Colonel West's hair? Photoshopped on him?
I don't know.
What is going on?
I don't know. Isn't that fucking terrible? Doesn't
That's
it make you want to
weird.
die?
That's really weird. That's really fucking weird. Okay, Google Drive. You want me to show the people?
Yeah, of you listening to the first time, yes.
Okay.
That's a lot of nuts!
Necessary.
And then this one, there's two versions. One's blown out, one's normal.
Mm-hmm.
This is the normal one.
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say "Allahu Akbar"?
What do you think? You hate it, don't you?
I think you should cut it to just the just the end bit.
Bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say "Allah."
See, I think the bomb belt is the funny
Off, they
part.
say "Allahu Akbar." You know how?
I think them saying the bomb belt is the funny part for me. The belt with the
whole
bombs
thing
on
is
it.
funny. The whole thing is funny, but the end bit is so good.
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say "Allahu Akbar."
You know what I can do? Is, I got an idea.
Blow out the
Watch
last
this. Okay. Let me just boot Resolve real quick.
I will have to go very shortly though.
Well, this will be done as soon as Resolve boots because it'll take 2 seconds to do. I got an idea though.
And you can take back over or whatever. You're just gonna do it in on the stream. Editing.
Do you know who that is though? Who says that?
Yeah.
Okay. Adam Friedland did a show, and it's very funny because he's like,
quick. You're gonna have to be real quick. You're gonna have to be real quick.
I mean, once it's open, it'll be easy. But Adam Friedland was on the show with Jesse, and it was very funny because like Adam Friedland like just knows where he is and like is like very tactically just kind of like fucking with Jesse. And he keeps asking Jesse, like, what's a Jewish joke? I need you to give me an example. Because he's trying to get Jesse to do racist jokes. Funny. And Jesse, his idea of a joke was, Jews have big noses. And he's like, that's not a joke, Jesse. Yeah, it doesn't have the elements of the setup.
An observation. That's just an observation. What do you mean? I mean, they're observational comedy.
That's a lot of nuts.
That's a stayer as well, that one.
They got the belt with the bombs on it.
They put on the belt with the bombs on them, and before they,
well, I'll see
before they get ready to go off, they
what we can take out for it. That's the other thing. It's got to see what we
before they get
for it. I'll be back in a second.
Why won't it cut my shit? Oh, because I'm on the fucking export tab.
With the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say "Allahu," say "Allahu Akbar," say "Allah," they say "Allah," they say "Allahu Akbar." You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say "Allahu Akbar." When they put on, how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say "Allahu Akbar."
How's that? You like that? That's a lot of notes. Uh-oh.
Play it again.
When they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, that'll do.
We want to blow this out
Have-
real quick, too?
Yeah, blow it out.
When they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say Allahu Akbar.
Yep, perfect. Alright, I gotta go. I'll add those to the thing, and when I get back and we watch Old Boy, I'll add them to the thing. Alright?
When they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say.
Yeah.
Alright. Goodbye.
I'm just dialing it into the right blowout.
When they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say.
Goodbye.
See ya.
I just want people to have health care, honey.
When they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say Allahu Akbar. When they put on the belt with the bombs on them, they say Allahu Akbar.
I got a belt. S belt. Boom. Done. Easy. That's a lot of nuts! Got it. Got it. Pakatata. Let's see.
All right, while we're having fun, Jesse Lee Peterson made an appearance once again. I mean,
boy, I saw this.
This is like not even, I mean, we just have to have some fun. And I watched this probably 4 or 5 times last night. I was laughing so hard. So Adam Friedland had Jesse Lee Peterson on, who I guess is just like no longer.
Sorry, just to clarify, Adam went on Jesse's show.
Oh,
yeah. So,
he did.
Yeah. So
okay.
Jesse in the beginning, Adam in the beginning of the episode, he literally is like, "Who booked me for this?" He literally is like, "Why did you invite me?"
That's actually an interesting question because there's a while, like 3 or 4 years ago, where everyone except me was getting invited to go on Jesse Lee Pearson. Like Griscom got invited.
Didn't Michael?
Michael got invited, decided not to do it, but a whole bunch of people did do it.
Right, but he was just like such a fun, you know, very dumb right winger to make fun of. He had the whole beta and alpha fixation. Beta. People may remember that from that sound drop. But I guess so. Adam Friedland went on his show, and they were talking about what's okay to say in terms of humor and jokes about Jewish people, jokes about other races, and it was just a thing of beauty how Adam manipulated him into just saying what he says.
This is so embarrassing. This whole thing has been embarrassing, but I feel like I really like you as a guy.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Ask.
Go ahead.
If I'm at your show and you're making jokes about the Jews, right? And
myself, kind of, yeah.
Right, and you're making jokes about the Jews, and I'm cracking up. Should I be laughing or not?
It's interesting. I've had that question. It's like, did people in like the Midwest watch Woody Allen movies? Because those movies got like wide distribution, right? But it's like, who the hell wants to see that crap? I get it. I'm like, that stuff makes so much sense to me, but it's like, it's so like, I can't imagine that it would appeal to other people.
Should I be laughing if you're making Jewish jokes?
Jewish, like what sense? Like Jewish people
at
or
one
what?
At one of your shows, and you're up making jokes, and they're really funny.
I'm mainly making fun of myself.
Let's say that all the Jews are laughing, they're cracking up. And I'm sitting there, I wonder, should I laugh or not?
It's a similar
So should I
question,
laugh?
right?
Should I laugh?
But I guess I don't do Jewish jokes.
I thought you said you did.
I do Jewish, like self-deprecation, right? So making fun of yourself is like a self-deprecation. It's like it's an aspect of comedy that, like, yeah, a lot of Jewish
Let me
guys.
ask, because of time, I got to keep moving here. If you're making Jewish jokes and an audience full of Jews,
what kind of Jewish joke? But I'm not. That's not what I said. I make fun of myself.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Which is a Jew-y thing to do.
So if you
but
make
it's not
a Jew-y joke,
I'm not like.
Should I laugh in a Jewish audience?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this: you have a show called. You have a show called. You host a show.
Did I answer your question? Or you're moving on.
Wait, go ahead.
You could have, Jesse. You could have pressed me on that. I was vulnerable. You had me on the ropes right there, and then you moved on.
But I'm not trying to have you on a rope.
You know what you did? You turned the other cheek, much like this guy from Nazareth.
All right, this is too much context. Yeah, so I want to get to the part where this happens, but it's amazing. I mean, people should watch the whole thing. But
We
did.
How revolting I look is funny. Absolutely laugh at me.
Well, how about if you say, I have a
What do you
Jewish...
mean? What is a Jewish joke? Can you explain what that is?
I don't know. You're the comedian.
You keep saying Jewish jokes. I just don't understand what you mean.
But I thought you said that you made Jewish jokes.
I said that I do self-deprecation.
Okay, I got you now. I have you now.
Okay,
But let me ask you though, and give me a quick answer because of time. If
no, I don't want to stop talking to you. We got another hour, baby.
So let me ask: if you should make a Jewish joke, and I'm in the audience with a bunch of Jews, should I laugh?
Okay, help me out for a second. I'm not. Help me out for a second. Could you please tell me?
Here we go.
A Jewish joke so I can understand what you mean.
Jews love money.
Is that a joke? What are you talking about? That's a joke?
But should I laugh about that? If you made that joke, and I'm in the
Should you
audience,
laugh about Jews love money?
What?
Tell me a Jewish joke. Listen, you're a free speech conservative. I'm not sensitive. I'm a comedian.
Right.
I believe in the First Amendment. So just tell me. You have to know one.
I just told you one. You didn't say it was funny.
Jews love money is not. It didn't have the structure of a joke. It didn't have a setup. It didn't have a punchline.
You're still laughing.
Jews have a big nose.
Jesse, you're funny. I believe in you.
Okay, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think he's less of a free speech conservative.
Oh my god. Oh, sorry, Brandon. What were you saying?
I was gonna say he's less of a free speech conservative and more of like a slurred speech conservative. That's exactly how afraid I am of how like wet my mouth must sound on podcasts. Like it just sounded like he had just like a full mouth full of spit.
I love that he gave. So it's almost as if in a beautiful way, that interaction had the structure of the joke. The setup was the first anti-Semitic remark.
Yes.
And then the second anti-Semitic remark was the punchline. And
She's so right.
None of them were jokes. They were just anti-Semitic remarks.
I love Adam.
He's brilliant.
Like being so patient there and saying like, okay, look, like I know you're ready. You're so prepared for someone to take offense or like to.
Well, the viewers are low. Just because it's been laggy, I'm gonna reboot my internet. But the stream will keep going because I'm using a browser-based thing. But I'm gonna reboot my internet to try and get it to run better. Because when I was moving shit around and cleaning, I did disconnect it, and that'd be why it's all fucky today. Just to be clear, I did not write that song.
Let's actually walk through this step by step at a fundamental level, and he can't stop laughing at saying Jews love money.
I know.
I also he keeps bringing up that like in his mind, the only people who would go see like Adam Freeland is a bunch of Jews. He's just like stay up there with this Jewish audience.
A room full of Jews are all laughing. Can I laugh? Like isn't that what he verbatim said?
Yeah. Actually, I'm back on the scene. Miss him.
I think he just thinks like stand-up comedy is just like a room full of Jewish people. Honestly, he just thinks it's just a bunch of Jewish people in the audience.
It's like a
Bro, Matt is so red. Is he just sunburned or is Was he that red in the beginning?
You did.
Did he get redder?
Fuck me.
That's actually a question.
He must just be
there's a while,
sunburned.
like, 3 or 4 years ago where everything verbatim said.
Yeah.
But it's making him even more red.
I wish he'd come back on the scene. Miss him.
I think he just thinks like stand-up comedy is just like a room full of Jewish people. Honestly, he just thinks it's just a bunch of Jewish people in the audience.
It's like a synagogue in here. There's just.
We love money. That's all he thinks they say too. The on stage. We love money. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I think conservatives just don't understand what a joke is. Because like since forever, but definitely since like Obama became president, they've just described like the offensive statements that they make as like jokes. Like, you know, Jesse Waters has been doing a lot of that.
Oh,
too
my mic
recently,
is, like,
where it's
wicked
I just
open
said
again,
something
too.
really, really gross and offensive. It's like I'm just joking. It's like,
But they don't understand art. Like that's part of why they can't interpret like The Wolf of Wall Street as satire, and they think it's aspirational, or you know, they look at say something like Goodfellas, or other mob movies like that are well made by Scorsese that are deconstructions of like toxic masculinity. They see them as aspirational and like wish fulfillment, and there's some of that too, right? But they only take the fantasy element of the violence that they can inflict and like out of it, right? And they make it into hero worship. Scarface, same thing. They leave out the parts where
Check. Mike. Okay.
it ends badly for them. Yeah.
I mean, it's not even just what they don't.
Like, is it like? Why is it like this today? Why is it glitchy as fuck and sounding like shit anytime a task is changed?
Or understand. It's what they understand free speech humor to be. Like when Elon Musk took over Twitter and they all cheered that when he said comedy is legal again. What do they view as comedy? Jews have big nose.
Right.
Like that's what they like. That's
slurs.
you're just saying a slur, and not even funny
That's all
slurs.
it is for them. They actually that to them like to Jesse, whatever his name is. That was comedy that he was doing. Those are jokes because that's what they view as humor, just slurs.
Exactly.
Which is so true. And also to Emma's point, like they view art, like they view everything, you know, in society as a way to like garner and accumulate power. So when they watch stand-up comedy, they're looking at it as like, oh, this person's on stage and like making people listen to them. And it's so powerful. He has so much power. And art is about how much money you can accumulate. We saw with the NFTs too.
I thought it was
Like, art
my
is about how
mic
much money
that's
you can
open because I just assumed their mic wouldn't sound that bad. Like, bro, you under a fan?
Accumulate via like, you know, any kind of you know, medium that can be created as considered creative. They don't think of art as like the act of creation or the act of like putting together like the structure of a joke. They just think of it as like another way in society to like become rich, famous, and have powerful and make people like listen to you.
Or to consume something. Yeah. I mean, and those same people are also enamored by something like ChatGPT, right? Where they don't place value in like what art is and how the labor of art is what we find like beautiful in terms of the result of it. So they think that like there's a shortcut to achieving that kind of expression, and it's all just slop.
It's the imperatives of investors just made to just transplant into people's head like a brain chip. Like all the art or all the like architecture that these sort of like take us back, return type of people online that support Elon, like all that, like, you know, from like 150 years ago, that stuff looks interesting because it wasn't made using like all the labor saving processes that have come around since then. It was like masons like building St. Paul's Cathedral by hand and that sort of thing. And then people wonder why we don't build anything like that anymore. It's because the developers are capitalists who are doing it as cheaply as possible, you goddamn idiots.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
One of the first major actions President Trump's team took as he began his second term
was to freeze spending on various domestic assistance programs, as well as on foreign aid administered by the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Late last Tuesday, hours before the domestic freeze was to go into effect, a federal judge put a hold on it, and the next day the administration rescinded the freeze altogether. Similarly, the day before, the administration announced numerous waivers to the U.S. aid freeze as groups within the executive branch battled over who was calling the shots. Despite how quick the administration was in walking back the freeze on funding and making exceptions for foreign aid, the media still had a field day with all the chaos that erupted as a result. Reporters at establishment-friendly outlets across television and print went to great lengths to gather details about all the organizations providing goods and services to some of the most vulnerable people at home and abroad, who were suddenly left wondering if their main source of funding had dried up. Journalists raised the alarm about homeless veterans who would go without food, addicts who would go without professional support, students who relied on federal assistance to pay for college who would be forced to drop out of school, and the millions of people who depend on government programs for health care going without care, among many, many others. The same goes for foreign U.S. aid beneficiaries. The media ran alarming stories about the closures of soup kitchens feeding hungry people in war-torn Sudan, hospitals caring for destitute war refugees in Thailand, groups providing firewood to people enduring the harsh Ukrainian winter in a war zone, clinics preventing newborns from contracting HIV in Uganda, and more. The media also seized on Elon Musk's involvement in the USAID freeze to put their preferred spin on the situation, with one Politico writer characterizing the episode as, quote, the world's wealthiest person partially dismantling the world's single largest source of assistance to the world's most vulnerable people. But beyond Musk and USAID, that sentiment is clearly how establishment figures in media and politics want us to think about the current administration's efforts to cut government as a scheme to abandon the most vulnerable people in our country and around the world, to slash spending and make room for tax cuts to the rich. That characterization starts to fall apart if we look beyond the subset of spending the media is focused on, because U.S. aid is funding far more than a couple of soup kitchens and hospitals. As Ron Paul explained in his column on Monday, quote, U.S. aid is a key component of the U.S. government's regime change operations worldwide. Much of the agency's funding gets passed on to NGOs and media organizations in regions that are central to Washington's foreign agenda. The same goes for dissident groups and independent media outlets in and around countries controlled by governments that Washington wants to overthrow. As the New York Times revealed deep in their article about the U.S. aid freeze, a substantial number of groups and media organizations that make up the opposition coalition in Iran are struggling after being cut off from their primary source of funding, the U.S. government. The same goes for Ukraine, where the freeze revealed that 90% of media organizations in the country rely on U.S. government grants. So not only has U.S. aid been used to fund groups working to unseat governments that Washington wants toppled, but also to fund the outlets spreading the Washington party line around the world. As Dr. Paul explained in his piece, the American media relies heavily on reporting from these local U.S. government-funded outlets when describing developments in countries like Ukraine. This means, thanks to USAID, the U.S. government has created a propaganda loop that gives them a lot of control over how information from around the world is understood by the American people. U.S. aid is invaluable to the many government officials who are constantly pushing to expand U.S. foreign interventions to further Washington's imperial ambitions and to indulge the foreign governments and weapons companies that spend billions on lobbying. These wars then put many of the poorest people in the vulnerable positions that U.S. aid then sweeps in to ostensibly address. The agency does a lot to keep the racket at the heart of American foreign policy going. And the federal government's rackets are not limited to foreign policy. Far from it. A tremendous amount of domestic spending goes towards programs we're told are meant to make things like healthcare, education, banking, housing, food, and childcare more affordable and accessible. But across the board, despite these programs being in place for decades, the problems keep getting worse. Prices for these incredibly important goods and services keep shooting up, and every year the government pours more and more money into these programs, which does nothing to slow or reverse the trend. What it does do, however, is transfer billions of our tax dollars into the pockets of government officials and politically connected businesses and NGOs. And again, the rise in the cost of living that these programs bring about forces more people into vulnerable positions where they rely on government benefits. Then, whenever a group within government threatens to cut the spending that fuels these rackets, these vulnerable people, who are themselves victims of the rackets, experience the quickest, most acute, and most visible pain. The political class can then hold the very real suffering of these folks up as the reason their racket needs to continue. They use our
These
basic
guys are
aversion
so
to seeing needy
so
people suffer
scummy.
to keep the rigged system in place. The needy are the economic human shields of the political establishment. If an administration or political party is ever going to successfully address the spending and institutionalized corruption that is driving us off a cliff, they need to understand this dynamic. And then they need to turn around and make sure the American public understands it too. And finally, those trying to cut government spending need to stop playing into the hands of their opponents in the political establishment. To use an analogy from Harry Brown, the government is breaking the legs of the most vulnerable people and then offering them a crutch. No successful effort to cut government spending can come from focusing on the crutch. It must center on and prioritize the many government policies that are worsening and even outright causing these problems in the first place.
Listen to the jungle drum. Whoa. So serious.
Clear.
As ICE agents carry out this sweeping immigration crackdown.
Alright, I'm gonna reset my computer at this point because it's still, I don't know if it sounds like shit for everyone else, but I'm gonna reset it, and if it keeps sounding like shit, I don't know. Okay. Probably, destroyed any viewers still floating around. But hopefully it fixed it. And it doesn't sound like shit when it does any second task. I don't want all this shit. I fucking hate these things that I'm too lazy to make sure they don't start on startup, because I just never restart my computer. So I don't bother to really turn them off, because normally it doesn't matter to me. Like, fuck off. Stop taking my data. And by data, I mean powered from my fucking drive. Okay.
Impersonating those agents.
You're going back to Mexico.
Bullet clear.
As ICE agents carry out the sweeping immigration crackdown President Trump has ordered in cities across the country.
Where you from? Mexico? You from Mexico?
A warning tonight from authorities about people impersonating those agents.
You're going back to Mexico.
In a video shared widely on social media, a South Carolina man police have identified as Sean Michael Johnson is seen telling the Latino driver of this truck he's going to be sent back to Mexico.
No, you cannot drive, bro. You have not a license. No, you cannot.
At one point, taking the keys out of the ignition, dangling them in front of the driver, and mocking his accent.
Don't be speaking that pig Latin in my country, bro.
Johnson, who police say tried to report the driver for not having a license, was charged with kidnapping and impersonating a federal officer after the video circulated. Johnson could not be reached for comment.
We are very concerned that this will actually continue to grow and spread.
Juan Proaño is the CEO of the League of United Latin American Citizens, the U.S.'s largest Latino civil rights organization.
Vigilantism is not new in America, but the January 6th pardons have really emboldened right-wing extremists.
Over the weekend, Philadelphia police say 3 men wearing black T-shirts with ICE written on them impersonated federal officers to gain access to a resident hall at Temple University. Police only identifying one of them as 22-year-old Aiden Stiegelman. The Defender Association of Philadelphia, which is representing Stiegelman, declined to comment.
You can protect yourself first and foremost by not opening the door. You are not obligated to open the door of your private property, even if law enforcement essentially comes knocking.
Last week in North Carolina, another horrifying incident when police say this man, Carl Thomas Bennett, was arrested for allegedly impersonating a law enforcement officer and sexually assaulting a woman at a Motel 6, threatening to deport her if she didn't comply. Bennett's attorney did not return NBC's request for comment.
This is a really terrible time in our country. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. The Latino community is just so resilient at the end of the day. And so there's no question in my mind that we will overcome these challenges, both short-term and long-term.
Priya Sridhar joins us tonight. Priya, you look at all these cases and you really can't believe it. Let's go back to that first one. What more do we know about the impersonator there in South Carolina?
That's right, Tom. Well, Johnson posted bail on Saturday, according
back
to
on the
court
menu,
records,
boys.
and was released from custody. He's due back in court next month, and according to a local police chief in South Carolina who spoke to NBC News, he's not being charged with a hate crime, and that's because South Carolina is actually one of the few states in the country that doesn't have hate crime laws on the books.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
There are a lot of people that I run into, cases, but also 2/3 of Americans believe that. What would your message to them be?
Off. When I went in, I was just regular, and when I came back, I was gay.
Do you look at prison and say, prison made me gay.
Some people are born who are I think you should just feel good for who you are inside,
LGBT got a whole month of celebration.
That's true.
How many for veterans?
They don't have to fight for their rights, so we get a whole month because we're
Veterans
fighting.
don't have to fight for their rights?
I mean, no.
What is going on? Everyone games clue here. Donald Trump has signed an executive order proclaiming that the U.S. government will now only
Kinda doing the
recognize
thing.
two sexes, male and female. This is under the Trump administration's.
It's kind of doing the thing again. It'll be better once it actually launches. That's so funny. They hit him with the kidnapping charge because he took the keys.
Wider Restoring Sanity agenda, and today I'm in Philly to find out what people think about it. Let's go talk to some people. Huge shout out to our friends over at Undertac for sponsoring this video. The U.S. government is officially only recognizing two sexes, male and female. I want to know, how do you feel about that? Good thing or bad thing?
It hurts me.
Why does that hurt you?
Because it's just, I mean...
You said irk?
Yeah,
Okay.
it irks me, yeah. I don't think that should just be justifiable. The government's only going to recognize two genders, What about others like us,
Yeah, what are you?
I'm transgender.
I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Right.
Like, this isn't like
That's
we're
fair
talking about fascism here. Come on.
Is that fascism? Is that the position that the federal government should be taking?
Don't we have enough douchebags and beanies? Are we low on the douchebag with beanies? Uh-oh, this is gonna kill me. They're gonna harvest my soul. Maybe the secret was using Notepad as the background. Let's just try to replicate the setup I had yesterday. See how good that sounds. Somehow. Because, why not?
What do you think?
No.
No. Why not?
Because there's more than two sexes.
What other sexes are you referring
But male, female, non-binary, genderqueer. There's so many.
What other...
Those are genders, not sexes. Okay. Also, The question itself is clearly a bait. Right? Because they didn't make it so that there's two sexes. Okay, that's limited information. You know, if you put it on Snopes, it would be mostly true, right? What they did under Joe Biden is they allowed you to select X on official documents. So it was M, X, and F. Okay? Trump just simply reversed the policy that allowed people to put X on their identification. So how many people actually even had X on their ID? I know some people, but like as far as like people who are affected by it, it's quite small. It's more of a broader societal thing, you know, and how it empowers people. Look at the fucking kidnapper we just saw, you know? The environment is prone to radicalization. And you should probably avoid that. Radicalization and violence is kind of bad.
Sexes are there?
Well,
in your view, for the audience?
Transsexual, you know, it could be transsexual, or they could be, I don't know if hermaphrodite's the right word, you know, but not defined.
Okay. So that's the other category that you would say.
If we're talking about sex, I would say there's three: intersex, X, female, female, and male, male. You know? Gender is different, but that's okay because this guy's a boomer.
Okay, that's not male or female, so maybe include them.
Sure.
I think that's pretty irritating, considering that's not what biology and reality reflects, and that's not what most scientists and doctors and psychologists recognize. And I feel like it's just, you know, Donald Trump's just trying. He doesn't, you know, he cares a lot. He supposedly wants to be like all free speech, but he's like censoring and trying to diminish LGBT communities and people living with HIV. And I just think that, plus, like, people who are intersex are just as common as people with red hair, as people who have XY chromosomes.
Okay, this person seems a little bit more on the ball of what is actually happening, because they're like spot on, because they're mentioning intersex specifically. They're citing the exact statistics on like how common intersex is. But again, the amount of intersex people who were thinking about changing on their government IDs and passports to the letter X, or have changed to the letter X, is an extremely limited sample size. So like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, this is so small compared to like so many other things. Like, the transgender military ban probably affected more trans people in the military than this one did, but I'm not sure, because we have so many people in the country. Who knows how many people identified as X on their documents within the 4-year window they had to change it or register as that.
XS chromosomes, X chromosome, and other variations.
With
yeah.
intersex, as far as I'm aware,
yeah.
When it does come to that one, an intersex umbrella term, there's several conditions under that umbrella term, basically, but every single one of those conditions is either technically male or female. Is that correct?
Well, actually, that's not necessarily true, because the doctor would assign a female or male sex, but actually there's been instances where it was assigned, but then later it was inaccurate.
Why is that not a good thing?
Because some people that have transgendered into from being a male to a female or opposite of that, they should be recognized also.
Well,
that's their choice.
Would that fall under the category of male and female?
I don't think so.
So my mom and I were actually having a debate about this.
Yes, it would, because the issue is not about trans people. It's just a fucking letter on documents.
Transgender access policy in the country in 2000. year 2004 for the New York City shelter system.
Why is
I've watched that there should be actually 3 genders. There should be.
We're talking about sexes, though. But you're saying you would prefer 2 sexes and.
Oh, so you do know the
I
difference.
don't know exactly what the difference in gender and sex is. Have to be defined.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We must stop
No.
Doom's schemes before reality unravels around us.
I'm gonna change my display settings. Display settings. Oh no, someone got me.
Looks like that is your to capture now.
I can't fucking win today. My fucking god. My entire Chrome. I accidentally exited the whole thing just trying to shift over. I was trying to make it so I would just full screen for this game. And then fix it. After, because I don't want the removal penalty. Come on. This shit pisses me.
Be right back.
I am ready to put on a show. Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
There's something about this place.
Chaos control.
Now, a disappearing act. Ah, that's better. Goodbye. For now.
Beholds the god of thunder!
They've almost got it.
Now, a disappearing act. I'm sorry I could not save it.
Under my spell. Shields up. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
My fate isn't sealed. Now, a disappearing act. Goodbye. For now. I'll admit, I am
Control seized.
A little help, please. You've done enough. Feeling stronger already.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Us against the world!
Hold our ground. Your tail ends.
Glory is almost yours!
Be right there.
Behold the god of thunder!
Now, a disappearing.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I've watched entire realities consumed by chaos.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
She yapping.
Everyone is looking at me as if they know me. It's a strange feeling.
You may have just been a thought in your timeline, but to us, you were a trusted friend for ages.
I haven't led a fighting force of this magnitude since the war. What if I don't live up to your expectations?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Who's this?
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah.
We'll do this the same way we always do. Together.
Okay.
Our adversaries gather. Is someone
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. I'm not going anywhere. Capture the mission area.
Fuck. I thought for sure I got away. He was right on me. Thor's such a cunt, bro.
Same mistakes again. Now, a
Guess I will.
disappearing act.
My force is exposed.
A little help, please. That's better.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Co-op time.
Us against the world.
Behold the god of thunder!
Double KO. They've almost got it.
Now, a disappearing act.
Fucking magic.
This war is big. My fate is
You'll have to
sealed
keep
yet.
fighting until we have a winner.
Now, a
We already got a winner.
Shields up.
Don't drown in the darkness.
I'm in such suspense. What will this sudden death end with?
Goodbye.
You can't expect to win them all.
They would have still won regardless of the technical difficulty stuff, though. This Thor, he was just too good. A lot of people who play Thor be like that. This is what happens. Try to fix my resolution and it be fucking my shit.
I believe that there should be actually 3 genders. There should be...
We're talking about sexes, though. But you're saying you would prefer 2 sexes and another category?
I don't know exactly what the difference between gender and sex is, so that would have to be defined within the executive order, but I would say that the correct way to write an executive order should be there should be a male, a female, and a non-binary, meaning that you don't identify with either one.
That's how it was. So this lady, who barely knows anything about what's going on, barely engaged in politics, is still logical enough to come to the correct conclusion, and this bozo who's wanting to do the man on the street, ha ha ha, you're an asshole, I'm so cool, I owned you thing, is making himself look like an idiot because this second person who are like clearly well informed, even though they're not engaging with the actual politics and don't understand that it's just revoking people's ability to put the letter X on government documents.
Which would be the most inclusive policy, respecting the differences of others, but also respecting those who believe that we are biologically born either as female or male.
2 sexes, male and female. Support it or no?
Yeah.
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 Why do you support it? Just to return to normalcy or what?
Just science. Science. Yeah.
Facts.
Facts, yeah. Science.
I think it's a return to normalcy. Right on, man. What about you?
The same. I mean, that's what I grew up with. 2 sexes, male, female.
Male and female? Good thing or bad thing?
Bad thing.
Why a bad thing?
Because people should have the choice to choose they want to be.
When it comes to the federal government, do you think that should be in the federal government as well?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think that should, I don't know what do you want to call it? An ideology? A gender ideology, whatever you want to call it? Should that be in the federal government or should it not be?
It should not be.
It should not be?
Yes.
Okay. So you maybe do...
It should have nothing to do with the government.
Right. So maybe you do agree with the executive order in an odd way, because that's just saying, okay, this is what we're acknowledging. It's not banning it. It's just saying, based on federal policy, this is what we're looking at here. Do you think that's reasonable or no?
I guess so. This could be.
It's kind of a brain scratcher, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
I see. So they are not recognizing gender. They're just going based off sex for policy, stuff like that. Is that reasonable or no?
No.
So why do you say that isn't reasonable? We've tabled gender here. Why is it not reasonable to acknowledge just 2 sexes?
I don't know. It's not wrong, you know?
I'm sorry.
He's wrong. He's just wrong.
Yeah. And then I guess one more question for you. When it comes to people that do believe there are only 2
He is
sexes,
just wrong.
You would describe those people as wrong. There are a lot of people that I run into. Hey, 2 sexes. But also 2/3 of Americans believe that. What would your message to them be?
I guarantee you that 2/3
All right,
of
guys, let's take a
American
moment to talk about today's sponsor,
has to do
Undertech.
with
Now,
the
they usually
actual
send me
poll
some talking points
results.
to go over, but I've got something else.
You gotta show me the actual poll and how it's worded. Give me that fucking link.
To say, so hopefully they don't mind. You guys have probably seen Undertech ads on my videos before. They make amazing underwear, socks, hoodies, and more. Well, Undertech is a small business. This is not some major corporation, and they've been sponsoring my videos as well as many of your other favorite YouTubers' videos for years. This is not a company with an endless amount of advertising dollars, yet they continue to support free-thinking creators because they believe in the message and the cause, which is pretty cool. Anyways, I'm gonna get to talking about their clothing, but next time you guys are in need of a durable pair of underwear, socks, t-shirts, Keep these patriots in mind that are keeping your favorite creators
Patriots.
afloat. Undertag's clothing is durable. Whether you're navigating through tough terrain or just tackling your day, their underwear, socks, and shirts keep you dry, comfortable, and mission ready. Made from premium materials like modal, which is 50% more moisture wicking than cotton, Undertag offers tactical performance that goes beyond the basics. From the ultra-comfortable boxer briefs, you don't want that ideology in the school district. Therefore, it now affects so many other people. Do you hear what I'm saying there?
I think a lot of this has to do with an underlying depopulation agenda that, frankly, no mainstream media is able to touch upon, because what they're really doing is trying to reduce world population growth. And the best way to do that is basically to remove polarity.
Okay, this isn't that same lady who I said had it figured out even though she didn't know what he was talking about, is it? Because she clearly does not know what the fuck is happening and lives in cuckoo land and was a broken clock that got it right. It is. So she was just a broken clock.
Just from I teach a lot of relationship psychology, and actually, like, if you want to create very conscious and healthy marriages, you want people to basically, and it doesn't matter if you're biologically born a certain way or not, or if you're gay or straight, but you want there to be a lot of polarity. It's the way magnets attract. You have a positive charge and a negative charge.
Well, coming for someone that's gay.
That's terrible advice. You should not date somebody who has opposite polarity of you. What? Don't do that.
Gay, that's kind of, you know, a big topic right there. So I think it's going to probably be, I can't give you a thought really on it. I mean,
you mentioned that you're gay.
Yeah, I mean,
in your view, for the audience, what does that have to do with recognizing
the male and female?
Male and female, two sexes.
Because the difference is because there was an order signed, but you know they wanted to keep the sexes separated. You know, like.
Do you think that's important in places like rape clinics or women's prisons or, you know, other places that are specifically for one sex?
Everybody should have their own opinion on their sexuality and men and women and everything. When it comes to the prisons and everything, when you go to prison, you happen to just fall into coming out either gay or bisexual. That's my opinion.
Coming out of the prison system?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by that?
A lot of women are, you know, when I went in, I was just regular, and when I came back out, I was gay.
You went to prison?
Yes, I did.
What did you? Do you mind if I ask what you went to prison for?
It was for DUI. It was for DUI.
How long were you in prison for?
23 months.
23 months, and then you were straight when you went into prison, and then you came out of prison.
And I was gay, because that's just the way the sexuality runs sometimes, like with different people. So.
Do you look at prison and say, prison made me gay?
Just gonna get a quick
I don't look at it that way, but I'm happier now than ever. So.
And as for, separating the prison system based on two sexes, do you think that's important since you were in prison?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Why do you think that's important?
Because people should have their own opinion, opinion on their own sexuality.
Okay.
When they sign orders and stuff like that, it makes me think that they're trying to make people not themselves. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's difficult to come out in public, but there's a lot more people out in public doing their own thing.
Where do you guys stand?
Sounds okay.
I am upset. I mean, I do.
It's not glitchy now.
Identify as female, but the patients I work with, the crowd, is a lot of transgender, and it's not fair to them. I am also in the LGBT community, so I got a little feels, but like, let people be who they are. Why does it bother you?
Hell yeah.
That's my stance on it.
What do you think?
My stance, honestly, like I said, we both work in a community where we do support the LGBT community, and I do identify as a female. I just think it's really.
Got it. Fuck! I pressed E on accident.
It's really not. There's no sort of compassion coming from the government or anything like that to support human rights, because at the end of the day, it's still considered human rights to be able to identify yourself with whoever you want to be. So I'm opposed.
LGBT got a whole month of celebration. How many for veterans?
I don't even know, but it's just...
You get like a day.
It's a holiday, we get paid to take off. Think about that. Think about that. And that's
right. They don't have to fight for their rights, so we get a whole month because
veterans don't have to fight for their rights?
I mean, no.
When it comes down to it, how do you feel about
they don't.
Policy, you know, the approach to federal policy being male-female, that has an impact on, let's say, centers, that has an impact on prisons, on you know, sports, whatever it may be, on everything. Do you think it's a, you know, we've had a lot of people saying, hey, it's a good thing because that's just the neutral standpoint. You can believe what you want to believe, they can believe what they want to believe, but the federal government should be neutral in basing it off of that. What would your response to that be?
I'm a little confused, actually. Can you repeat that?
No, I don't understand the question.
Let me read you a part of the executive order. It'll just take a quick second, and I'm going to read you a quote. NBC, they're quoting the executive order saying, the erasure of sex and language and policy, has a corrosive impact not just on women, but the validity of the entire American system. It continues saying, the gender order also prevents taxpayer funds from being used for gender transition healthcare and mandates privacy and intimate spaces. The second part, to ensure that single-sex spaces such as prisons and rape shelters are designated.
This is the other big part, the single-sex spaces. The prison stuff is big deal.
I just don't agree with it. I don't agree with that at all.
I'm kind of mentally tired, so that's kind of affecting me right now, but I will say that it just ends up hurting. It just ends up, it's just, because, I mean, I'm having trouble putting my thoughts together right now, but it just, I think someone summed it up pretty well. It's like it ends up, yeah, no, sorry.
So,
you don't think so?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, why is that?
I feel like you can identify whoever you want to be. I feel like that's your God-given right. If you are a woman and you're born as a woman and you want to transition to a man.
There wasn't so much of what I was saying, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't want... I understand the views of parents who don't want trans women in the bathroom with their daughters. I understand that. Wholeheartedly understand it. Maybe they should have a separate bathroom. They try to do equality. But I mean, you can still be separated and equal.
Obviously, the federal government has an impact on policy and stuff
That's
like
a
that.
wild thing to
Do you
say.
agree with any of that I just read?
Wait, can you, sorry.
The two things was essentially making sure that single-sex areas are remaining single-sex. There's no debate about any of it. It's just male and female. And then the other thing is no taxpayer funds for medically transitioning your body, the appearance of your body.
I don't know. It's hard because, like, I don't know, like prisons, like, I guess, I don't know. Because it's hard because, like, if someone...
Should men that are identifying as women be allowed to go into a women's prison or women's rape clinic?
I feel like the rape shelter, they should. The prison, I don't know. I guess it, like, it's hard because I'm like, I don't know what the comfort level of everyone is. Like, I don't know if they'd want to feel more comfortable. Like, I don't know. That's a really hard one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, it's interesting. Kind of as you hear little parts, it gets some gears turning, being like, okay, I don't know where I stand on that, but it's certainly something to think about.
I don't know.
I'll give you some of my views on it. I mean, when it comes down to the federal government, they obviously have an effect, like I mentioned, on policy, and those two things being pretty big examples of that. Do you think it is important for the federal government to be basing their position not on any ideological aspect, but just on biological fact? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on, like, I guess this, I don't know, it's hard because it, like I want to be super supportive of, like, everyone's choice to kind of, like, choose how they are.
To people and what they're going through.
But that's also hard because that stuff, I'm like, I don't know, like, how you would regulate, like, prisons. Like, I don't know.
Now, you mentioned the X part, the non-binary part. That's what they're trying to get rid of the gray area on. Do you think that that's important when it comes to the federal government having an impact on things like, let's say, prisons and rape shelters? Should there be that gray area when it comes to women's rape shelters?
So I wrote the transgender policy for the New York City homeless shelter system, which at that time was housing about 65,000 people.
This is the same lady who said the wacky shit
Homeless
about
shelters
polarity.
are
What is
designated
happening?
by birth gender, and the push was from the transgender community was that it should be what you identify as.
She wrote policy and she doesn't know the difference between sex and gender.
Obviously, I wanted them to have access because I felt that was constitutionally fair. However, you have to take into concern safety considerations. Let's say that a male to female transsexual or transgender person wants to enter a female
What the
shelter
fuck?
system,
She's
and there are
even
women
using
in that
words like
female shelter system who've
transsexual,
been
and she
raped,
wrote the
or
policy.
women who've had sexual assault.
Would you support that?
You have to
I
create.
guess at this point, you know, I know.
have to create something that works for everybody. So it works for this person who wants to identify with their gender as to what shelter placement they want to go into, but respects the safety needs and concerns of a large part of the population who may be grounded in fear. And I think that's what generally is happening in the United States right now. The level of anxiety and fear is very high. And when you have a lot of fear and anxiety, you trigger very fast. You become very afraid, and it causes a lot of infighting. And so you need to have somebody who actually understands the needs of various constituencies and wants to broker peace by aligning more needs as opposed to creating more polarization where you have more fighting. Because when you separate and divide a population, they're very easy to control.
This debate is to ensure single-sex spaces stay single-sex. Rape shelters, prisons, maybe even sports locker rooms. What are your thoughts on that position?
Knew that was a big risk with the health I
it's
had.
being overblown by some Trump people who've taken MAGA red pills.
So you have no problem with people saying what they want to say, obviously,
I don't.
but you do have a problem if the government is doing that as well. You like when the government is going based on the facts. Is that correct?
Yes, because bathrooms. I don't think that a little girl should be in the same bathroom as a grown-ass man.
Let's say I identify as a woman and I go into a women's rape clinic. Do you think I should be allowed to?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you might should be able to use my bathroom, but
Not a bathroom.
What
but
is
a rape
happening?
clinic.
We can't just be. Does that mean that we are going to get refused service if we don't go by what we were born to?
What should the federal government base policy off of, if not fact and science?
Well, that is really hard to me to say, really. I mean, science and facts are two different things, you know. I usually go by what we're free to express ourselves to who we are. I'm not much of a politician, to be honest with you. But
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't seem like there's a ban on, hey, if you want to identify a certain way, they're preventing that. It's more of the U.S. government only recognizes two sexes, male and female. Why is that wrong?
I mean, I'm not a specialist on the LGBT.
Oh, it's okay. Just in your opinion.
My opinion, I just think it's wrong. I mean, that's like me acknowledging that you're, that you are Democratic or Republican. You know, we only going to acknowledge, basically that you're just a politic. You know, that you're not Democratic, but. That you're not Democratic, but you're more of a Republican, you know? And that's just going to make everybody else feel, well, we don't have a saying on this, you know?
Do you think that the majority of Americans should rule on what the U.S. government should recognize?
No, because we have freedom. It's in our amendment, you know? We have freedom to express who we are, you know, how we feel like. I mean,
does that freedom, does that go into, you would say that should go into federal policy, or is it kind of, hey, you can do what you want, but this is how the federal government looks at things?
The federal government just wants to control you, wants to control how you run your life. And that's not right. This is the land of the free. You know, we make our choices. We run our life based on the choices we make. Next thing you know, it's just going to be run like a communist country. And I'm not going to be sticking around if this is going to be this way, restricting us of our rights, our needs. It's not right. It's not human.
Some people we were speaking with were saying it's discriminatory. Others were saying, no, it's the truth. I mean, that's what it is. You can believe what you want to believe, but this is the truth. Federal policy needs to be based on that. Do you think it's more discriminatory, or do you think it is the truth and it's a good idea?
I don't know. I've not really given much thought about it, actually. Honestly, for my week off of work this week, it's kind of brain dead. That's why I'm like,
Something to think about.
yeah, something to think about, but I'll think about it.
Yeah, it's a good question, but I'd have to think more about that. I don't really think I could give you an answer off the top of my head.
Under this agenda as well, they have Donald Trump, sign an executive order, basically banning the use of taxpayer dollars for medically transitioning. Should we be using taxpayer dollars for that?
Should we be using taxpayer? No.
Yeah.
I mean,
Should taxpayer dollars be used for medical transition procedures or anything like that, or no?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't.
I mean, if you want to be, if you're a male and you want to be a female, that's on your own thing. I mean, I don't see that. But why should everybody else have to pay for it?
Male and female. That's going to go into federal policy and all that stuff. Good thing or bad thing?
But pretty sure it's going to get thrown out in court, any challenge. A lot of Trump stuff's going to get thrown out in court. It's unfair, and it's playing to his base. I'm not particularly worried about Trump as much as other people, because I feel like within 2 years he'll lose control of the House. It's going to blow up in his face, all the things that he's doing. Because a lot of people that voted for him, I voted hard. A lot of people that voted for him were anti-Biden, not necessarily pro-Trump, and he's doing all these things that are infuriate them. And as a result of that, I don't see him. I think he's trying to get everything done real fast before it sets in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. A
He's
lot of what
right.
he's been doing has been undoing what Biden did. But, this is kind of how that first 100 days are in office. There's a lot going on, and there's no doubt, he signed a lot of executive orders. And we're just picking one to talk about. Now, it is an overall agenda, the Restoring Sanity agenda. That's what they refer to it as. It's also...
it's also based on racism and privilege and protection of rich white men's oligarchy, and I mean it's meant to.
But specifically, I'm sorry, I should clarify. I'm talking about this kind of umbrella, this executive order when it comes to only acknowledging two sexes. And the reason I'm talking about this is because, for me, I don't know, it seems like a very interesting topic when it comes to the federal government acknowledging two sexes. That has an impact on federal policy, perhaps shelters, perhaps prisons. So do you think that the federal government should be basing their position on that, on the science and the facts, or ideology? What do you think?
What do I think? Should the government base it on science? That's always the case. But this is obviously an ideological move. It's a play to his base, As much as you may not like it, half this country believes, or close to half this country believes that that's the case. And without considering the fairness of it or anything.
What's the case?
That there should only be two recognition. There's enough people that feel that way that justifies his move.
It's actually 2/3, and that's why we're talking about it, because it is a majority of Americans that do believe, hey, it's just...
I don't believe that. I honestly, if you ask somebody to examine their conscience and say that, and say, do you honestly believe that you should...
Every single poll shows that. I mean, you can pull NBC and you'll see it. So it makes the conversation much more interesting here, because you mentioned he's doing it for his base, but it's for the majority of the American people agree with this, and the overwhelming majority of the American people.
I would contest that the majority of American people really, first of all, have given it much thought. Because, and most... My opinion is live and let live. I don't really, and I'm not really. I'd have to see the polls because I'm not sure that I believe that.
Would you like me to pull one up?
No, I mean I'm taking your word for it, but I can honestly feel that like half the country feels that way, at least. But like, there's enough sane people in the world to.
My question is about this stuff. You want to be compassionate. You want people to be who they are and who they're comfortable being and all of that. federal policy is a different conversation, and you do
really
want
should
it to be
be
based
basing it
on
on
truth and
science,
science. So is it that wrong in your view?
Is it like a horrible?
Saying there's
wrong?
two sexes.
Do I think that's one of the most grievous things he's done in the last?
But would you
No.
prefer the federal government did not do that?
I would prefer the federal government not enter into people's decisions on how to live and stuff like that.
Right.
But
Well, we definitely agree there, for sure. Part of the executive order is preventing taxpayer dollars being used for medically transitioning.
he's done a
Your
lot
thoughts
of
on that?
He's done a lot of that.
Should we be using taxpayer dollars for people
To have
medically transitioning their bodies?
No, it's not that simple. I mean, doctors say it's necessary, and therefore that's justification for spending the money. I mean, honestly, yes. And if you can't afford it, the government should assist you in trying to
based,
make your life
based,
better. That's-
rational,
no,
based.
The government shouldn't cut. But don't you think that there's laws out there? See, he's jumped the
You're
gun.
talking about necessary. You're talking about necessary. How so?
Well,
Would it be
Dr.
necessary?
I mean-
Let's say like a top surgery, medically necessary for somebody that is looking to change the appearance of their body.
That's part of the completion. If that's what they want to, if that's how they want to express them, acknowledge themselves as like female versus. That's. I'm not really sure that one there too. There are laws.
I haven't been looking
certainly
at
within
YouTube
states and
chat.
stuff that he's jumped the gun and made a whole lot of moves that circumvent law, and he doesn't have the power to do that. And I feel like those things are going to get thrown out in court.
I think you're bringing up an important point right there when it comes to, hey, this stuff has to go through Congress because
There are also
ultimately
other
it's just gonna
combos
get
of
tossed
X's
out.
and Y's. Yeah, but ultimately the thing that was being passed had nothing to do with XY chromosomes. There's nothing in the executive order or how the government puts either M or F that recognizes XY chromosomes or XX chromosomes or any kind of chromosomes. It just recognizes that there's 3 letters that you can put on the documents. The big issue is the prisons, because mainly because of transgender women going into men's prison. Like, they should not be transferred out, and I don't expect them to, because it takes a while to transfer anyway. Like, at least there's that. But other places like the homeless stuff or whatever, or shelters, I don't know. Either way, you said there was 3 sexes. I said when it comes to the documents, that's basically what was being recognized. So when we talk about actual chromosomes, sure, there's way more than that, but what else do we want as far as besides getting rid of gender on any type of document and full gender abolition? Like, what else would we want besides X?
Thrown out in court. All of this stuff will.
Maybe taxpayer-funded medical procedures for changing your
You don't think
your
there's
body.
enough
I don't know.
advocacy for that? You don't think there's enough advocacy for that?
I think there's enough advocacy against the overwhelming majority of Americans. Yeah.
Well,
No, I know that.
Well,
I'm not making this up. This is just
I'm not suggesting that you are. I just don't. It's not within my world. It doesn't.
You
seem
think the majority of people are in favor for taxpayer-funded, what is essentially a sex change operation? It's like an 80-20 issue.
Yeah, well.
Maybe even a 90-10 issue.
Ultimately, what you really want, I think, is you want to put your
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
taxpayer dollars
do we want
and funding
anything?
into
Would
things that affect the largest amount
how
of the
would the
population.
ideal?
You don't want
What would
outlier
we ideally
issues
do?
stymieing systemic
Like,
change.
would
You
there
also
still
want
not?
to
If there was
identify
M, F,
the
and X, that
autonomy
would
and the
technically be 3
authenticity of people
sexes.
to basically
As far we're talking about legal and documentation here, not science. Am I right? That's why I said chromosomes and shit have nothing to do with it either. Like, legally, I think it could be defined that there's 3 sexes. And now, not so much, because it revoked that to the standard M and F. So now there's back to 2. I don't know.
be who they are in a democratic and free society, which is probably the foundation of what always made America the greatest country in the world. And what you have right now is one issue after another issue that's causing division in this country, where that is so antithetical to what a democratic and free society is, as to be basically taking us back into
Legally,
the dark
we
ages.
should have gender.
And I think a lot of that is because there's a lot
Yeah, I mean,
of
like,
agenda.
as far as documentation go, that's all I mean. Because ultimately, sex only matters for the fucking government documents. Other than that, it's gender. Oh, so that's what I'm saying. So for you, you would probably want sex to be removed from the government documents. And the government should not know that. Like, what about other biometrics, like your eye color and hair color? You know? It's really just how much of my biometrics do I want to be on file with the state?
Clarification. Are we comparing the recognition of two sexes only as going back to the Dark Ages? Because it might be like
necessarily.
like
Not
10 years, maybe 10 years ago.
I mean, I don't look at life that way. You know, I try to basically, if you really want to broker peace in the world, you have to sit in all seats. And unfortunately, it's really hard to sit in all seats. So I can understand when people say, like, look, this is biological, because it goes back to that polarity that I'm saying that creates that sexual charge, that creates people to have more and more kids. But if there's a secret hidden agenda to depopulate the
Oh my
earth
God,
because
this lady
population
is
growing too
fucking
large,
bizarre.
Which is a truth. You can see it everywhere. It's why there's no housing. It's why there's not enough food to feed
Personally, I
people.
prefer-
It's
yeah,
why
I
they wanna
agree.
move to veganism. Like,
I
you
can
have
see-
to say, okay, that is an
I can
honest
see
agenda.
why it's there, because when police are identifying suspects, they're gonna say male or female, blah blah blah. But
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world. Magneto raised me to never
And the
stop
issue,
fighting
and if
for
people
what I
want to
believe
take themselves out of the game, either because they're involuntarily celibate or they're picking paths that are probably not going to create the sexual charge that will result in, you know, progeny, that's okay too.
When it comes down to Americans that say, hey, there are only two sexes, it's male and female, everything else is, you know, made up, what would your response to that be?
It's not made up because some people are born who they are. You know, I think you should just feel good for who you are inside, you know, and express your, I mean, control. Like I say, he's controlling how everybody should be, like a communist country should.
I
mean,
love
that's
this.
Not right. It's not right.
If 2/3 of Americans believe that there are only two sexes and that's it, is Donald Trump doing the will of the people or no?
It's not. Definitely not. No. He's going against everybody's right. And he's not taking for himself that we have rights to express who we are. It's in our, it is in our amendment, you know? And he's meddling with it. He's restricting a whole lot of things. This is just going to cause war, not for us civil war, but also through country war as well.
I've talked to some people in Philly that have mentioned, okay, well, this executive order, this is just to appeal to the base, to Trump's base, and maybe it's bigoted. What would your guys' response to somebody making that argument be?
Trump's base, I'm not even a political person, really. Like, either side doesn't matter to me. I'm all about just people having their own beliefs and living their life that way, you know, and not letting it affect other people. This affected other people because we're always walking around on tiptoes and things like that. I don't care what anyone wants to do with their life, really. I support that. But like having it pushed down our throats like that and making people like have to have that belief system really changed how I feel as a person.
Well, you guys, I am here in studio because I may or may not have forgotten to film an outro for this video, but I do think we found a pretty interesting bunch of people to interview. Let me know your thoughts about these conversations down in the comment section below. And if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to hit that like button, make sure to subscribe for more videos, and hit that bell notification button so you are notified next time I post. I'll catch you all in the next one.
Get spit on. Doggo!
make the same mistakes again.
So I assume everyone here knows about Squid Game. It was the hot thing on Netflix a while back, and for good reason. It's pretty damn good. For those unfamiliar, it's the story of desperate people recruited into a series of life or death games with a chance to win an absurd amount of money. Anyway, I found this channel called Foundation for Economic Education. It's a centrist/right-wing channel that has a lot of media critique videos. And boy, I thought to myself, doesn't that sound like it's going to be just terrible? Today, we're going to take a look at their analysis of Squid Game, written by Sean Malone and Jen Mafisatani. Since Sean is the narrator and the producer, he's the only one I'll call out by name. Just a warning, this does contain spoilers for Squid Game, so be aware of that if you still plan on catching up. Squid Game is an explicitly anti-capitalist work. Its own creators have said as much. And so the right-wingers, noticing its popularity, came out in droves to tell us how the creators misunderstand real capitalism. Let's start by looking at Sean's criticisms of the characters. He says that he found most of the cast unsympathetic, particularly the main character, Song Gi-hoon, and that the show as a whole is a distorted and pessimistic depiction of humanity.
Our main character, Gi-hoon, is a divorced, deadbeat dad who has gambling debts he's unable to pay off. He can't even afford to help his mother with rent. He's also stealing from her, by the way.
Well, that definitely sounds pretty bad. Which of course it does, because it's the description you'd use if you're only looking at Gi-hoon's
I think
qualities.
when it comes to sex, it's still very online, so your average person isn't going to articulate it well.
Gi-hoon has no compassion for his family, and that they'd all be better off without him. But it's made clear.
And I don't think people are required to really learn about it. It shouldn't matter. Nobody should care about this, and they didn't. Like I said, I used to be good friends with Buck Angel, and I remember him crying to me because during his divorce with his wife, she tried to basically go after him by saying that the marriage was never valid because he's a woman, and when they got married, gay marriage wasn't legal. So his wife destroyed him by saying that literally he had to go to civil court and have that argued to him by another lawyer. And look at how he acts now. Isn't it wild? It was, and like, around that time, right when he was going through his divorce is when the first documentary was made on him, and he just exploded after that.
He doesn't even
try to
create value.
Being in the body modification community, transgender was totally normal for me. It's been normal for me for almost a decade.
The system isn't at
and
fault
nobody
here.
gave a shit about it until 2 years ago.
Gi-hoon is an unproductive bum who offers nothing to society and is undeserving of your sympathy. Gee, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Sean if Gi-hoon had a job for, like, say, I don't know, 10 years? A job that he needed to provide for his newborn daughter, only to lose it due to massive layoffs that were totally out of his control?
My work here is not that big. Now, a
자동차
disappearance.
회사에서 큰 파업을 했었어. 그때 뉴스에도 크게 나섰던 것 같은데 거기서 사람이 죽었지 않아?
A disappearance.
So obviously this would have a traumatic effect on a person, and it played a large role in Gi-hoon's difficulty finding another job. And if you want to argue he should have just sucked it up and gotten another job anyway, well, first off, he did, he's a chauffeur, but I'd also say you're underestimating how severely this event would impact someone's mental health. Gi-hoon's backstory is a direct reference to the real-life strike of SsangYong Motor employees in 2009, who were protesting the layoff of more than 2,000 employees. Their strike was met with fierce brutality by the corporation and law enforcement, and the strikers' efforts were ultimately unsuccessful. This really should have been at least mentioned in Sean's review, since he's critiquing the character and the show's portrayal of capitalism. He even cites sources that mention this specific event. This is one of the few things in the show that wasn't exaggerated. The strike happened exactly as described. Even the death they mentioned really happened. And if you look into it further, you'll see the consequences get much worse. Sean says Squid Game paints a distorted image of humanity, but I found that Gi-hoon was an extremely positive and ultimately inspiring character. His biggest flaws are that he's naive and short-sighted, and the people closest to him suffer as a result.
There's no way they're
The reason
winning
he
this.
rejoins the games after learning their true nature is so that he can correct those mistakes. He's not just in it for himself. And through the games, we see that he's a very compassionate person who wants the best outcome for everyone. He immediately builds alliances with contestants deemed worthless by others in the competition. He believes solidarity triumphs over self-interest. In a simpler story, this moral quality would allow Gi-hun to overcome all of the challenges and find a happy ending. But part of what makes Squid Game good is that it doesn't take the easy way out. Gi-hun's compassion is ultimately used against him when he teams up with an old man with the intention of helping him, only to find out that they will compete
That was
against each
horseshit,
other.
is what
He's then
that
driven
was.
into a corner when he realizes the only way he can win is by exploiting the old man's dementia. There is the heart of the capitalism critique that Sean missed. Much like in the real world, Gi-hun's belief in solidarity is punished as the people in power exploit his team's unified front and force them to survive as self-interested competitors. In the Sangyang Motor Strike, employees described how their friends and coworkers were turned into enemies. Former striker Lee Chang-kun writes, "We first attempted to turn to each other to survive together. However, we were thrown into a life-or-death situation, often with no other option but to betray and dupe each other. At least once, as in Squid Game, we each had to hurt our
Source
closest
Jacobin,
friends.
cringe.
By the time the police raided the strike, there were only about 700 of us left, and mistrust of our coworkers nearly outweighed our trust." Gi-hun's arc is one of resilience against these forces. By the end of the games, he is so disgusted with the system that he refuses to kill the last contestant, potentially throwing everything away because he refuses to succeed at the expense of others. Nonetheless, we stood against government brutality and never abandoned our principle of stay alive by sticking together. This was why I felt thankful as I watched Gi-hun, the protagonist based on many aspects of our real lives, showing human dignity and demonstrating altruism. Gosh, that sure seems like an unlikable character who contributes nothing to society. Contrary to what Sean claims, this isn't a story about greed. No one joins the games just for personal gain. Even the most amoral competitors are there because they need the money. One of the only competitors Sean expresses sympathy for is a North Korean defector, and you probably already know where this is going. The typical conservative response to South Korea's anti-capitalist activism is, "Hey, what? Did you forget about North Korea? Look at how horrible they are. Oh my gosh, nothing is more evil than this."
A lot of reviewers seem to believe that Squid Game is some kind of a dunk on what they call late-stage capitalism. Even the North Korean government, impressive beacon of wealth and freedom that it is, announced its approval of Squid Game's supposedly anti-capitalist commentary. But prominent screen time goes to a character who barely escaped North Korea with her life. Her father was shot and killed trying to defect, and her whole motivation for participating in the games is to get enough money to support her little brother and rescue her mom, who's still stuck on the wrong side of the border. Squid Game certainly doesn't make North Korea's brand of totalitarian communism look very fun.
We're just going to ignore that communist comment because I don't have time to explain how wrong that is. What's important is that, as Sean himself points out, Squid Game is clearly not here to say anything good about North Korea. But the right can't seem to wrap its head around the idea that two bad situations can happen at the same time. Like, if a hurricane and fire were happening in two places simultaneously, and someone said, "Gosh, this hurricane sucks," by their logic, the response should be, "What? Are you trying to say this fire is better? Why don't you try burning to death, you son of a bitch?" When Sean and other commentators do this, they're distracting from what Squid Game is trying to say. This character's struggle with debt and family separation after defecting isn't unusual. The brokers who help Northerners escape charge a fortune, and many defectors are saddled with debt as soon as they step out of the country. Once they arrive in the South, they face heavy discrimination and are often suspected of being spies. And this makes it very difficult to find a job, especially if they want to do anything beyond entry-level stuff. Again, taking note of these things does not excuse the problems of the North. Obviously, they want to twist Squid Game to their benefit because the country is a giant propaganda machine. They want you to think that the situation is black and white. It works for their narrative. By scapegoating the North to avoid Squid Game's critiques, Sean and these other commentators are playing right into their hands. Anyway, Sean uses this segue as an opportunity to read the love letter he wrote to capitalism.
At its core, capitalism is simply the private, that is, non-government, ownership of what we might call the means of production. Put a little more accurately, it's an economic
Oh
system
lord, he's pulling up the
characterized by
dictionary.
private
Alright,
or
let's just
corporate
skip ahead a
ownership
bit
of
here.
An even more important aspect of capitalism is its association with free enterprise or free markets. Historically, what we now call capitalism was a deliberate rejection of top-down economic systems, coinciding with the rise of liberalism and the philosophy of individual rights. For the first time, it allowed producers and consumers to choose whether or not to interact with each other based on their own subjective evaluation of the costs and benefits of the proposed exchange in an open competitive market, instead of being forced to do whatever government officials or violent warlords commanded them to do. That's a good thing.
Right now you might be asking, is Sean going to address any of the show's commentary on capitalism? And the answer is no. No, he isn't. When players are first recruited into Squid Game, they aren't told that the losers will be killed. After watching hundreds of people die in the first game, they are given the opportunity to vote to continue the games or quit and go home. In a very close race, they ultimately decide to leave. However, as some contestants pointed out during the vote, there's nothing waiting for them on the outside. They were selected for these games because they're desperate, and there's no way to turn their lives around without the prize money. The bulk of episode 2 is spent watching our main cast confront their problems on the outside and come to the conclusion that the games are the best opportunity they're going to get. It's an interesting narrative decision that illustrates the illusion of choice under capitalism. You can't blame the games for what happens next. You chose this. Not everyone will succeed, but you might. And doesn't that mean that you deserve it? All the other contestants agreed to this, so if something bad happens to them, it's their fault. It's powerful, scathing commentary that comes from a country with a severe income inequality problem. And Sean's response was, clearly no one here has looked up capitalism in the dictionary. His description of the free market is painfully simplistic, presenting a scenario where ethical, hardworking businesses will always rise to the top.
Yes, entrepreneurs compete with each other in market economies, but it's to see who's best at providing for the needs and desires of their customers. And we're all rewarded with better standards of living. Far from being exploitative, capitalism as a system harnesses humans' natural self-interest in a way that makes serving your fellow man an essential requirement for success.
You almost have to admire that optimism, competing to see who's best at providing for their customers. Right.
Okay, let's do it. On 3. 1, 2, 3. For the customer!
Do internet service providers spend hundreds of millions of dollars on lobbying for our benefit, or to prevent the rollout of government-funded high-speed broadband services? Did Johnson & Johnson serve their fellow man when they knowingly poisoned people with asbestos? I'm sure they suffered some real consequences, though. The free market will see to them. It's not like everyone who starts a business is some money-hungry monster. There are plenty of well-intentioned people who want to do right by their customers, but these aren't the ones dominating the free market. Big businesses are managed by dozens of different interests. The primary customer is the shareholder, and their only concern is seeing a return on their investment. Serving the consumer is only a means to that end. Capitalism teaches us to only help others insofar as they can support our own success. And Sean tries to defend this mentality by claiming we'll all benefit in the long run.
Countries which have successfully adopted most of these principles have seen dramatic increases in their standards of living, personal incomes, public health, and environmental quality, and they consistently outperform less free economies across every measurable metric for quality of life.
This is another simplistic overview that neglects obvious problems. Quality of life in capitalist countries is far from stable. It's highly vulnerable to market crashes and recession, and for whatever brief periods of stability it achieves, prolonged periods of mass unemployment, poverty, and homelessness are all but guaranteed. The SsangYong motor strike was sparked by layoffs resulting from the company filing for bankruptcy, which is no surprise. During that time, the global economy was in a recession that stemmed from the bursting of the US housing bubble in 2007. It was a time of severe instability that analysts say would have been avoidable if the government had done more to regulate financial institutions, something that Sean would have opposed because he believes capitalists should be free of any government supervision. Even if we accept his premise that people in capitalist countries are better off, it's not the result of hard work and good values. It's because of unchecked exploitation. Nothing demonstrates this better than the situation in the global south. For decades now, the world's richest countries have drained the south of resources to line their own pockets. One study calculated that the global north took $62 trillion worth of resources between 1960 and 2018. Adjusting for lost growth potential, the total comes to $152 trillion. Enough money to end extreme poverty 15 times over. Exploiting the global south is so profitable that it has outpaced economic growth in the north and ratios financial aid sent to these countries 14 to 1.
That's a good thing.
I'm definitely
This is
the
just
worst
the
at
start
this
of it.
game
You
type.
could spend weeks researching all the ways that capitalist prosperity is a facade. Sean tries to paint South Korea as a beacon of capitalist success, but this is one of the countries suffering from it the most. South Korea's economy depends on corporate conglomerates owned by a handful of wealthy families. These people are so important to the country's prosperity that they can skirt punishment even when convicted of criminal activity. Meanwhile, severe inequality has left the lower classes living on a thin line. At one point in his review, Sean scoffs at a scene where contestants compare unemployment to getting shot at.
One of the most offensive moments in the show, for me, was when a bunch of people compared the difficulty of finding a job to being shot at by mass murderers and watching 50% of the people around you die every day. What?
Yeah, sounds pretty bad when you frame it like that, but if he had looked into it just a little further, he might not have found it so ridiculous. Looking at Lee's article again, he writes, "The country's weak social safety net makes a layoff nearly a death sentence. If workers can't hang on to what they have, they will begin a vertical freefall. This is bankruptcy in its fullest sense, socially and financially. Comparing job loss to death by dictatorship sounds outrageous on the surface, but in a situation like the one Lee describes, the outcomes aren't too different. One is immediately horrifying, while the other is a slow, painful death that most people won't even consider a tragedy, because they're conditioned to believe that people in poverty are at fault for their own situation. Why? Because
he doesn't do anything remotely productive. He doesn't even try to create value for anybody.
Honestly, that was the line that convinced me to make this video. It's one of the most abhorrent and callous beliefs drilled into people living in capitalism. You can't even totally blame Sean for thinking it. This is what we're taught as children. Like I said earlier, capitalism trains us to consider a person's value based only on what they can offer us. We see this in the games with women and the elderly getting left out when picking teams because people assume young, fit males will have an advantage, an obvious parallel to real-life hiring discrimination. But the extension of that thinking is that we aren't of any value if we aren't productive. And in a profit-driven society, productivity means contributing to the bottom line. So no matter what your circumstances, if you can't work or support someone who does, you will be made to feel worthless. You have nothing to offer society or the people you love.
Never forget. 제가 지금 이걸 도울 수 있는 처지가 아닙니다.
This is a big part of the horror behind Squid Game. It turns this outrageous idea into something that feels like it could actually happen. Gi-hoon was a hard worker who fought unjust termination for himself and his coworkers, and it destroyed his life. Why not risk everything in a stupid, dangerous game? At least it's an opportunity. Sean isn't totally ignorant of capitalism's problems, but he weakly tries to shift the blame to cronyism. I'm going to spare you the clip because I assume you've heard this argument before. If the market were truly free, then we'd have no problems. The corrupt oligarchs would have no choice but to play fair. Putting aside how naive that is, the scenario of a totally free market is not even feasible. In a large-scale economy, there will always be a need for regulation, oversight, and enforcement. Markets cannot govern everything by themselves, and even if they could, they shouldn't, because that would be terrifying. It would be a world where corporations run everything, and that's a fucking nightmare. That's not to say the government is awesome and should have ultimate control. My point is that unchecked power always leads to corruption, and we need a better system of regulation. Anyway, that covers just about everything in Sean's video. But before we end, I want to talk about one of his primary reasons for disliking Squid Game.
I don't think it's particularly healthy to spend 9 hours wallowing in misery and human suffering. Shows like this reinforce viewers' worst assumptions and beliefs about other people, and in this case, Squid Game paints a very distorted picture of the world.
This is very telling to me. The way Sean talks about this show, it was just bad people doing bad things, living in a world that is unrealistically pessimistic and cruel. I mean, no wonder he didn't enjoy it. That sounds miserable. But that's not what Squid Game is. The game's contestants aren't bad or good. They're just people dealing with very real and understandable problems. It's a story about how capitalist principles force desperate people to turn against each other. It doesn't want us to think people are evil. In fact, it's the opposite. It asks us to look at things from a new perspective, to empathize with people who live different lives and face different challenges. It begs us to consider why we're okay with a system where some get to win at the expense of so many who lose. While everyone is responsible for their actions, they're not responsible for their circumstances. So even as we condemn Squid Game's more amoral characters, we're still left with a degree of sympathy and understanding. This pushes us to consider what can be done systemically to help people live better lives free of desperation, inferiority, and recklessness. And when you trace the dots to see where everything goes wrong, you'll find it always leads back to the same problem. So that's all I have to say on this. If you got something useful out of this video and think others could too, give it a like, leave a comment, and consider subscribing. And if you really like my stuff and want to see more, you can support me on Patreon. I don't post videos very often, but I am always actively working on them, so your support is appreciated. Until then, thanks to my current patrons, and see you guys later.
They came in their thousands to see the new rulers up close. 10 days after capturing Goma in eastern DRC, the M23 rebel group summoned its population to a rally. After a bloody battle in which nearly 3,000 were killed, many came simply to find out what these Rwandan-backed fighters have in store for their city.
On est venu ici pour attendre des meetings pour nos voisins rwandais, pour savoir comment on va vivre avec eux.
Oh, I don't know the feeling of everyone here, but on my side, I was curious only. That's why I'm here.
So close. That would have been epic.
Arriving like a rock star, M23 spokesman Willy Ngoma. Now, the face of a movement which has seen off the Congolese government, local militias, peacekeeping missions, and foreign mercenaries. M23's opponents say they are simply an arm of the Rwandan army, here to plunder the region's mineral wealth. The group's president, though, Corneille Nangaa, was keen to present them as Congolese freedom fighters capable of ruling the whole of this vast country.
Watoto wa Goma, munataka tuishi hapa? Munataka twende wapi?
These rebels are well-trained, well-equipped, and ambitious. It's not the first time that they have taken Goma, but now they say they are here to stay. They claim it's no longer just about fighting for the rights of Tutsis. They want to create a national movement that can challenge the government in Kinshasa, 1,500 miles away. Also watching on, Congolese soldiers and local police who surrendered to M23 last week. Repairing divisions and integrating men like this into their movement will be one of the challenges that the rebels now face. For Goma's residents, M23's victory has created a sense of stability for now. But while shops and markets reopen, signs of the violence are hard to escape. Witnesses told us this man was shot dead by M23 fighters after resisting arrest. His body was left on the street for all to see, a deliberate signal to anyone thinking of challenging the new regime. Many of the victims, both soldiers and those caught in the crossfire, are being buried in mass graves. Aid workers are doing all they can to provide the dead with dignity, but the conflict has resulted in death on a huge scale. The UN has reported that more than 100 female prisoners were raped and burnt alive when inmates at this jail broke free in the midst of the fighting. we have not been able to verify the reports. Medical facilities too remain overwhelmed, with surgeons at this Red Cross hospital rushing to treat thousands of gunshot and shrapnel wounds.
Ici, on a reçu beaucoup de civils et on a reçu beaucoup de blessés abdominaux au niveau de l'abdomen, au niveau du thorax et au niveau de la tête. L'hôpital, projet hôpital, n'a jamais connu ce type d'afflux de blessés.
People in this region know the price of insecurity better than most. For 3 decades, Eastern DRC has been torn apart by war. Patachoka is one of the estimated 1 million displaced people who'd been sheltering in Goma before M23 arrived. He says he was shot by a fleeing soldier last week as the rebels closed in. He, like many others, now must decide where feels safe enough to try and build a new life.
Mie mpaka hivi sijajua ndarudilia wapi, sababu tunaangalia masilaha ziko mingi nyingine, tunakosa nani ndo wetu, tunakosa wapi ndo mwenye iko wetu, make vile vyote tunakutana masilaha ziko mingi. Hatuka usalama tuko naangalia kosi ni kubakilia tu mu hospitali, batutilie makambi mu hospitali.
As M23 consolidates power here in Goma, their soldiers are continuing to push south. They are now thought to occupy territory twice the size of Rwanda, the country that's helping them to sweep aside their enemies. While they are firmly in control for now, history has shown that fortunes can change quickly in this part of the world.
US President Donald Trump's proposal to permanently move the entire Palestinian population out of Gaza, to deny them a right of return and to claim their territory for the United States, has sent shockwaves through the political and media class. But their focus appears to have been on Trump's proposals to seize the territory. The Financial Times describes it as a plan to take over Gaza. For the BBC, it's Trump's Gaza takeover proposal. And The Guardian also takes the key part of Trump's announcement to be his plan to take over the Strip. Now, these are all framings that put that emphasis on who will govern Gaza and who will own it, with little concern for the Palestinians who currently live there and to whom it belongs. And even when the fate of Palestinians is the focus, the wording is a little mealy-mouthed. So for The Independent, Trump merely wants to relocate Palestinians. The Associated Press opts for the genteel word relocate to, and Washington's The Hill goes for the even more euphemistic term resettlement. Now, many of our politicians have been equally vague on Politics Live. Labour MP Andrew Peaks and Tory MP Gareth Davies both objected to Trump's Gaza proposal, but couldn't say exactly why.
Let's be clear, hostages and Palestinians have been through 14 months of living hell. The only thing we should be talking about is how do we get the rest of the hostages out and Palestinians, ordinary Palestinians, back into Gaza. The question for me, and the British government have been really clear on this is the right for Palestinians to go back to their homes, and how we get the world community working together to put the money in there to rebuild Gaza. There's no sustainable peace unless we have economic investment in Gaza to rebuild the homes, the schools, the houses, to give stability for Palestinians who have it is their homeland, and we need to get people back there safely.
I don't think it is for one country to dictate terms in this way, but we'll look very carefully at all proposals, and I think it's for this government to engage with the administration, but also to determine what role the UK can play in the reconstruction of Gaza.
We'll look very carefully at all proposals. He's just called, Trump, for the ethnic cleansing of 2 million people. We'll just look at all proposals. Now, all that waffle meant it was up to Navarro Media's Ash Sarkar to cut through the crime at the heart of Trump's proposals.
I'm sorry, I was just listening to you both speak, and it's like we've got two of the three monkeys. You've got see no evil, we've got hear no evil. Neither one of you are using the words which are relevant to this proposal, which is what is on the table as ethnic cleansing. When you are talking about the permanent resettlement of an entire ethnic group from the place they call home, that's called ethnic cleansing. And instead it's like, oh, what about the hostages? Oh, what about investment? I'm sorry, it's like Westminster is on the slow train and you're not keeping up with the pace of change.
Although this has come as something of a surprise to most people, I would have thought, since it's a dramatic change of policy.
It's a dramatic change of policy, but I think that the signs have been there for a long time. One is that the position of the Israeli government and the ruling Likud party has been to talk about resettling Gaza, and that's been from early in 2024. Secondly, you've got the ramping up of rhetoric around the annexation of the West Bank and the escalation of violence being perpetrated by the Israeli state with the cooperation of the Palestinian Authority, it must be said.
So what would Keir Starmer, what would you expect the British Prime Minister to do or say at this point?
So the first thing is that we need a total arms embargo on Israel. While we supply a small portion of the weapons that are used by Israel, I think it sends an important signal. Two, I think we need to commit to holding Netanyahu and his government to account for the war crimes that they have perpetuated. And thirdly, I think that one of the things that needs to happen is you need to look at things like boycotts, divestment and sanctions.
All right, well,
when
let's
you've
put
got a government which is planning on committing ethnic cleansing, you need to punish them.
Now, everything Ash said there was so moderate, right? So reasonable. If that was a conversation about Russia and Ukraine, everyone on the panel would have said what Ash said. And if there was any of them that sort of expressed any doubt over that, they would say, you're a Putin apologist. But when it comes to Israel, Palestine, right? The idea, when someone proposes ethnic cleansing, you say, oh, we'll have to look at that proposal. Or if you're the Labour politician, you say, oh, well, we think that the hostages have had a difficult time, the Palestinians have had a difficult time, let's have some investment, let's have a two-state solution that no one wants, right? What Ash was saying there was so moderate, so reasonable, right? And everyone's like, oh, this is a bit extreme, isn't it? What's she talking about? Right? It's only when it comes to Israel-Palestine that kind of incredibly sensible, normal, I mean liberal, right? Nothing that Ash said there was remotely radical. She's saying that if you have a country which is breaching international law in such a clear and brazen way as Israel, first of all, stop sending them arms. Two, boycott and sanction them. Right? That's what we did to Russia. When it comes to Israel, for some reason, that's seen as beyond the pale. That's seen as radical. That's seen as something that's what lefties want, right? Well, that's weird. No, that's completely normal, or it should be completely normal.
Reborn from the chaos. Goodbye for now.
When you hear Afghanistan, you're more likely to think of the Taliban than a thriving Jewish community. But you'd be surprised, because deep in the heart of Afghanistan, amid the high plateaus and jagged mountain peaks, a Jewish community once flourished. In fact, there was a time when Jews fled to Afghanistan for refuge. But by 2005, only one Jew remained.
Zebulon Simantov is the last remaining Jew in the country.
Or so we thought. So who really was the last Jew in Afghanistan? The so-called last Jew of Afghanistan is larger than life. He claims to have been kicked out of a Taliban jail for fighting with a rabbi. He hasn't talked to his kids in 25 years. And he charges crazy amounts of money for a single interview. We couldn't afford it. He endured the Taliban just to preserve Afghanistan's last synagogue, to safeguard its deep Jewish history. Wait, Jewish history in Afghanistan? See, the origin of Afghan Jews
Buddhist history in Afghanistan,
One
how
Afghan
about
group
that?
has even claimed to be descended from the 10 lost tribes of Israel.
Is that so?
The story goes that they originated from a group called
That's-
Bani Israel.
this is
which
such
settled near the
Afghan
city of
shit.
Haran and allegedly converted to Islam.
Our grandfathers always told us that we are from the Bani Israel, the children of Israel. They said the Jews are as Pathan as we are.
Pashtun lore points to customs like lighting candles on Fridays or getting married under a chuppah as proof of this link. A local legend even claims that the term Afghan comes from Afghana, said to be the name of King Saul's grandson, and that the city of Kabul is named for Cain and Abel. Other legends claim that Jews arrived in Afghanistan over 2,500 years ago, when Cyrus the Great came on the scene. Regardless of when Jews first arrived in Afghanistan, we can learn a lot about a people from the stories they tell. And both the Pashtun and the Jewish people have claimed to be linked, a point of connection between two tribes in a remote and often harsh place. Here's what we know for sure. Historical documentation and physical evidence tell us that Jews have lived in Afghanistan for the past 1,000 years.
Ancient Hebrew manuscripts discovered inside caves in a Taliban stronghold of northern Afghanistan
The documents are the first physical evidence of a once vibrant Jewish community that thrived in the region 1,000 years ago.
At its height, the Jewish community numbered somewhere between 40 and 80,000 Jews. That is until Genghis Khan showed up.
It's over. We are screwed.
The Mongols destroyed Afghanistan's Jewish community in their march across the world. It took 300 years for the community to recover. But by the 1800s, Afghanistan's Jews had fallen into crushing poverty. The truth is, most Afghans were pretty poor, barely scratching out at living from an inhospitable land. Still, Jewish Afghans faced two unique challenges. When Iranian rulers forced local Jews to convert to Islam, they fled to Afghanistan. But it wasn't quite the safe haven they'd hoped for. Afghanistan's emir, Abdurrahman, harshly restricted Jewish trade and movement. These restrictions, not to mention the poverty and famine, even drove a number of Afghan Jews to the land of Israel. But like most Jews throughout history, those who remained in Afghanistan were subject to the whims of local rulers. And that meant that sometimes they were treated almost like everyone else. But other times, they were harshly reminded of their minority status. Along with other religious minorities, they had to pay a special tax, wear specific clothing, and promise not to disturb the peace or bring down public morale, whatever that means. Here's the thing about being a stateless minority. When things get bad, you're the first on the chopping block. And that's exactly what happened to the Jews in Afghanistan. When people rebelled against the local government, when revolution shook up the country, when famine swept across the region, but Afghanistan's Jews also faced pogroms and expulsions. By 1934, the Afghan government was doing its best to get rid of its Jews.
You get the hell out!
They refused to issue new passports to Jewish travelers, leaving them stuck as stateless refugees, begging to be let back to their own country. They confiscated IDs. They stopped Jews from sending letters abroad. Were they trying to keep us or get rid of us? In the end, they expelled the entire Jewish community of northern Afghanistan. As if things weren't bad enough, scholars debate the influence of the Nazis on Afghanistan. On the one hand, there were concentration camps, no state-sanctioned riots, not even anti-Semitic caricatures in the newspapers. On the other hand, anti-Jewish restrictions made life pretty bad for Afghanistan's Jews. So when Israel was established in 1948, most of Afghanistan's Jews fled.
Yeah, I guess it's not time to say goodbye.
By the 1960s, less than 1,000 Jews remained in Afghanistan, and they continued to leave as things grew worse. Except for Zebulon Simintov. Like the rest of Afghanistan's Jews, Simintov and his family left Afghanistan. But unlike everyone else, Simintov returned in 1999, alone. It takes a certain personality to remain in the country all by yourself when the rest of your community is gone. So it makes sense that Zebulon Simintov seems larger than life. News articles describe him as a feisty Afghan, a portly man fond of whiskey, who has some pretty hilarious stories. Like, for example, Afghanistan's second to last Jew.
چرا دو میزنی زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا چی دو میزنی زولان من تو چی گفتم دیگه چی گفت داری پدر میگی مرده میگی زن میگی فاش میگی هر چی میخوای میگی.
Apparently, their arguments caused such a commotion that the Taliban threw them both in jail and then kicked them out again because they just wouldn't stop fighting.
Amazing.
You know you're ridiculous when even the Taliban doesn't want to deal with them. It's funny, sure, but let's be real. The Taliban, not great guys. They confiscated the synagogue's Torah scroll and generally made it pretty hard to practice. Jewish organizations offered repeatedly to fly Simintov out of the country, but he refused, saying that he had no business in Israel and was unwilling to let Jewish history die in Afghanistan.
The 62-year-old is the caretaker of the last operational synagogue in Kabul. He said that the synagogue would have fallen into despair had it not been for him.
Sounds noble, right? Simintov claimed he wanted to stay in the country to reclaim the Torah scroll and maintain Kabul's last synagogue. But there may have been a more sinister reason for his refusal to leave. See, Simintov owed his estranged wife a divorce. And until he agreed to grant it, she was stuck. Because under Jewish law, only a man can grant a divorce. Now, there are ways to bring a reluctant husband to divorce court, but it's a lot harder to do when he's all the way in Afghanistan. So Simintov stayed, and his wife remained married to him, despite the fact that she hadn't seen him in
Owned him.
But as the US Army pulled out of Afghanistan in 2021, leaving the country at the mercy of the Taliban, Simintov knew he had no choice. He could be kidnapped or killed by the Taliban. Or he could finally leave the country where he was so deeply rooted. So he finally granted his wife a divorce and left.
It was 20 years that he had not given his wife a religious divorce again, which was a precondition of us being involved in his release. And via Zoom, he authorized the betting of Sydney and Rabbi Ullman to deliver a gift to his wife.
I want to deliver the gift. To give to my wife. To deliver to my wife.
And that was the end of Jewish life in Afghanistan. Or so we thought. Then the world learned about Tova Muradi, Simintov's distant cousin. In many ways, she's Simintov's polar opposite. Where he's loud and brash, she's quiet. Where he's publicly and proudly Jewish, she kept her Judaism on the DL. Tova Muradi was one of 10 siblings. At 16, she ran away from home to marry a Muslim man. But she never converted to Islam. In fact, she even maintained a number of Jewish traditions. Her husband's whole community even knew she was Jewish. By the 1980s, the last members of her family had left the country. Still, she kept up contact, and she never forgot her identity as a Jew. She even risked her own life to hide a rabbi from the Taliban for a month. And though he was eventually caught, the Taliban expelled him from prison. Yep, this is the same guy that Simintov had argued with so fervently in jail. Small world. But when the Taliban took power once again in August of 2021, Muradi and her family knew their lives were in danger. For 2 months they planned their escape, with the help of Israel, Afghan diplomats, the president of Israel, and a number of Jewish businessmen. And in October of 2021, just a month or two after Simintov's escape, Tova and 25 of her family members succeeded in making it out of Afghanistan. She explained. But here's what I think is most interesting about this story. Lots of Jews have heard about Zebulon Simintov. He's so outlandish that he's funny. I mean, who gets kicked out of Taliban jail for being such a kvetch? That's like next level hilarious. But the journalist Dara Horn points out.
What this is masking is like this, complete annihilation of minorities in this society, right? A society that's become completely homogenous.
Meanwhile, in our drive to tell funny stories about people like Simintov, we forget why they might end up as last Jews to begin with. And the reasons for that are complicated. Sometimes it's plain old anti-Semitism, but most times it's a combination of political and economic instability, or natural disasters, or a desire to consolidate power by getting rid of pesky minorities who could threaten or complicate national unity. So when we think about the Jews of Afghanistan, it's worth remembering two things. One, they existed. They still exist. And their community was larger and more vibrant than the one cranky old guy who has come to represent them. And two, it's true. They no longer live in Afghanistan, but their legends and traditions endure. Their community lives on, transplanting somewhere else. Because wherever we go, we take our traditions and histories with us. Sure, ours is a history full of tragic expulsions, but it's also one of resilience, of starting again. And that's both tragic and beautiful.
Y'all stepped out and said that she was going to hell.
I don't like cops.
Women are always going to be more emotional than men.
Like, what is wrong with you, dude?
Hell, I put all of them in a fat concentration camp.
If you've spent any time on the internet recently, you've probably come across content from Jubilee Media. Jubilee is a YouTube behemoth that's amassed 9.2 million subscribers by producing social experiments.
I've never seen so many 69 420 games. 69 420 names in a game than this, I swear.
Whether men are superior to women in a conversation framed alphas versus betas.
Women have to earn good.
Videos like one cop versus 20 criminals or one woke teen versus 20 Trump supporters have found a second life on Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram, where clips have amassed tens of millions of views. The formats are so absurd, they've inspired endless parodies. But Jubilee is also so successful, it's birthed an entire genre of copycats. The company's stated goal is to spark conversations that matter and come together around our shared humanity. But is their model working, and how is Jubilee expanding its empire outside of YouTube. Here to break it all down is Jason Y. Lee, the founder of Jubilee Media. Jason, welcome to Power User.
Thanks for having me, Taylor.
Okay, so can you start off by telling me how
I don't
you
think that
founded
was my
Jubilee
best
Media?
moment,
How did
game.
the idea come to you? I think the company originally started as a nonprofit. Can you tell me how this YouTube behemoth got?
The game is rigged. No, it's not. I'm special.
Got started.
Yeah, Jubilee began rather accidentally. My 22nd birthday happened to coincide with the Haiti earthquake, and I had just started my job in New York City. And because of the recession, there was very little work to be done. So I decided to do this crazy thing. I decided to go to a New York subway stop to busk and sing to raise $100 for Haiti, which is a crazy idea because I'm a terrible singer. But that day we raised about $80, and I made my very first video, put it onto YouTube. And within a week, we had tens of thousands of views and raised tens of thousands of dollars for Haiti.
What year was this?
This was 2010. So this was really an aha moment for me that we can really use media, YouTube, to raise awareness and grow a lot of attention for various causes. So soon thereafter, I started something called Jubilee Project, which was a 501c3. And the purpose of Jubilee Project was to create videos similar to the Haiti video that would raise money and awareness for various causes. Everything from like clean water to education to liberty in North Korea. And that was something I did for about 4 or 5 years, actually, with my brother and one of my best friends. And it wasn't until the 2016 presidential election that I actually decided to start Jubilee Media.
So tell me a little bit about that pivot and what made you decide to lean into media and start Jubilee Media.
Yeah, to date we had raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for various causes, and we were getting a lot of traction with Jubilee Project. But in the aftermath of the presidential election, I just felt like the country was more divided than ever. And I felt like there was just this huge white space in the center for young people, which was about empathy, about dialogue, about nuance, which unfortunately at that time, and unfortunately now, it felt like we weren't seeing. So I had this kind of, again, crazy idea at the time where like, could we create a media company that is not about featuring just the left side or just the right side, but featuring true human voices and finding some kind of middle ground there. And I decided to raise a small round of capital and launch Jubilee Media.
In another interview a while ago, you said you wanted to create the Disney of empathy. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that's played out? For people that aren't familiar with your work, what happened after 2016 and what did you start to make your, I guess, name known for online?
Yeah, we said that we wanted to be the Disney of empathy, and what we meant by that was we wanted to be the brand or the hub for all things empathy. And our mission at Jubilee is to provoke understanding and create human connections. So now we produce some of the most popular shows, but back in the day, we were really stumbling our way through finding content that really resonated with people while fulfilling our mission. But one of our first big shows that we created was a show called Middle Ground. What it would do is it would bring together two quote unquote opposing sides, but rather than just squaring off for a, you know, like a Fox or CNN style debate or kind of everyone yelling at each other, we said, is there a way for us to find middle grounds between conservatives and liberals, or between Christians and atheists, or even between flat earthers and round earthers, right? So a very radical question. And even as you hear some of the topics, you kind of think, wait, what does that even mean? But since then, we've now created a lot of the most popular shows on YouTube, everything from Middle Ground to Odd One Out, where we'll gather 7 or 8 people and we'll say one of these people is not like the other. One of our most popular kind of early episodes of Odd One Out was that we would gather 7 people who were vegan, and we said one of these people is not vegan. Can you figure out who that person is? So it's a really fun kind of like guess who, but it really relies on us unearthing our stereotypes that we might feel or think that a vegan may look or feel like, and then can they actually figure out who that person is. Another really popular show we have is called Versus One. The pilot for that episode was one woman swiping 20 men in real life. And it really just took what we were seeing online and what people were doing in their day-to-day lives and saying, is this a really good way to evaluate individuals? Is this a really good way to find love? Obviously the answer initially is no.
I don't care about this.
But can we really turn on its head and find some empathy?
You're boring. Hey, watch it. Hey, stop putting the copyrighted content on my screen.
The intelligent minorities can engineer consent through the use of manipulation, propaganda, and control.
He means Jews.
And we should do it.
People have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action.
I know that the American people share my deep belief that if a danger exists in the world, it is a danger shared by all.
We need to actually double down on the public health measures.
You can't look at that television and say, nothing happened on the 6th.
I'd like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple, but you are a nasty person, I'll tell you.
Is there a video here at
Most
some
people
point?
have no awareness of how easily our behavior and even our identity can be completely taken over. But
I do.
people are waking up.
I'm really good at this.
I spent 20 years in the U.S. military. I'm a behavior expert.
Oh! I thought this was going to be a cringe video. This guy might actually know what he's talking about. Because it said, once you know this, every psyop becomes obvious. And I said, this is a coin toss. So, let's see how this video works out.
Trained psyops. I'm the best-selling author in behavioral psychology. I want to show you
cringe,
exactly
selling
how to
books.
identify
This is
what
for
we
book.
call
You're doing the Ryan
engineered
Macbeth.
reality, or what some people
We get it.
call psyops. At the end of this, I'm going to give you a tool that's literally going to give you a score out of 100 that shows you how likely something is to be a psyop. Let's do this. So the first thing you need to know is following the FATE model: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. This is what triggers the mammalian part of our brain that makes all of our real decisions. The first part is focus. Psyops always aim to hijack your attention with repetition, shocking visuals of fear-inducing scenarios.
This is a goated video. This is a fucking... No. No. Stop it. Misclicking. Oh, it still got saved there anyway.
People call psyops.
The thing is it would be better if, without all this flim-flam.
Let's do this. So the first thing you need to know is following the FATE model: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. This is what triggers the mammalian part of our brain that makes all of our real decisions. The first part is focus. Psyops always aim to hijack your attention with repetition, shocking visuals of fear-inducing scenarios. Some examples are like 24/7 media coverage of a crisis, or constant repetition of terms like unprecedented. So with this, pause and ask, why is this message being pushed so aggressively? So compare how much airtime different stories are receiving and note any disproportionate focus. The second part here is authority. Trusted figures might shift their tone or positions unnaturally to support the narrative. So watch very closely for expert panelists or endorsements where authority figures might speak outside of their expertise. Pay close attention to that one. Then we have tribe. So messages that polarize, opinions or create stark in groups versus out groups or exploit our tribal instincts. For example, labeling groups as patriots versus traitors or scientific versus deniers. Be very careful when you hear that language. Finally, we have emotion. So be wary of any communication that triggers strong emotions like fear, hope,
some of this
or
has been
outrage
cringe.
without any clear, verifiable evidence. So emotional responses suppress critical thinking. Emotional responses suppress critical thinking. So as a tip here, analyze the evidence that's presented to you. If facts are replaced by appeals to emotion, you need to be very, very cautious. As an example of this, think about like a news channel repeatedly showing images of empty grocery shelves and panicked shoppers during a food supply scare. It dominates every broadcast and it pushes people into fear-driven behavior. Next, question novelty. Our brains are wired to focus on sudden or unusual changes because they signal potential threats or opportunities. And this is an evolutionary survival mechanism. PSYOPs exploit this by creating events that break normal expectations, like unexpected crises or dramatic revelations. So ask yourself, why is this new? So consider if the event or somebody's message has been artificially manufactured or timed. Look for patterns like sudden shifts in public opinion, trending hashtags that are unusual, or viral videos that seem very coincidental. So for this one, just picture a new viral video just claims to expose a government cover-up, but it conveniently comes out the exact same day that there's some damaging evidence against some high-ranking official. The timing shifts public focus. All of this is part of the NCI system I developed for teaching tradecraft and extreme psychological operations. And there's even a gigantic textbook for all of this stuff in the description. Definitely not for everybody, but it's definitely the most comprehensive guide in the world on this stuff. So next item, look for multiple sources. Centralized narratives create an echo chamber, and they silence dissent and they narrow perspectives. For example, if all media outlets present identical talking points, it is a humongous red flag. So actively seek out contrarian or independent voices, even if they challenge something that's already in your head. So in reality, an example, during a maybe breaking health crisis, all the major news outlets report on the exact same study, but independent researchers revealed the study was funded by a company selling the solution. So watch for that group speak. Next is identify cognitive dissonance weapons. Let's talk about how this works. So cognitive dissonance comes up when new information clashes with our identity or our beliefs. So PSYOPs exploit the hell out of this by including micro-agreements. Micro-agreements are little, small, seemingly harmless concessions to shape your identity. And over time, you're going to unconsciously align your behavior to reduce that internal conflict. And as a weaponization example of this, a PSYOP might present you as a part of moral or intelligent enlightenment, like only good citizens do XYZ. If you disagree with that, you risk some identity conflict there. So reflect on your identity and ask, am I being nudged to identify with some other group? So be very careful of any campaigns that are asking for seemingly minor commitments there, like signing petitions, changing your profile picture that evolves into some bigger compliance or demand later. As an example of this, let's say a company launches an ad campaign and they claim real patriots buy local. If you disagree with their product, it feels like rejecting your identity as a patriot. So this pushes you to conform. Be very, very skeptical about those identity statements. Next is looking for those emotional scripts. And what I mean by this is the scripts that were written in our brains by our ancestors. So manipulated narratives trigger instincts like the fear of loss or scarcity, social rejection, or danger. For example, a media story about food shortages might activate survival scripts that cause panic buying and stuff like that. And we have scarcity fear. This is sudden warnings about limited resources like water or medicine. Also sparks that kind of behavior. And then we have tribal rejection. These are threats of being socially outcast, like you're selfish if you don't comply. And those things override logic every time. And as a tip for this, break the script by focusing on the facts. Like, what's the likelihood of this scenario? So compare the claims with other sources. For this, just picture where a politician says something like, if we don't act now, our children will not have a future. This taps into survival instincts, those ancestor scripts in our head, and it's tied to protecting offspring. It creates urgency without any facts. Next is follow the money. So there's a trail of beneficiaries here. So identifying who benefits always is going to reveal the motive. So look for funding sources like sponsorships or political connections that are tied to the narrative. So use tools like opensecrets.org or public financial records to see who profits from this. So for policies or campaigns, identify the industries like pharmaceuticals, tech companies, etc., that stand to gain the most. So to illustrate this in your mind right now, picture a charity that's promoting clean energy awareness, and they seem noble until an investigations are showing that it's funded by a solar panel corporation that's lobbying for subsidies or something like that. Next, and this one is very important, is analyze the context boundary. The mechanism here is context, and context defines what is permissible. So manipulative people shift contexts to normalize extreme behavior. As an example of this, in emergencies, people accept surveillance or martial law that they normally would completely resist. So ask, what is the context? Compare some similar events in different settings to see if the rules or responses seem disproportionate. Look for contradictions. So for lots of the students who are brand new to NCI University, this right here is the most massive realization when they realize that the ability to weaponize cognitive dissonance and then shift the context can get anyone to do almost anything. As a hypothetical example of this, let's say there's a major cyber attack. The governments are now justifying some sweeping surveillance laws to protect the citizens. This changes the context to make previously unacceptable actions seem absolutely necessary. Next, spot the use of archetypes because they're woven into our brains. PsyOps
going on down there? Is that a little squirrel?
By using archetypes like heroes and villains and saviors. Some examples are like portraying one leader as the sole solution or demonizing dissenters as the enemy. Deconstruct the story. Ask, who are the characters and what roles are they playing? Simplistic, like good versus evil stories usually signal manipulation just about every time. So always seek nuance there. In the real world, you're going to see something like maybe a leader is repeatedly portrayed as a savior fighting something that's pure evil, and the narrative ignores their mistakes and oversimplifies the conflict to prevent a lot of scrutiny. Next, evaluate the frame. So let's do a step-by-step evaluation here. First one is expectation. What are you expected to believe or do based on this thing that you're exposed to in the media? Next is belief. What assumptions are being made about you, like your values or your fears? Then we have perception. So how is reality being shaped, like selective facts or missing contexts? And definition is the final step here when it comes to a frame. What truth is being asserted as something that's completely unchallengeable? This comes up with information suppression. So really look for topics that are being avoided, critics that are being silenced. If somebody needs to be silenced in order for an idea to make it, then the idea is not good. So alternative viewpoints being discredited, that's a big one to look out for. So cross-check timelines of events and notice if critics are labeled conspiracists or if algorithms are suppressing some kind of specific search. And this is a big one, especially in today's time. So to get a good example of this, during maybe a corporate scandal, the company's PR team frames these critics as disgruntled employees with a grudge. So this shifts the focus away from the legitimate concerns to the motives of the critics. And it does it almost without us realizing that that's happening in our brain. So next, be alert to rapid compliance shifts. This one is scary and it's happening every day. PsyOps create urgency to drive rapid compliance. And these tactics are stuff like emotional appeals, staged group behaviors, or false consensus. For this, it's really important to slow down and resist the pressure to act, to question the conformity as much as possible, and test the message, engaging the skeptics there. So in the real world, this might look like maybe a viral social media challenge urges all these users to adopt this brand new symbol or profile picture or hashtag.
Or a brand new Chinese version of an app that's potentially going to get banned, even though it's not going to get banned, huh?
Kind of overnight, and it creates a wave of compliance. So later, this is kind of like a foot in the door technique. It's tied to some divisive political agenda. Next, study the timing of the events, and this one's huge, especially right now. Timing is everything. Ask yourself, why is this happening now? So what other events or scandals might this thing be distracting everybody from? So look for very coincidental timing with unrelated major news stories or political movements.
Pandas.
PSYOPs can very often be smoke screens. And in real life, you might see stuff like a huge celebrity breakup floods all of the headlines exactly as some major investigative report about government corruption is about to be released. Coincidence? Probably not. The next thing I want you to do is to sharpen your brain to start hearing and understanding these manipulation tactics.
And you put the
one of the
spike in
biggest
your
things
brain.
that you can do, the most effective way
Keeps
that I
you
could
sharp.
train you right now, just you and me,
Right
is to
now!
teach your brain to recognize logical fallacies. So let's go through these, because PSYOPs very often use these flawed arguments to convince people. And if you know how to spot them, it makes you a lot harder to manipulate. Let me give you 10 of these so that your brain gets hardwired to start seeing everything a whole lot differently. So the first one that you're going to see all the time, appeal to emotion. So this uses fear and anger and hope to bypass logic. So like, if you don't support this, children are going to suffer. Next is the straw man argument. This misrepresents somebody's argument so they can attack it better. So somebody might say they oppose the lockdowns because they don't care about lives. Think about that one. Number 3 is the bandwagon fallacy. So this claims that something is true because everyone supports it. And this is, you hear this all the time. Millions of people agree with X, Y, and Z. You should agree with it too. Number 4 is the false dilemma. This presents only 2 extreme options and it ignores alternatives. So it's the either you're with us or you're against us fallacy there. Number 5 is the ad hominem attacks. This is the attack of the person and not the argument. Be very observant for this. So this is when you hear you
Shut up, ugly.
trust her. She's not a scientist. You can't do X because they're not qualified based on X. Ad hominem is very common, and I want your brain to be able to
Those are
spot.
very bad
Number
examples.
6 is appeal to authority. And this is a claim that something is true because an authority figure said so. So like Dr. X supports it, so it's absolutely right. You have to trust the science. Number 7 is the slippery slope.
Trust
These
the
are
science.
claims that one action is going to lead to some extreme negative outcome. So you've heard this before. Somebody says something like, if we allow this, we're going to lose all of our freedoms. All of our freedoms are gone. The country is gone. All of that kind of talk like that. Be very attuned to when you hear that and very cautious when you hear that. Number 8, hasty generalizations. And these are broad claims that are made with very little evidence. So the example is, 2 politicians lied, so all of them must be corrupt. So giant claim, tiny bit of evidence. 2 politicians might have lied, so they're all corrupt. Number 9 is huge. It's the red herring. So this
One chemical
distracts
attack
people
was
with
being
irrelevant
challenged. They all
information.
could have not
You've heard
happened.
this maybe as an example, when somebody says, why are we worrying about climate change when we have so much crime going on right now? It's an argument of distraction. Number 10 is false equivalence. This compares 2 things as equals when they're absolutely not equal. So you'll hear somebody say something in the news that's both sides.
This is
have
what you'll see me
extremists, so
or hear me
they're
call
exactly
it false
the same.
concept,
That's
false
a
equivalencies,
very
probably
damaging
more than other things, I think.
I know there's a lot of information here, so I want to give you access to the actual tool that we use to identify PSYOPs that even rates the likelihood on a 1 to 100 scale. Now, I'm going to add that into the description right below this video. But
so we can
keep
pay
this in
for it.
mind. Throughout history, the people who stood tallest in the storm were not the ones who knew all the answers. They were the ones who asked the right questions.
Okay,
They
that was a
weren't the
pretty big
loudest
claim
voices,
with
they were the
not
calmest.
evidence.
They were the people.
Where's the
that
evidence
had
behind
composure.
that big claim
Thanks
you
for
just
spending
made,
some time
sir?
with me. One love.
We rise by lifting iron others. Pretty big claim.
This video is about Chunjie, or the Chinese New Year. Oh my gosh, why isn't Aini saying Lunar New Year? Okay, hear me out. Some of us might not even be aware.
I'm gonna save this for when Jack is here. There's another wild card. I saw this video called Sasquatch Video, Details and Answers. I saw it was an hour long, and I said, fuck, I really don't care about an hour of Sasquatch content. But hey, I figured we can click through this one. Oh yeah, baby. We're in a plane. Oh, this is epic. Now this is pod racing.
Fellow Canadian. That person email said somebody flew to California, didn't ask for nothing. But with my luck, because it said in the fine print, or the big bold on the itinerary, it said you have to be vaccinated to enter the U.S. by plane. So when you
Wow, already out the gate, and we're just given like a pure fucking, you know. That's like, thanks for the gold, sir. A gold nugget.
read that, and you've got a good fair amount of money invested in that ticket for the two of us, you probably need to do something about it, right? I would on average be a bit of a dumbass to ignore that bold print on my itinerary and attempt to board a plane without being vaccinated to the US anyway, right? But anyway, I found my way around it. But I do have...
Of course he did. Because you're actually vaccinated. That's the way around it. Whenever these types of people say they found a way around it, it means they got the jab.
Around the US again. Who knows where I'll go or what I'll do, but that'll be another chunk of adventure for sure. Now, lots of voices. Lots. Quick note.
In your head?
For all of my fellow Canadians here, don't forget Chrystia Freeland, the finance minister who is direct bloodline to a Nazi war criminal, was caught, absolutely caught red-handed trying to embezzle $2 billion of our money into a company that does not exist. Okay, that's how blatant the criminals are acting. And I need to get that word out, and I'll be done on that word now. One more thing, Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson.
The amount of creatures behind him, guys. This is like, I've hunted every beast except one that's always been evading me. Sam Squatch.
He has been...
If I get the vaccine, then Sam Squatch won't come out anymore and it will smell it on me.
Very vocal about our corrupt government in Canada. Very vocal, which he should be, but he has a very large following. So the larger following you get, the more you point out the truth, they come after you. And right now they're actually trying to make him get, quote, re-educated, end quote, with the Ontario Commission of Doctors, whatever it is. He made a video explaining exactly what they're trying to do to him. And that's very alarming. That should be alarming for every single person in Canada, if not North America. Basically, the Western world right now. All the governments in the Western world are absolutely corrupt, and they're doing some very nasty shit. But anyway,
This dude would, the Blair Witch would come after him, and he'd kill her. The Blair Witch doesn't stand a chance. No forest cryptid or anything can be stopped by his fury.
And then actually trying to make someone, quote, get re-educated, end quote. That's some creepy ass North Korean shit right there. In your face, here today in Canada stand. All right? There you go. Man, it just frustrates me to no end that our military and law enforcement does not just go in there and clean ass, right? Clean it up, kick ass, clean house, clean it up. Come on, you guys, do something, right? You're the ones that are supposed to be protecting the people. Get rid of this regime. That's what I have to say. It's nasty. All right, end of my babble.
Imagine living in Canada and being like, our government we need to have a civil war. We need to fucking, we need to fucking have a fucking intense military coup because this country is just the worst country in the world. Like this guy, we could send guys like this to countries like Pakistan, and just basically this is the reality show, if they can survive in these countries for a certain amount of time, they'll get money, and then just watch them all die because they can't handle the actual tyranny, and they get so fired up and start running their mouth, and then they get tortured to death in the prison. That'll show them what tyranny is.
Let's listen to some important voices today. Listen to this. Feel free to use my name. My name is Bill Pettigrew. Because, exactly like you, I do not care what anyone else thinks. I know my truth. I frickin' love it when emails start with that sentence. Welcome to the Club of No Return. He just says, I'm a proud member of the Club of No Return. Yeah, aren't we all? But more importantly, you're a free man, free, brave man here to spread honest truth. Part 1, I grew up near Elk Creek in northwest PA. My friends and me played in the woods all year round. I don't remember any negative or strange events in that time. My original event occurred in the spring of '79. I worked in a chemical plant in Ashtabula, Ohio. A small crew would gather in the control room during the quiet times and BS about everything. One night the discussion was about the steelhead run on the Conneaut Creek, Conneaut. The fish stocking had occurred 4 to 5 years previous, and it was time for the more mature fish to come upriver and spawn. Several days later, I decided to try and catch a steelhead or rainbow trout. I walked to the playground and walked down the small bluff that would put me near the west branch of Conneaut Creek. That was the path. There was a path there alongside the creek that would take you upstream or down. The creek was perfectly clear. I chose downstream, looked for deeper water pools. About 100 yards down the path, the bluff to my left closed in until it was 15 to 18 feet away. I heard the sound of shuffling in the bushes. Then I smelled an awful stink. I glanced to my left, and in my head I heard, "Don't stop, keep going." I turned around to go back the way I came, and the voice clearly and loudly said, "Not that way." I turned around and took a couple of steps while
my own imagination was telling me to do things.
Looking left, I was puzzled, but not fearful. I just wanted to get away from the smell. I momentarily saw the top of a large, black, hairy head. The head was slightly pointed, and definitely not a human or a bear. The head was moving sideways, back and forth, and the voice in my head said, "Go, don't stop." I obeyed. I still have no recollection of getting back to my car or driving home. In fact, this entire event was lost in my memory until I found your posts and listened to several others who had missing memories of encounters. Thank you. Holy shit. Then it says part 2, and then that's the end of it. Darn it. I don't know what happened there. I hope maybe it was me or you. Either way, send us part 2. And those are classic descriptions, swaying back and forth, and the shape of the head, and hearing something projected into our mind, right? Said about 10,000 other human beings. Plus, probably. Thanks for coming out, man, and email me back part 2, all right? It's back and it likes tobacco. Hi, Steve. Josh from Middle Tennessee again. I know you're busy and I probably shouldn't even bother you with this, but these MFers are back. It's been a few months since I sent you all the weird shit where they were coming up vocalizing while we were burning brush, and us finding tops broken out of pine trees everywhere. They just kind of disappeared. And for a few months every day, I'd have armadillo, raccoons, deer, coyotes on my cameras. Then about 3 weeks ago, everything disappeared. I live on 50 acres that's wooded, but it's not really wilderness. We're only a mile or so from Tennessee River, but at the same time, there's houses pretty close, and the interstate highway is only a mile in the other direction. They take entire trash bags in the woods and take them apart. No claw or bite marks. Canines and coons can't do that. They either outsmart my cameras or the camera will have an empty file. I know you're not big on camera footage, but I just want to get proof of them so I can get some help getting rid of them. I have a dog and fiance, and she's here all day while I work and don't believe in them. And she insists on mowing fields and clearing brush because we're building a campground.
Let's move.
The other night, my dog had been sick a few days, so there was a lot of chicken and dog food in the bag of trash. And they came back, went through the trash bag in the burn barrel. It licked everything clean in these disposable plate bowl things I feed my dog with. It even opened an empty detergent bottle and a bunch of spit bottles. I dipped a... Is this guy describing a bunch of raccoons ransacking his place as a Sam Squatch? Oh my god. I guess. Do you believe in Bigfoot? No. Why would I believe in Bigfoot? I'm not stupid. Probably got sick, is why it hasn't come back. I don't have any cameras on the barrel at that time because I hadn't had any activity there. But now I have cameras with the lights covered, stashed in lumber and scrap metal, close to... If you really think about it, just because it's a cryptid, like, it might be the most looked for animal, right? Because nobody's looking for deer except hunters. But every crackpot is looking for a Sam Squatch. So, it's kind of one of those Fermi paradox things. The barrel. They apparently don't mess with any of the neighbor's animals, but I just worry about my woman and the dog. This stuff is very interesting to me, but I don't want them here.
How do you stop?
You don't have to read this. You don't want to, but if you do, that's fine too. Thanks for the channel. I think you're a good dude. I also can't wait for the knowledge drop. All right, when was this? July 22. Gay man. I hope since then you've had no bad luck. Scott Carpenter definitely give you a hand. Look him up and get a hold of him, right? And I think, obviously, the infrared, any triggered camera isn't going to work. But I do believe that possibly security cameras that run non-stop work, as long as I believe there's no IR or thermal anything on it, I think. So I want to try that maybe, if you want to. Wait, so the Sam Squatch is invisible to infrared? Infrared can't see Sam Squatch? Or motion detection? To catch him on video. Maybe. I'm not a professional. I don't know. Here comes another one. Look, I would go hunt a Bigfoot just like I would go on a ghost hunt, you know? It's like playing with an Ouija board. Another member of the Club of No Return. My first recollections, the title of this email. The Club of No Return. My statement name is Bill. Hope this finds you and your family well. Please forgive the punctuation and grammar. Please forgive.
I'm retarded.
Times.
I never had
Self-confidence, this will take a
education.
while. I'm here, man.
But I know when I see a Sam Squatch.
Our parents slept as they worked late. My first memory of Sasquatch was as a child. I remember seeing two of these beings walking through the timber. I was very young, around 4 years old, and had a very protective 110-pound German Shepherd named Doc who had my back, so my parents didn't worry. We were on a camping trip, but I don't even know where we were. We traveled extensively throughout the Northwest at the time, so it could have been anywhere, as my mom and stepdad were musicians in the late 60s. Honestly, this encounter is very vague and brief, no drama or anything scary. I definitely remember the creatures and the features of the beings, but I wasn't afraid. I don't remember anything else about that encounter. My sister has no recollection of this event, and my parents have both passed, so I can't verify or discuss this with them. Event number 2 was much more clear and happened in the mountains of southwest Montana, as a friend and I were bow hunting elk during the September archery season. Elk hunters, go figure. Again, my late 20s, and my job kept me from taking extensive time off during the fall. We arrived at a camping spot late that Friday night and got camp put up about dark. A late season thunderstorm rolled in after midnight. I looked at my watch and saw 12:44 as a lightning bolt sizzled across the sky in the canyon above us. I swear to God, I could see the bones in my fingers, it was so bright. After the storm rolled through, a wet, heavy snow carpeted the ground at 8,500 elevation, and we could hear several elk bugling in the timber above us. By dawn, about
The elk were playing trumpets.
By dawn, about 3 inches had fallen and the tent was sagging. After cleaning up the tent and prepping our hunt, we rolled out of our camp, heading up the mountain to the sound of 4 bulls bugling, and we followed them up the mountain on the trail, one ridge over so we didn't spook them. Around 10:30, the sun finally poked through, and being thoroughly soaked from the melting snow, we moved out of the timber onto a rocky point into the sunshine. The snow had melted off in the open, and the bulls had quieted before we could catch them, so we opted to dry off our socks and feet and have a snack in the morning sun. We set our gear down above us, took off our boots, and wrung the water out of our socks, hanging them on sticks to dry in the sun. We snacked and played with a new cow call I had just gotten, taking turns making different calls on the call and trying to teach John how to bugle. Just basically killing time and drying off. In the distance, we could hear a sound like people talking, though it seemed foreign or weird as it approached us, like a monkey with a mouthful of marbles. My own experience with what I since have heard in the recordings of the Sierra sounds. It stopped about around 100 yards, as I figured they cut our tracks coming out onto the ridge. Thinking our hunt was blown with other people in the area, we continued to dry out and worked on calling skills. About 10 minutes later, a mature 6-point approached crosswind beside us, and the Chinese fire drill was on. John crawled to his gear, retrieving his bow and release as I rolled off the rocks barefoot, getting my bugle and cow call. Didn't get a shot at this bull, but man, were we excited. No doubt. We completely forgot about the sounds we had heard right before the bull came in. Until recently, I never gave the sounds a second thought, though I had noticed the trails in that area to be different, well-worn and very packed down. No discernible tracks, but very well-worn, packed trails. My third encounter is with my daughter, 15 or so miles across the mountains and in another drainage. She was 13 and working hard for her first elk. We'd opted for an area that seemed to get less pressure from camps in the area.
We're about 5 minutes out.
After walking up the horse trail about 2 miles, we turned and headed straight up the steep mountain through deadfall and brush to get to the bench area I'd killed an elk in the year before. My daughter asked how much further to the top a couple of times, and her reply was 100
I'm an
more
adult,
yards
I don't need
every
to shoot.
time. Pretty soon I was getting that glare she had learned from her mother. That's funny. Side note, I always, as soon as my hunters or whoever, as soon as they start asking how much farther, you know they're getting tired. Every time. There's no other reason why they start asking that one. And they say, I just want to know, just out of curious sakes. Like, no, you're getting tired. Sorry. I assured her that there were elk up here and it would be worth it. As we crest another rise and she realized we still weren't to the top, we heard the loudest growl / bark / scream I've ever heard. The sound moved up my pant legs and I could feel it on my chest. As we both
It was
raised
a
our rifles
fox.
in the direction of the sound, she asked what was that. I said I had no idea, but
A Sam Squatch.
that way anymore. The rest of the day we hunted and saw one small bull, though no shot.
Watch it.
We visited another camp that night, where we met a guy years earlier and knew his nieces were in camp this week. The girls all played travel softball and volleyball, so though they didn't know each other, but had that and hunting in common. During our visit, I described our encounter, and Travis's eyes lifted up. He described a similar encounter where he had heard the same sound chasing elk into a small canyon less than a quarter mile from where our encounter happened 2 years earlier. He and his brother spotted the elk from above, and each
What
went
kind of
opposite ways to
animal
cut off the elk's retreat.
was chasing
As
elk?
they approached, probably a couple hundred yards apart, and 100 yards still above the elk, Travis described the same scream / roar. He hurried over to make sure something wasn't eating his brother.
Grab some ammo.
They both decided there were better places to hunt and gracefully retreated. After sharing our encounters, we decided the area was a good place not to be and now to avoid it.
Come on, it hasn't
I
been
recently
that long
found your
since you had
page and others while recovering from a fall while ice fishing. A grade 4 concussion, and I damaged my neck, which had previously fused in several places after many years of football. Oh, that sucks. These sites led me to These sites led me to put all this together, and my conclusions are these beings exist and are widely distributed throughout the world. There's no coincidence. They have a place in legend and life in many cultures. My last encounter happened May of this year, and was very interesting from the perspective you have described as Minesweeper. I was working on a remote ranch, wrapping up a construction project, working by myself. Just after lunch, I had the feeling you described as pressure. I continued to work, but my focus became observing the timber around and finding the source of the pressure. Having guided archery hunters for years, I have felt the presence of grizzlies in mountain lions before seeing them. This was different. My hair, or what's left of it, didn't stand on end, but I could feel something. On a hunch, cleared my mind. Are you near? I asked my mind. An owl hooted deeply less than 200 yards above me in the timber. Without turning my head, I looked in that direction as nonchalantly through the side of my sunglasses, unable to see the owl, I kept working. This is right after 1 in the middle of the day. 4 more hoots in quick succession, much louder than any owl I've ever heard. I tried to spy the source of the sound, but was unable to see anything out there. I finished the project and left without any further incidents.
Come on. Let's get to that gun.
Though I haven't had a face-to-face as an adult, I really don't need one to believe they exist. Some of the details you have shared from others have helped me understand and piece together these experiences. Thanks. For you only.
What the hell are those?
Okay, man. Alright, gotcha. I don't know when the date is on this. When is this? July 22. Alright. Yeah, fishing? I should be available for fishing possibly July, August this year. And I'll let everybody know, alright, man? Thanks for that email, especially the location. Appreciate it. And a lot of people are going to appreciate it from your area as well, without a doubt. And a lot of people probably have had the same experience, similar experience near where you were, right? Keep an eye on the comment section below for somebody to chime in. This is titled A Hot Handprint. No Shit. Title this email. You can share my name if you wish. My name is Steve Hardy. I'm 51 years old, avid outdoorsman, born and raised in the Rocky Mountains of Utah.
Epic.
I've had over 8 Bigfoot experiences, and I'm still
clinically insane. My name is Steve Harvey.
Happened to my friend Joel Painter and I. was 2 different winters ago on a mule deer hunt in
My
Williams,
mom
Arizona.
said Joel isn't
Back
real,
when
and she
potatoes
tried to
up
put
that
me
night.
in the institution.
As we got in late around 1 a.m. We left the rotten bag of potatoes outside because I'd forgotten them from the last time I went camping, and they stunk rather bad.
And I ate the potatoes.
That was
And then I became a ghoul.
used for hanging animals during previous hunts. So I probably meant which had apparently been used for hanging animals during previous hunts. As you can see, the woman, the rope left there, her mother hunters. Okay, we got some typos. Let's get through it though. We'll make sense of it. When we woke up for the morning of the opener, my friend Joel walked outside and lit a cigarette. I heard him say to me, "Hey Steve, come out here. Come out here and look at this," he said. I said, "Hold on, I haven't got my boots on yet. I'm barely getting dressed." And he says, "Hurry up, come look real quick." So I stepped down the stairs, out of the travel trailer, and looked at the sight to behold. Wow. A huge handprint, almost the entire size of the SUV front passenger window. He says, "What do you think of that?" Hold on. False alarm, thankfully.
What?
Wow.
Oh no, the government agents are coming to get me.
Almost the entire size of the SUV front passenger window. He says, "What do you think of that?" And I says, "What do I think of that? Get back on the effing RV right now." And we did. We armed ourselves and agreed not to go out alone in the dark. So off we went and headed out. And I got a couple of pics of the I got a couple of pics of it. The craziest part was when we looked at it, you could tell that the glass was completely dry. And you could see the dermal ridges and fingerprints and even what appeared to be claw marks, except I just think they were long fingernails because the dermal ridges from the palm and the skin contact area was very plain to see. Looked just like the dermal ridges on my own hand. And Jill wasn't out there but 1 minute, and that was melted completely through and dry. So I think the animal is extremely warm-blooded. And when it walked past the trailer, being attracted by
But
the
it
smell of
doesn't
the
trigger
rotted
infrared.
potatoes, that would be a new smell in the area. It came to investigate.
It's actually
and it
so
has
hot it overloads the infrared.
and investigated near that campsite because of the hanging tree that would have plenty of scent under it from previous hunters and hanging in their kills on the same tree, as I stated earlier. The handprint was completely dry, and the rest of the window had heavy frost all over it. Pretty amazing, huh? Well, that's one story I want to share with you. I will continue to share some more and let you know about other true Hardy Boy adventures.
This video was brought to you by Ground News. Today, the UK reaches its 5th anniversary of Brexit. US intelligence reveals satellite images of a huge Chinese military complex being built near Beijing, and Myanmar's military junta extends the country's state of emergency. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing for Friday the 31st of January, 2025. Exactly 5 years ago today, the United Kingdom left the European Union. At TLDR, we made a whole series of Brexit videos over the years. In fact, our Brexit coverage was something that helped us grow the channel in the early days. But now, 5 years on, a new poll published this week by YouGov has shown that the UK regrets Brexit more than ever, with 55% of Brits saying that Britain was wrong to leave, while only 30%, a 3-point drop compared to November, saying that Britain made the right decision. So, how did all of this happen? But let's go back to 2020, when the UK officially left the European Union. This itself happened almost 4 years after the UK voted in the referendum to leave the bloc, in a campaign that saw political parties and politicians tear into each other about exactly how the UK's exit should be navigated. In the end though, it was Boris Johnson who had the main responsibility of navigating the withdrawal, while the withdrawal agreement that Johnson negotiated was relatively similar to that of his predecessor, Theresa May.
I like to
did
paint
differ
things.
in one key respect: the Northern Irish backstop. For context, May's proposal was that Northern Ireland would remain at least partially in the single market, in order to avoid a hard land border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and the UK as a whole would remain in the EU's customs territory, until an alternative solution could be found. This became known as the Northern Irish backstop. But Johnson didn't want Northern Ireland to remain as part of the EU, as he feared that it would keep the UK too aligned with the EU and therefore wouldn't be a proper Brexit. So instead, Johnson proposed that while Northern Ireland would remain aligned with the single market in a limited way for goods, it would be aligned with the rest of the UK on customs. This created what's known as the Irish Sea border, which broke the impasse in Brexit negotiations, but was controversial in Northern Ireland, with some unionists arguing that it pushed Belfast further away from London. Since then, the border agreement has been amended further, particularly via the Windsor Framework, which was signed by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. This isn't to say, though, that Brexit was completely done and dusted. The new Labour government has promised to improve the current terms of the deal and are keen to try and foster a closer relationship with the EU in order to do so. We'll have to wait and see what the next 5 years bring and whether Starmer and his government can succeed, but thus far it seems that Britons aren't convinced. Next up, China is building what appears to be an enormous military complex 30 kilometers southwest of Beijing, which is at least 10 times bigger than the US Pentagon. Satellite images obtained by the Financial Times show a roughly 1,500-acre construction site featuring some very deep holes, which military experts say could host large underground bunkers to protect Chinese military leaders during conflicts, including potentially a nuclear war. This comes as China's People's Liberation Army, or PLA, rapidly expands its nuclear weapons arsenal ahead of the 100th anniversary of the force in 2027. According to US intelligence, Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered the PLA to have developed a capacity to attack Taiwan before the anniversary. One Chinese researcher told the FT that it was fitting for Xi's ambition to surpass the US's, and that the complex would act as a, quote, doomsday bunker for China's increasingly sophisticated and capable military. So, what would this massive complex actually look like? Well, satellite imagery analysts say that the various tunnels and ditches that you can see from space suggest the construction of several possible underground facilities linked via underground passageways. A former imagery analyst at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is within the US Department of Defense, said that there are at least 100 cranes working over a 5 square kilometer area developing underground infrastructure. Moreover, the size and scale of this new facility has led some US officials to believe that it could become China's primary wartime command facility, replacing Beijing's Western Hills complex, which was built at the height of the Cold War, with more advanced security and communications. Next, without providing any context, US President Donald Trump has blamed Diversity, Equality and Inclusion Schemes, or DEI, for the deadly crash between a helicopter and American Airlines regional jet near Washington, D.C. earlier in the week, a collision that killed 67 people. At the podium in the White House press briefing room on Thursday, Trump said that we do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions. He added that his common sense assessment was that the crash was caused by lax safety standards as a result of former President Biden's DEI policies, and said that he believed that there was a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. However, federal crash investigators said it's too early to say what caused the collision. When asked about Trump's speculation over the cause of the crash, the head of the US's National Transport Safety Board said that we do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factors or mechanical factors. Trump's comments from the podium also broke with a long-standing policy of transport safety officials being the main source of public information about fatal accidents under investigation. Next up, Myanmar's military junta has announced another 6-month expansion of the country's state of emergency.
I can't believe
ahead
this.
Of the 4-year anniversary
Who could have
of the
saw
military
this coming?
coup that plunged the country into chaos. This is the 7th extension of the state of emergency that's been in place since the February 2021 military coup that overthrew the democratically elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi. The coup sparked an armed pro-democracy resistance movement and sent the country spiraling into civil war between the military and resistance, as well as a whole host of powerful ethnic minority militias that now control large parts of the country's periphery. Despite its limited control of the country, the military junta says that it plans to hold elections this year, and that there is still more to be done to secure stability for a vote to be held. However, opponents say that any military-held election will simply be a sham to enable it to remain in power, with dozens of political parties.
want to see something cool? There's a secret Easter egg, and like it was like years after the game came out. They were like, "There's an Easter egg that nobody has found," and then people like found it right after. Okay. So you have to do... I think so he literally drew a map for people. Oh my god, the ad keeps fucking shifting the fucking diagram. And I keep scrolling and it loads more ads. I fucking hate the internet. Like, why can't we go back to Blogspot? Okay, so we go past one.
Damn, that's a huge storm. Looks a lot bigger in person.
Pretty average
Turn.
for Mars, actually.
I'm glad you're so optimistic.
Yeah, we've got Reapers invading Earth. The station here is offline. A little dust storm seems like the least of our worries.
Fair enough.
Go around this way. And then over here. No. I fuck up. Hang on. Gotta rotate the diagram so I'm looking at it correctly. Go round. And then like this. Hi, buddy. Super secret Easter egg. Don't tell anyone I showed you this, okay? The fuck? Well, give me the tab I want. There we go. It's being feisty.
Is banned or refusing to take part. Ahead of the anniversary of the military coup, the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Myanmar said that junta forces have slaughtered thousands of civilians, bombed and burned villages, and displaced millions of people. More than 20,000 political prisoners remain behind bars. The economy and public services have collapsed. Famine and starvation loom large over parts of the population. He also urged foreign governments to, quote, dismiss the military election plans for what they are, a fraud. If this episode isn't enough though, and you want to keep diving into the news, then you should check out Ground News. Take this story about Trump believing that the
I am tired of the white tears. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Oh, what now?
And I can promise you, it was my ancestors that built the White House. So listen, we are gonna be in your face. We are gonna be on your asses. So the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that historically have had to work so much harder.
Alright guys, today we're going to be responding to none other than Jasmine Crockett once again. She's a US representative from Texas, and she is always running her mouth. This lady always has something to say. So today we're going to say...
Not you, though. You're never running your mouth and never have anything to say.
something back. Now, recently she appeared on CNN to talk about mediocre white men and mediocre white tears fueling the...
I know, right? She's such a queen. I love Jasmine Crockett. She's fucking epic. She's hysterical. She's exactly what people want. They want people to be sensational from the Democratic Party. She's in there to fucking mix shit up.
The fight against diversity, equity, and inclusion, and apparently fueling a fight against the education of black people. Yes, you heard it correctly. That's what she claims. Let's watch the clip.
Happening right now. I am tired of the white tears. Listen, if you are competent, you are not concerned. When I walk into Congress every single day, you know why I don't feel a way and why you can't make me doubt who I am? Is because I know that I had to work 10 times as hard as they did just to get into the seat. When you look and you compare me to Marjorie Taylor Greene or me to Lauren Boebert, there is no comparison. And that is the life that we have always lived. So the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that historically...
Is this the third time she showed her Jasmine Crockett say mediocre white boys?
have had to work so much harder.
Well,
This
she
is why
didn't
they
do it.
don't
It's her
wanna-
fucking editor. She's not an edit this shit. She used to be like the top producer at the Daily Wire, by the way.
to have education.
Y'all, there is no evidence that Jasmine Crockett has had to work 10 times harder than anybody around her. In fact, every time I hear her speak, it's giving me quite a lot of evidence to the contrary. I don't know how she got to her position as a U.S.
She got to her position by representing as many Black Lives Matters protesters who were arrested and charged in Texas that she could pro bono. She is literally like a modern civil rights figurehead because of what she's done before she even got involved in politics. You know, she didn't win those cases pro bono and do all that shit and like not know how to be eccentric to a jury and fucking get juries to like vote in her favor, you know? That's why she's the fucking lawyer on the ethics committee. Like her and Rackenstein, whatever his name is, Jeremy Raxon, James, whatever.
Representative with some of the arguments
They're like the
that
two
she's
people
making,
who are always
and
citing
it
law.
clearly dictates to me that she doesn't very much like white people, and I've seen this evidenced by many other statements that she's made about whiteness, about white people, about their reaction to diversity, equity, inclusion.
She doesn't like white people.
If you are white or if you are any race, you should be against diversity, equity, and inclusion and the initiatives that are being ushered
whatever you
forward
say.
by people like Jasmine Crockett and others who share this diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. It is not actually promoting inclusion. In fact, it's promoting segregation and preferential treatment, which we've spoken about in relation to Jasmine Crockett many times on this channel now. Now, she says, I'm so tired of white tears on this subject matter. Well, what about comments and criticism from people who aren't white, who also have issues with this system that you're setting up? Because clearly you're not ready to listen to people who, I guess, have a different skin color than you. Will you listen to people who have the same skin tone as you? Is that the metric that we now have to meet to be able to give valid pieces of criticism to our representatives? Let me know. You can see that deep down she is seething. Deep down, she harbors resentment towards white people. And it's probably because an agenda that was sold to her, an ideology that she was taught, that she's now carrying forward with her in her time as a U.S. representative. But guaranteed with what I'm seeing, she did not work 10 times as hard as anybody else around her to get where she's gotten. I honestly don't
Fact
know
check.
how she
Maybe
got
you
there.
should
And
maybe
there
you
seems
should
to be
like
some sort of false
read
sense of
just her
confidence
Wikipedia
in her
page.
intellect that she carries with her every day, and maybe that's how she got there. Maybe you are 10 times as self-confident, and wrongfully so, as those around you, and that's how you became a U.S. representative. We now have another clip. This is from her very same CNN hit, where she talks about violent crime in this country.
I mean, this is very simple. We right now have a white supremacist that is sitting in the White House. He is backed up by other white supremacists. And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yet for whatever reason, they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th. Tearing our democracy down physically, and now we have them tearing us down right here from within.
Okay, we're gonna get to her stat about 80% of violent crimes in just a moment, but what evidence does she have to prove that Donald Trump is a white supremacist? You clearly couldn't look at his constituents and dictate that. I mean, he overwhelmingly had one of the most diverse voting bases of any Republican in decades now. This means we had black people, Hispanics, Asian women coming forward to vote for this man at record rates. Are those people also white supremacists in some way, shape, or form? Not
Yes.
to mention the abundance of work that Trump has done for people outside of his race, outside of his maleness, that would clearly indicate that he is not some
Maleness.
white supremacist. But I guess she's not willing to contend with any of those arguments, because this seems to be the play card of the left, to just immediately label something as racist, as an extension of Nazism, of white supremacy, as a means of shutting down conversation. She goes on to do that with January 6th, which just looking back at January 6th, on that now infamous day, the people there, what they were up to, white supremacy was most definitely not one of the first notes that I got from that gathering or anything that followed. But I guess we're just going to stamp that label on anything that is associated with Donald Trump as a means of painting him as some sort of Hitlerian bad man orange. I don't even know at this point. It's just the same verbiage that is used over and over and over and over as a means of labeling this guy as the most evil man to ever hit the face of the earth. Now, to her, what stat? 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are from white supremacists. I had to look into this because I'm like, what? Obviously, that stat does not sound correct at all. What she's referencing is a stat that came out of the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which I'll give you 2 blinks for that, 2 blinks for the source. And what they're referencing is extremist violent crimes. So these are violent crimes that also have, shall we say, a note of extremism to them, meaning that the person who is responsible for that violent crime is claiming to be a part of an extremist group. Now, we can take a look at these data points here. It says mass shootings in the United States accounted for most extremism-related fatalities last year in the country, with over 80% of those murders committed by white supremacists. Data released by the ADL showed on Thursday. And I believe this is actually data from 2022. And if you look at the data points and the data set that they used to come up with this 80% number here, they looked at 25 murders that were linked to extremist causes, and 21 of those 25 murders were linked to white supremacists, as you can see in this article. So her using that massive statement that 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are from white supremacists is from a data set of 25 murders, 21 of which were linked to extremist causes. Now, should that make you call into question?
Was that about mass shootings? And you're just saying this is like murder? Did you see the Buffalo supremacist was in there? He was a terrorist. He live streamed his terrorist attack, lady.
should that make you call into question that
Literally, mass shootings. She's talking the most extreme crimes. Jasmine Crockett is talking about mass casualty events as the most extreme crimes that happen in this country. So just in 2022, they were low. Committed all... Okay, she cuts it off here.
massive statement that 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are from white supremacists is from a data set of 25 murders, 21 of which were linked
Didn't she
to
say the most
extremist
extreme
causes.
crimes?
Now, should that make you call into question Jasmine Crockett's intellect? Yes, it should. Should it also make you call into question the intellect of the ADL? Yes, it should. And the data points that they're cherry picking in order to paint a certain picture of this country and the motivations behind certain crimes in this country? Yes, it should. And if you're at all moved by what Jasmine...
Terrorist attacks are selected data points? It literally said terrorist attack in the fucking source.
Crockett had to say about 80% of most violent crimes in this country being performed by white supremacists.
I bet you if we go look at the context, hang on, we gotta go see Jasmine Crockett on CNN. I know CNN won't upload the clip because they don't know how to upload things, but let's go check it out. See if we can get the full context and see what she's actually saying and seeing if it's obvious and see how manipulated this video is. Okay. Let's see what she's wearing in the fucking clip that we see. Is it this one?
House. He is backed up by other white supremacists. And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yeah.
Okay, looks like this one. They actually
have
it
a
uploaded.
Democratic Congressman from Texas, Jasmine Crockett. She serves as the vice-ranking member of the House.
Damn right she serves. Guess what she's serving?
House Oversight Committee is also part of a congressional subcommittee that will work with Musk's DOJ. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining me this evening. There is a lot to unpack, especially the title he has. Now, as a special government employee, would that give him the right to be able to access the Treasury Department's payment system or even USAID?
No, absolutely not. I like that you laid out the description of the type of employee he is. This is the first that I'm actually hearing of it. We thought that this may have been his classification. With this classification, you normally are not allowed to run anything. Absolutely not. So that's already exceeding the scope of what you're allowed to do with this type of classification. That's number one. Number two, with this type of classification, you're looking at maybe about 120 days. This isn't somebody that is supposed to be on full-time forever. So maybe that's why he wants to sleep on the job, because he knows that it's supposed to expire. But right now we have an administration that could care less about what the courts say that they can do, that could care less about what the law says, that could care less about the Constitution. And so I think that we have to understand that we are not dealing with normal people. We are dealing with someone who is proven to be a criminal, proven to be disrespectful to us as Americans. And listen, we have to fight him the exact same way. We have to come back with the same type of energy, which means that if you want to play ball, then I'm ready to play ball. Listen, you guys decided to do this while the House was out. Well, the House is back in as of tomorrow, and I can guarantee you there will be some spicy things that I will be up to tomorrow, because I am a duly elected member of the U.S. House, and we will have some things that we are trying to do. As of today, we know that
well, like what, for example?
So Ranker Meeks, who is the ranker for Foreign Affairs, he filed a privileged motion as relates to this trade war, which, of course, Trump has allegedly resolved that very quickly, but he was exceeding his...
How do you watch this and say, wow, this woman clearly isn't intelligent? Like, is everyone else listening to the same person talk that I am?
Emergency powers. He was misusing his emergency powers to try to engage in this anyway. So at this point in time, if we've got to file privileged motions, if we've got to do amicus briefs, if we've got to physically show up some places and ask some questions, because you can't keep us out. You may be able to say to whomever is running security somewhere that you're going to keep employees out. But as a sitting member of Congress, especially one that serves on oversight, and I've got oversight over the entire federal government, you're not going to keep me out of anything.
One of the things that's been happening in terms of the ball has been federal unions have been suing to block Musk's ability to actually access the sensitive data for the Treasury. Yeah. Congress, obviously, in a different position than a litigant, an average litigant. What could the Democrats do specifically, as opposed to being in the majority, to actually try to combat this? It doesn't sound like there's the largest of appetites among Republicans to say that the mandate may have been for you to serve in office, but not to have this wide scope of authority for a non-elected official.
Well, I'm definitely going to say that the mandate wasn't there at all. The numbers are really small, kind of like his crowds. So I'm not going to say that there was a mandate. But what I will say is that it is time for us to stand shoulder to shoulder with those that are going to file those lawsuits. We've got to make sure that they know that we are giving them access to our constituents, making sure that they know these are the stories of our constituents. These are the ones that are willing to testify about the fear that they are living through. I get emails consistently about people saying, what the heck is going on? And here's the reality. The reason that you have to have a certain level of clearance before you can engage in these types of actions, or you may even have to be confirmed in some way, is because really you can cause a lot of harm. And no one has explained, listen, if your whole job is to figure out where we can cut money, then sit down and look at the budget and say, line by line, listen, Mr. President, what you should do is in your proposed budget that you send over to the Congress, you should cut this, you should cut that, the same way that he decided during his first term that he was going to zero out money for HBCUs, and Dr. Adams had to come and fight to get that money for HBCUs back.
I will note that if you are a special government employee, there are limitations for when you have to file disclosure or ethics. If you exceed a certain amount of time, it triggers even more oversight over who you are for the reasons you're talking about. But I want to get to a new appointment that seems to be happening. President Trump is appointing Darren Beattie to a top State Department role. I know many people remember who Darren Beattie is. He was fired in 2018 from being a speechwriter. He was speaking at a conference attended by white nationalists. And then a few months ago, he posted this, Congresswoman: competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feelings of women and minorities and demoralizing competent white men. Your reaction to his appointment?
He needs to go. I mean, this is very simple. We right now have a white supremacist that is sitting in the White House. He is backed up by other white supremacists. And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yet for whatever reason, they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th, tearing our democracy down physically. And now we have them tearing us down right here from within. Here is the problem.
Of course, Congresswoman, to interrupt you, but President Trump, of course, has denied any allegations of the white supremacists, and that's why he apparently fired what he I know your point, but he did fire Darren Beattie in reaction, they believe, in part to his attendance at that conference. Does that change your opinion in any
No,
way?
it doesn't change my opinion, because we saw what he literally recently just posted, and the coddling is for the white boys. That's what's happening right now. I am tired of the white tears. Listen, if you are competent, you are not concerned. When I walk into Congress every single day, you know why I don't feel away and why you can't make me doubt who I am? Is because I know that I had to work 10 times as hard as they did just to get into the seat. When you look and you compare me to Marjorie Taylor Greene or me to Lauren Boebert, there is no comparison. And that is the life that we have always lived. So the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that historically have had to work so much harder. This is why they don't want us to have education. This is why they are trying to literally say we won't fund the HBCUs, because they know that if they've already gone after affirmative action and they're saying, you know what, don't allow them to come into, say, these PWIs, as we call them, don't allow them to come into these institutions. We know why they created the HBCUs in the first place. It was because they wouldn't allow us into the white institutions. And so now they're not allowing us in. And now they're saying, you know what, we're also going to defund the HBCUs. You know why? Because they don't want any more Kamala Harrises. They don't want any more Jasmine Crockett's. But I got news for them. I don't care what they do. We will fight to the end to make sure that we get our due. Because again, if you want to talk about the people that shouldn't be in this country, you probably need to look in the mirror, because the last time I checked, the Native Americans who some of ICE have been rounding up, or the Puerto Ricans who are absolutely Americans, listen, the only people that came and colonized this place are your ancestors, Trump.
I'll note that the Beattie position is for the acting Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, a key role in helping to shape U.S. messaging abroad related to counterterrorism and violent extremism. Thank you, Congresswoman, for your words tonight and for your insight.
She doesn't really imply that they are mass shootings. It's actually this girl who makes her argument there make more sense, which is ironic.
That for whatever reason, they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th, tearing our democracy down physically. And now we have them tearing us down right here from within.
Okay, we're going to get to her stat about 80% of violent crimes in just a moment, but what evidence does she have to prove that Donald Trump is a white supremacist? You clearly couldn't look at his constituents and dictate that. I mean, he overwhelmingly had one of the most diverse voting bases of any Republican in decades now. This means we had black people, Hispanics, Asian women coming forward to vote for this man at record rates. Are those people also white supremacists in some way, shape, or form? Not to mention the abundance of work that Trump has done for people outside of his race, outside of his maleness, that would clearly indicate that he is not some white supremacist. But I guess she's not willing to contend with any of those arguments, because this seems to be the play card of the left, to just immediately label something as racist, as an extension of Nazism, of white supremacy, as a means of shutting down conversation. She goes on to do that with January 6th, which just looking back at January 6th, on that now infamous day, the people there, what they were up to, white supremacy was most definitely not one of the first notes that I got from that gathering or anything that followed. But I guess we're just going to stamp that label on anything that is associated with Donald Trump as a means of painting him as some sort of Hitlerian bad man orange. I don't even know at this point.
Sounds good.
It's the same verbiage that is used over and over and over and over as a means of labeling this guy as the most evil man to ever hit the face of the earth. Now, to her, what stat? 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are from white supremacists. I had to look into this because I'm like, what? Obviously, that stat does not sound correct at all. What she's referencing is a stat that came out of the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which I'll give you 2 blinks for that, 2 blinks for the source. And what they're referencing is extremist violent crimes. So these are violent crimes that also have, shall we say, a note of extremism to them, meaning that the person who is responsible for that violent crime is claiming to be a part of an extremist group. Now, we can take a look at these data points here. It says mass shootings in the United States accounted for most extremism-related fatalities last year in the country, with over 80% of those murders committed by white supremacists. Data released by the ADL showed on Thursday. And I believe this is actually data from 2022. And if you look at the data points and the data set that they used to come up with this 80% number here, they looked at 25 murders that were linked to extremist causes, and 21 of those 25 murders were linked to white supremacists, as you can see in this article. So her using that massive statement that 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are from white supremacists is from a data set of 25 murders, 21 of which were linked to extremist causes. Now, should that make you call into question Jasmine Crockett's intellect? Yes, it should. Should it also make you call into question the intellect of the ADL? Yes, it should. And the data points that they're cherry picking in order to paint a certain picture of this country and the motivations behind certain crimes in this country.
Terrorism.
Yes, it should.
Certain
and if you're
terrorism.
moved by what Jasmine Crockett had to say about 80% of most violent crimes in this country,
not just terrorism.
Supremacists.
Clear identitarian attacks where they're doing whiteout on the rifles and shit, in the embodiment of other terrorist attacks in an internationally linked movement, where we see copycat attacks from these people. Are we gonna pretend like the most extreme crimes weren't ISIS when it was a few years ago? Are we gonna pretend that these guys are killing more people than ISIS? ISIS is dead. That's why these guys are now the greatest threat.
I urge you to look into FBI stats or your local law enforcement statistics on violent crime. And if you really want to
violent crime is not the same thing as what she was talking about.
Things like aggravated assault, battery, armed robbery, murder, things of that nature, you're going to be stunned to find out that these things are not 80% done and afflicted by white supremacists. I'll let you guys fill in the blanks on that. Because I don't want to be called a white supremacist for giving you the actual information and telling you the truth on that one. Now, we have one more clip here, and we've actually responded to this clip in the past. And this was Jasmine Crockett being invited on CNN once again, which CNN, what are you doing to defend her stance on DEI? And this one really hit home as somebody who's living in Los Angeles right now, who experienced, albeit from the outskirts, the Palisades fire, the Ian fire, the crazy wildfires that obviously rampaged and ransacked this entire city. And this was her defense of diversity, equity, and inclusion at the time of that disaster.
So let me be clear. Because you are a woman, or because I know that some of the right has been sharing these photos of the fact that I believe that the fire chief may be a woman or something, that has nothing to do with it. We are looking at qualifications. What diversity, equity, and inclusion has always been about is saying, you know what? Open this up. Don't just look at the white men. Open it up and recognize that other people can be qualified. And the fact that we want to, at a time when people are dying, decide that a country of immigrants is failing or people are dying because the same very people that built this country, because the last time I checked, y'all didn't say that anything was wrong with the White House, and I can promise you it was my ancestors that built the White House. So listen, if we have been good enough to build this country, we are good enough to serve and die overseas, we are good enough to serve in other ways. And the fact that people actually decide that they want to engage in public service, whether it's sitting in Congress or whether it's serving on the fire department or the police department, should not be an issue. The fact is, stop trying to act as if only white men are the ones that are capable. Because right now, you're sitting at a table with 3 very capable black women.
What is happening? What is happening? I have the same reaction now that I had back then. What are you talking about? I heard so many nonsensical arguments, just one after the other, stacked on one another. And you know what? I cannot find a better example for diversity, equity, and inclusion not really working and not really picking the most capable, because what are you doing in this position? What are you doing on CNN debating these things with the types of arguments that you're making right now?
She's
what?
an
I'm sorry,
she's an
what
insanely
is going
she's an
on?
insanely good lawyer. That's why she's there. ISIS was brutal, homie. Yeah. White supremacists have always been there since the birth of the country. The issue is that it's hard to articulate and put into how significant the shooting she's referencing in that document is, because it's not something you can reduce to a data point, you know? It's like it would be like reducing ISIS attacks to data points as well, right? Like, there's a reason and motivation behind these attacks, and they mimic and copy each other, and like just the whiteout painted on the gun alone tells us it's a terrorist attack. And there has been one where it was kind of somebody who was mentally unwell, and it was more of like a suicide by police type thing, and it was hard to say how ideological it was, but out of everything that I've seen, only one is kind of shaky on this determination, and they all relate back to the Christchurch shooting, because that's where this rifle with the whiteout originated. And then this entire ideology, like, they worship like people like Anders Breivik, and they talk about things like getting a high score. Like this one, there was a shooter recently who was a woman, and these people were making fun of her because she only killed 2 people, and talking about her high score and stuff like that. These guys actually are just like, their entire focus is terroristic, just like ISIS. Their entire focus is where attacks happen, how they're planned, how many people they kill. It's a significant movement that exists right now, but it's an extremely limited scope. The point is that there was an explosion of these type of attacks post-COVID. And that's problematic. And if ISIS isn't really doing the attacks and we don't really have to worry about them, no shit, the resources are going to be shifted to another very dangerous terrorist. It's not even an organization, because a lot of these people aren't affiliated with organizations. Just like a lot of ISIS attackers aren't even affiliated with ISIS. They just like swear to the caliphate and fucking spray paint a flag, like that guy who just did an ISIS attack not that long ago.
I've got to say, she's setting us back. And I know you guys don't like when I say us in reference to black people or people of color or whatever, but she most definitely is. This woman has no class, no respect, no
class.
For the arguments that she's making,
classy as
and
fuck.
Yet is so loud and
she's
so
a slay queen.
overconfident. And you know, that's sort of the very nature of DEI.
Yeah, that's what made her a good lawyer, doofus.
Misplaced confidence in things and in facets of our society that truly do not matter when it comes to getting the job done and doing the job correctly. So, oh my goodness, Jasmine Crockett, do we have some work to do? I have to remind you guys, this woman's a lawyer. Somebody gave her a law degree. And she used that law degree to also do a bunch of pro bono cases for Black Lives Matter, which should tell you everything you need to know about this woman. Every day I'm astounded by how certain people get into certain positions of power. And if you don't think that diversity, equity, and inclusion and our focus on racializing everything and sort of stratifying all of our society based on race, if you don't think that's contributed to this, I don't know what to tell you. But it is the very reason we are here, and it's the very reason that I have all this content from Jasmine Crockett to respond to. And that's my response thus far. I don't know if she's going to call this white tears or white mediocrity. I guess half of me is crying over the fact that this is the reality that we have to live in. And this is somebody who I have to say with my whole chest is a U.S. representative. My whole chest. Ooh, we have work to do, guys. But those are my thoughts. Drop your thoughts in the comments down below. Let me know how you feel about this. I'm disheartened. Things are bleak. I cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel. But guys, let me know. As always, if you disagree with anything I said in this video, duke it out in the comments down below, but do so respectfully. We encourage healthy debate on this channel, and if you like this video, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every single time I post a video for you guys, which is every day. And I will see you guys tomorrow, because I am a capable Black woman, and I deserve this position, and I deserve to be at this table. Bye, guys.
That was so synthetic.
Obviously, Trump's going ahead with mass deportations, and although it's in its sort of infancy at the minute, I think we would all like to see it ramp up significantly.
Don't care about you assholes.
There will be immense opposition, obviously, to making government more efficient from entrenched interests that currently benefit from, sucking away vast amounts of taxpayer money. They will not like the fact that they're not getting it anymore. They will fight tooth and nail. So, but it's got to be done.
That's pretty much what we're seeing. Elon Musk burst onto the political scene late last year. Fast forward to today, he now has a top secret security clearance and is leading the effort to massively streamline the spending of the federal government. So how do Trump voters, who we've spoken with in the past, like what they're seeing so far? Let's talk to two of them. Teresa Albano is a Republican from New Jersey, and Ranger Irwin is a registered independent from Nevada, and they both voted for President Trump. We spoke with them during the election. Welcome back to both of you. It's great to have you here. Teresa, let me start with you. You hear the pushback on Capitol Hill, and I think Musk is exactly right when he said, people aren't going to like it when we start cutting their budgets. Tell me what you think overall of the first 17 days or so.
I've been tuning in. I'm a stay-at-home mom now, so I've been tuning in all day, and I loved the analogy that I heard before about how a boyfriend or a girlfriend rather checks in on the boyfriend's phone, and it's like, they don't like what they see and they start yelling.
I don't know.
I cannot believe
about that.
Some of the stuff that I'm hearing them say and cursing, and I think that they're very upset.
Because hang on, I'm just trying to get to the. This is just a test for mods here anyway, so I'm doing it at hours when there's low viewers.
I'm angry about it too. I mean,
with ISIS, it's a very complicated thing, because they're virtually destroyed right now, but also they are ISIS-K is the most successful branch as well. And ISIS-K is the one that's the most fishy, and we see it linked to a lot of other things. But what's most interesting is that if all the intelligence analysts and shit had their way, we would still be in Afghanistan for sure. Because people don't know this, but the new emir of Al-Qaeda, it's not even like publicly recognized by most people, but it's Bin Laden's son Hamza, and then he's married to the sister or daughter, no, the sister of Sirajuddin Haqqani, and like all these top terrorist families are now linked, and they're like very openly and clearly trying to do homeland attacks against the United States, and we don't see prioritization of these attacks because it's not about the threat being active, because these types of white supremacists and stuff, they've always wanted to do violent attacks, but the thing is that while Al-Qaeda desperately wants to do another homeland attack where they kill massive amounts of people, or maybe even a October 7th type of attack, they haven't been able to. Because people... So, like, they could amplify the threat if they wanted to, and there's many people who do. We show a lot of these people, like, there's someone we call CIA Sarah, who's obsessed with the fucking, like... Afghan resistance and the Afghan resistance propaganda and stuff, and she's a fucking crackpot who loves Trump and defends everything he does. That's the thing is ISIS-K is extremely active. ISIS in Africa is extremely active and extremely effective. We say ISWAP, West African ISIS West African province is probably one of the like most successful terrorist groups in the world right now. We actually do a terrorism tier list every year, and we bring on different analysts to actually analyze every active terror group and things like that. But the West African chapter of ISIS they literally like Boko Haram is like nothing now because they've totally lost all their power to ISIS there. So like besides West African province ISIS, the next strongest terrorist group in that continent would be Al-Shabaab, who is also Al-Qaeda. And then there's like different chapters throughout there, but both of these factions, like Al-Shabaab, I probably put as like the number 3 most successful terrorist group right now. ISWAP being probably number 1. Hamas, maybe we could say is number 1 but you know, they're getting their shit pushed in, but they tried to accomplish something, you know, and they were successful in mass casualty event, but they're not killing nearly as much people as ISWAP in Africa and Al-Shabaab. They kill people so often.
My husband's family.
I had to rush in to play the
soundbite. You want to know where your money's going. Every American does.
I heard you say Boko Haram. I had to.
You know, he's a little intimidating.
I'm almost ready, so we can watch Old Boy.
Him to do the right job.
Is this a new viewer? Is it? I saw they subscribed.
So, Ranger, how about you, as a young man who is an independent voter and
are you just playing the multiplayer?
In this election?
No, this is just while the viewership is low, this is just a mod test.
Ah, okay.
For the fucking insanity run.
I'm a firm believer in Trump. I know that he has America's best interest at heart, and I feel like he 100%.
I started another Mass Effect campaign as an adept because I wanted to try out Wild X.
Other companies he's bought.
Now that I've sort of got the hang of it in Mass Effect 3, I kind of want to try it in.
Yeah, in the second game, the Sentinel is the best biotic.
Interesting.
Not the
Yeah,
Adept.
it's so interesting. All companies, public companies, have to open their books to their shareholders because they're the people who have used their money to invest in the company.
Especially in the third game, the balance around biotics and tech explosions is so interesting because like warp, for example, it can detonate all 4 explosion types. only certain abilities, like fire abilities, have to detonate fire explosion, but then there's certain ones like Overload that are universal for tech, but no tech can blow up biotic explosions. That means if you are built around setups for the multiplayer and you don't have somebody who's doing your biotic detonations,
you can't.
But if you just built around detonations, then it doesn't matter if a